Hello everyone, today we're diving into part 2. But first, let's quickly recap the previous part. Li Mu traveled to a high-powered world and awakened this great talent, Nine Heavens Thunder. However, his family forcibly transferred this talent to his cousin, Li Xiaohao. After reporting to the authorities proved futile, Li Mu was beaten by his family. To save him, his mother, Yang Suying, reluctantly signed an agreement, and Li Mu was expelled from the family. While recovering at his aunt's house, Li Mu discovered a golden hair in his hand, activating the battle victory system and gaining abilities like battle points, divine weapon technique, and immortal art, thus beginning his path to revenge. Back at school, Li Mu faced oppression from his family's influence. He fought Sun Long and effortlessly defeated him using his divine abilities, but was expelled from school. He then transferred to Heishui High School, where he was warmly welcomed by the student affairs minister, marking the start of a new academic journey. As he continued to train and improve his skills, he prepared for the Abyssal battle. In the Abyssal battle, Li Mu ventured into the abyss alone, overcoming various monster challenges and steadily climbing the rankings. He befriended Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, both great talents, and together they defeated a formidable 3-grade python, earning widespread acclaim for Li Mu's performance. The Li family, noticing Li Mu's exceptional performance, attempted to leverage him to establish military connections. The matriarch, Grandma Ma, personally invited him to return to the family, but Li Mu publicly refused, humiliating the Li family and thwarting their plans. Through battles, Li Mu accumulated battle points, enhancing his divine techniques and growing stronger. Thanks to his outstanding performance in the Abyssal battle, Li Mu joined the Zhenyuan Army reserves. At the Zhenyuan Army base, he received a new mission to conduct a sweep with the Vanguard Squad. During the mission, Li Mu demonstrated strong leadership and combat skills, leading his team in a fierce battle in the Bone Ghost Realm, successfully protecting his teammates and earning their respect. In the Bone Ghost Realm battle, Li Mu faced a powerful 4-grade Bone Ghost without flinching, using divine techniques like the 72 transformations and Immobilization spell to engage in an intense fight. With his teammates' support, Li Mu defeated the Bone Ghost but was severely injured. At the brink of life and death, Li Mu broke through his own limits, further advancing his strength. Li Mu's performance with the Zhenyuan Army earned widespread recognition, and his name spread throughout the military district, becoming a role model for reserve soldiers. Contemplating his future, he resolved to continue enhancing his abilities to protect his family and friends. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation to keep working. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into part 2's storyline. The Mother Stone is crucial to humanity and even more so to the monsters. This time, a dozen powerful Hmph monsters launched a simultaneous attack, targeting the Mother Stone. Professor He was convinced of this assessment. Instructor Lu analyzed that if they didn't open the Libra space, they could defend the Mother Stone, but the Hmph monsters would slaughter their soldiers. Commander Liang decisively decided to open the Libra space. Before they ascended, he strictly ordered the troops to defend the Mother Stone at all costs. He emphasized that if lower-tier monsters broke through the lines and took the Mother Stone, even if they eliminated all the Hmph monsters above, it would be meaningless. Conversely, as long as the ground troops held the Mother Stone, they would fully engage the Hmph monsters and then come down to support. Instructor Lu was visibly anxious. As a commander lacking real combat experience, such a burden was overwhelming. Fortunately, although Li Mu was a reservist, he held the highest military rank in the district, and being able to discuss battle plans with him provided some reassurance. Professor He sighed. Unfortunately, the Mother Stone will gradually lose its vitality once it leaves the abyss and cannot last long on the surface. Otherwise, we could have moved it to the ground. Li Mu didn't respond, knowing this plan held little significance if the military district couldn't hold. The monsters would inevitably pursue the Mother Stone to the surface, creating even more chaos. Instead, he encouraged, Instructor Lu, we have no other options. Let's focus on commanding this tough battle. In truth, there was one last resort that Li Mu didn't mention if absolutely necessary. He could try to package the Mother Stone and transform into a bird to carry it away. However, in the air, he would undoubtedly face a frenzy of attacking flying monsters. With his limited combat ability in bird form and the need to constantly shift shapes, it was nearly impossible to protect the Mother Stone. Moreover, there were endless monster hordes on the ground, and landing would mean almost certain death. Instructor Lu nodded heavily. I've sent out distress signals to Linyuan and Shueqi City. They can arrive in 2 hours at the earliest. Social warriors can also maintain contact through the regional channel. But the battle is already starting to deteriorate. His tone was heavy, revealing the root of his panic. Having someone with no real combat experience command a battle of this scale was truly challenging. Li Mu nodded to reassure him. Don't panic. I believe in you. I'll leave this to you and maintain communication. With that, he turned into a bird before even stepping out the door, flew out the window and transformed into an eagle, soaring across the sky towards the military district's outer wall. The reservists were already in position at the wall, but dared not act without orders, fearing that reckless support might backfire. Li Mu surveyed the scene from the air and noticed a large number of flying monsters circling nearby. Although they were only second or third tier at most and could be easily defeated if they attacked recklessly, their occasional swooping to disrupt the formation was highly annoying. The wide city walls could accommodate galloping horses, and over 1,000 people standing on them wouldn't feel crowded. After circling once to grasp the full situation, Li Mu immediately contacted the command center. Instructor Liu, the situation is chaotic. I plan to divide the reservists into 3 groups, with 400 in each group. I, Liu Qinfeng, and Zhang Jiwei were appointed as captains of 3 teams, focusing on the defense of the formation flags and supporting the guard teams facing crises. Good, good, Coach Liu exclaimed with eyes shining, repeating the word good twice. This simple deployment plan instantly eased his mind. The previous chaotic situation had left him overwhelmed. Numerous martial artists from society were flooding the channel, asking for support positions, and it took him immense effort just to allocate these support forces, not to mention managing the defense of the Mother Stone area, assessing combat strength, and monitoring changes in the battle. Li Mu's few words hit the nail on the head. The formation flags are paramount. The root cause of the battle's setbacks was that some formation flag guard teams had to retreat due to heavy casualties. Once 2 formation flags lost connection because of their distance, the consequences would be dire. Li Mu decisively formed 3 rapid response teams to specifically address this issue, greatly relieving Coach Liu. Li Mu swiftly landed in front of the reservists and decisively ordered them to be divided into 3 teams, each with about 400 people, led by him, Zhang Jiwei, and Liu Qinfeng, numbered 1 to 3. Just as the order was given, the first task arrived. Team 3, please support the southwest direction at formation flag number 17. Roger that. Liu Qinfeng responded excitedly. Faced with such a large-scale battle, he was even more exhilarated. He leaped down from the city wall, over 10 meters high, creating a large pit upon landing, and then dashed towards formation flag number 17. The soldiers of Team 3 followed closely, each jumping off the wall. These were at least third-grade early-stage reservists of the Zhenyuan Army, full of vigor, their battle cries echoing loudly. At formation flag number 17, the original 200-person guard team had a quarter of its members injured, and the remaining soldiers were struggling to protect the wounded while resisting fiercely. They were up against a group of long-armed monsters, whose sharp claws were extremely fierce. The guard team had to form a defensive perimeter around the flag, using defensive techniques to withstand the attacks. Worse still, these monsters seemed to recognize the importance of the flag, frantically attacking the flag bearer, causing several injuries. In the critical moment when a soldier who had just taken over the flag was struck in the back by a monster, nearly losing grip of the flag, a towering figure Liu Qinfeng rushed to the front. He punched the monster's chest that had breached the defensive circle, causing it to cave in and sending it flying back severely injured. Liu Qinfeng grabbed the flag and shouted, "Hold on! Reinforcements are here!" Seeing hundreds of reservists charging forward with battle cries, the retreating guard team was instantly revitalized. Liu Qinfeng quickly secured the flag into his clothing, took off his shirt, and tied it tightly. He was enveloped in a blue aura, steadfastly withstanding the monster's claw attacks, like an unyielding steel fortress. The main force soon arrived, reorganized the formation, and began to push back the battle line. Meanwhile, the guard team at formation flag number 29 was also in crisis, nearly being overrun by monsters. As the flag was about to lose connection with its sides, Zhang Jiwei led 400 reservists to the rescue just in time. Zhang Jiwei leaped into the air, emanating a dazzling golden light that drew the monster's attention. Then, a golden spear descended from the sky, piercing through the monster horde, creating a massive blood spray. This stunning blow ignited the fighting spirit of the reservists. After landing, Zhang Jiwei did not reach for the flag but instead commanded, "Charge back." He then plunged into the monster horde, cloaked in golden light. The reservists followed closely, like a sharp sword, carving a bloody path through the monsters. Li Mu led Team 1 to quickly support a formation guard unit. On the battlefield, the key role of these 3 reserve units became increasingly evident. Each reserve unit was nearly twice the size of a regular formation guard, and whenever they engaged in battle, they could push back the monstrous waves with overwhelming force. Instructor Liu showcased his seasoned command abilities. He did not have the reserves hold their ground at the formation they had just supported. Instead, after repelling the monsters, he immediately gathered civilian martial artists and other backup forces to fill the gaps left by the formation guards. This way, the 3 reserve units could continue to serve as mobile forces, ready to support other locations in distress. These school-uniformed youths were like wild tigers, their battle cries resounding, their fighting spirit high. They were like the father-son team in a brick-moving contest. When the father's back gave out, He patted his son's shoulder and said, "Son, today's victory depends on you." The son then erupted with incredible strength, shouting, "Let's go for it." These reserve soldiers finally had their moment to prove themselves. In the barracks, they were often encouraged by their seniors to work hard and wait until you grow up. But now, they had become the most dazzling combat force on the battlefield. Li Mu led the team to support 3 defensive lines in succession, slaying hundreds of monsters and accumulating over 7,000 battle points. He quickly began allocating points. First, he invested over 1,000 points into the divine weapon technique, increasing his strength to 3,870 pounds, plus the weight of the staff itself, totaling 4,090 pounds, equivalent to 2 tons. Then he invested 2,800 points, lighting up 5 levels of the safe positioning skill tree, greatly enhancing its effects, extending the range to 30 meters, increasing the barrier strength to 70% of bronze head iron arms, boosting allies' true energy by 15, and slowly restoring health and true energy. The last effect alone cost 1,000 points. The battle had raged for half an hour, and the battlefield was littered with corpses. The casualties among the soldiers were increasing, and their stamina, true energy, and willpower were rapidly declining. Although the reserves had supported over a dozen formation guard units, there were still over 100 formations that needed protection along the entire defensive line. The defensive perimeters of both Mingzhu Military District and Hongyue Military District were continuously shrinking, and falling back to the outer city walls would have dire consequences. "No good. We're still retreating." Instructor Liu expressed his deep concern to Li Mu through a private channel. Li Mu gritted his teeth as he looked up at the 2 layers of dark clouds in the sky, inwardly cursing. Are Liang Huajun and the others playing mahjong up there? Even if they were, this round should be over by now. Fortunately, he had previously allocated points to the safe positioning skill precisely to address the current crisis. He pulled over a warrior who had been fighting alongside him. "You lead the team." The warrior, caught up in the heat of battle, was momentarily stunned. "Me?" Li Mu nodded solemnly. Li Mu swung his long staff vigorously on the ground, quickly tracing a golden circle of protection on the earth. Once completed, he stepped out of the circle and transformed into a giant eagle, soaring straight towards the Red Moon Military District. 3 reserve teams were busy supporting the Mingzhu Military District and couldn't extend their reach to the Red Moon District. Although the Red Moon District had more troops than Mingzhu, they were still losing ground. Using the keen vision granted by his eagle form, Li Mu surveyed the battlefield from above, gaining a clearer view than Liu, the instructor, could see from the command center monitors. The battlefield resembled a near-circular polygon, where any corner beginning to cave inward indicated that the battle flag there was about to fall. Inside the Red Moon District Command Center, the temporary commander was frantically trying to manage the situation. Without a strategic mind and powerful leader like Li Mu to oversee the entire battlefield, they were forced to send reserve soldiers dashing around like firefighters. As the situation worsened, beads of cold sweat appeared on the commander's forehead. "Commander, the guard team at Flag 71 can't hold on. Flag 92 is in critical condition, requesting retreat. Flag 59 is suffering heavy casualties. They're about to retreat to the outer city walls." Urgent calls for help came like a death knell, throwing the commander into chaos. The situation at Flag 59 was particularly dire. From an original force of over 200, only about 150 remained, most of them wounded and barely holding on. The commander kept calling for reinforcements over the communication channels, but there was no one left to send. Just as the commander was about to order a full retreat to prepare for street fighting, an excited shout interrupted him. "Commander, look quickly." On the main monitor, a figure descended from the sky. Even while still airborne, the person had already drawn a huge golden circle on the ground with a long staff, enveloping the retreating guard team. The soldiers who had retreated outside the circle were surprised to find that the monsters couldn't breach the golden circle's barrier. The figure shouted, "Mini Fortress," before transforming into a giant eagle again, flying to other battlefronts. Within the circle, the soldiers not only found shelter but also felt their vitality and energy gradually recovering. Although the circle's area was limited, accommodating only half the personnel, it was enough to allow them to catch their breath. The guard team captain quickly grasped Li Mu's intention and ordered, "All the injured, fall back into the golden circle and hold your ground." He cleverly planted the battle flag at the front of the circle, limiting the monster's attack range while allowing his team to counterattack. In the command center, everyone watched as Li Mu flew to each critical battle flag point. In just 5 minutes, he had drawn protective circles at 12 locations. Whenever his duplication ability cooled down, he left 2 duplicates to assist in fighting the monsters. These duplicates lasted only a minute but were astonishingly powerful, each blow causing significant damage to 4-tier monsters and instantly taking out 3-tier ones. However, the protection spell wasn't invincible. It could last 15 minutes and had a limit to the amount of attack it could withstand. The third protected point, Flag 91, was breached after 4 minutes due to improper use. At that moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly burst apart with a loud crash, and countless monster corpses plummeted from above. The upper-level battle had been decided. Seeing this, Li Mu unhesitatingly turned and flew towards the Mother Stone storage area in the Mingzhu district. Li Mu's plan was straightforward. If the human race were to be defeated, he would escape with the Mother Stone, luring the monsters away from the battlefield. As long as the foundation remained, there would be a chance to rise again. However, when he arrived over the Mingzhu military district, the scene below made him pause. Huge bodies of high-level monsters were falling from the sky, while lower-level creatures were fleeing in a panic like a receding tide. It was a decisive victory. Landing in front of the command center, Li Mu saw Liang Huajun returning from the battlefield. He had a shocking wound on his forehead, deep enough to expose the bone, making it look as if his skull had split open. On his back was the unconscious Wang Longqing, followed by 7 high-level warriors, including Liao Feng and Director Liu. Deputy Zhang and others came running from all directions, many carrying injured soldiers, none without wounds. Li Mu quickly approached and used his fiery eyes to check on Wang Longqing. The flow of vital energy was still present, indicating he was gravely injured but not dead. Deputy Zhang, disregarding the blood pouring from his shoulder and thigh, hurriedly took over Wang Longqing to assess his injuries. Instructor Liu, tears streaming down his face, approached. "Commander, I have failed the district's trust." Before he could finish, Liang Huajun interrupted him with a raised hand. "No time for nonsense." Liang Huajun decisively ordered, "Pass the command. Everyone who can move, go to the battlefield and rescue the wounded. We must account for every soldier, dead or alive. Contact ground medical services immediately and gather all medical personnel for urgent rescue efforts." After a brief rest to recover some vital energy, Li Mu joined the rescue efforts. Transforming into a flying eagle, he used his fiery eyes to survey the battlefield. This was his first real experience of the brutality of war. The joy of victory was drowned out by cries of pain, with the stench of blood permeating the air. The monster corpses stretched for miles, piled high, mostly shattered and unrecognizable, resembling a hell on earth. After 3 hours of intense rescue operations, reinforcements from Linyuan City and Shueqi City arrived to assist with post-battle tasks. The wounded were ordered to receive medical treatment and rest, while others were assigned to recuperate. Li Mu and the others received orders to temporarily withdraw from the abyss and return to the surface. The following days would be filled with post-war duties, accounting for casualties, intensive medical care, burying the dead, comforting the families of the fallen, disposing of monster remains, reinforcing the scale space and Lianxing defense arrays, and finally, tallying battle achievements and distributing rewards. Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, and Lu Chunfeng took the elevator back to the ground. Outside the window, teams of medical personnel were boarding airships, preparing to be dispatched to the abyss. The three watched these figures leave, their hearts heavy with emotion. They got into Zhang Jiwei's car, and for a while, no one spoke. The silence in the car lasted for a good 10 minutes before Lu Chunfeng finally broke it, asking, "Shall we head home?" Zhang Jiwei started the engine and replied, "Let's find a place to clean up first before we go back." Li Mu looked down at their blood-stained clothes and nodded silently. As the car was moving, Li Mu called his mother to let her know he was safe, then opened the system interface. His current victory points were at 12,850. Although it was a substantial increase, considering the numerous areas that needed improvement, this number seemed insufficient. After careful consideration, Li Mu decided to focus on 3 areas: enhanced hearing, alchemy, and prosperity technique. Starting with enhanced hearing, he planned to invest 5,000 victory points, but the system indicated he could only use 3,175 points initially. After spending these points, enhanced hearing received a 500 boost in normal cultivation speed. Curious if this was the limit, he tried investing another 1,000 points. Though the cultivation speed didn't increase, he gained an astonishing new ability: the automatic detection of enemy attacks, allowing for an unconscious, cooldown-free instant activation of the strongest current defensive technique at 10 effectiveness. This meant that even if attacked from behind, enhanced hearing could automatically anticipate and deploy the Dragon Roar shield. Although the current effectiveness was only 10, with enough victory points, this value could eventually be increased. From the remaining 8,675 victory points, Li Mu allocated 1,000 points to enhance alchemy, unlocking 3 types of pills: low-grade Qi gathering pill 100 points, high-grade Qi gathering pill 300 points, and Earth Vein Essence pill 600 points. These pills were designed to complement each other in improving cultivation and solidifying foundational strength. Lastly, Li Mu invested 3,500 points out of the remaining 7,675 into 4 enhancements of the prosperity technique, resulting in significant improvements: a 10 increase in the effectiveness of using Spirit Spring water for alchemy, the acquisition of an adaptive flow Spirit Spring channel, expansion of the prosperity field to 200 acres, and an increase in plant growth speed to the equivalent of 2 years in a single day. With Spirit Spring irrigation, The actual effect reached an astonishing rate of 1 day, equaling 2.5 years. With 4,175 victory points left, Li Mu's attention turned to a brand new divine ability. While browsing through the available mystical skills, Li Mu's attention was captured by an intriguing ability called a touch of divine might. Despite its hefty price of 500 battle points, he didn't hesitate to purchase it. A system notification promptly appeared. A touch of divine might has been acquired. This skill can summon divine power to a designated area, creating a formidable pressure 10 times the current weight of the divine weapon technique. It requires a 2-minute cooldown after each use. Li Mu quickly calculated. The current weight of the divine weapon technique is 3,870 gene, multiplied by 10 equals 38,700 gene, which converts to 19.35 tons. Even in this high martial world, such pressure isn't something a typical 6th or 7th grade warrior could easily withstand. Checking his remaining balance, he had 3,675 battle points left. His attention then shifted to the Fire Eyes, a skill he hadn't enhanced in a while. Though it lacked offensive power, it was one of his most frequently used abilities. Flipping through the skill tree, Li Mu gritted his teeth and spent 2,400 points on 6 enhancements, each with a unique name. Common use: halves true chi consumption. Subtotal: increases true chi intensity by 30 when seeing through enemy attacks. Thin Mist breaks all illusions. Thick Mist allows casting of stronger versions of broken illusions. Insight enables microscopic observation and full body awareness. Universal Comprehension learns all opponent strengths during combat. Eagerly, Li Mu activated the enhanced Fire Eyes. The world became incredibly clear to him. Through the rear window of the car in front, he could even count the 22 dandruff flakes on the passenger's shoulder. When he closed his eyes, he was amazed to gain full perception within a 20-meter radius, not just a simple bird's eye view, but as if the entire space was projected into his mind. With 1,275 battle points remaining, Li Mu decided to save them for the divine weapon technique, as it would demand more points as his cultivation progressed. A moment later, Zhang Jiwei led them to a hotel owned by the Zhang Group. After everyone freshened up and changed clothes, Li Mu directly stated his need: a large quantity of herb seeds. Initially, Zhang Jiwei intended to provide ready-touse herbs, but upon hearing the quantity Li Mu required, he quickly dismissed the idea. These were precious herbs that took decades to mature, and on the current market, even 3- to 5-year-old herbs were considered top quality, with 10-year-old ones being priceless. In a place like Iron Hand City, even finding seeds for these decades-old herbs was extremely challenging. The Zhang Corporation has little interest in the herbal business due to the lengthy growth cycle that deters them. However, they are well-versed in the art of trading herbal seeds. There are indeed some herbal families and powerful organizations in the market that hold secret formulas to accelerate seed growth, and these buyers are precisely their target customers. After touring their pharmaceutical company with Zhang Jiwei, Li Mu gathered all the seeds he needed. If successfully cultivated, these seeds could produce over 10 pills each of Guxin Dan, Juqi Dan, and Linghua Dan. Although the seeds themselves are valued at over 2 million, Zhang Jiwei insisted that Li Mu not pay. Considering Zhang Jiwei's countless debts to him, Li Mu did not press the issue. Meanwhile, an important meeting was underway at the Zhenyuan High School Student Council. Nearly 60 people were present in the meeting room, including all participants of the District 4 Elite competition and other notable figures from the school with a rank of 3rd grade or higher. The atmosphere was tense, with Song Yin sitting at the head of the table, her expression icy and silent. Song Chua, have you made up your mind? Someone impatiently broke the silence. Song Chua lifted his head from his thoughts, his hands still crossed under his chin, and slowly shook his head. I oppose continuing to challenge Heishui High School. When the match was interrupted by the air raid siren, we were already holding 7 of the top 10 spots. Several consortia have already extended olive branches to us, proving that we have mostly achieved our goal. I believe it's wise to stop here. As the chief planner of this leaderboard domination plan, Song Chua had put in tremendous effort. From liaising with school leaders to persuading resource providers, mobilizing students, and organizing arrangements, he handled it all. If successful, this plan would cause a sensation, earning Zhenyuan High School the reputation of being the city's top institution and paving the way for students' future academic paths. However, his cautious stance clearly angered the students present. Aren't you too easily satisfied? Someone retorted coldly. The organizers personally invited us to continue the challenge. If we offend them, how much more resources do you think we can secure? Song Chua frowned and countered. The organizers are just after buzz and traffic. They only care about their own interests. If we insist on challenging Heishui, we'll be the ones suffering in the end. We'll be lucky if the organizers don't kick us when we're down. His words were met with a chorus of derisive laughter. Zhang Quan, who had once challenged Li Mu on the field, immediately retaliated. Underestimate ourselves? Song Chua, are you overestimating the opponent? Li Mu clearly fled during the air raid siren because he knew he couldn't hold onto third place. By saying we're overestimating ourselves, aren't you implying we're inferior to him? As the staunchest advocate for the challenge, Zhang Quan strongly demanded to be the one to go into battle, even though Song Chua's plan indeed took the bigger picture into account. Taking a spot among the top 5 means immense personal gain, and everyone knows it. Zhang Quan was the chosen one to challenge Li Mu at the time. If he succeeded, he would rise to the top 3 in the city. No one was more qualified to challenge Li Mu than him. At this moment, Song Chua's opposition was akin to directly blocking his path to wealth. My point is, not continuing the challenge might actually benefit us more, Song Chua explained, hands slightly clenched. Everyone knows Li Mu and Lu Chunfeng haven't faced off, so their true strength is unknown. This leads outsiders to speculate that they are avoiding a fight, which is tantamount to them having already lost. This situation doesn't really affect our interests. But if we continue the challenge and lose even once, all current advantages are gone. There was a hint of urgency in Song Chua's voice, as if he wished to break down his words and feed them to everyone present. He had another thought he dared not voice. Li Mu's merit value might far exceed their expectations, possibly making him an officer. Otherwise, he couldn't command such strong influence, with all the reservists following his lead. But he feared saying this aloud would drown him in a sea of criticism. Challenging an officer was akin to courting death. Hmph. Zhang Quan interrupted coldly. If we don't continue the challenge, outsiders will just think we're afraid of Heishui. Heishui High School will remain in the top 10 without lifting a finger, and they'll be laughing in their sleep. I can't accept making our enemies happy while embarrassing ourselves. Song Chua frowned deeply. Enemies? That wasn't the right word. Their plan was always about collective interests, and other schools were just collateral damage. If there were any real victims, it was the champions from the other 2 districts who were pushed out by sheer numbers. But he knew all too well that Zhang Quan was already blinded by the allure of the top 3 position in the city, and nothing he said would change that. Song Chua turned to Song Yin and whispered, "Goddess Song, say something." He understood that, although he was the planner, his strength was not on par with theirs, and they didn't really regard him highly. The only reason he could persuade so many students to join the plan was by first gaining Song Yan's support and leveraging her influence. However, Song Yin seemed indifferent to the debate before her, her gaze fixed on a distant point, softly murmuring, "A reserve officer. What kind of strength would that be? It should be quite interesting." Upon hearing Song Yan's words, Song Chua's expression immediately turned serious. Song Yan's interest in Li Mu was now unmistakably clear. As the champion of the Abyss's first battle, she stood out with a score far surpassing the second place by half. In her pursuit of greater strength, she often sought challenges, yet never found a truly equal opponent. Now, her keen perception of Li Mu's extraordinary abilities only fueled her desire to test his mettle. The surrounding students chimed in, "With Goddess Song here, you're worrying too much, Song Chua." Zhang Quan, fearing that Song Yin might overshadow him by stepping in, quickly said, "Don't worry, Goddess Song. Let me first gauge Li Mu's capabilities to see if he lives up to his reputation." Many students raised their hands in agreement. Although some shared Song Chua's concerns, they remained silent in the face of the prevailing sentiment. Song Chua simply smiled wryly and shook his head lightly. That evening, Li Mu returned to the military family area and first went to Wang Longqing's home. Bai Taiwei was not there. Only Wang Longqing sat in the living room, wearing pajamas and sipping tea, with several military intelligence reports spread out on the table, his brow furrowed. When Deputy Zhang brought Li Mu in, Wang Longqing finally smiled and gestured for Li Mu to sit beside him. "Uncle Wang, how is your health?" Li Mu asked with concern. Wang Longqing nodded, then praised, "You performed outstandingly in this battle. Even the Red Moon Military District sent someone to commend you. The key role of the reserve team was invaluable. By standard procedure, your promotion to Junior Tiger Marquis is practically guaranteed. It's a record-breaking speed. However," he added, "you must quickly enhance your cultivation, or there might be delays in your promotion." Li Mu nodded silently, showing no sign of pride. Wang Longqing stood up and said, "Let's take a walk." Li Mu agreed, with Deputy Zhang maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters behind them. This monster siege was likely aimed at the Mother Stone, Wang Longqing said as they walked. "Whether it's due to an instinctual attraction or concern that our possession of the Mother Stone would significantly boost our strength, it's good news for us. But the cost of victory was too great: 698 casualties across 2 military districts, including 71 of rank 5 and above, exacerbating our already strained combat resources." Li Mu listened quietly to these confidential details, aware that Wang Longqing needed someone to confide in. Considering the manpower shortage, he couldn't help but ask, why did Iron Hand City's military academy close down? Why hasn't it been rebuilt? Wang Longqing gave an approving smile. "It's good that you thought of this. It's a confidential matter, but since so much time has passed, it's fine to tell you. About 10 years ago, Iron Hand City did have a military academy, But the principal, after reaching a high position, joined the Paradise Society. When this matter came to light, the principal involved had already passed away many years prior. During his tenure, he betrayed and sold out numerous resources, leading to an investigation involving all the elites who had graduated from this military academy. Those who had once relied on him were reassigned to various locations, and the military academy was subsequently eradicated. Listening to this past incident, Li Mu nodded thoughtfully. In the structure of the Mingzhu military district, although Taizhou City did not have a military academy, the cities of Linyuan and Xueqi both had military institutions. This resulted in Li Mu rarely encountering university reserve students in Taizhou City. In reality, after high school, students either opted for regular universities or entered the military academies in Linyuan or Xueqi. Those who couldn't pass the entrance exams would directly enlist in the military. Although some military academy graduates would be reassigned back to Taizhou City, this method never fundamentally addressed the issue of the Zhenyuan Army's insufficient combat power in Taizhou City. A military academy can provide half of the district's new recruits each year. Even though some graduates are assigned elsewhere, the allocation rights during their time at the academy belong to the local military district. So why hasn't there been a reconstruction of the military academy in the past decade? Li Mu inquired further. Wang Longsheng straightened his back, taking a deep breath before saying, military academies are usually under the direct jurisdiction of the deputy commander of the military district. I once suggested this to Zhang Qing, but he didn't dare take it on. He feared that the superiors would misinterpret it as a continuation of the former principal's influence and was even more afraid of being thoroughly investigated. He knew the risks, so he didn't dare take the gamble. But now things are different. I am the deputy commander, and I have nothing to hide, so I'm not afraid of being investigated. Li Mu chuckled. Indeed, when dealing with matters related to the Tiantang Society's operatives, Wang Longsheng was the least afraid of investigations among the leaders in Taizhou City, given his deep-seated enmity with the Tiantang Society. Just then, Wang Yinhui came running from a distance, carrying a jacket that brought a faint fragrance with it. Dad, put on a jacket. All right. Wang Longqing immediately transformed into a loving father, beaming with joy. Li Mu raised his eyebrows at Wang Yinhui, making a gourd shape with his fingers at his waist, causing her to blush and lower her head, shyly holding her father's arm. In high spirits, Wang Longqing took them for a walk in the garden. The next day, Li Mu woke up naturally. The night before, he had been busy for several hours farming and digging channels in the field, which had left him exhausted. After getting up, he headed straight to Heishui University, receiving a call from Zhang Jiwei on the way, asking him to go directly to the conference room at the Martial Arts Center upon arrival. As soon as he entered the campus, several students greeted him. The newly renovated and impressive Martial Arts Center was bustling with students coming and going. The Zhang group had completely refurbished it, equipping it with grade-quality practice rooms, pressure rooms, training dummies, strength testers, and fitness areas. The student council even had its own small meeting room. Li Mu quickly found Zhang Jiwei and others on the second floor, with Lin Yuya and Xiao Lingtong also present. What's going on? Why this serious atmosphere? Xiao Lingtong, with a worried expression, handed him a phone. Boss Li, check out the local news. Sure enough, the headline was about the air raid warning incident from the previous day. Everyone was speculating about what had happened. The electronic display screens in the Zhenyuan military district remained devoid of any official announcements, with the strict military confidentiality acting as an impenetrable barrier. Without authorization from the military district, major media outlets could only cautiously report in a subdued tone, trying to calm the public's unrest. However, the focus of capital had already shifted to another hotspot. The second headline in local news boldly stated, "Sudden interruption in Iron Hand City's District 4 Elite Tournament." The results of this highly anticipated event showed that Jinlin High School secured 7 of the top 10 spots, while Heishui High School claimed the other 3. Notably, 2 competitors from Heishui High School hadn't even competed yet. The news highlighted the challenge issued by Zheng Quan of Jinlin High to Li Mu, implicitly questioning if Heishui High School dared to respond. The comments section erupted instantly. Supporters of Jinlin High School were indignant. This was supposed to be the perfect moment for Jinlin High to dominate the rankings, only to be disrupted by 3 rotten apples. Some even mocked, "These people haven't even shown their abilities yet occupy the ranking sits, a disgrace to the competition." The controversy quickly centered on Li Mu. Some believed he was using his officer status and reserve duty supporting the Abyss to avoid the competition, while others accused him of trying to maintain his third-place ranking. Fans of Jinlin High School even criticized him for deliberately staying in the top 5 to annoy their precious Yanbao. Lu Chunfeng couldn't stand it any longer and slammed his fist on the table, cursing, "Damn it! How can they target us like this?" In contrast, Zhang Jiwei remained unusually calm. "You misunderstood. Jinlin High meticulously planned this ranking takeover to attract capital's attention. We were just an unexpected obstacle in their perfect script." Li Mu sneered, "Hmph. It's obvious that Jinlin High's hired online trolls are stirring things up, while the media and organizers are fanning the flames for traffic. But Capital isn't foolish. They've already seen through Jinlin's capabilities. They've achieved their goal, so why continue to incite public opinion? Zhang Jiwei shrugged. Maybe it's their pursuit of perfection that's driving them. Our 3 rotten apples did spoil their flawless record. Or, he gave Li Mu a meaningful look. That Zheng Quan might really be determined to take your third-place spot in the city. A cold glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes. Humph. Then let them have it. Zhang Jiwei smiled wryly. Every move by Jinlin High School was calculated with precision. Planning, execution, and management, all flawless. Unfortunately, they failed to account for one thing. Li Mu's current mood was very bad. Seeing Li Mu nod, Lin Yuya cautiously asked, "So, we're accepting the challenge?" "Accepting it." Lu Chunfeng rolled up his sleeves without hesitation, his voice booming. "Damn it, not only is Li Yiguan accepting, but the 3 of us are too. They want to dominate the top 10, right? Then let them face us 3. Lin Yuya stuck out her tongue slightly, turning her gaze to Li Mu for confirmation. Li Mu smiled faintly. "Don't look at me. Iron Bull here said it best. Let's do as he says. I accept challenges from anyone in their school, no limit on the number of times. If they can beat me even once, the 3 of us will bow out of the top 10. Right?" "Wait, what?" Lu Chunfeng stared wide-eyed at Li Mu. "Is this really doing what I said? This sounds more like your personal battle." Zhang Jiwei nodded from the side. "I think it's a good idea." A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes, as if eager to see how many hits Jinlin Hai could take. The news spread quickly, with Heishui Hai officially accepting Jinlin Hai's challenge. The organizers of the elite competition seized the opportunity, swiftly releasing a statement and arranging a venue. It was decided to hold the extra match at 2 p.m. that afternoon at Jingsha Square in the East District. Although it was a last-minute event, the turnout was massive, with students from various schools showing up in droves. Support banners were everywhere in Jingsha Square, with most backing Song Yin and Jinlin Hai, though Li Mu and the Heishui trio had their fair share of supporters too. When Li Mu led the Heishui student council into the arena, the Heishui faction erupted in deafening cheers, which Jinlin Hai immediately countered with an even louder response. The organizers had set up a large platform, and in this self-regulated duel between the 2 schools, they would only adjust rankings based on the outcome. The audience was buzzing with excitement. This is going to be a great show, even more exciting than the district elite competition. Although Li Mu didn't participate in the elite matches, he can mobilize the reserves, so he must be strong. I wonder if he'll go head-to-head with Song Yan? Song Yan's supporters were already restless. Finally, I was worried they'd back out. I'm a Virgo, and last night I was so stressed about the rankings that I couldn't sleep. Tonight, I can finally rest easy. At this moment, Zheng Quan's thoughts aligned perfectly with theirs. He was extremely excited, as if the 3rd place in the city was already in his grasp. Song Yin stood at the forefront of the Jinlin formation, her sharp gaze assessing Li Mu across from her. Upon closer inspection, she suddenly realized she couldn't discern his cultivation level, which made her lips curl into an intrigued smile. As someone at the peak of the 3rd rank, not being able to see through her opponent meant that Li Mu must be of the 4th rank. Meanwhile, Zheng Quan, who was at the mid-3rd rank, had misjudged the situation, thinking Li Mu was only at the peak of the 3rd rank and, armed with explosive pills, felt no fear. In the distant audience seats, Song Chua sat with a calm expression. Ever since he refused to continue challenging Heishui, he had been completely isolated by everyone. This was understandable once the plan was completed. The person who proposed it lost their value, especially when displaying such cowardice, making him unworthy of this group of elites' attention. As soon as Li Mu arrived at the scene, he walked directly onto the main stage, picked up the microphone, and confidently announced to Jinlin High School, "I accept challenges from all Jinlin students, with no limit on the number. You don't need to defeat me, just stand on this stage for 30 seconds. If you do, Heishui High School will withdraw from the top 10 rankings. This is my rule." With that, he casually tossed the microphone off the stage, exuding an aura of dominance. His words were like a heavy hammer, instantly stunning the entire crowd. Arrogant. So arrogant. This is basically gouging out Jinlin High School's eyes and trampling on them. No matter how strong he is, no one would set such harsh conditions. 30 seconds is nothing. Even a swarm tactic could wear him down. Everyone could clearly feel that Li Mu was not only arrogant but also burning with anger. Jinlin High School wanted to control public opinion and dominate the top 10. He intended to humiliate them in the worst way, ensuring they could never hold their heads high again. Hilarious. Is this Li Mu an idiot? Jinlin High School students sneered. They couldn't understand why Li Mu dared to boast so boldly. Was he not afraid of embarrassment? If he couldn't achieve it, did he plan to brush it off as a joke? Zheng Quan, if you don't defeat him today, don't bother coming back alive. Amidst the furious crowd, Zheng Quan let out a cold laugh and quickly approached the main stage. Before stepping onto the stage, he discreetly swallowed a pill. By the time he stood in front of Li Mu, the effects of the pill had begun to manifest. Lin Yuya picked up the microphone that had been thrown away, dusted it off, and announced loudly, "The match begins." She didn't want the antagonist to waste 30 seconds just talking. Without a word, Zhang Quan, fueled by the pill's power, charged at Li Mu with a long knife like a gust of wind. Li Mu remained motionless until the blade, shimmering with a cutting light, approached. Then he suddenly moved. He didn't even draw a weapon. He simply dodged the attack with ease and used his right hand to grab Zhang Quan by the throat. With his 4th-rank cultivation and the strength of 8 tigers and 9 bulls granted by the mountain-bearing technique, wielding a weapon weighing several tons felt like a toy to Li Mu. Zhang Quan felt his throat being tightly gripped and was lifted off the ground. Li Mu swung him like a weapon and slammed him heavily into a corner of the stage. Bang! Zhang Quan's body hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Zhang Quan crashed heavily against the defensive shield like a sack of mud and collapsed to the ground. Li Mu walked over leisurely and kicked the unconscious Zhang Quan off the stage. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Although the audience had anticipated Li Mu's formidable strength, no one expected that he would defeat his opponent so brutally without even drawing a weapon, relying solely on his bare hands. Seeing the stunned expressions of those in the Zhenyuan High School formation, Li Mu frowned and gestured for a microphone from Lin Yuya. His voice was indifferent yet filled with disdain. "The rules have changed. 20 seconds. If you can stand for 20 seconds, you win. Also, hurry up, I hate wasting time." Although his words contained no profanity, they clearly conveyed his contempt for Zhenyuan High School. The audience erupted instantly, and the people from Zhenyuan High School were fuming with anger. At this moment, a graceful figure rose slowly. Song Yin, with her cold and alluring aura, stepped onto the main stage. The Zhenyuan High School formation burst into enthusiastic cheers, discussing among themselves, "Yanbao is finally taking action. We've got this now. Let's teach this arrogant guy a lesson." Standing on the stage, Song Yin spoke with a cool demeanor, a graceful smile on her lips. "You are interesting." "Yes, yes, yes. You are too. Hurry up." Li Mu nodded impatiently. Song Yin finally smiled. Her expression as captivating as melting ice. "All right, let's begin." Li Mu simply raised his hand and pointed at Song Yin, uttering 2 words, "Heaven's might." Boom! A terrifying pressure descended upon Song Yin from above, engulfing most of the stage. The space emitted a painful wail as Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, Lin Yuya, and others around the stage covered their ears, expressions contorted in pain. The center of the stage instantly sank into a massive crater, and the once cold and beautiful Song Yin was now subdued by the fearsome power of heaven's might. She lay prostrate at the bottom of the pit, her body trembling as she struggled to withstand the force, determined not to be completely crushed by it. The audience erupted into a frenzy, with countless people jumping from their seats, desperate to get a clear view of the scene unfolding before them. An S-level talent being taken down by an opponent who hadn't even drawn a weapon? It defied all expectations. The awe-inspiring aura quickly dissipated after a mere second. As the dust settled, Song Yan's disheveled figure became visible at the bottom of the pit. Her clothes were in tatters, and her body was covered in wounds. The students of Zhenyuan High School stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Li Mu paid no mind to their reactions and was about to ask Lin Yuya for the microphone when a chilling laugh suddenly echoed from the pit. "Hee hee. Ha ha ha." Accompanied by a deranged laugh, Song Yin struggled to her feet. She was a shadow of her former self. Her elegant dress was in shreds, exposing vast swathes of pale skin, and her disheveled hair partially obscured her still delicate face. Yet when she lifted her head, her expression was one of madness, and she exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. Sensing something was amiss, Li Mu summoned the ghost-face staff. At that moment, Song Yin stretched her body, her joints cracking loudly. Her voice suddenly turned manic. "Ha ha ha, this body should have been mine all along. You have no right to control it." Then her expression shifted abruptly, returning to a cold, frosty demeanor. "Get out. Leave my body. Ridiculous. If it weren't for my awakening power, you would have already lost to this level waste." It seemed as if she was conversing with another self. The audience was abuzz again. This bizarre situation sparked endless speculation, with some guessing it was a case of dual personalities and others suspecting it was linked to her Pisces ghost transformation talent. Supporters from Zhenyuan High School rekindled their hope, cheering for Song Yin. Suddenly, Song Yin locked her murderous gaze on Li Mu. Like a cannonball, she shot out of the pit, now wielding a pitch-black, single-handed axe, and charged at Li Mu with incredible force. Her speed, strength, and aura had surpassed the limits of ordinary warriors, resembling a rampaging sixth-tier abyssal creature. However, Li Mu was well accustomed to facing opponents of this caliber. Using his keen perception, he easily evaded her assault. Song Yan's axe struck the arena, leaving a shocking crack in its wake. Just as she was about to turn, Li Mu suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Song Yan froze instantly, her pupils widening in fear as she gazed at Li Mu. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Li Mu did not seize the opportunity to attack. He simply held his ghost-faced staff, calmly strolling around her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Half a second later, Song's sickly yin broke free from her immobilized state. A flash of shock crossed her eyes, and she gripped her massive axe tightly, swinging it horizontally. This strike contained all the power of Iron Hand City's top SS talent, and the axe sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. However, Li Mu showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his ghost-faced club and met the attack head-on. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Song Yan's proud strength advantage vanished in that blow. Her giant axe was nearly knocked from her grasp, and she staggered back several steps. Meanwhile, Li Mu remained unmoved, seizing the opportunity to close in. A golden shadow of his club, accompanied by a chilling ghostly wail, came crashing down towards Song Yan's shoulder. In the critical moment, Song Yan barely managed to twist her body and raise her axe to block. Boom! Another thunderous crash, and the stage shattered beneath them. Song Yan was driven into a crater in the ground, rendered unconscious on the spot. The system notification promptly appeared. Victory. Battle points 127. Li Mu glanced at the time. It had taken only 16 or 17 seconds from when Song Yan regained her mobility to when she was knocked down. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. In contrast, the Golden Scale High School contingent fell into a deathly silence. Before Li Mu could speak, Lin Yuya grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Next one, please hurry." The people from Golden Scale High School no longer had the energy even to be angry. Their most proud prodigy couldn't last even 20 seconds against Li Mu. Not to mention Zheng Quan before, who couldn't even put up a decent resistance. The school leaders looked grim. Initially, they didn't care much about this student council competition, even tacitly approving the challenge, as several capital interests were already in talks for collaboration. But Li Mu's performance shattered their plans completely. From the initial arrogant, unlimited attempts challenge to lasting 30 seconds, and then to 20 seconds, every step was an insult to Golden Scale High School. Especially the leisurely stroll after the immobilization spell, clearly capable of a decisive strike, yet choosing to crush the opponent's confidence in the most forceful manner. While Golden Scale High School still held an overall advantage in scores, and capital investment shouldn't focus solely on individual prowess, Li Mu's performance was too dazzling. His strength alone was enough to influence external perceptions of the entire school, which was the most despairing aspect. Li Mu's terrifying growth rate, extraordinary talent, and the prestige he has accumulated within the Zhenyuan Army have made him an undeniable force. This compels other factions to consider his stance when negotiating with Hmph Academy. Today's challenge results for Zhenyuan Academy have completely destroyed all the carefully orchestrated benefits that Song Chua had planned, and even the school's reputation has plummeted. From now on, Zhenyuan Academy will find it difficult to hold its head high among other schools. On the field, the rescue team quickly rushed onto the stage and carefully extracted Song Yan, who was trapped in the sunken arena. Li Mu glanced around the Zhenyuan Academy formation, and seeing no response, he casually twirled his staff, tucked the ghost-faced stick behind his ear, and gracefully leapt off the stage, retracing his steps as he left. The entire process was so swift that it left everyone stunned. From the start to the end of the match, it probably didn't even last 3 minutes. Many spectators were still finding their seats, and some hadn't even opened their chip bags before the battle concluded. Hmph Academy departed amidst thunderous cheers from the audience, while Zhenyuan Academy was engulfed in a deathly silence. Every face was etched with pain and embarrassment, especially those who had previously taken solace in Li Mu's arrival. Most students at Zhenyuan Academy supported continuing the challenge against Hmph Academy. Had they been content with the status quo, outsiders might have perceived it as Li Mu avoiding the fight, which could have been more advantageous for Zhenyuan Academy. However, their insistence on challenging gave Li Mu the chance to completely crush them. Amidst this gloomy atmosphere, only Song Chua stood out. He smiled faintly, sighed deeply, and left the Zhenyuan Academy formation. While he felt a sense of satisfaction at Zhenyuan Academy's self-inflicted humiliation, he couldn't help but lament his situation. As someone from a humble background with average talent, he had hoped to secure a position of merit at Zhenyuan Academy through this plan, paving a brighter path for himself. Yet, because of a single objection he made yesterday, he was instantly transformed from a hero to a despised coward. The outcome proved his judgment was correct. It was just the unfortunate timing that was wrong. Song Chua's plan was perfectly reasonable. Even without the unexpected air raid alarm during yesterday's elite competition, whether it was Zheng Quan challenging Li Mu or Li Mu facing off against Song Yan, Li Mu would not have resorted to such an extreme and humiliating approach regardless of the outcome. Even if Li Mu claimed first place, Zhenyuan High School, with its impressive performance, would still attract significant investment. However, Zhenyuan High School made a critical mistake. They taunted Li Mu online when he was in his worst mood. While military district soldiers were fighting on the front lines, the school was manipulating public opinion for profit. This is indeed human nature. Wherever people exist, such sordid scheming cannot be avoided. Yet, Li Mu chose the most direct response. For every challenge, he would retaliate. The video of Li Mu brutally defeating Zhenyuan High School should have quickly spread throughout the city, as many spectators recorded the shocking scene. However, the Song family, backing Song Yin, immediately spent a significant amount of money to suppress the footage of their daughter being beaten from spreading online. Meanwhile, in a luxurious KTV private room in the East District, another scene was unfolding. Zhao Yi, the young prince of Shanglong, was respectfully pouring wine for a young man lounging on a leather sofa. This young man, flanked by two women, was his cousin, Ling Dath, son of Ling Haidong, the deputy minister of resources in the East District. After pouring the wine, Zhao Yi returned to his seat and raised his glass, saying, "Cousin, thank you for speaking up for me in front of uncle." He knew well that after the incident with Li Mu, it was only because his aunt had sympathized with him that Ling Haidong intervened to suppress Hshui High School's ranking. This put considerable pressure on Ling Haidong, but given his strong foundation in the resources department, he eventually quelled the storm. Nonetheless, Ling Haidong severely reprimanded Zhao Hong, his brother-in-law, criticizing him for failing to discipline his son, the principal of Shenglong Marshal School. Zhao Hong went home and gave Zhao Yi a beating, finally making him quiet down for a while. Following the uproar over Li Mu's thrashing of Song Yin, the organizers ranked Li Mu as the city's top performer based on his actual performance. Wisely, the resources department elevated Hshui High School to second place citywide, quadrupling their monthly scholarships, skills, spiritual treasures, and elixirs. This outcome pleased Hshui High School since, in terms of total scores, Zhenyuan High School remained at the top, maintaining fairness and justice. Pushing Hshui High School to first place forcibly would have sparked more controversy. Ling De drained his glass and, in a senior tone, advised Zhao Yi, "I know you have a grudge against Li Mu, but the outcome is settled. If you still want to target Hshui High School, I advise you to drop that thought." Zhao Yi replied with a cheeky grin, "Don't worry, cousin, I get it. I won't cause trouble for Hshui anymore." Ling De leaned back in his chair, a playful glint in his eyes. "You really are thoughtless. A noble prince of the sacred dragon can't even outmatch a reject from a failing family. Now you've become the laughingstock of our circle, and I'm embarrassed just being associated with you." Zhao Yi's lips twitched as he cursed inwardly. If it weren't for this jerk spreading the news of his failures, he wouldn't have become a joke. But for now, he had to rely on his cousin and swallow his pride. In their clique of young heirs, besides indulging in luxury, their biggest thrill was in outdoing one another with bravado. The wealthy used money to suppress others, the powerful bullied with their influence, all to assert their status. Every time Zhao Yi thought of the humiliation of being pulled by the hair by Li Mu, he longed for revenge. But as Li Mu had pointed out, he was at a loss for a plan. "It's just that I couldn't come up with anything, unlike you, cousin, who are so resourceful. If I had consulted you earlier, things wouldn't have turned out this way," Zhao Yi said softly. This flattery made Ling De grin with satisfaction. In their circle, being cunning was not an insult but a compliment. Anyone who crossed him had to be wary of a knife in the back. "Good that you understand," Ling De sneered. "To deal with someone like him, you don't even have to get your hands dirty." "What do you mean?" Zhao Yi asked, intrigued. Ling De twisted his neck slightly, a cold glint in his eyes. "Li Mu hit Song Yin this time. Think about what you can leverage from that." "I just think Li Mu is too strong to confront directly," Zhao Yi replied, shaking his head. "You need to leverage power against anyone." Ling De scoffed. "Do you know how many diehard fans Song Yin has? They're probably furious right now. If someone stirs them up to cause trouble at Blackwater High, do you think Li Mu will let them off easily? If he loses his temper and accidentally kills a few, what then?" Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. "Right. Those fans are eager to tear Li Mu apart. Alone, they might not dare to act, but in a group, they gain confidence. I just need to find someone to lead the charge and keep myself out of it." "Exactly," Ling De said, looking smug. "Then get a few media outlets to follow up. As soon as he makes a move, broadcast it live. Even with powerful connections, he'll be done for." At that moment, a tall student arrived at Blackwater High looking for Li Mu. Upon seeing him, he gave a Zhenyuan military salute. "Li Langwei," Li Mu greeted with a smile. "I remember you. I even made you a squad leader during the monster siege." The person in front of him was the very captain appointed by Li Mu before the monster attack on the city. His expression showed a hint of excitement, his eyes shining as he straightened his back. "I didn't expect the Wolf Guard to remember me. My name is Xing Yang, and I'm currently studying at Zhenhua University." "Yes, is there something you need?" Li Mu nodded slightly and asked. Xing Yang quickly scanned the surroundings, noticing that only Lin Yuya and the male student who led the way were nearby. The two quickly understood and tactfully walked away. Once they were alone, Xingyang lowered his voice and said, I have a twin brother named Xing Guang at Zhenyuan High School, which is currently ranked 9th in the elite competition. He came back yesterday and told me something that I think is very important to report to you. Oh. Li Mu's eyes showed a trace of interest. It was customary for reserve members to report situations to their superiors. The collective ranking plan of Zhenyuan High School this time was actually orchestrated by a student named Song Chua. Xingyang continued. My brother said that Song Chua seems ordinary, with no background or special abilities, but he is very meticulous. He first won over Song Yin, who is influential, using her to unite the students. Then, he pressured the school through the students to arrange the battles and eventually convinced the student council to secure a batch of explosive elixirs. All of this was to attract more investment. Li Mu was greatly shocked upon hearing this. Manipulating the outcome of a city's elite competition involved a staggering amount of interests. It was astonishing that a student with no background could orchestrate such a significant event. Interestingly, Xingyang said with a meaningful smile, after the elite competition was halted yesterday, Zhenyuan High School held a student council meeting to discuss whether to continue challenging Heishui High School. Song Chua was strongly opposed, believing that the goal had been achieved and that they shouldn't risk their gains. Unfortunately, Zhang Quan was blinded by personal interests, and Song Yin became interested in the Wolf Guard's strength and wanted to compete, so she voted in favor. Song Chua was completely sidelined among them. Li Mu couldn't help but sigh at Zhenyuan High School's foolishness. Clearly, Song Chua had secured enormous benefits for the school, yet because of Song Yan's whim of interest, all these achievements were jeopardized. Such a talent was truly underappreciated at Zhenyuan High School. Alright, I understand. Li Mu appreciatively patted Xingyang's arm. Additionally, I'd like to ask your brother to help me with something. Attention. Awaiting orders from Wolf Guard. Xingyang stood up straight, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He eagerly approached to curry favor with Li Mu, hoping not only to get closer to his idol, but also to leave a lasting impression. When Li Mu actually began to issue orders, Xingyang was overjoyed. This meant he would have more opportunities to interact with Li, the Wolf Guard. Keep a close watch on Song Chua, Li Mu instructed while taking out his phone. Let's exchange contact information so you can keep me updated. Yes, sir. Xingyang quickly pulled out his phone and added Li Mu's contact. Seeing no further instructions, he smartly saluted and briskly left Heishui High School. Li Mu had developed an interest in Song Chua. For an apparently ordinary student to achieve such feats was indeed remarkable. If he could be brought into the fold, he would be a valuable asset. That night, as Li Mu approached his home, the rich aroma of wine greeted him. He knew his mother had opened another jar of her homemade brew. Come, my dear son, have a taste? My wine is ready. His mother, Yang Suying, excitedly pulled him towards the wine vat as soon as he walked in. Wow, it smells amazing. Li Mu exclaimed theatrically. Of course, I use dozens of herbs and spices. Yang Suying said proudly, her hands on her hips. Li Mu's eye twitched. Dozens of herbs? That sounded more complex than alchemy. Most commercial wines didn't include herbs because their flavors were hard to manage and required a lot of artificial essence to mask. Even medicinal wines used only a few herbs with spices. To achieve pure wine aroma without any medicinal scent was already exceptional. His mother's wine was unbelievably fragrant. Yang Suying ladled out a cup and handed it to Li Mu. He took a sip, his eyes lighting up instantly. Although he wasn't much of a drinker before, ever since acquiring the power to harness strength from alcohol, he had been working on building his tolerance. The wine he usually drank with his comrade, Iron Bull, was as harsh and fiery as regular spirits. But his mother's brew was completely different, smooth and mellow, like sipping sweet cotton candy. Taking another sip, a warm current flowed down his throat, spreading through his body, causing his muscles to tingle slightly yet fill with strength. Mom, why does this wine feel different after drinking? Li Mu asked, puzzled, as he looked at his cup. Yang Suying chuckled. Of course it's different. This is medicinal wine, so it has effects. But unlike elixirs, its effect comes quickly and fades just as fast, just a burst of alcohol-induced vigor. This jar of wine is called Xinjun wine, Mom explained, pointing at the jar. Drinking it can give you a temporary boost in strength. Those jars over there are still fermenting, each one blended with over 100 different herbs, but they're not ready to drink yet. Over 100 kinds? Li Mu was astonished. This was beyond the realm of ordinary winemaking. Such a complex blend of herbs was clearly the work of an alchemist. He quickly set down his cup, pulled out his personal flask, and opened his system interface. He remembered that under the borrowing power from wine's skill, there was an enhancement option related to the effects of wine. Sure enough, he soon found it. When drinking, the effect varies with the potency of the wine. It required 100 victory points. Immediately following was, allies within the wine's aura can also benefit from this effect. This required 300 victory points. Without hesitation, Li Mu activated both options. After defeating Song Yin, he had 127 points, and with his previous savings, he still had 1,402 points left. The basic effect of borrowing power from wine was, after taking a sip, a pressure field forms within a 5-meter radius, weakening the enemy's courage and reducing their movement speed, while boosting his own courage and increasing allies' movement speed by 5 for 15 minutes. Now, with the enhancement, different quality wines would provide additional temporary benefits, which could also be shared with teammates. Li Mu first drank a sip from his flask of ordinary wine and activated borrowing power from wine. The system immediately displayed wine quality, common, effect, reduces pain perception by 10, increases all speeds by 1. That's it. Li Mu shook his head in disappointment. This industrially mixed wine was really subpar. Then he took his mother's specially brewed Zhenyuan wine and drank it all in one go. The system prompted wine quality, special, effect, increases strength by 50, reduces damage by 15, increases all speeds by 20. Li Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This effect was perfectly aligned with his mountain-bearing technique. Although in this high martial world, true energy was fundamental, the strength boost he received was beyond ordinary imagination. Adding half again to his base strength of 8 tigers and 9 bulls, he instantly gained the power of 4 more tigers, and this was just the effect of special-grade wine. If he could one day taste celestial-grade wine, how is it? Yang Suiying looked at her son expectantly. It's great. Li Mu gave a thumbs up, saying earnestly, Mom, you're a genius at winemaking. Using those low-grade herbs is a waste of your talent. I'll make sure you get the best ingredients in the future. The better, the merrier. Don't worry about money, your son isn't short of cash now. I must support your grand alchemy endeavor. Li Mu's enthusiastic words made Yang Suiying smile so widely that wrinkles formed at the corners of her eyes. Oh, you cheeky boy, you're exaggerating. She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something was off. What grand endeavor? The grand brewing endeavor. Li Mu quickly corrected, his voice still full of passion. In the late night of the southern district, a small, cluttered room was filled with posters of Song Yin plastered all over the walls, each carefully selected to capture different angles. At the most prominent spot by the bed, a rare photo of Song Yin smiling was enlarged to the point of blurriness, yet it was placed there with great reverence. In front of the computer, a young man with a buzz cut and a face full of acne scars was clutching pajamas printed with Song Yan's photo, tears streaming down his face. The screen was looping a video of Li Mu brutally attacking Song Yin, sourced from the Protect the Best Yanbao forum. The forum's public chat area was like boiling water, with comments refreshing at a startling pace. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why doesn't this bastard Li Mu just die? How dare he treat Yanbao like this? I heard Yanbao suffered severe internal injuries and went straight to the IC. Shut up. Yanbao will be fine. My heart truly aches. Yanbao is so perfect and flawless. If it were me, even touching her would be a luxury. How dare he treat Yanbao like this? I really want to kill him. Kill him. The acne-scarred boy bit down hard on the clothes in his hand, his eyes filled with hatred for Li Mu. But like everyone else, they only dared to vent their anger online. No one actually dared to confront Li Mu. At that moment, a bold red message suddenly appeared at the top of the chat area, posted by a distinguished member. Are we just going to let Li Mu get away with this? No. We should gather and pressure him. The law doesn't punish the masses. If we can provoke him into attacking in front of the media, we can avenge Yanbao. This message was like a fuse, igniting the entire chat area into a frenzy. Brilliant. Great idea. We should unite and do something for Yanbao. Well said. The law doesn't punish the masses. Time, place. I'm going. I can get hurt for Yanbao. So can I. I'll provoke Li Mu then. We must send him to jail. I can die for Yanbao. I want to see Li Mu rot in prison. Early the next morning, Li Mu was startled awake by a rapid knocking on his door. He sprang up alertly, opened the door in a few quick strides, and found his cousin, Zhenyuan, standing outside with her face flushed. Cousin, something's happened. Look at this. Zhenyuan urgently thrust her phone in front of Li Mu. Li Mu focused on the screen. It was a live broadcast from a tabloid's official account, showing the entrance of Hshui High School. Despite the early hour and the unopened gates, a large crowd of students in matching white uniforms had gathered. They held up huge whiteboards, parading up and down the street with slogans that stood out starkly. Li Mu is envious of talent. Murders is gifted. Song Yin gravely injured. Still in a coma. Protect Yanbao. Punish Li Mu severely. The protesters chanted in unison, City Champion. Unethical and immoral. Dark-hearted. Gravely injured prodigy. Their deafening shouts drew the attention of passers-by. The uniform white attire added a strong visual impact and sense of intimidation. The broadcast quickly went viral online, causing an uproar. Because the duel the previous day had limited spectators, the news was shocking to many. Apparently, the city champion had changed, and the new champion had severely injured a girl with an SS talent. The fans cleverly painted Li Mu as a villain who, out of jealousy for Song Yan's dual SS talent, deliberately harmed her. Seeing this, Li Mu let out a derisive laugh. Cousin, how can you laugh? Chunjiachi was so anxious she stamped her foot, punching Li Mu's shoulder. They're slandering you. What are we going to do? Your reputation is ruined. Her eyes reddened with anger, thinking of how her cousin risked his life in the abyss, only to be treated this way. Li Mu gently tapped her furrowed brow and said with a smile, Hey, strange, don't you follow celebrities? Can't you understand these die-hard fans' anger? Understand my foot. Chunjiachi rolled her eyes. These aren't real fans, just a bunch of idiots. They've given everything to their idol, including their brains. Haha. Li Mu laughed heartily, then said seriously, since they're a bunch of idiots, how about I go over there and beat them all up? That's not good, right? Chunjiachi, though confident in her cousin's abilities, was still worried. In broad daylight, if you do that, you'll definitely get arrested. Why not? Li Mu grinned confidently. After I beat them, not only will I have them arrested, but I'll also hold them accountable, believe it or not. What? Chunjiachi was bewildered. Just wait and see the news, kid. Li Mu chuckled as he nudged Chunjiachi out the door and turned to get dressed. He knew very well that these people were digging their own graves by causing trouble at this critical moment. If they only accused him of being twisted and injuring a prodigy, he could let it slide. But writing, Protect Yinbao on their boards was a different story. This was going to be interesting. Meanwhile, early morning at Heishui High School, students were arriving for their classes. However, today the school gate resembled a powder keg, with a large group of protesters gathered, their target being Li Mu. Instead of heading straight into the campus as usual, the students of Heishui High School congregated at the gate, glaring at the protesters with hostility. Each time the protest march passed by, the students would deliberately move closer, exuding a try me and see what happens vibe. The protesters, though aggressive, were evidently only there for Li Mu, and were not looking to clash with the students for now. As time went on, the number of people on both sides continued to swell, soon reaching thousands, completely clogging the entire street. It was like a scene from an impending gang confrontation. Law enforcement personnel had arrived on the scene to maintain order, wary of the situation spiraling out of control. At the forefront of the protest, a man with a buzz cut and acne scars held a sign that read Protect Yinbao, his voice hoarse and his bloodshot eyes revealing a sleepless night. As the clock ticked past 10 with no sign of Li Mu, the man with the buzz cut finally lost patience, shouting at the top of his lungs, Bring out Li Mu! Make Li Mu come out! A burly student at the school gate looked down at him coldly. Look at you! Do you really think you deserve to see Li Mu? If Li Mu were here, you'd be scared out of your mind. These words acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the powder keg. The protesters were incensed, and both sides were on the brink of a clash. The man with the buzz cut led the chant of Li Mu. Coward! Come out! With the protest crowd echoing in unison. 3 media outlets broadcast the scene live across the city, drawing a large online audience. However, no one noticed that plainclothes officers were discreetly evacuating bystanders on the outskirts of the crowd, forming an invisible perimeter. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Li Mu is here. The scene fell silent. Li Mu had somehow appeared in the open area at the center of the crowd, a faint, ambiguous smile on his face. Those who had been clamoring for Li Mu to come out suddenly fell silent. They exchanged glances, hoping someone else would speak first, but the quieter it got, the less anyone dared to say a word. Li Mu let out a derisive chuckle and calmly walked up the steps in front of the school gate. Looking down at the protesters, he spoke coldly. You were looking for me? Seeing Li Mu appear, the students of Heishui High School couldn't help but shake their heads in disapproval. They were well aware of the school leadership's directive to avoid any conflict with the protesters and wait for them to disperse on their own. However, Li Mu's arrival was sure to escalate the situation out of control. The boy with a crew cut and a face marked by acne scars was the first to step forward. Pointing at Li Mu, his voice quivered with anger. Yes, it's you we're looking for. You hurt my yin bao. At that moment, he seemed to be fueled by an endless courage bestowed by love, his voice booming like thunder. Li Mu's lips curled into a faint smile. Oh, you're Yin Bao? It seems you're all fans of Song Yin? Yes. The crowd of protesters erupted in unison. Damn you. Li Mu. You injured Yin Bao. You must apologize. Give the championship back to Yin Bao. Yet, just as their shouts began to rise, Li Mu's expression turned icy. He raised his hand towards the crowd and uttered softly, Heaven's might. The students of Heishui High School were instantly alarmed. Had Li Mu lost his mind? Using heaven's might in broad daylight, if even Song Yin couldn't withstand it, this crowd would surely suffer. Suddenly, A tremendous pressure like a mountain descended from above, enveloping the entire group of protesters. Although the area covered was 10 times larger than when he dealt with Song Yin, the power was significantly diluted, yet still effective. Protesters cried out and fell to the ground, some unable to move while others clutched their injured legs, writhing in agony. The worst injuries amounted to no more than fractures. Li Mu dared to act so boldly because he had his reasons. He had spent 500 battle points to enhance Heaven's Might, allowing it to maintain minimal power over a wide area. More importantly, he had the approval of Wang Longqing, who had assured him, "Hit them as hard as you can. I'll handle the rest." As the protesters were subdued, plainclothes police officers surged in, pinning down anyone still able to move. Sirens pierced the air as dozens of enforcement vehicles sped in from both sides of the street, and fully armed officers flooded out, surrounding the protesters completely. A military airship suddenly rose above the buildings, hovering over the crowd. A commanding voice echoed through loudspeakers, "All protesters, do not move. Resisting will only worsen your punishment." The surrounding onlookers quickly dispersed, fearing involvement. The students of Hshui High School also retreated, distancing themselves from the incident. The protesting fans were utterly panicked, unable to believe how far the situation had escalated with law enforcement officials surrounding them. What's happening? Didn't they say the law wouldn't punish the masses? Isn't the media broadcasting this? They asked each other in panic. Why is the enforcement department taking such drastic action? Who gave the order? Aren't they afraid of public backlash? The enforcement officers ignored the questions, mercilessly kicking the legs of anyone still standing to force them to kneel. The scene was filled with cries of pain, as all the protesters were pinned to the ground, unable to move. A leader shouted to the group from Hshui High School, "Open the school gates. Lock them up in your school for now, and we'll send another batch of vehicles to take them away later." He explained that the enforcement department's vehicles and military trucks on site could only accommodate half of the people. The people from Hshui High School immediately sprang into action, opening the gates like well-trained soldiers, standing at attention and saluting. "Rest assured, officers, our school will ensure that none of them escape." During the arrest operation, several reporters from tabloid media covering the event were not spared either. However, these media personnel were not as easily subdued as the students. In the office building of one media company whose employees were detained, the general manager watched the live footage with a complex expression of anger and excitement on his face. "General manager, our people have been arrested. Should we try to get them out first?" An employee hurriedly reported. "What nonsense!" The general manager slammed the table, a shrewd gleam in his eyes. "This is a huge opportunity," he calculated in his mind. Zhao wanted him to exploit this situation, but he didn't expect Li Mu to be so aggressive, taking action against thousands in broad daylight. Even more shocking was that those behind Li Mu dared to be so brazen, arresting thousands of innocent fans at once. The general manager quickly issued instructions. Publish an article questioning who is backing Li Mu. How does he have the audacity to assault fans and reporters? Two other tabloid media outlets were not to be outdone and also published questioning articles. They paired videos of Li Mu dispersing the crowd with footage of the enforcement department making arrests, giving shocking headlines. In broad daylight, innocent protesters beaten and arrested. Who's the protector? City champion severely injured. Fans protest and get arrested? Adorable fans seeking justice for classmates beaten and arrested. Is there any law? Public opinion quickly shifted, portraying Li Mu online as an untouchable, lawless bully with powerful connections. However, in the most authoritative military media building in Taizhou City, voice of Zhenyuan, the chief director, Tu Hua, stood calmly at the multimedia control center, observing the movements of all the city's media. A staff member approached with a tablet to report the current public opinion trends, while someone nearby complained indignantly about these unscrupulous media outlets reporting recklessly for traffic. Tu Hua remained composed. "Wait another hour. Let all the pests surface, and I'll catch them all in one swoop." The situation spread like wildfire. By noon, it had caused a huge uproar throughout the city. With the media fanning the flames, public anger towards the officials' abuse of power reached its peak. Inside the hot spring resort, Zhao Yi and his cousin Lingda were leisurely soaking in the warm pool. Platters of fruit and fine wine were within easy reach. Zhao Yi was scrolling through live streams and news on his phone, laughing heartily. "Haha, that damned Li Mu. He really thought he could act all high and mighty with a bit of power." Zhao Yi turned to Lingda, who was reclining by the edge of the pool. "Cousin, it's all thanks to your brilliant plan. Letting those brainless fans handle it themselves, and we come out unscathed. Truly impressive." Lingda looked pleased, enjoying his position by the poolside, and said casually, "Just learn from this." Zhao Yi continued to scroll through his phone, closely monitoring the unfolding events. He was waiting to see how the forces behind Li Mu would respond to the public pressure, either abandoning Li Mu or risking being entirely uprooted. Suddenly, a video that had been forcibly pushed to the top of the city's trending topics caught his attention. After just a few moments of watching, Zhao Yi's smile froze. What is it? Lingda asked, noticing Zhao Yi's unusual expression. Zhao Yi handed over his phone in shock. The video was from a press conference released by the official media outlet Voice of Zhenyuan. The lineup at the conference was formidable. Seated on the stage were the commanders of the Zhenyuan Military District, Liang Huajun, Vice Commander Wang Longcheng, and the Red Moon Military District Commander Wu Yefeng, along with Vice Commander Hong Weiqiang. In the audience sat the heads of all departments from Iron Hand City, from the Department of Resources to the Department of Law Enforcement, Education, and Commerce. None were absent. Commander Liang Huajun was the first to speak. Today is a day of mourning for Iron Hand City. His voice was solemn and grave. The air raid alert from 2 days ago was due to a monster siege battle. In this battle, we lost over 1,600 Zhenyuan military soldiers. It's because of their sacrifices that we can protect the peace of Iron Hand City. All the families of the fallen soldiers have been properly cared for. On behalf of the thousands of citizens of Iron Hand City, I salute the soldiers in heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Huajun stood up, and the entire room followed suit. He bowed deeply at 90 degrees, and everyone followed, maintaining a moment of silence for a full 3 minutes. After Liang Huajun concluded the casualty report, the Red Moon Military District Commander Wu Yefeng took the microphone. Although the losses in this battle were severe, our soldiers demonstrated extraordinary combat strength. I want to commend the bravery of all our soldiers and the strong support from the reserve members of the city's universities. As soon as Wu Yefeng finished speaking, Deputy Commander Hong Weiqiang's usually composed face turned unusually serious. He succinctly stated, "The Zhenyuan Army is fair in rewards and punishments. Starting today, we will assess merits." With that, he turned his gaze to Wang Longcheng. Wang Longcheng took the microphone, his expression grave. "Today, we received a peculiar piece of news. A protest broke out near Heishui High School, causing quite a stir." He scanned the room, his voice chilly. "Do you know why they are protesting? It's a group of fanatical fans demanding an explanation from a reserve officer. They claim this officer maliciously harmed their idol goddess." Bang! Wang Longcheng slammed his palm on the table in anger, causing the microphone to shake violently. His thick eyebrows were furrowed, eyes filled with fury. This officer is a hero who bravely fought in the recent battle and narrowly escaped death. He gave up the so-called elite competition to participate in the fight. And what was the outcome? After rightfully winning a deliberately provoked online battle challenge from Zhenyuan High School, he is now unjustly persecuted by these fans. Standing tall, Wang Longcheng's voice grew even colder. When we are facing a racial crisis with the invasion of abyssal monsters, these people indulge in superficial idol worship instead of valuing strength. Idolizing celebrities? Being fans? This distorted social trend must be corrected. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Those involved in inciting trouble, the masterminds behind it, and the media that fanned the flames, none should be spared. The leaders in the audience were silent with fear, and even Liang Huajun and others appeared solemn. It was the first time they had seen Wang Longcheng so enraged. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi, at the hot springs, was pale and sweating as he read the news about Wang Longcheng's outburst on his phone. He asked tremblingly, "Cousin, will this be traced back to us?" Ling Da's face turned dark as he sternly rebuked. "What do you mean, us? I have nothing to do with this. Zhao Yi, this is all you're doing. If you drag me into this, I'll make you pay." With that, he swiftly left, leaving Zhao Yi in a daze as he called his aunt. At the same time, chaos erupted within the Gossip News media building. The general manager burst into the multimedia room, shouting, "Quick, take down all the videos and articles posted today." Everyone sprang into action, but their faces were grim. They all understood that retracting the articles and videos now was too little, too late. Once the military district's press conference was held, it caused an uproar in Taizhou City. Major media outlets rushed to report on it, presenting the entire sequence of events to the public. From the provocation by Zhenyuan High School to Li Mu's response, the truth became clear. The citizens of the city reacted strongly, taking to the internet to denounce those sensationalist media outlets that misled public opinion. Cries of, "Punish the idol worshippers," "Punish unethical media," and "Don't let the soldiers of Zhenyuan Army be disheartened," filled the air. The students and teachers of Heishui High School were even more astounded. When they witnessed Li Mu quelling the protests, they thought he would face dire consequences. Little did they know that the 4 commanders of the military district would be furious and fully support Li Mu. This was no case of the law not blaming the masses. Li Mu not only fought back, but also held them accountable. Such boldness even left the principal in awe. After watching the press conference, the admiration of reserve soldiers from various schools for Li Mu reached new heights. In fact, this press conference was originally a routine briefing by the military district regarding the siege incident, aimed at stabilizing public sentiment and solidifying the Zhenyuan Army's position. Zhao Yi and his fanatical followers chose the worst time to cause trouble, essentially digging their own graves. The most unfortunate was the Song family. They had spent a fortune to suppress the news of Song Yin being beaten, but due to the fan uproar, the story spread even wider. Song Yin being floored twice became a topic of public gossip, making the Song family wish they could tear those troublemakers apart. Under pressure from the military district and driven by public opinion, the law enforcement department acted swiftly. Within 2 hours, Zhao Yi was arrested for maliciously attacking a reserve officer. In the late afternoon, around 4, Yin Changming called Li Mu. Sounding somewhat troubled, Li Mu, the wife of Deputy Minister of Resources Ling Haidong, just contacted me, wanting to meet you. I was thinking of saying you were on a mission in the Abyss. Don't decline, Li Mu interrupted. That lady, could she be surnamed Zhao? Yin Changming pondered for a moment. I'm really not sure. Ling Haidong's wife's identity has always been quite mysterious. Li Mu smiled knowingly. He recalled Zhao Yi boasting about his uncle's influence on Heishui High School's rankings, and it turned out to be true. Now, with Zhao Yi just arrested, Madame Ling was seeking him out. The connection was obvious. Agree to it, and ask where we should meet. Is this appropriate? Yin Changming hesitated. It's appropriate. I want to see what she intends. Li Mu understood the principal's concerns. Yin Changming was naturally reluctant to meet the wife of the Deputy Minister of Resources, fearing he might be put in a difficult position. However, he didn't dare to directly refuse the request from the Resources Department. After all, aside from the Zhenyuan Army and a few top-tier families, the Resources Department was a truly powerful entity, wielding influence and a vast network that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Under the firm insistence of Li Mu, Yin Changming reluctantly agreed and quickly confirmed over the phone. They could meet now at the Yunshui Hotel. At that moment, in a luxurious private room on the second floor of the Yunshui Hotel, a large round table was laden with a feast of gourmet dishes. Around the table sat 7 or 8 elegantly dressed women, all in their 40s, well-maintained and still charming. Sitting at the head of the table was a woman with a head of red hair, Zhao Hong, the aunt of Zhao Yi. Beside her sat the wife of the Minister of the South District Law Enforcement Department, along with other wives of influential leaders who were closely connected. Today, Zhao Hong had invited these women over primarily to find a way out for her nephew, Zhao Yi. Ever since she learned that her son, Ling Da, had given Zhao Yi some advice, she had been on edge, fearing that Zhao Yi might not withstand the interrogation and implicate Ling Da. However, the minister's wife indicated that it was difficult to intervene in this matter because the person who made the arrest was Lu Zhunshan, the minister of the East District Law Enforcement Department, who was known for not bending the rules for anyone. Moreover, Iron Hand City operated under a dual command system. Bai Taiwei, the director of the East City Law Enforcement, oversaw both the East and West districts, while the South City Law Enforcement oversaw the South and North districts, with the two systems not interfering with each other. As Zhao Hong was feeling troubled, the minister's wife suggested negotiating directly with Li Mu. As long as they could persuade Li Mu to drop the matter, it would be much easier to resolve. One of the women then provided the contact information of Yin Changming, the principal of Heishui University, leading to Zhao Hong's call to Yin Changming. Just as Zhao Hong sighed heavily, the minister's wife reassured her, "Don't worry, Li Mu is just a kid. If you show him a little respect, he naturally won't be too difficult." Zhao Hong glanced coldly around. Her real concern wasn't how to deal with Li Mu, but whether her son would be implicated. This thought made her even more upset. As the wife of the Deputy Minister of Resources, she could converse easily even with the top military officials, so why should she humble herself before a student? At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by a knock on the door. "Come in," Zhao Hong said indifferently. Li Mu entered the room, with Yin Changming following behind, wearing a conciliatory smile. Yin Changming didn't recognize Zhao Hong, but he did recognize Mrs. Lin, who had provided the phone number, so he greeted her first. "Hello, Mrs. Lin." "Hello, ladies." Mrs. Lin immediately pointed to Zhao Hong and introduced. "This is the wife of the Deputy Minister of the Resources Department. You can call her Mrs. Hong." Zhao Hong gave the two a cool glance and pointed to an empty seat at the table, saying to Yin Changming, "Principal Yin, have a seat." She intentionally only invited Yin Changming to sit, clearly intending to give Li Mu a subtle snub by making him stand and wait. However, before Yin Changming could take his seat, Li Mu smiled and said, "Principal, it seems like this doesn't concern me, so I'll be on my way." With that, he turned and left the room without a moment's hesitation. Zhao Hong was left frozen in place, her mouth twitching in frustration. As soon as Li Mu left, the room fell into an awkward silence. Zhao Hong stood frozen, her face rapidly changing colors, flushed with embarrassment from being blatantly ignored. She had intended to intimidate the young man, but was caught off guard when he simply turned and walked away. Li Mu had anticipated this situation. Before coming, he guessed that Zhao Yi's aunt would plead for her nephew, so he planned to use the opportunity to understand their familial ties. However, Zhao Hong's hypocritical demeanor quickly exhausted his patience. If she wanted to act like the wife of a deputy minister, then let her continue. As for putting Yin Changming in a difficult position, Li Mu thought, what could a few women do to an old principal? At that moment, In Changming stood there awkwardly, holding onto a chair, unable to form a coherent sentence. What? Go get him back here. Zhao Hong shouted, her voice changing with anger. In Changming suddenly came to his senses and thought to himself, why is she yelling? Clearly, she needs something from Li Mu. Yet she gave him attitude, and now she wants me to chase after him? With that thought, he decided to be bold. If Li Mu wasn't intimidated by the deputy minister's wife, why should he be? Ah well. In Changming feigned difficulty, he just received a call from the deputy commander of the military district. It's already a stretch for him to come here. I really can't call him back. Perhaps you could call the commander? The surrounding ladies couldn't help but smile, as his words directly hit Zhao Hong's sore spot. Could the deputy minister's wife outrank the military district's deputy commander? If she was truly capable, she wouldn't be ordering around a mere school principal. Zhao Hong was so angry her chest heaved. Principal Yin, is this the kind of student you've taught? Is this his level of professionalism? I have matters to discuss with him, and he just leaves. Oh, so you have business with him. In Changming clapped his hands as if he just realized. I thought you wanted to talk to me since you asked me to sit down as soon as you walked in. I should have clarified that our Li Mu doesn't respond well to hard tactics. If you have business with him, why didn't you invite him to sit first? After saying this, In Changming put on a look of urgency. Oh dear, what a situation. He started to walk out. My apologies, ladies. I must take my leave. Zhao Hong's teeth were clenched in fury, while the wife of the Minister of Justice stood with her arms crossed, a satisfied smile on her face. She had previously advised Zhao Hong to treat Li Mu with respect and maintain a humble attitude, and In Changming's words confirmed her judgment. After leaving Yunshui restaurant, Li Mu immediately took out his phone and dialed Lu Chunfeng. Hey, Iron Ox, tell your dad to thoroughly investigate the relationship between Zhao Yi and Deputy Minister of Resources Ling Haidong, and see if there's anything fishy going on. Lu Chunfeng briefly replied, got it, and hung up. As the son of Lu Jinshan, the Minister of Law Enforcement in the Eastern District, he knew exactly what to do. Next, Li Mu called Zhang Jiwei. Hey, doesn't your father have a good relationship with another Deputy Minister of the Resources Department? Li Mu clearly remembered there were two deputy ministers in the department. One was Ling Haidong, and the other was the one who backed him during the first battle of the Abyss and helped him bring down Tunglong Martial School. It was my dad who used to suck up to him, Zhang Jiwei said bluntly. The implication was clear now that the Zhang group had ventured into the military industry. Their status had changed significantly. Ling Haidong's wife, who is also Zhao Yi's aunt, just came to ask me to spare her nephew. I refused. Li Mu continued. You just need to tell that deputy minister about this. He should know what to do. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a knowing chuckle, thanks. After hanging up, Li Mu stretched. He had to thank Ling Haidong's wife because if Zhao Yi really dragged the Ling family into this, Lu Jinshan would achieve great merit, and the other deputy minister would owe Zhang Jiwei a favor. Having set everything in motion, Li Mu headed straight to the abyss. Today was the day for rewards and recognition, and he was eager for his share. As expected, Li Mu's outstanding contributions in the battle earned him a first-class medal and 800 merit points. This number was already astonishing for an ordinary person. Most tasks were counted by tens, and tasks with 30 or 40 points were considered extremely difficult. Even Wang Longcheng, who killed two third-grade Xin-level monsters in this battle and nearly lost his life saving Commander Liang Huajun, only received 1,000 merit points and a second-class medal. Commander Liang Huajun himself had only 900 merit points. The Tech Watch accurately recorded everyone's kill data. Lu Chunfeng and Zhang Jiwei each received 200 merit points and third-class medals. Although Li Mu's kill count was not as high as Zhang Jiwei's, his role on the battlefield was more crucial. His successive safe techniques stabilized the deteriorating Lianqing formation. Without them, the formation would have been breached, forcing all Zhenyuan Army soldiers to retreat to the military district for brutal urban warfare. Although they might eventually win, the casualties would likely double. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng relied on their formidable personal combat abilities to fight on the front lines. The morale of the reserves was significantly boosted under Li Mu's leadership, demonstrating a high level of mobility akin to firefighting. This effect is not something that just anyone leading new recruits can achieve. As the saying goes, a bear of a soldier, a bear of a leader, highlighting the crucial role of a capable leader. Although Li Mu has been promoted to the rank of Xiaohu Marquis with a merit score of 2,500 points, which qualifies him for the position of chief commander, his current level of cultivation and experience is insufficient for such an important role. Wang Longqing once mentioned that due to Li Mu's knowledge and outstanding performance in several key missions, an exception could be made regarding his experience. However, his cultivation level must be solid, reaching at least the 6th or 7th rank before considering such a significant position. Li Mu isn't worried about this. In 10 days, a new batch of gathering chi pills and earth vein elixirs will be ready, allowing him to advance by at least one rank. As for acquiring battle victory points, he can start working on that immediately. Li Mu went to the main hall of the Pearl Military District's first base to accept a solo blind zone exploration mission. The registration for such tasks is mainly to keep a record, ensuring that if a soldier encounters danger outside, someone will be aware. After accepting the mission, Li Mu was about to summon Yaogu to head to the teleportation area when he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw it was the newly appointed Deputy Commander Qin Zhanya. They exchanged congratulations, but Qin Zhanya modestly signaled Li Mu not to loudly announce his new position. While they were talking, Qin Zhanya noticed that Yaogu was unusually restless, its hooves kicking about impatiently. Even more shocking, Yaogu suddenly lowered its head and began to ravenously devour a pile of horse dung on the ground. Despite Li Mu's immediate orders to stop and a kick to its rear, Yaogu continued to eagerly consume the dung. It was then that Qin Zhanya remembered an important piece of information that old Zhou from the stables had mentioned. Yaogu had mutated into a special-grade warhorse from eating monster meat. Though its abilities reached special grade, its dietary needs still required monster meat, according to premium warhorse standards, needing to be fed daily to maintain its condition. In his negligence, he had forgotten to inform Li Mu of this critical detail. For the past month, apart from the initial meal of over 20 pounds of dried lean meat, Yaogu had only been surviving on spirit spring water. No wonder it was so hungry and restless. Had it not been for the ample spiritual energy in the spring water, it might have starved by now. Realizing the truth, Li Mu turned to Yaogu and said, "You heard that, it's not my fault." Then, pointing at Qin Zhanya, he suddenly shouted, "Get him for me." Yaogu, truly a wise creature, shuddered upon hearing Li Mu's command. Its massive body tensed, baring its fierce teeth stained with horse dung. It sprang forward, its hind legs taut and front paws thudding as it charged towards Qin Zhanya. Unfazed, Qin Zhanya calmly retrieved a large piece of monster meat from his storage ring and tossed it onto the ground with a thud. 5 minutes later, the soldiers of the Zhenyuan Army near the teleportation array witnessed a peculiar scene from afar. Yaogu leisurely carrying Li Mu towards the array. Li Mu, meanwhile, was grumbling and muttering phrases like useless, glutton, and stupid dog. Yet, Yaogu strutted with a proud, indifferent gait, contently chewing on something in its mouth. Over the next 7 days, a significant change occurred in Iron Hand City. Lin Haidong, the Deputy Minister of Resources in the East District, was secretly detained for investigation, leading to a subsequent overhaul of the Holy Dragon Martial School. The once untouchable Madame Zhaohong, Lin Haidong's wife, desperately sought a meeting with Li Mu but to no avail. She then attempted to contact Bai Taiwei and Wang Longcheng, but they were nowhere to be found. In a final effort, she approached Yin Changming, pleading with him to convey a message to Li Mu. Although Yin Changming smiled politely, he didn't even make a phone call, as he too had no way of reaching Li Mu. During these 7 days, Li Mu lived quite comfortably. He spent his days focused on slaying monsters in the abyss, and although most of his time was spent searching for them, he managed to earn approximately 3,000 battle points daily. In the afternoons, he would drink and chat with Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, who eventually joined him in monster hunting, heading straight for areas densely populated with creatures. At night, Li Mu immersed himself in studying herbs through the Fuxianshu technique. By the end of the week, Li Mu had accumulated approximately 20,000 battle points. He allocated 6,000 of these points to enhance the Fuxianshu, unlocking 2 new effects: improving the quality of spiritual springs and doubling spiritual energy, and summoning beneficial rain over an acre of land every 3 days, which could advance plant maturity by 50 years each time. Although enhancing the Fuxianshu required the most points, 4,000 points, just for the rain enhancement, it provided the greatest boost to his strength, even surpassing the benefits of the Fuyin technique. Thanks to these enhancements, Li Mu was grateful he had planted the most difficult amateur herbs in a single area, perfectly covered by the acre of beneficial rain. By the 7th night, all the herbs had finally matured. Li Mu was ecstatic as he harvested 31 superior body consolidation pills, 24 superior qi gathering pills, and 16 earth vein spiritual essence pills. At 2:07 a.m. that night, in his room in the military family area, Li Mu gazed at the bed covered with pills and took a deep breath. His stomach growled with hunger as he swallowed 2 superior body consolidation pills. 10 days had passed since he last consumed 4 of these pills. He carefully observed the effects and noted that while there was still some resistance to the medicine, it had significantly lessened compared to before. The effects of the 2 pills were indeed equivalent to the 3rd and 4th pills he had taken previously. This realization made Li Mu aware that time could indeed reduce drug resistance, albeit over a longer period. However, he urgently needed to find a quick method to eliminate this resistance. Otherwise, it would be a waste not to fully utilize these precious pills. Without further delay, Li Mu immediately consumed 4 premium qi gathering pills and 2 earth vein spirit essence pills. Before the effects could set in, he already felt a fullness in his abdomen. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be summoned, gathering frantically around him. Li Mu quickly adjusted his posture and sat cross-legged. In an instant, His body transformed into a massive vortex, wildly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The earth vein spirit essence pills began to take effect, purifying the rampant spiritual energy and continuously strengthening his dantian. In a matter of moments, a dazzling white light burst from his body, so bright that even the tightly closed curtains couldn't fully block it, with the light piercing through the gaps and shooting into the night sky. The barrier of the 5th rank of the yellow tier was effortlessly shattered, and the spiritual power continued to surge towards the 6th rank node. About half an hour later, an even more brilliant white light shot skyward, this time tinged with a faint golden hue. The 6th rank barrier was broken. With the assistance of the earth vein spirit essence pills, Li Mu stabilized his dantian and meridians, reaching the mid-6th rank effortlessly. Only when the pill's power completely dissipated did he excitedly open his eyes. 2 levels in 1 leap? The premium pills are truly extraordinary. Li Mu marveled to himself, particularly satisfied with the stability of this breakthrough thanks to the earth vein spirit essence pills. Li Mu opened the system interface to check the status of the inferior celestial technique. As expected, the conditions for advancement at the 5th rank had been triggered, allowing an upgrade to the lesser celestial technique. However, the cost of 10,000 battle points gave him pause, as it implied that further advancements might require even more points. Without much hesitation, Li Mu paid the 10,000 battle points. The system notification indicated that the celestial technique had been upgraded, adding the ability to seize an opponent's talent and refine it into a creation spirit crystal. This immediately reminded Li Mu of Li Xiaohua, the person who had once taken his talent. He didn't hesitate to spend 2,000 battle points to purchase the recipe for the ghostly creation pill. Although this pill only allowed the user to possess 1 creation talent, it was more than enough for Li Mu. He intended to seize Li Xiaohua's talent, not to use it, but purely to make him taste the bitterness of losing his talent. Early the next morning, Li Mu directly sought out Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, and without a word, dragged them into a martial arts gym. A passing waitress watched the sudden scene unfold, her mouth agape in surprise. The 3 quickly disappeared into a private training room, followed by the distinct sound of a door locking. Driven by curiosity, a female staff member tiptoed to the door of the training room under the guise of routine inspection. She pressed her ear against the door, and the conversation she overheard sent a shiver down her spine. "Quick, close your eyes, open your mouth." It was Li Mu's urgent voice. "What are you doing?" A wary voice responded. "Stop asking questions, I'm not going to harm you. Just open your mouth, you two." "Whoa, this is so dark and huge. What is it?" "This is a treasure. Who told you to open your eyes? Hurry up and eat." The waitress felt a chill run through her body, shivering as she hurried to the front desk to share this intriguing scene with a colleague. But before she could speak, 2 beams of blinding white light suddenly erupted from the training room. Meanwhile, in the Abyss, the Vanguard team of 4 members was on an exploration mission. Since Li Mu was promoted to Wolf Guard, Ma Jun, Zhao Meiting, Zhang He, and Song Biao, though still friends with him, wisely kept their distance. They stopped taking patrol missions and instead devoted themselves to the more challenging blind zone explorations, rapidly advancing to the 4th rank in the process. While the 4 were focused on their watch, Ma Jun's tech watch suddenly beeped. A voice filled with excitement came through the regional channel. "Vacuum zone discovered. All teams receiving this message, proceed to coordinates 32547, 1248 immediately." After a swift journey, they arrived at a hilly area. In the distance, several warhorses and warriors had already gathered on a high ground. As Ma Jun and the others entered the area, they were greeted by a refreshing atmosphere. At the top of the hill, the Mingzhu military district's battle flag fluttered in the wind. The early arriving Zhenyuan Army soldiers warmly greeted the Vanguard team. Thanks to Li Mu's previous military reform promotional video, these individuals had gained some recognition within the army. "How large is this vacuum zone? Who discovered it?" Ma Jun dismounted eagerly and inquired. "The Fierce Tiger team discovered it first," a soldier said, pointing to a beaming captain not far away. "Preliminary measurements show it covers about 1,000 acres and is still expanding. We've already sent word to the military district, and someone will soon come to conduct a survey." Zhao Meiting and the others couldn't conceal their excitement. In blind zone exploration missions, discovering a vacuum zone was considered a significant achievement. The achievements of this team are indeed significant. Although they were not the first to discover the vacuum zone, being among the first to arrive and hold the area until the main forces could establish a presence was a major accomplishment. The vacuum zone holds great strategic importance for humans in the Abyss. In the Abyss, when more than 5 humans gather, their presence tends to attract monsters due to the emission of their aura. However, the vacuum zone is a unique area within the Abyss that naturally prevents humans from emitting this aura. As a result, even a large gathering of humans in this zone won't attract monsters. By continuously clearing out surrounding monsters, the vacuum zone can become a crucial stronghold for humans. Notably, the areas directly beneath all abyss entrances worldwide are the largest vacuum zones, ranging from a few to hundreds of square kilometers. After the concept of the vacuum zone was discovered, humans began to construct infrastructure beneath the abyss entrances, deploy military forces, and gradually explore outward. A naturally occurring vacuum zone like this, without an abyss entrance, is an extremely valuable strategic springboard where a military base can be established, troops can be stationed, and teleportation zones can be set up for rapid expansion. Amidst the conversation and laughter, a sudden shout broke the calm. What is that? Everyone turned to look and saw several massive creatures trotting their way. Alert! Alert! The soldiers quickly reined in their horses, raised their weapons, and formed a neat line. As the creatures approached, they turned out to be four large black-skinned elephants, each carrying a massive wooden cross on its back. Seated securely on each of these structures were 8 individuals from another race dressed in white robes, sporting thick beards, with rugged features, and wielding long, curved blades. They are from the kingdom of the divine elephant. A soldier recognized them, and everyone else immediately became more vigilant. The kingdom of the divine elephant, a neighboring nation of Huaxia, was nearly destroyed by monsters at the onset of the Abyss outbreak. However, an incredible discovery changed the situation. Abyss monsters died from poisoning after consuming the bodies of the divine elephant people. The kingdom attributed this to the protection of their elephant god, and with the surge of spiritual energy, a group of mysterious sorcerers emerged, using powerful plagues to repel the Abyss monsters. In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, the kingdom of the divine elephant developed unique combat units like elephant force warriors, black plague sorcerers, and musical dancers, all empowered by the belief in their elephant god. In fact, after the Abyss monster outbreak, only nations with strong beliefs or rich cultural heritage have survived. The power of belief and cultural strength bestowed extraordinary abilities upon humanity during the spiritual energy revival period. Huaxia's warriors, known to other nations as Xian force warriors, follow a mystical cultivation system. Unfortunately, this parallel world lacks many of the mythological systems of Huaxia on Earth. Otherwise, awakening the powers of the prehistoric system would have been possible. Meanwhile, the Great Eagle Nation developed systems of vampires, werewolves, and wizards. Little Sakura Nation embraced the ghost and god system, and the Desert Nation developed the Pharaoh's sacred tree system. Each has its own unique approach and has established a foothold after development. In the history of Abyss exploration, the kingdom of Shunxiang carved out a distinctive path. They vigorously promoted a strategy of overwhelming numbers, encouraging population growth without reservation, leading to a rapid population boom. To accommodate this vast population, Shunxiang began a dual expansion, delving deeper into the abyss and extending their territory on the surface. This expansionist strategy often clashed with Huaxia, but due to the constraints of the Abyss Treaty, no direct conflict ever erupted. However, Xinjiang's greedy ambition for land was no secret. At this moment, four well-equipped giant elephants approached slowly, and before they came into view, the strong aroma of curry permeated the air, causing the soldiers of the Zhenyuan Army present to wrinkle their noses in discomfort. Stop! The captain of the evil tiger squad stepped forward, pointing to the battle flag already planted in the ground. This is Huaxia's buffer zone. Leave immediately. A person stood up on the foremost elephant and, in broken Huaxia language, shook his head and said, "Here is Xinjiang territory. All of it." He gestured dramatically, indicating a large area. "We were here first. The flag marks the claim." The evil tiger captain fumed with anger. "This is your final warning. Leave our land." Hearing this, the man was furious. "The divine elephant leads us here. Wherever the divine elephant goes is Xinjiang territory. This land belongs to Xinjiang." Shameless. The Zhenyuan Army soldiers couldn't help but curse. In the Abyss, whether it's a buffer zone or supernatural resources, the principle of first come, first served applies, and planting a flag is the most basic mark of territory. Yet Xinjiang brazenly claimed this area as originally theirs, clearly intending to seize it by force. Everyone inwardly lamented their bad luck. In the Abyss, even the cities within Huaxia were not connected. Yet here they had run into the people of Xinjiang. Could this mean they were already near some border of Xinjiang? Seeing that the Zhenyuan army refused to back down, the Xinjiang individual suddenly shouted loudly in his native language. Instantly, all the Xinjiang soldiers shouted in unison and leaped from the elephants. They glared with wide eyes, trying to intimidate their opponents with their gaze. Despite their comical appearance, it did not diminish their aggressive intent as they quickly drew their curved swords, adopting a tense, confrontational stance. The troops of the Zhenyuan army from Huaxia were not about to back down. Swords were drawn, and the tension was palpable, ready to explode at any moment. Just then, a rapid sound of hooves echoed from a hill behind the Huaxia camp. 60 to 70 riders charged forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Most wore the battle armor of the Zhenyuan army, but among them were over a dozen scholars from the academy, dressed in elegant robes and unarmed. The arrival of this group was no coincidence. The newly discovered vacuum zone required on-site inspection by the Academy's experts to collect precise data. Only by understanding the specifics of this area could they return to devise a comprehensive construction plan covering the type of outpost, construction timeline, material selection, equipment setup, and troop deployment, all requiring meticulous planning. The people of Shunxiang, seeing the reinforcements for Huaxia, quickly lost their momentum. The leader signaled to his men, and they quietly climbed onto their giant elephants, turning them around without a word. A newly arrived officer rode forward to inquire about the situation with Captain Evil Tiger. Lu Langwei, we clearly discovered this vacuum zone first. We even planted our flag on the mountaintop, but these Shunxiang people insist it's their territory, Captain Evil Tiger explained indignantly. Lu Langwei watched the retreating figures of the Xinjiang people, frowning slightly. He then turned and ordered, "Researchers, please begin your work immediately. Everyone else, form groups of 3 to protect the researchers, do not leave their side. The remaining troops, pair up for patrols and maintain communication." He personally led a team to guard in the direction the Xinjiang people had departed. Since they were beyond the communication range of the Mingzhu military district, they could only use regional communication here. To report to the district headquarters, they would either have to return to the city or run back hundreds of kilometers. Over an hour later, the researchers efficiently completed their data collection and gathered at the mountaintop. Lu Langwei ordered, "Hold this position and let the researchers go back to report." As he spoke, he crushed a return stone, but the formation only flickered and extinguished like a fire doused with water. Another person tried, with the same result. At that moment, a strong smell of curry suddenly wafted through the air. The group looked around warily to find, just a few dozen meters away, an area where space seemed to twist and distort, and a figure in black robes emerged eerily from the void. "Fall back," Lu Langwei shouted. If the opponent could approach so silently to this distance, their strength must far exceed his as an 8th-rank martial artist. Engaging in a fight would be suicidal. However, the figure in black began to perform a bizarre dance, raising clasped hands above their head and swaying. To their horror, the Zhenyuan soldiers found that their feet had become extraordinarily heavy, and when they tried to step, the ground had turned pitch black. It felt as if their feet were glued down, unable to move. Lu Langwei was taken aback, instantly realizing that the person in the black robe had at least reached the Xian level of strength. Ordinary warriors couldn't possibly use such sinister methods to control over 100 soldiers at once. The group tried to break free by abandoning their shoes and pulling out their feet, only to find that they were still trapped, as if an invisible force had pinned them to the ground. At that moment, the earth started to tremble as several dozen giant elephants charged from behind the black-robed figure, accompanied by at least 600 to 700 warriors from the kingdom of divine elephants. A few of these warriors moved with astonishing speed, clearly surpassing Lu Langwei in strength. Damn it! Lu Langwei immediately understood that this was a premeditated attack by the kingdom of divine elephants. The enemy's reinforcements had been lying in wait, ready to ensnare them all at once and prevent anyone from escaping to warn others. Even if this provoked China, as long as they eliminated all witnesses, the kingdom of divine elephants could negotiate their way out. Just as Lu Langwei was cursing under his breath, a shout came from behind him. He turned abruptly to see Ma Jun from the vanguard team helping their female teammate, Zhao Meiting, while he himself moved freely. Upon closer inspection, Ma Jun's legs were actually prosthetics made of iron. This meant that the black surface could only restrain living flesh in close contact, leaving prosthetics unaffected. "Run! Go back and report!" Lu Langwei roared with all his might. Ma Jun immediately understood, and Zhao Meiting quickly took off her tech watch and handed it to him. Without hesitation, Ma Jun sprinted out of the blackened area. Although he still felt a strong pull from the ground above his knees, he gritted his teeth, knowing that a single misstep could leave him stuck like a mouse on a glue trap. The leader of the kingdom of divine elephants noticed Ma Jun's escape and shouted orders for several elite warriors to pursue him. But Ma Jun had already cleared the black zone, quickly summoning his horse and galloping away at a tremendous speed. As he was about to break through the vacuum zone, Ma Jun glanced back. The entire Zhenyuan army watched him, some with tears, others with smiles. Lu Langwei continued to shout, while Zhao Meiting flashed a smile more beautiful than he had ever seen. The next moment, the elephant army crushed forward. Although Lu Langwei and the others fought fiercely, severing the legs of several elephants, they were soon overwhelmed by the enraged warriors from the kingdom of divine elephants. Ma Jun let out a heart-wrenching cry, feeling as though every blow landed on him. Initially, the pursuing enemies from the kingdom of divine elephants were closing in, but his mount, sensing the urgency, ran with all its might, quickly leaving the foot soldiers far behind. Meanwhile, in the talent assessment room of the Pearl Military District, Li Mu stood before the test monolith, reaching out his hand. Having enhanced his abilities to the 6th grade with the help of elixirs, he was eager to see the changes in his talents. Under the stunned gaze of 2 examiners, a golden light shot skyward. The computer displayed his new talent, level talent agile brute force. In Li Mu's mind, 3 characteristics appeared. Attacks now carried an additional 15 true energy damage. Weapon attacks had 30 more destructive power against armor, and his speed increased by 20 during attacks. Although this talent didn't possess flashy abilities, when combined with Li Mu's already superior attack, destructive power, and speed, these percentage boosts made him extraordinarily powerful. Satisfied with the results, Li Mu left the testing room. Before the 2 examiners could step forward to congratulate him, his tech watch began to ring urgently. At the highest point of the hill, the battle flag of the kingdom of Shunxiang flutters in the wind. The battlefield is strewn with the bodies of dozens of Huaxia Zhenyuan soldiers, while over 100 Shunxiang warriors are engaged in post-battle cleanup, tending to wounded elephants and handling fallen comrades. Among the fallen, the remains of Lu Langwei are the most tragic. This brave warrior managed to kill 2 giant elephants and 3 Shunxiang warriors before being slain by a master of the Xian rank and subsequently mutilated. A figure in a black robe stands on high ground, gazing intently in the direction of the retreating cavalry, his brow furrowed. Nearby, a Xinxiang officer, identifiable by his distinctive headscarf, speaks with a tone of disdain. Don't worry, they won't act rashly. We have 4 Xian rank experts, and all nations are currently stretched thin. They wouldn't dare divert too many top fighters here, leaving their rear vulnerable. The black-robed figure slowly shakes his head, pressing his palms together and slightly bowing his head. I sense a dangerous aura approaching. Though outwardly respectful, the headscarf officer is inwardly scornful. He believes the sorcerer's plan is overly cautious, insisting on waiting for the Huaxia army to gather before making a decisive move is unnecessary. Given the current encounter, this is clearly the border of the 2 nations' abyss, and conflict is inevitable. Seizing the opportunity to demonstrate a strong stance is the best strategy. Meanwhile, Shunxiang warriors begin setting up camp, showcasing impressive military technology, a compact steel encampment. Several senior officers retrieve square boxes from storage spaces, which quickly unfold, expand, and interlock to form a temporary camp with 8 large iron compartments within minutes. The headscarf officer orders food preparation, dispatching messengers to the base to report back and request surveyors. Over an hour later, after enjoying a bowl of brown mixed curry, he relaxes on a deck chair outside the camp, gazing at the dark sky of the abyss. He envisions the prospects of vying for the position of the city lord of Bali City with this accomplishment. Suddenly, he notices a black eagle circling in the distant sky. Despite the distance, it inexplicably unsettles him. Just then, a thunderous elephant trumpet shatters the peace. The headscarf officer springs to his feet, witnessing a cloud of dust rising in the distance as countless Zhenyuan cavalry charge forward. There were at least 700 or 800 of them. The sudden return of the Huaxia Zhenyuan army enraged the turbaned officer. With a sudden shake of his arms, his clothes exploded, revealing muscles as solid as stone beneath. His body swelled rapidly, and his imposing presence soared, resembling a legendary super warrior. The warriors of the Shunxiang nation, invigorated by this sight, charged towards their opponents. The 2 sides quickly clashed on the flat hilltop, launching into a fierce battle without any words. Although the Huaxia Zhenyuan army brought only 700 or 800 soldiers, each was an elite of at least the 4th rank. According to the combat principles of high-level martial artists, the primary task for any Shin-level fighter on either side was to lock onto and engage their counterpart to prevent deadly ambushes against lower-level fighters. Huaxia had 3 Shin-level officers in uniform, which thrilled the turbaned officer because Shunxiang nation had 4 Shin-level experts. The strongest among them was Yanan, a Shin-level 3rd-rank warrior and the trusted confidant of Commander Liang Huajun. Known for neither holding a military rank nor claiming military merits, Yanan followed only Liang Huajun's orders. Currently serving as the commander's guard, he previously protected the Mother Stone. Since Li Mu had met him, Yanan had never spoken a word and was notorious for his ruthlessness. On the battlefield, Yanan directly targeted the strongest black-robed sorcerer of the Shunxiang nation. The other 2 Huaxia Shin-level warriors were Qin Zhanya, newly promoted, and Su Wanlin of the Upper Wolf Guard, transferred from the Linyuan City Military District. Su Wanlin had volunteered to fill the gap left by the fallen Shin-level warriors in the previous defense battle, aiming to distinguish himself in the Pearl Military District, which held the living crystal Mother Stone. Seeing the 3 Huaxia Shin-level fighters occupied, the turbaned officer laughed maniacally and prepared to unleash havoc on the lower-level battlefield. Just then, a sharp screech from the circling eagle in the sky pierced the air, diving down like a sword from heaven. In midair, the eagle transformed into a human form, and a voice full of murderous intent rang out from above. Heaven's might! Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down on the turbaned officer like a mountain. The ground caved under the force, and the officer's legs sank deep into the solid rock. But this officer was no ordinary man. His muscles tensed instantly, as solid as granite, with veins bulging like coiled snakes. Despite his face contorting under the immense force, he managed to look up in midair. A figure was raising a gleaming silver rod, ready to strike him. The turbaned officer raised his arms abruptly, and in an instant, the phantom image of a giant elephant appeared behind him. Li Mu's rod came crashing down on his arms, the massive impact driving the officer's legs further into the ground. The elephant phantom shattered, but the officer miraculously avoided a fatal blow. Roar! The officer bellowed in fury. He realized this Li Mu was merely of a lower martial rank, nowhere near a master, yet he had managed to put him in such a dire situation. Fueled by rage, the officer unleashed an astonishing aura, forcing Li Mu back several meters. He yanked his feet from the ground and charged at Li Mu like a wild beast. With each step, both his form and the elephant phantom behind him grew larger. In just a few strides, his size doubled, causing the distant barracks to tremble and the ground to crack. As he reached Li Mu, the officer lifted his foot to stomp down, the giant foot of the elephant phantom descending like a small mountain. Trapped by the overwhelming pressure, Li Mu couldn't evade and quickly drew a defensive circle on the ground, activating his cloak to bolster his defenses 100-fold, making himself as tough as steel. When the foot came down, it didn't crush Li Mu. Instead, the sharp stones tore the underside of the elephant phantom's foot. As the dust settled, Li Mu was half buried in the ground, but only his clothes were slightly damaged. He took a swig of wine, his eyes blazing as he glared at his opponent. "You're finished." This blatant provocation infuriated the turbaned officer. He roared and slammed his hands down, the upper body of the elephant phantom pounding towards Li Mu with enough force to shatter iron. But Li Mu was prepared, disappearing in a flash. The officer sensed something was wrong, feeling a gust of wind by his ear, and hastily raised his hand to block. To his shock, Li Mu didn't attack directly but instead split into 3 identical figures. This bizarre technique left the officer stunned. The energy of all 3 clones was indistinguishable from the original. The 3 Li Mus launched a frenzied assault from different directions. Although the officer fought back valiantly, he gradually lost his composure. Just as he managed to grab one of the clones, ready to crush it, a voice filled with anger shouted, "Stop!" behind him. The officer in the turban suddenly felt his entire body freeze, unable to move. At that moment, Li Mu's stick was already precisely aimed at his head. The officer's mind exploded with realization. He finally understood the opponent's trick. Despite being a high-level expert, Li Mu couldn't break through his defense. The opponent's clone was merely a ploy to lure him into attacking, exposing his head as a fatal weakness. Unfortunately, this understanding came too late. This strike combined 15 of Li Mu's true energy, the strength of a 200-year iron-cutting technique, a 200-year floating cloud shadow, boosted by the wine from his mother's influence, and the full power of his level talent, agile strength. With a deafening boom, the air was suddenly filled with the pungent smell of curry. The system prompt followed. Victory. Battle points 1980. Acquired S-level creation spirit crystal, elephantine strength. Defeated a 6th grade Shin tier, 2nd rank. This was Li Mu's toughest opponent defeated across tiers so far. Though challenging, with enough skills and the right strategy, it wasn't impossible to win. Without a moment to rest, Li Mu rushed to support the mute man. The black-robed figure, likely a 4th rank Shin tier, was not only powerful but also wielded strange abilities, becoming exceptionally resilient after several leaps. However, under the combined assault from Li Mu and the mute man, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Once Li Mu's immobilizing technique was ready, paired with the mute man's heavy damage and Qin Zhanye's timely arrival, even the black-robed sorcerer's invisibility spell was futile. Li Mu, with his fiery vision, immediately detected the sorcerer's whereabouts. The trio relentlessly pursued him, culminating in Qin Zhanye decapitating him with a single strike. Although Li Mu didn't earn battle points this time, he acquired the S-level creation spirit crystal, Black Ancient Sorcerer. More importantly, after mastering the all-seeing fiery vision, he gained valuable combat experience from the mute man's heavy mace and Qin Zhanye's windslaying sword. With the battle over and their energy mostly spent, the 3 quickly returned to the hill. The fight in the lower-grade battle zone was nearing its end, and the scene with shocking bodies of giant elephants and humans littered the battlefield, the bottom half of the temporary iron barracks soaked in blood. Although most casualties were from the Elephant Kingdom, Li Mu noticed the bodies of over 100 warriors, including Zhao Meiting, piled in one place, a heartbreaking sight. As Li Mu prepared to eliminate the remaining enemy forces, he saw many Zhenyuan Army soldiers escorting a group of surrendered Elephant Kingdom soldiers toward the temporary camp. The Zhenyuan soldiers were seething with anger, while the captives appeared relieved. Li Mu's brow furrowed, and he shouted sternly, "Who told you to take prisoners?" One Zhenyuan soldier swallowed nervously and pointed to Su Wanlin, who was directing the surrender nearby. Upon hearing Li Mu's furious roar, Su Wanlin quickly approached, his face dark and sullen. Who gave you permission to take prisoners? Li Mu demanded coldly. Su Wanlin frowned, and several close aides immediately gathered around him, looking displeased. According to the Empire of the Sun Never Sets convention, it should be done this way. Does one need permission? The Empire of the Sun Never Sets convention? Li Mu sneered, his voice filled with a chilling coldness. Did these people from the divine Elephant Nation think about following any damn conventions when they slaughtered our people? The Empire of the Sun Never Sets convention was a war agreement established during the early days of the Abyss invasion, led by the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. Ostensibly meant to unite against external threats, it secretly contained many clauses favorable to the European countries. At the time, China was preoccupied with its own issues, neither explicitly opposing nor agreeing to it. Other countries, however, took the opportunity to claim that China tacitly agreed, attempting to solidify this narrative. Over the years, China had focused on its development, never provoking other nations. Yet, it was the divine Elephant Nation that first stirred up trouble. Su Wanlin gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. His true intention in taking prisoners was to claim credit for himself. If he reported the battle results directly, the credit would have to be shared with others. But by presenting it as an act of, considering the bigger picture, the glory would be his alone. How many surrendered? Li Mu asked a nearby soldier. Over 200, not quite 300, the soldier replied. Not far away, Ma Jun clenched his fists. The fact that half of the 600 to 700 from the divine Elephant Nation survived was infuriating. Kill them all, Li Mu ordered decisively. Just as the escorting soldiers were about to act, Su Wanlin shouted sternly, I dare anyone to try. I am here under orders from the Bloodsea Military District Headquarters. Let's see who dares to disobey. The soldiers hesitated. The captured soldiers from the divine Elephant Nation secretly felt fortunate they had shown no mercy when slaughtering Chinese soldiers, yet now their lives were spared due to Su Wanlin's words. Standing in front of the temporary camp, Ma Jun ground his teeth in frustration. The brutal deaths of Lu Langwei and Zhao Meiting were still vivid in his mind, causing his eyes to redden with anger. Faced with Su Wanlin's invocation of the Bloodsea Military District's authority, Li Mu was so enraged that he laughed. Pointing at Su Wanlin, he said clearly, I am ordering you now. Execute the prisoners. And I want you to do it with your own hands. Li Mu's voice emerged from between his clenched teeth, each word seemingly ground into fragments. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence, with every gaze fixed on him. Su Wanlin furrowed his brows, his eyes blazing with anger. He couldn't comprehend the sudden intervention by Li Mu. Despite being only of the 6th rank, Li Mu had somehow become a young marquis. Initially, Su Wanlin thought it was due to connections, but he had just witnessed Li Mu defeat a 2nd-rank officer from the divine Elephant Nation in mere moments, proving his strength was genuine. Su Wanlin had aimed to achieve merits without making enemies, yet his first opportunity was snatched away by Li Mu. What infuriated him further was that after he had just warned against defiance, Li Mu directly ordered him to act. This put Su Wanlin in a dilemma. To comply would be to contradict himself. To refuse would mean facing charges of disobedience. He stood there, glaring at Li Mu, unmoving. Seeing his inaction, Li Mu's expression turned icy. Disobeying military orders? Arrest him. Several young wolf guards swiftly moved in, restraining Su Wanlin with his arms twisted behind his back. Although a powerful warrior, Su Wanlin dared not resist. Any resistance would escalate the situation. Despite Li Mu's high rank, he held no direct authority over Su Wanlin, making the worst outcome a military tribunal. But resistance could lead to a far worse scenario with 2 other strong warriors and a young marquis watching closely. Realizing this, Su Wanlin calmed himself. The situation could withstand scrutiny. Even if it went to a tribunal, upholding the treaty was not a crime unless Li Mu twisted the truth through connections, which would then test whose backing was stronger. On the sidelines, Qin Zhanye shook his head. Su Wanlin was missing the point. It was no longer about treaties. The divine Elephant Nation soldiers must not be spared. They had slaughtered hundreds of Zhenyuan Army soldiers. Sparing some would tarnish their reputation. It was akin to forgiving someone who had killed your family just because they apologized. Moreover, it would signal to the divine Elephant Nation and others that Chinese soldiers were easily bullied. After securing Su Wanlin, Li Mu shouted, Attack! Not a single divine Elephant Nation soldier lives. I, Li Mu, take full responsibility. Charge! The soldiers responded in unison, charging into the makeshift camp holding the enemy soldiers. The divine Elephant Nation soldiers, who moments ago thought they had escaped death, now wore expressions of despair as their screams echoed across the battlefield. Su Wanlin sneered at Li Mu and said, You'll regret this. Li Mu, with a look of disdain, retorted bluntly, You should be thankful I don't hold a military position. Otherwise, with someone like you, if you were my soldier, you'd be the first one I'd eliminate. Su Wanlin's selfish motives were already crystal clear to Li Mu. Putting personal interests above the lives of the Zhenyuan Army soldiers is the epitome of the saying, a general's success is built on countless bones. Sadly, Su Wanlin was not the only one of his kind in the army. After the battle, Qin Zhanya and the mute man stayed behind to manage the aftermath and guard the area, while Li Mu personally escorted Su Wanlin back to the city to report. He was well aware that, given the significant conflict with the Xinjiang kingdom, this vacuum zone could no longer remain unguarded. At the very least, 2 teleportation zones needed to be established to ensure timely military support and to ascertain the exact distance to the Xinjiang kingdom's border. Upon returning to the Mingzhu military district, Li Mu handed Su Wanlin over to the military law department and then reported the entire incident to Wang Longsheng and Liang Huajun. Liang Huajun promptly reported the situation to the highest authority in the northern region, the Shuahai military district. The incident revolved around 3 key issues. Firstly, the conflict with the Xinjiang kingdom. Fortunately, Ma Jun's tactical watch recorded evidence of the Xinjiang kingdom's massacre of Zhenyuan soldiers, which, paradoxically, was not the most pressing issue. Secondly, the major discovery of encountering the Xinjiang kingdom's border within the Abyss confirmed that the Abyss was interconnected, rather than each entry being an isolated space, which was a significant boost for the previously stalled Abyss border plan. Thirdly, the utilization of the vacuum zone needed to be transformed into a defensible operational camp. That afternoon, the Shuahai military district held a high-level meeting. The 3 middle-rank generals present were Luo Dongyun, the highest officer of the Northern Military Merit Division, Zhong Xinghai, the commander of the Shuahai military district, and Zhong Hongyuan, the commander of the Xinchi military district. Presiding over the meeting was Zhu Yuanji, the supreme commander of the Northern Military Supervision. After hearing the report on the conflict with the Xinjiang kingdom, the room fell silent as everyone gauged each other's reactions. Zhu Yuanji lifted his teacup and calmly said, "Let's hear your thoughts." Zhong Hongyuan was the first to speak, subtly implying that Li Mu's handling of the prisoners was too rash, clearly attempting to defend his associate Su Wanlin. Zhong Xinghai, however, immediately countered, "I say we fight. The Xinjiang kingdom's slaughter of our Huaxia Zhenyuan army is a blatant provocation. There was nothing wrong with killing the prisoners. If I were there, I would have charged straight at them." Zhong Hongyuan was left speechless, his internal frustration masked by a sip of water. Zhong Xinghai glanced at him sideways, thinking, "If you dare to suggest any friendly relations, you'll regret it today." At that moment, a slightly hesitant voice broke the silence in the conference room. The speaker was a trusted aide of Zhong Hongyuan, the very person who had initially recommended Su Wanlin to the Mingzhu military district. "Commander Zhong, although the kingdom of Xinjiang was the first to violate the Sunset Covenant, we have also breached it. Will other countries use this as an opportunity to pressure both our nations and take advantage of the situation?" His words were abruptly cut off by a sharp and cold gaze from Zhong Xinghai. Rising from his seat with disdain evident on his face, Zhong Xinghai retorted, "What nonsense is this Sunset Covenant? When did Huaxia ever agree to join this ridiculous covenant? What does the Sunset Empire think it is, establishing a covenant? Just a bunch of self-important big-head wolves. Showing weakness never earns respect. They don't need a covenant to provoke us. Even if one of our people spits on the ground in the Abyss, they would seize the opportunity to make a fuss. That's their inherent flaw." Zhong Xinghai sneered and continued, "Now, the so-called Sunset Empire can barely protect itself, and its so-called allied countries are just a few small nations banding together for warmth. If they dare to stir up trouble over this, I say we take them down together." Before he finished speaking, Zhong Hongyuan immediately countered, "Has Commander Zhong seen the footage from the scene? This Li Mu is quite overbearing. There was even a young Tiger Marquis present, yet he disregarded him, made unilateral military decisions, and falsely accused Su Wanlin." "Exactly." Zhong Xinghai slammed the table again with force. "In the field, a general's orders are not to be questioned. If every little thing had to be reported, we wouldn't even get a hot meal. This Li Mu kid is decisive and resolute, much like I was back in the day. Commander Zhong, watch your words." Zhong Hongyuan coldly reminded, "If such talk spreads among the soldiers, it will create an image of an autocratic and domineering officer, which is a grave mistake." Faced with Zhong Hongyuan's warning, Zhong Xinghai no longer masked his stance and slowly rose to directly face him. "Then what do you propose to do?" "Punish." Zhong Hongyuan replied firmly, regardless of whether Su Wanlin was right or wrong. At least he respects his superiors. This Li Mu is arrogant, disregards authority, and must be punished to uphold military discipline. As the dispute grew more heated, Luo Dongyun, the chief director of the Northern Border Military Merit Department, suddenly spoke up. His voice was calm yet authoritative. "I know this Li Mu." All eyes immediately turned to him. Even Zhong Hongyuan frowned. It was well known that Luo Dongyun held a position in the military supervision headquarters second only to Zhu Yuanji, wielding significant influence over military merits and respected for his scholarly and martial prowess. Maintaining his composed demeanor, Luo Dongyun spoke deliberately. This young man is a genius among geniuses. He improved the falling leaf sword technique and advanced the flowing cloud triple shock to 5 shocks. To single-handedly defeat that Xinjiang officer with a 6th grade cultivation shows his mastery in both literature and martial arts. What's even more remarkable is that he earned his military merit step by step, becoming a young tiger marquis at the age of 18. Such a remarkable individual is one I've rarely encountered in my lifetime. After Luo Dongyun finished speaking, he abruptly went silent, causing Zhong Hongyuan's expression to darken immediately. This kid was clearly backing Li Mu, saying a lot without mentioning Li Mu's act of killing prisoners. Amid the ongoing debate, Zhu Yuanji, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. As far as I know, Li Mu doesn't currently hold a military position. Since he has the ability to defeat a 2nd-grade Xian rank, why not appoint him as the commander of the newly established frontier camp in the vacuum belt as a form of punishment? He said this while giving Zhong Hongyuan a meaningful look. Zhong Hongyuan's expression grew even more unpleasant. How is this a punishment? The areas surrounding the vacuum belt are unexplored territories full of opportunities for fame and success. Sending someone as powerful and decisive as Li Mu there is practically giving him a chance to carve out his own realm. Zhu Yuanji's suggestion was ostensibly a punishment, but was subtly expressing dissatisfaction with his previous stance. I agree. Zhong Xinghai could barely contain his excitement. Sending this young man who dared to kill prisoners to guard the frontier was a perfect fit. Let him suppress the arrogance of those venomous insects from the kingdom of Shunxiang. Luo Dongyun also smiled and stated, the Military Achievement Division can set up a station there. I'll send a 3rd-grade Xian rank warrior for support and provide a Jing Tian compass. The announcement left everyone stunned. The Jing Tian compass is a highly valuable spiritual treasure of the Military Achievement Division, capable of detecting the presence of any 5th-grade Xian rank or higher within a 200-mile radius, whether abyssal creatures or human experts. With this treasure, even if the kingdom of Shunxiang sends a D-rank expert for a sneak attack, Li Mu would have advanced warning and gain the upper hand. Despite the shock among the crowd, Luo Dongyun remained composed. While the frontier camp offered endless opportunities, it was also fraught with dangers. Talents like Li Mu needed to be well protected. In response to Zhu Yuanji's initiative, other military leaders also generously contributed. Zhong Xinghai promised 1,000 premium weapons, while others offered spiritual medicines, dispatched Xian rank warriors, or contributed spiritual treasures. Establishing a strong foothold at this frontier camp and understanding the situation along the abyss would be an immense achievement for Huaxia. Soon, the list of support materials grew longer. 200 premium weapons, 30 spiritual treasures. The sincerity of the military leaders was undeniable. After receiving the orders from the Shuehai Military District, Liang Huajun and Wang Longqing immediately summoned Li Mu to the Pearl Military District Command. In the bright and spacious conference room, the 2 officers explained the situation in detail to Li Mu and asked if he was willing to take on the role of commander for the border camp. Li Mu stood calmly and directly asked, what is the total troop strength of this camp? How many people can it accommodate? Liang Huajun and Wang Longqing exchanged a look of approval. Li Mu's response reassured them didn't impulsively agree nor did he shrink back in fear. Instead, he asked critical questions from a commander's perspective. The other military districts have contributed nearly 5,000 troops, Liang Huajun replied seriously. Considering your need for an independently operational, highly disciplined team, you can select up to 1,200 personnel from the Pearl Military District. Additionally, you will have 3 warriors of the Xian level or above. Including research and production personnel, the camp's total population will be about 2,500. After a brief moment of thought, Li Mu asked, what about resources? Liang Huajun then listed the various supplies. Ample spiritual medicines, treasures, weaponry, and electronic equipment, all sufficient to support the operation of this 2,000-strong force and to serve as rewards for the soldiers' achievements. Moreover, Wang Longqing added, the Military Merit Department has specially allocated a rare spiritual treasure, the Shocking Compass, which can monitor Xian level 5th grade or higher experts within a 100-mile radius in real time and provide alerts. Li Mu's eyes lit up. With this treasure, the camp's safety factor would significantly increase. Although D-level experts have strategic importance and would not easily be deployed, having an early warning system is always beneficial. I accept the assignment, Li Mu said, standing straight. When do I depart? The 2 officers arranged for the Research Institute and Construction Department to complete the basic planning within 2 days, and for Li Mu to participate in the finalization the day after tomorrow. If there were no issues, he could begin selecting personnel and depart for the camp by the day after. Li Mu nodded in agreement, preparing to leave and take care of personal matters, and to informing Changming. He also planned to visit Wang Longqing in the evening to obtain the scriptures. As he walked out of the command, passing base number 1, he noticed a solitary figure sitting on a secluded high step. It was Ma Jun. At this moment, Ma Jun was staring blankly at the technological watch in his hand. unaware of Li Mu's approach. Li Mu's expression darkened, and he silently sat down beside Ma Jun. After a long pause, Ma Jun, trembling, said to Li Mu, "I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" Li Mu frowned slightly. Ma Jun's eyes reddened instantly, and his voice choked. "The person you once risked your life to protect, I couldn't safeguard." Li Mu didn't offer words of comfort or say things like, "It's not your fault." He knew that as a man, this guilt was a burden Ma Jun had to bear alone, one that no one else could share. Li Mu took out a wine flask and took a deep swig. The usually smooth and mellow wine tasted harsh and biting at that moment. He handed the flask to Ma Jun. Ma Jun wiped his tears with his sleeve and took several gulps from the flask. "The military district is sending me to the border camp. I've accepted." Li Mu got straight to the point. "The kingdom of Shenxiang won't let this go, and neither will I." "I want to go too." Ma Jun looked up urgently. Li Mu gazed into the abyss above, exuding an aura of suffocating intent, and said in a low voice, "Of course, you're going." Ma Jun nodded heavily, his fingers unconsciously stroking the tech watch left by Zhao Meiting. The person who once fought to protect them was still someone they could trust. That afternoon, in an old residential area for workers in the southern district of Taizhou City, Song Chua walked heavily through the worn-out corridors. The wooden cabinets were piled high with a chaotic assortment of vegetables, almost collapsing under the weight. He stopped in front of the door at the end of the second floor, took a deep breath, trying to dispel the gloom on his face, but the bitterness in his heart only grew stronger. Today, he was expelled from Zhenyuan High School. He bore the scorn of the entire school and endured the curses from all the schools pushed out of the top 10 rankings. The reason was absurd. Zhenyuan High needed a scapegoat. In the recent 4-district elite tournament, all the top 10 schools, except for Heishui High, were dethroned. Zhenyuan High was disgraced, and its reputation might take years to recover. Coupled with the fiasco of fan protests, the school's name was tarnished. Under immense pressure, the school authorities unhesitatingly pinned all the blame on Song Chua, claiming he had organized the collective ranking action on his own. As he unlocked the door, the aroma of food greeted him. In the small living room's corner, the dining table was already set with steaming dishes. "Dad, Mom, why such a feast? Are we expecting guests?" Song Chua forced a smile as he walked toward the kitchen. His parents had been worried sick about him these days. His tall, thin father came out of the kitchen with a dish, while his mother was still busy inside. "Go wash your hands. Dinner's ready after one more dish," his father urged with a smile. At the table, his father kept asking about school, worried he might have been wronged. But his mother's smile was unnatural, and as she lowered her head to eat, tears fell into her bowl. "Mom, what's wrong?" His mother put down her bowl, wiping her tears, insisting it was nothing, but her voice was trembling. His father tried to comfort her, seemingly blaming her for not holding back. "Mom, Dad, what's going on?" His father continued to say it was nothing, but his mother couldn't hold back anymore, sobbing, "Your dad. He's been framed at the factory, accused of embezzlement. They're investigating him, and he might go to jail." In the end, Mother could no longer control her emotions and broke down, covering her face with her hands and sobbing. This sudden outburst left Song Chua utterly shocked. Father gently patted Mother's back to comfort her, trying to maintain his composure as he said, "Oh, it's not as serious as your mom says. We have nothing to hide. I haven't done anything wrong, so it shouldn't be that serious." Mother, still sniffling, retorted, "How can it not be serious? If they've decided to frame you, they've surely prepared false evidence. As soon as you go tomorrow, they'll arrest you." Father wanted to say more, but noticing the astonished look on his son's face, he realized there was no hiding the truth anymore and let out a long sigh. Song Chua stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Memories of his parents' sacrifices over the years flashed through his mind. Both were ordinary workers at a steel factory, and his father had worked diligently for over a decade to become a small leader. To support his education, his parents scrimped and saved, managing to afford the school fees that were beyond the reach of most families. He hadn't let them down either, earning nearly perfect scores to get into Zhenyuan High School. Yet, despite their frugality, his parents never indulged in luxuries, not even upgrading their dilapidated company housing. And now, because of a single misstep, his father was being framed and could end up in prison? Song Chua's heart ached with guilt, knowing it was all because of him. The steel processing plant belonged to a classmate's family, and this rich second-generation heir was one of Song Yan's suitors. After being beaten by Li Mu, Song Yan vanished from everyone's sight. Soon, word spread about the Zhenyuan High School Student Council meeting. It was Song Yan who insisted on challenging Heishui High School, a topic initiated by Song Chua. He had prompted her with, "Song Goddess, say something," using Song Yan for his own agenda. Song Yan's admirers, after their fans were arrested for causing trouble, became more restrained. Unable to blame Song Yan, they directed all their anger at Song Chua. For him, it was a hellish nightmare. Everyone seemed to be against him, determined to ruin him. And now even his parents were at risk not just of losing their jobs, but facing imprisonment. Don't worry, Dad will be fine. Even in the worst case, it would only be 2 or 3 years in prison, Father said with difficulty. Son, during that time, the family will rely on you. He sighed heavily once more. Song Chua frantically searched his mind for ways to help his father avoid conviction, but quickly realized it was futile. The power and influence were all in the hands of the other party. Dad, I'm sorry. Song Chua cried out in anguish. Song Jiamin quickly moved his chair closer, wrapping his strong arm around his son's shoulders. Oh my good son, don't cry. Remember what you told Dad, in this world, without money, power, or strength, you'll always be bullied. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to grit your teeth and fight. Dad has always thought that made a lot of sense. To be able to say that, you're already better than Dad. There was a sense of pride in the father's voice. What is this little resistance to my son? Just keep looking forward, aim to turn things around. One day, you'll definitely be Dad's pride. That night, the Song family fell into silence, with no laughter to be heard. In the military district of Iron Hand City, Li Mu was attentively listening to Wang Longqing's explanation in Wang's living room. Our entire nation has never bordered the Abyss in any city before. But now, the city closest to the Abyss entrance near the kingdom of Shunxiang actually shares a border, Wang Longqing said seriously. One of your key tasks is to pinpoint the exact location of the Abyss entrance city closest to the kingdom of Xinxiang, measure the distance between us and the Abyss, as well as the distance between the surface cities, and provide crucial data to the research institute. He paused, however, considering our adversarial relationship with the kingdom of Xinxiang. This mission will be quite challenging. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Conflict is inevitable. Not to mention that the kingdom of Xinxiang has killed our border soldiers. Even if we offered them the vacuum zone, trying to negotiate with them on this matter would only make them more demanding. They have repeatedly attempted to invade Huaxia before, and now that we need something from them, they will surely seize the opportunity to ask for more. Li Mu then raised another question. There's another issue. I've never quite understood the principles of portals and teleportation zones. For instance, from the Mingzhu military district to the vacuum zone, the communication and teleportation distances differ by 60 or 70 kilometers, yet the return stone can bring us directly back to the Mingzhu district from within the vacuum zone. We've only learned how to use it, but not the underlying principles. Wang Longqing smiled and gestured to Wang Yinhui. Yinhui, why don't you explain it to Li Mu? Wang Yinhui responded shyly and sat down across from Li Mu. She nervously rubbed her knees and asked softly, what would you like to know? After listening to Li Mu restate his question, Wang Yinhui took out some paper and a pen and began drawing seriously on the coffee table. To see clearly, Li Mu unconsciously leaned in closer. They were so close they could hear each other's breathing, with a faint scent of youthful fragrance and a subtle warmth emanating. With a blush on her cheeks, Wang Yinhui explained the principles of teleportation technology in detail as she drew, covering everything from point-to-surface teleportation to space energy carriers, and even the current technical bottlenecks faced by the Research Institute, all with clarity and precision. Just as Li Mu was fully absorbed in understanding this information, his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Xingyang. Li Huho, do you have a moment? I have some news to report. The next morning, Song Chua's phone suddenly rang. On the other end was his wealthy classmate, Guandong, speaking with a tone of disdain. Song Chua, make sure to inform your dad to come to the factory for the investigation soon. Guandong, what do I need to do for you to leave us alone? Song Chua asked, gripping his phone tightly. A light laugh came from the other side. 9 o'clock, Hongyun restaurant. Get over here. If you behave well, I might show some mercy. With that, the call ended. Song Chua glanced at the time. It was already past 8:30. His father had already left for the factory, so he immediately headed to Hongyun restaurant. Upon arrival, he called Guandong again and was directed to the second-floor hall. On a weekday morning, the restaurant should have been quiet, but the second floor buzzed with noise. As Song Chua reached the top of the stairs, he saw 15 or 16 people gathered around the largest round table, which was already laden with food and drinks. Guandong sat arrogantly at the head of the table, surrounded by classmates from Zhenyuan High, both male and female. When Song Chua's eyes landed on the girl beside Guandong, he froze, his fists clenching involuntarily. The girl was equally startled by his appearance, her body visibly tensing. It was clear she was there against her will. Every time Guandong's hand rested on her shoulder, she wore a look of extreme discomfort. As their eyes met, both understood why they were there. Oh look, the great hero of Zhenyuan High has arrived. A student remarked sarcastically. Old Song, you're late. So eager to strategize, yet you show up late to the meal? Not giving us face. Another male classmate next to Guandong sneered. Suppressing his anger, Song Chua addressed Guandong. Guanxiao, I'm no longer part of Zhenyuan High. I was acting in the school's best interest. You all know that. So why push me to the brink? I've already been expelled, and now you want to ruin my family too? There's no need for this. If you're any kind of man, take it out on me. His challenge only prompted laughter. Oh my, Guan Xiao, he's trying to provoke you. Are you scared? One of the male classmates exaggeratedly exclaimed. Feigning a pained look, Guan Dong patted his chest. Oh dear, a man. It hurts so much. Am I not considered a man? He said, reaching out to touch the girl's face, who immediately flinched away. Guan Dong, unfazed, turned to Song Chuha with a smile. Since you mentioned being a man, Song Chuha, you should be quite the man, right? You know Shuejiao, don't you? The others immediately chimed in. How could he not know? Our old Song used to court Shuejiao, exchanged so many love letters. Ah, a perfect match. That's right, our old Song is so talented. Come on, old Song, show us a dance. Song Chuha stood there, his chest heaving with anger. Guangdong, what will it take for you to spare my parents? Song Chua's voice trembled slightly. Guangdong leaned casually against the chair, a mocking smile on his lips. Didn't you hear my buddy? He said you should dance. I can't. Song Chua's voice was low and resolute. Shuejiao could no longer hold back. She stood up abruptly, tears in her eyes. Enough. Why do you have to humiliate him like this? What did he ever do wrong? At that moment, she finally understood Guangdong's true intention for threatening her to join this dinner. It was all because Song Chuha had once pursued her. Although she had a fondness for him, she kept her distance, not wanting to rush into a relationship. Today, Guangdong and his group aimed to completely destroy Song Chua's dignity in front of her. The atmosphere around the table suddenly grew tense. Guangdong leaned back, sneering. Shuejiao, you're quite something. If old Song just danced, it would have been over. But now, he deliberately prolonged his words. I've changed my mind. I don't want to embarrass Song Chuha anymore. I want to embarrass you, Shuejiao. He turned to Song Chuha. Since you can't dance, let's make it simple. Kneel down and beg me to spare your father in front of Shuejiao. How can you guarantee you'll let my father go? Song Chuha gritted his teeth and asked. Guangdong pointed lewdly to his crotch. I swear on my little buddy. Then he raised 4 fingers. But if you don't kneel, I promise your father will rot in jail. Of course, my vow might be worthless. Even if you kneel, I might not spare your father. But can you pass up this chance? Shuejiao stared intently at Song Chuha, silently pleading with him not to give in. Yet Song Chuha was already caught in a painful struggle. For the slim chance of saving his father, he slowly bent his knees. Just then, at the critical moment, there was a loud bang as a massive hand grabbed his collar like a vice. The force startled Song Chuha, sending tears flying. When he looked back, he saw several people who had appeared without his notice. Holding him was Lu Chunfeng, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, and its class talent from Heishui High School. Behind him were Li Mu with his hands in his pockets, the stern-faced Zhang Jiwei, and the brothers Xingyang and Xingguang. Song Chuha was completely stunned. This was more than just a string of bad luck. It was a series of unfortunate events. Just as he was being bullied mercilessly by his classmates at Jinlin High School, Li Mu from Heishui High School showed up personally. Looking up, he saw Lu Chunfeng staring down at him, full of disdain. Stand straight, Lu Chunfeng commanded in a low voice. Song Chuha immediately stood as straight as a post, resembling a frightened little chick in front of Lu Chunfeng. Li Mu, what are you doing here? Guangdong and the others stood up simultaneously, retreating hastily. Guangdong swallowed hard, watching the new arrival warily. Li Mu casually cleaned his ear, a seemingly ordinary action that put everyone on high alert, causing them to back away. Some even climbed onto the railing, ready to jump from the 2nd floor. The reason was simple. Everyone had seen Li Mu's weapon being pulled from his ear. A single strike from that weapon had smashed Song Yin into the arena. If he used it on them now, they'd likely be knocked from the 2nd floor to the 1st. What do they have on you? Li Mu pointed at Guangdong and his group, his gaze fixed on Song Chuha. Song Chuha swallowed. Li Mu's tone didn't seem confrontational, which left him puzzled. By rights, Li Mu should want to tear him to pieces. My father works at his family's factory and was framed for embezzlement, Song Chuha confessed under Li Mu's mob boss-like pressure. What's the name of the factory? Jinhua Steel Factory, in the Southern District. Li Mu turned to Lu Chunfeng, who immediately nodded, pulled out his phone, and made a call. Hey, old Li, Jinhua Steel Factory in the South District, conduct a surprise inspection. Someone's been falsely accused of embezzling funds. Bring the business and tax departments. Also, send a team to Hongyun Restaurant. There's trouble here. Hearing this, Guangdong's legs went weak. A surprise inspection? With business and tax officials? If their factory's shady accounts were exposed, his parents would end up in jail for sure. You. What right do you have to interfere? Guangdong hurriedly pulled out his phone, trying to warn his father. Lu Chunfeng lunged forward, slapping the phone out of his hand. With a crack, it hit the wall and shattered. I now suspect you're causing a disturbance. Everyone, hand over your phones, put your hands on your heads, and squat down. Li Mu said coldly, I will only say this once. No sooner had he spoken than everyone obediently placed their phones on the table, put their hands on their heads, and squatted down. The scene was silent. No one dared to defy Li Mu's orders. Everyone glanced at their phones, but no one was brave enough to lend it to Guangdong. The situation was clear. Li Mu was using fabricated charges to control them, aiming to prevent them from contacting Guangdong's father. Xue Jiao had already handed over her phone and squatted on the ground, not daring to move. The others knew that the wisest choice was to comply. At most, they would be detained for 24 hours before being released. Resisting could lead to actual charges of provoking trouble and possibly a beating. They vividly remembered Li Mu's decisive actions in handling the protesting fans. Guangdong was sweating profusely, angrily pointing at Lu Chunfeng and yelling, You have no right to investigate across districts. On what grounds? Lu Chunfeng calmly pointed to Song Chuha. Because he reported the case in our eastern district. This left Guangdong speechless. At this moment, he couldn't fight back, couldn't escape, and couldn't contact his father for help. His pent-up anger suddenly turned to despair, and he abruptly knelt before Li Mu. Brotherly, I beg you, don't investigate my family, please? Guangdong's forehead hit the ground heavily. I know I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. I'm begging you. In the face of survival, pride meant nothing. He knew too well where his lavish lifestyle came from. If his parents were investigated, he would be left with nothing, or worse, in debt. The thought of having no more fine food, no women to court, no superiority to flaunt was unbearable. Li Mu sneered and said to Lu Chunfeng, I wasn't sure if there was something with their family, but now it seems there's a lot. Looks like you've got another big achievement for your father. These words chilled Guangdong to the bone. He realized Li Mu was determined to investigate thoroughly, and no amount of pleading would help. Soon, a team of law enforcement arrived, efficiently detaining Guangdong and the others. Although their charges weren't severe, once in custody, they had no say. The strong ones might just endure a few beatings, but someone like Guangdong, a pampered rich kid, was in for a tough time. After they were taken away, Song Chua looked at Li Mu in confusion. Thank you. This is? Xingguang approached, winking at Song Chua. Chua, Li Hu Ho appreciates you. Hu Ho appreciates me. Song Chua looked at Li Mu in disbelief, shocked that someone so young held such a high position, and even more surprised that he had caught his attention. Li Mu said seriously, It's not about appreciation yet. Are you willing to join the Zhenyuan Army? My abilities are average, Song Chua said bitterly. It was true. His talent in cultivation was mediocre, and despite his efforts, he only reached a middle level, which was why he hesitated to join the army. We're not short on combat power. We're only asking if you're willing to join. Li Mu smiled. After a brief consideration, Song Chua answered firmly, Yes, of course, I'm willing. Song Chua no longer needed to think it over. In the Zhenyuan Army, roles are divided into combat and strategy. Since Li Mu mentioned they weren't lacking in combat power, it was clearly the latter. Realizing this, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly cried. In his most difficult times, when the school and classmates avoided him, and his parents faced imprisonment because of him, it was Li Moam he had always considered a major rival at Jinlin High School who extended a helping hand. The person he least expected to help him turned out to be the most loyal. Now that's what I call a real man. Lu Chunfeng laughed heartily, giving Song Chua a heavy slap on the back. Ugh. Cough cough. Song Chua was almost knocked breathless by the unexpected force. Even though he was a third-grade martial artist, Lu Chunfeng's near sneak attack caught him off guard. After catching his breath, Song Chua looked at Li Mu a bit awkwardly. I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? Xue Jiao, one of the girls who was taken earlier, she was also threatened by Guangdong. Could you let her go? Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Mu replied, slightly annoyed. Seeing Song Chua's embarrassed expression, everyone understood he hadn't dared to speak up before. Lu Chunfeng immediately made a call to arrange it. As soon as the call ended, Song Chua regretted it. He was more worried about his father's situation, but felt asking for more might be pushing it. Just as he hesitated, Zhang Zhuwei spoke up, Don't worry about your parents. Those simple words instantly put Song Chua at ease. With these three around, someone like Guangdong was no threat at all. Let's go. Time to enlist. Li Mu said decisively. On the way to the Abyss, Song Chua learned that his true benefactors were the Xingyang and Xingguang brothers. The twin brothers, one scholarly and one martial. Xingyang was in the reserves and had been appointed temporary captain by Li Mu during a siege defense. Xingguang was at Jinlin High School and had mentioned Song Chua's situation at a student council meeting. However, joining the Zhenyuan Army was just the beginning of Song Chua's surprises. When the Abyss elevator arrived, he found himself in a bustling, massive circular plaza. Various Abyss elevators and airships were taking off and landing, and the plaza's perimeter was lined with stores providing all necessities. The north and south sides of the plaza each had a giant exit leading to the Mingzhu Military District and the Red Moon Military District, respectively. Among the bustling crowds, the soldiers from the Mingzhu Military District stood out. No matter the occasion, upon spotting Li Mu, they would immediately stand at attention and salute, a sight that was commonplace. The layout of the Mingzhu Military District was expansive, with the most prominent feature being the rows of shimmering portals to the left, leading to various explored areas. On the right, a semicircular arrangement of military bases extended from Base 1 out to Base 10. The portal area was teeming with people, mostly warriors coming and going on their missions. It was here that Song Chua witnessed Li Mu's extraordinary status in the Zhenyuan Army firsthand. Every soldier, regardless of age or rank, would uniformly stand and salute upon seeing Li Mu. Cavalry soldiers would even halt their horses, dismount, and pay their respects. What shocked Song Chua was that many soldiers from afar, who could have quietly passed by, chose to detour closer, waiting by the roadside. Their faces showed no impatience, but rather a fervent admiration, as if catching a glimpse of Li Mu was a great honor. This scene left Song Chua deeply shaken. He realized how absurd it was for Zhenyuan High School to question Li Mu's avoidance of the elite competition. In the presence of a young man revered by the entire Zhenyuan Army, the competition seemed trivial. Li Mu responded to the scene with a resigned smile. He understood that his reputation for executing prisoners had spread throughout the military district, earning the soldiers' respect. While salutes were common, today's scale was indeed extraordinary. This only bolstered his confidence in the upcoming recruitment at the border camp. Passing through the portal area, the group reached the hall of Base 1. Song Chua and Xingguang needed to complete their enlistment procedures there. Speaking of Xingguang, he and his brother Xingyang had initially made a well-considered decision for one to pursue academics and the other the military. They thought it wise to have one in a stable position and the other striving in the military, preventing the risk of family extinction. However, their parents were remarkably open-minded, supporting both brothers joining the military, even suggesting that if they couldn't make a name for themselves, they might as well be dead. Amusingly, on the day the brothers moved to the academy, their parents celebrated with a toast and flew to Linyuan City for a vacation the next day. With such a carefree family atmosphere, when Xingyang learned that Li Mu would be commanding at the border camp, he eagerly sent his brother Xingguang along, determined to make a name for himself under Li Mu and surprise their carefree parents. Li Mu promptly adjusted the temporary military appointments at the border camp, granting him 10 deputy officer positions under his command, with complete discretion over their use. Meanwhile, at the Song household, Song Jiamin returned home in a daze. Upon opening the door, he heard sobbing from inside. Entering, he saw his wife sewing money into the lining of clothes. "Wife, what are you doing?" She wiped her tears and said, "I'm just preparing some clothes for you. Hiding some money inside so you can manage in prison." "Wait, why are you back?" Song Jiamin looked bewildered. "I don't know. The inspection team at the factory was interrogating me today when suddenly a group of enforcement officers stormed in and detained them all. Then the tax department came, did a thorough investigation, asked me a few questions, and then let me go." Song Jiamin was bewildered, and his wife was even more so. "What did you say?" His wife suddenly stood up from her chair, looking shocked. It was then that Song Jiamin seemed to wake from a dream. He began to scratch his head vigorously while explaining to his wife what had happened that morning. When he arrived at the factory, the supervisory team immediately began interrogating him, demanding he confess to criminal acts. They pointedly named specific projects, accusing him of embezzling subsidy funds. More disturbingly, they extended their threats to his family, claiming that if he confessed, his wife and children would be safe. Otherwise, the whole family would be implicated. Just as Song Jiamin was wrestling with his internal struggle, the situation took a dramatic turn. A group of law enforcement officers stormed into the office, swiftly taking control of the factory leaders and the supervisory team. Shortly after, tax officials entered with accounting books, and upon identifying the head of the supervisory team, they launched a large-scale arrest operation. Even the factory director wasn't spared. Remarkably, after being questioned for just a few minutes, Song Jiamin was released and sent home. "So, does that mean you won't have to go to jail?" "The factory director will instead?" his wife asked in disbelief. Song Jiamin shook his head as he sat down, still seemingly enveloped in the morning's shock. "I hope so," he murmured. The couple anxiously waited for nearly 2 hours, barely touching their lunch. Suddenly, a knock at the door made them both jump. Song Jiamin took a deep breath and quietly said, "If it's meant to be, it can't be avoided," before going to open the door. Standing outside was a well-dressed middle-aged man with a gentle smile. "Is this the home of Song Jiamin and Tao Ling?" he asked. "Yes, and you are?" Song Jiamin asked, puzzled. The man pulled a business card from his pocket. "Hello, I'm Wang Li, the administrative manager at Zhang Steel Corporation." "Zhang Steel Corporation?" Song Jiamin was stunned as he took the card. As someone in the steel industry, He was well aware of Zhang Steel Corporation's significant site was a newly rising military-grade enterprise and the cornerstone of the Zhang Group. His wife immediately welcomed Wang Li inside warmly, and Song Jianmin hurried to arrange chairs and pour water. Wang Li smiled and said, "No need to fuss. I'm here on a mission, albeit a bit hastily, so I'll get straight to the point. Your son is friends with my boss's son, and now that Zhenhua Steel has been turned upside down, Zhang Steel Corporation is in need of talented professionals. We've noticed your 2 decades of experience and mid-level management skills in the steel industry. My boss specifically sent me to invite both of you to join Zhang Steel Corporation." Song Jianmin and his wife stood frozen in shock, struggling to process the astounding news. "Manager Wang, are you sure you have the right person?" "My son's name is Song Chua," Song Jianmin asked, his voice trembling as he sought confirmation. "Yes, it's Song Chua," Manager Wang replied firmly. "A student from Jinlin High School, just expelled, and today he joined the Zhenyuan Army." "Joined the Zhenyuan Army?" the couple exclaimed in unison. "Indeed, and it was the border camp commander who personally invited him," Manager Wang said with a meaningful smile. The events of the day felt surreal. Jinhua was investigated but spared from prison. Their son was handpicked by a commander to join the army, and now Zhang's steel factory extended an opportunity to them. Each development left them reeling. "So, what do you think?" Manager Wang interrupted their thoughts at the right moment. "Oh, we would be delighted, though we're worried about letting you down," Song Jianmin quickly responded. Manager Wang reassured them, saying, "Don't worry. We can discuss the details of your employment and make adjustments as needed." As a manager, he knew that even if Song Jianmin and his wife lacked strong work skills, suitable positions could be found for them. If they performed well, it would be an added bonus. Meanwhile, in the Abyss, Li Mu was having lunch with Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, Xingyang, Xingguang, and Song Chuha. After a few drinks, the atmosphere relaxed, and Song Chuha became less reserved. During the meal, the ins and outs of the border camp were explained in detail, giving him a clear understanding of the tasks ahead. In the afternoon, Li Mu led the group directly to the command room's meeting area. Inside, many leaders from the construction, transportation, and research departments were engaged in a lively discussion about the border camp's construction plans. When Li Mu entered, everyone stood up and saluted. For these non-combat personnel, who rarely saw the upper ranks of the Wolf Guard, receiving direct guidance from the young Tiger Marquis was a rare honor. The Minister of Construction respectfully reported, "Marquis Li, we are drafting the construction plans for the camp, awaiting your instructions." Li Mu gestured for them to continue, yet his presence increased the pressure, noticeably curbing the discussion. On the large screen at the front of the room, a topographical map of the border camp's vacuum zone was displayed. The layout resembled an ink drop, with a large central circular vacuum area and numerous smaller branches, each ending in smaller circular vacuum zones. The construction plan showed that the central area would house barracks, warehouses, and a training ground, while the 3 larger vacuum zones above were designated as outposts equipped with defensive facilities. As he listened to the briefing, Li Mu noticed Song Chua's uneasy expression, as if he had something to say. Leading the way out of the meeting room, Li Mu took him to the hallway. "What are your thoughts?" Li Mu asked directly. Hesitating for a moment, Song Chua shared his perspective. "I believe this should be a temporary camp. Whether facing monsters or curry people, the camp could become a target at any time. The more we invest, the harder it will be to abandon." "Abandon?" Xingyang repeated the word, puzzled. "Yes," Song Chua nodded firmly. "I suggest the camp should be easy to abandon at any time. Conversely, those 3 outposts could make good use of underground space. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We shouldn't build the camp as a tomb we must defend at all costs. So my suggestion is, 1 false, 3 true." Li Mu led the group to a quiet, simple meeting room, ideal for in-depth discussions. The room was softly lit, with several chairs neatly arranged. Once Song Chua settled in, he began to elaborate on his plan. He first explained the concept of 1 falsehood. "Our camp should be simplified as much as possible, only meeting basic living needs. We will build an ordinary wall around the perimeter, ostensibly to block the view, but in reality, to mislead the people of Curry Nation. Although the wall won't stop their reconnaissance, it will make them think what's inside the wall is all there is to our camp." Then, he explained the layout of the 3 truths. "We will establish 3 concealed outposts, all using underground structures. These underground spaces should be spacious but simple in structure, allowing easy access. The teleportation gates originally planned for the camp should be distributed among these 3 underground spaces. Each warrior should be equipped with at least 2 stones for returning to the camp and an additional 3 to 5 stones for the outposts." He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued, "This way, our mobility will be greatly enhanced. If the camp is attacked, we can temporarily retreat and launch a counterattack from the outposts. We can also employ a strategy of diversion, with some defending the camp while others flank from the outposts. We can even completely abandon the camp as long as we don't store too many important supplies there. After all, the camp is just made of building materials. It's the people who truly matter. S Chua added, the border camp can establish 6 external teleportation gates, as permitted by the higher-ups, primarily for exploration missions. These gates will be gradually established along Li Mu's exploration route. After speaking, he looked nervously at Li Mu, awaiting his feedback. Li Mu took a deep breath and glanced around at the others. Zhang Jiwei smiled approvingly, clearly considering the plan practical. Aside from the effort required to build the underground structures, it eliminated many unnecessary buildings and saved a lot of funds. Li Mu also agreed with the idea. The construction department's plan was overly complicated, which would keep the garrison firmly tied to the camp. If the camp were destroyed, the losses would be significant and morale would take a severe hit. S Chua's plan, however, made the entire garrison flexible and mobile. Although the living conditions were somewhat basic, they were secondary to survival. The safe construction funds were a major advantage, and the increased manpower investment was not a concern. The garrison soldiers, working together, could complete the task in a day or two. However, Li Mu raised a crucial question. What if the enemy discovers the underground teleportation gates at the outposts? S Chua shook his head, confidently replying, we will distribute the return stones for the outposts among 3 different groups of warriors and strictly prohibit discussing this matter within the camp. The fewer people who know, the better, and it makes command easier. Unless Curry Nation discovers all 3 outposts simultaneously, finding just one won't matter. If all 3 outposts are exposed, it's likely we have a traitor in our camp, S Chua said, a slight smile playing on his lips. Considering we've never bordered the underground with Curry country, this is almost impossible. Even if there is a traitor, we'll have ways to deal with it. His relaxed demeanor suggested he was unfazed by the idea of a traitor. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu nodded and said, all right, I'll halt the current plan. Come with me to the headquarters. We need to refine the details and determine which information can be disseminated and which must remain confidential. All right, S Chua replied firmly. Having gained Li Mu's trust, he decided to hesitate no longer and to give his all. Meanwhile, in the Mingzhu military district, Su Wanlin had just walked out of the military law department, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. The interrogations over the past 2 days had been a tremendous humiliation for him. He had been convinced he was in the right and stubbornly faced the questioning, only to end up with a major demerit for disobeying military orders. This meant he not only had no achievements to his name, but also had to rely on future accomplishments to offset his mistakes. What infuriated him more was that no one from above spoke up for him. In contrast, Li Mu not only emerged unscathed but also got promoted to commander of the border camp. Damn it, why does he get all the good things? Su Wanlin gritted his teeth. Apologize to him? Never. This lousy camp, I won't go. Just then, his tech watch suddenly flashed blue, and the military district announcement sounded. All the Zhenyuan Army soldiers around halted and looked at their watches. Attention all soldiers. The vacuum zone border camp is recruiting station soldiers. The main tasks of the camp are exploration, border defense, and resource development. Xiaohu Marquis Li Mu is appointed as the camp's chief commander, with a requirement for mid-level 3rd-grade cultivation or above, and no merit value requirement. Respondents will receive a premium weapon, along with additional rewards such as high-grade weapons, spiritual medicine, and spiritual treasures. There are 1,200 slots available. Please register at Hall 1 of the base promptly. The announcement immediately caused a stir. Isn't this the camp bordering the Elephant Kingdom? Just the premium weapon alone is tempting enough. The key point is that Li Hu Ho is leading, known for his decisive and ruthless nature. The Elephant Kingdom is a mortal enemy. Any conflict would be a life-and-death battle. So what? Being a soldier is all about fighting. Suddenly, someone shouted, this is Li Hu Ho's first military post. Joining means being part of his personal troops. Just for that, I'm going. With that, he dashed towards Base Hall 1. More soldiers followed suit. Since Li Mu had made a name for himself, his legendary exploits had captivated countless soldiers. From a reservist soldier, he quickly rose through the ranks to become a young marquis, achieving extraordinary feats. His cultivation level soared from the 2nd rank to the 6th rank in just over a month. Such rapid advancement would naturally arouse suspicion in anyone. The border camp, although a fertile ground for earning merits, is also fraught with danger. The most daunting aspect is its semi-autonomous status. The portal cannot connect directly to the camp, and even with support from the main military district, it would take at least half an hour to arrive. Therefore, anyone considering signing up needs not only exceptional skills but also a willingness to risk their life. Inside base number 1, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng were overseeing the registration process. Meanwhile, Li Mu was taking S Chua to the command center to report on the construction plans. At this moment, the registration area was sparsely populated, with only a few nearby soldiers trickling in. Around 100 to 200 people were leisurely filling out forms. Zhang Jiwei took a deep breath, his brows furrowed. At this rate, Recruiting the full 1,200 people seemed unlikely. Damn, there don't seem to be many people, Lu Chenfeng remarked. Didn't Iguan say that if there weren't enough people, we could use some of the spiritual medicine to attract more fourth rank and above? Should we bring it out now? Zhang Jiwei glanced at the time, about to suggest waiting, and perhaps adding a cash incentive to attract military families. Before he could speak, a sudden clamor erupted from outside. A massive wave of people surged in, instantly clogging the wide entrance of base number 1. The soldiers who had been calmly registering were suddenly thrown into disarray, caught in the overwhelming push from behind. Those in the second and third rows of the registration area urged the front row frantically, "Hurry up, damn it, write faster." The people in the front row sped up their form filling while bracing against the pressure from behind, shouting loudly, "Don't push, let me finish writing, damn it." It was nearly 6 o'clock in the evening when Li Mu stood inside the headquarters, satisfied as he reflected on the day's achievements. The plan for the new camp's construction had been finalized, and the recruitment efforts exceeded expectations, far surpassing the anticipated 1,200 sign-ups. After a rigorous selection process, the final recruits were the earliest and finest applicants, demonstrating not only high loyalty but also superior skill and courage compared to later candidates. Among them were over 300 reservists, truly an elite force. Just as Li Mu was about to leave, the Minister of Construction had been waiting outside the headquarters for some time. This man in his 40s wore a sycophantic smile and hurried forward upon seeing Li Mu. "Lord Li," the minister beamed. "What's the matter?" Li Mu frowned, having just met with him earlier that afternoon to discuss the construction plans. "Could we speak privately?" The minister gestured that the current spot was not suitable for conversation. Li Mu gave him a suspicious glance and led him to a corner. "Let's talk here. Lord Li, here's the thing." The minister cautiously watched Li Mu's expression. "Our Zhenyuan Army's construction department recently took in some non-death row convicts as laborers, and among them are 6 or 7 people with the surname Li." Li Mu's brow furrowed as he immediately thought of Li Daong and the others. Since the incident, all the Li family males, except for the women and Li Xiaohao, had been arrested. He had planned to visit Li Xiaohao today, but it seemed the Li family members had been brought to him first. "Yes, I am aware of your situation, Lord Li, but I don't know the details. How should we handle these people?" "I await your instruction," the minister said with a troubled expression. Li Mu inwardly sneered, recognizing this old fox's ploy to gauge his attitude towards the Li family. "I have no special instructions. The Zhenyuan Army took in convicts to reform them through labor, allowing them to atone for their crimes. Just do your job." Li Mu replied indifferently and turned to leave. "Understood, understood." The minister nodded repeatedly, his eyes darting as he contemplated how to interpret the leader's intentions. As night fell, within the military family area, Li Mu opened a window and transformed into a bird, soaring into the night sky. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the Eastern District, the remaining Li family women and Li Xiaohao gathered for a family meeting. Since the family was seized, they had sold all unfrozen assets to maintain a semblance of dignity, renting this courtyard as their refuge. These days have caused a rift in the Li family. Li Mu's aunt crossed her arms, her face twisted with anger. "I don't care. Li Daong still has 7 years to serve in prison, and I can't live as a widow during that time. Split the money. Once it's divided, I'm leaving for good." Old Lady Ma gripped her cane, trembling with rage. "If you want to leave, then leave. I can't even take care of myself right now, and there's no money for you." "That's nonsense," the aunt shouted back. "Everyone knows you have assets with the Zhou family. They've already given you 2 or 3 million. I want half." The eldest aunt spat in disgust. "You think you deserve half? Even if there was money, you wouldn't get any. What have you contributed to the Li family?" "Xiaohao is behaving now. As long as he doesn't provoke Li Mu, he can develop and support the whole family without issue. When they get out, we'll move and start fresh." Feng Lan, Li Xiaohao's mother, spoke softly. "My son has no obligation to support all of you." With that, the atmosphere in the room turned icy. "Feng Lan, what do you mean by that?" Li Wan, the eldest aunt, yelled. The aunt sneered. What else could she mean? She doesn't want to be responsible. Right now, everything depends on Li Xiaohao, and if he doesn't want to take care of you, who do you think you are? "Enough. Enough." Old Lady Ma shouted, unable to bear it any longer. She pointed at the aunt. "If you want to split, then split. I'll give each of you a sum of money, and from now on we're done." Then she turned to Li Xiaohao, forcing a smile. "Xiaohao, the rest of the money will be yours. We'll move and start anew, all right? You'll take care of us, won't you?" Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Li Xiaohao stared blankly at the table. Ever since Li Mu defeated Song Yin in the ring, he had lost the courage to resist, left only with an obsession for power and resentment towards his grandmother. With the family about to divide, he no longer needed to pretend. Suddenly, he stood up, his eyes bloodshot, his body shaking. "Old hag, it's all your fault. If you hadn't swapped my divine talent for Li Mu's, I would have been ruling by now. How am I any less than him? That talent was rightfully mine. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger with a cold laugh. Ha, old witch, even if I become successful, I won't take care of you. I'll let you die alone, with no grandson to see you off. Go to hell. Old Lady Ma was struck as if by lightning, her tears falling. She never imagined that the grandson she cherished for over a decade, for whom she was willing to sacrifice everything and even ruin the entire Li family, would say such cruel words. Li Xiaohao seemed relieved after venting, stretching with a smile. I get it now, as long as I don't provoke Li Mu, I can start over with my grade talent. Once you show the slightest weakness. Before he could finish, a bird suddenly flew in through the window, heading straight for his face. Li Xiaohao instinctively reached out to swat the bird away, but to his surprise, it suddenly transformed with a poof into a human figure Li Mu. In midair, Li Mu moved swiftly, his right hand darting like lightning to press down on Li Xiaohao's neck, forcing him down with a powerful thrust. Boom! The ground caved in instantly, forming a massive crater, with Li Xiaohao's entire upper body smashed into it. Everyone inside the house was stunned, too shocked even to scream. Li Mu slowly straightened up, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone present. Anyone who moves will die. His menacing aura spread like a tangible force, silencing even Li Xiaohao's mother, Feng Lan, who was too intimidated to utter a sound. Li Mu then reached down and dragged the barely conscious Li Xiaohao out of the pit, pressing his foot against his throat. The system had indicated that he only needed to bring the target to the brink of death to seize the fortune spirit crystal, without needing to take his life. Li Xiaohao struggled to fight back, gripping Li Mu's ankle tightly, but the previous blow had left him gravely wounded and near death. He couldn't muster any inner energy, let alone resist. The gap between their abilities was beyond comprehension. Nearby, Feng Lan trembled uncontrollably, but dared not say a word. She knew all too well that Li Mu, who dared to strike Li Xiaohao so viciously, would not hesitate to kill everyone present. Li Xiaohao, pinned by his throat, turned from red to a bluish purple, his eyes bulging. At that moment, a starry crystal emerged slowly from his forehead. Li Mu grabbed it, and the system immediately notified him. Obtained level fortune spirit crystal. 9 heavens thunder. Li Mu released his foot. He didn't intend to end Li Xiaohao's life just yet. That would be a relief for him. He had other plans. Li Xiaohao coughed violently, gasping for air, barely clinging to life. Li Mu exhaled a long breath. Though he hadn't personally experienced the agony of having his talent taken, the memories of his former self made him keenly aware of the humiliation. Today, that inner demon was finally vanquished, and he reclaimed what was rightfully his. Turning to the terrified women of the Li family, Li Mu pulled a special device from his pocket and pressed a switch. Instantly, the sound of electricity surged, and all the electronics and phones in the room crackled and emitted smoke. The phone in front of Mrs. Ma even burst into flames. Do you know what this is? Li Mu held up the device with a smirk. A military-grade electromagnetic disruptor. From now on, no recording or video equipment in this room will function. Whatever I do next will leave no evidence. As he spoke, he slowly dragged a chair to the center of the room. The grating sound of the chair against the floor, combined with his words, sent chills down everyone's spine. The scene was all too familiar, just like when Li Mu was forced to sign the resource contract and was stripped of his talent. Back then, he too had no witnesses or evidence to support him. What did you just do? Feng Lan asked, summoning her courage, her voice trembling slightly. Me. Li Mu glanced at her sideways, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I just took back what was mine. That gaze felt like a sharp sword piercing Feng Lan's heart, leaving her as if her soul had been drained. A terrifying thought crossed her mind, what he meant by what was his. Wasn't it the S-level talent? Did he really take back his son's S-level talent? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Did you switch talents with Xiaohao again? Did you take it back? She stood up abruptly, her eyes shining with excitement. Take it back? Li Mu let out a series of chilling laughs. Madame Ma, who had been observing quietly, was exceptionally clear-headed at this moment. She understood everything Li Mu had almost cost Li Xiaohao his life. How could he possibly give him any benefit? Li Mu leisurely placed a chair in the middle of the room, retrieved a black cloth bundle from his storage ring, and gently placed it on the chair. Everyone's attention in the room was irresistibly drawn to this mysterious bundle. This is a gift from me to you, Li Mu said, scanning the room with feigned regret. You used to be a family with some assets, and now you're living in a place like this. It's really unsettling. What's in this bag is enough for all of you to change your lives. Before his words had fully settled, Li Mu leaped towards the window, his figure transforming into a bird, disappearing into the night sky without a word of farewell. The people in the room were still in shock, unable to comprehend what had happened. Someone pinched their arm hard, trying to confirm if it was all just a dream. But the barely breathing Li Xiaohao on the ground, the large pit, and the black cloth bundle on the chair all silently testified that everything that had happened was indeed real. Ant was the first to react, swiftly moving forward to grab the bundle. Li Wan was not to be outdone, rushing forward to snatch it. In the tussle, the bundle tore open, revealing a bag of black, crystalline substance inside. Just as Li Wan reached out to touch the mysterious crystals, a loud bang came from the courtyard gate. Immediately, a team of fully armed law enforcement officers burst in, kicking the door open. Everyone was forced to the ground, including Li Xiaohao, who was already lying there, and had his hands tied after being stepped on the back of his head. The team leader picked up the bag of black crystals and reported briefly over the radio. Contraband found, all suspects apprehended on the spot. Li Wan and the others screamed hysterically, but the officers paid no heed, silently escorting them out. At this moment, it seemed as if Mrs. Ma saw through everything, suddenly bursting into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Her laughter echoed in the empty room. They all came back. Memories flashed through her mind like a whirlwind. They had forcibly stripped Li Mu of his talent and given it to Li Xiaohao, only for Li Mu to take it back with his own hands. They had beaten Li Mu to near death and driven him and his mother out of their home, and now Li Mu had left Li Xiaohao lying in a hospital bed, utterly destroying the Li family. They had framed Li Mu's family for buying stolen goods, leading to their imprisonment, and in turn, Li Mu had used the same tactics to have the entire Li family arrested. The irony was that back then, they had bullied him with their power, twisting the truth to say that Li Mu voluntarily gave up his talent, leaving him with no way to appeal. Today, Li Mu boldly entered their home, planting evidence without hesitation, making them taste the same helplessness. Li Wan and her aunt's hysterical screams still echoed in her ears. It was Li Mu who framed us. He planted the evidence. This was indeed the truth, yet it was destined to be a cry that no one would heed. Mrs. Ma's laughter gradually turned to sobs. Li Mu clearly had countless legitimate ways to take revenge, yet he chose this despicable method, wanting them to personally experience the helplessness and despair he once felt. What broke her heart even more was Li Mu's indifferent demeanor as he left, not even sparing them an extra glance, as if these people, once his family, had become nothing more than irrelevant strangers to him. The next day, Li Mu spent a long day working in the blessed field. As he labored, he couldn't help but inwardly mock those who claimed that farming was joyful. Even with the help of his external incarnations, having 3 of them working simultaneously, he managed to cultivate less than 70 acres by the end of the day. Currently, the limit of the blessed field technique is 200 acres. With the support of an infinitely cycling spiritual spring river, all this land can be used to grow medicinal herbs. Looking at the remaining 100 or so uncultivated acres, Li Mu decided to make the most of the night to finish tilling them all. He planted various medicinal herbs according to his plan. He had already sown all the seeds for high-grade elixirs, and the remaining land was used for the ingredients needed for low-grade body solidifying and chi-gathering pills. He even set aside a plot for the herbs required for the ghostly crafting elixir. The growth cycles of these herbs, very low-grade elixir herbs, don't require spiritual rain and can be harvested in 3 to 4 days, while the ghostly crafting elixir requires one ingredient that needs to be 100 years old, necessitating 2 spiritual rain showers, each advancing 50 years, once every 3 days, totaling 6 days. As for the high-grade elixir herbs, there was no rush, as Li Mu still had reserves of 26 high-grade body solidifying pills, 16 high-grade chi-gathering pills, and 12 earth vein spiritual essence pills. On the morning of the 3rd day, Li Mu led a 4-person team consisting of Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, and Song Chuha, setting off to hand over at the vacuum belt camp. After reaching the teleportation area, they still had to travel over 100 miles to reach their destination. Since this stretch wasn't protected by the vacuum belt, to avoid attracting hordes of monsters, everyone advanced in teams, even the construction units. A temporary army was already stationed at the camp, following a one-for-one replacement principle, meaning as many people as Li Mu brought, the same number of temporary troops would return. A temporary barracks labeled Tiger Roar Camp stood firm, and within the camp's command center, a 2-meter diameter 1:1 vacuum belt terrain sandbox was already in place. By 9 a.m., over 20 camp officials gathered in the command center, including a dozen or so martial artists of the 8th and 9th ranks and department heads. As Li Mu entered with his 3 companions, the room was already crowded. He walked straight to 3 middle-aged men and respectfully greeted them. These 3 were the highest-ranking powerhouses at Tiger Roar Camp. Shin-rank 3rd grade Duan Yuan, sent by the Military Merits Department, and Shin-rank 2nd grade Chu He and Shin-rank 1st grade Zhou Tong. Besides the specially dispatched Duan Yuan, the other 2 were voluntary, non-authoritative, upper wolf guards, whose military ranks were actually lower than Li Mu's. Duan Yuan, with a kindly smile, said, "By higher orders, Li Tiger Lord, there's no need for formalities. You are the commander here, and we are at your disposal. There's no need for further courtesies." The other two nodded in agreement. The relationship between their ranks and ages, like that of Li Mu and others, is indeed intricate. The seasoned soldiers showed their deference to Li Mu with a humble attitude, and as Li Mu nodded slightly, about to introduce the three people beside him, Duan Yuan pointed to a young man standing nearby. Li Huho, this is the strategic advisor recommended by Professor Liu from the Shuai Military Academy, specifically appointed for you by the Military Merit Department, Duan Yuan explained. Professor Liu is someone with extensive experience, having participated in commanding thousands of battles. The young man with a handsome appearance stepped forward, stood at attention, and saluted. Li Huho, my name is Luo Xing, and it's an honor to serve under your command. His tone was respectful yet confident, and his demeanor reflected his good upbringing. Li Mu returned the smile, though he felt a bit awkward inside. The Military Merit Department was being remarkably accommodating to him, first the astonishing compass, then the intriguing Xian Tier 3 martial artist, and now a strategic advisor. Although Professor Liu only participated in command rather than directly leading, his accumulated experience was indeed remarkable, and his disciple would likely be impressive as well. The awkwardness arose because Song Chuha had already completed the camp planning, and after meeting Liang Huajun and Wang Longsheng, both spoke highly of him. Li Mu had intended to appoint him as the deputy commander, but unexpectedly, someone was assigned from above. Li Mu quickly thought of a solution. After exchanging pleasantries, he looked around and said, "Today marks the first meeting of our camp. The threat from the Xinzhou nation is imminent. It's been 3 days since the last conflict, and they could launch an attack at any moment. Let's skip the formalities and proceed directly with our deployment and assignments." He turned to Song Chuha and said, "This is my provisional deputy commander, Song Chuha. He has already completed a detailed camp plan for everyone to refer to, and any issues should be raised directly." Upon hearing this, Luo Xing's brow furrowed slightly, and even Duan Yuan showed a hint of confusion. As the student of Professor Liu recommended by the Military Merit Department, Luo Xing had come with the expectation of becoming the deputy commander, only to find out Li Mu had already chosen someone. However, Duan Yuan quickly became at ease. The Military Merit Department had sent Luo Xing to prevent Li Mu from being overwhelmed as he led the camp for the first time. Since Li Mu had already made arrangements, it wasn't a problem. Moreover, this didn't mean Luo Xing wouldn't be utilized. Though Song Chuha was a bit taken aback by Luo Xing's sudden appearance, he composed himself and approached the sand table. As the commander mentioned, the Xinzhou nation could launch a surprise attack at any time, so we need to be fully prepared. There are 2 urgent tasks. First, to complete the construction of the camp under the 1 real, 3 fake plan as quickly as possible, and second, to enhance enemy reconnaissance. He then began to elaborate on the construction strategy of the 1 real, 3 fake plan. There have been some new changes since yesterday. The number of outposts has increased from 3 to 7, although the 4 new ones lack underground facilities. This mix of real and fake setups makes it harder for the enemy to discern the truth. Song Chuha continued refining other deployments. The camp's construction is just the basic plan. He had already prepared a detailed proposal yesterday, covering every aspect, including how the camp should operate and the order of work priorities. The second important task is external reconnaissance, Song Chua said. The primary objective is to locate the nearest Shunxiang Kingdom garrison. Commander, this task mainly relies on you. You can transform into an eagle soaring through the sky, with scouting abilities that surpass entire armies. Li Mu nodded decisively, expressing his support for Song Chuha through his actions. Although he had his own ideas about planning, he knew he wasn't suited for devising strategies. He preferred fighting and action, and with Song Chuha as his external brain, he could focus on execution and communicate any ideas directly. Esteemed seniors, Song Chuha continued, during the next couple of days of construction, you need to divide the responsibilities among yourselves. One of you will stay at the camp, while the other 2 oversee the 3 outposts to ensure smooth progress. Before he finished speaking, Luo Xing raised his hand to signal. Sorry to interrupt, he said calmly but with a hint of skepticism. Are you suggesting building a camp that serves as an empty shell without actual functionality? No large warehouses or training grounds? Song Chuha nodded in confirmation. Yes, those are unnecessary. Luo Xing pursed his lips and slowly shook his head. Do you realize how much supply 2,500 people need? The daily food consumption? Without warehouses, are you planning to store all provisions in spatial storage? And without training facilities, how will the soldiers maintain their combat readiness? In this isolated place, how will they relieve stress? Have you considered these issues? Luo Xing's sharp words revealed his dissatisfaction at not being fully utilized, and he also saw an opportunity to demonstrate his abilities to Li Mu. Despite being a directed recruit, he was by no means incompetent. Everyone in the room found Luo Xing's points reasonable. While Song Chua's plan was concise, it was unprecedented, and Luo Xing's comments brought these potential issues to light. Even Li Mu couldn't help but view Luo Xing in a new light. This was no fool. However, he secretly chuckled. knowing that Song Chua had already anticipated these issues and had prepared corresponding solutions during the meeting at the headquarters yesterday. Song Chua listened intently to the conversation, his gaze steady as he looked at the other person. Once he was sure there were no further questions, he spoke up. Regarding the issues you've raised, I have a comprehensive solution. Pointing to the sand table, his voice was calm yet powerful. We face two major enemies at the border, the Zhenyuan Kingdom and the Abyssal creatures. With such clear targets, specialized training is undoubtedly more effective than regular drills. We can do away with the training grounds and equipment. This statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. Luo Xing frowned and asked, "What specialized training?" Song Chua smiled confidently and explained, "The key to being invincible is overwhelming superiority. If our overall strength is lacking, we create localized advantages. If local advantages are insufficient, we develop individual strengths. In the short term, enhancing cultivation levels is challenging, so the quickest way to boost individual advantage is through speed. By improving mobility and agility, our warriors can both attack and retreat, increasing their survival chances even in chaotic battles." His finger traced over the camp region on the sand table. "I've designed a basic yet efficient agility training method game of chase. We set up a field with numerous random wooden obstacles, and the warriors compete in groups. One side pursues while the other evades, accumulating points without damaging the obstacles. Considering the Zhenyuan Kingdom's war elephants, we can also introduce giant pendulums as moving obstacles. As for training against creatures, the most direct approach is actual combat, which also helps us understand the terrain and creature distribution." Although convinced, Luo Xing still raised concerns. What about food supplies? Over 2,000 people need at least a half month to a month's reserve. How do we manage without a warehouse? Song Chua confidently introduced the second training method, the grain transport game. Fighters of the 4th and 5th ranks and above are faster than warhorses. We only need to store 3 days' worth of rations at the camp. Each day, personnel will return to the Mingzhu military district, fill their storage rings, and carry the load back from the maximum teleportation distance about 100 miles. This not only solves the supply issue but also enhances combat strength through load-bearing training, and reconnaissance along the way prevents enemy encirclement. It's a win-win-win solution. As he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Luo Xing, deeply impressed, had to acknowledge that these solutions perfectly addressed all his concerns. The issue of storing food seemed trivial to Luo Xing. Since this was a camp that could be abandoned at any moment, why bother with storing supplies? Delivering fresh food daily and maintaining a 3-day inventory was more than sufficient. This realization forced Luo Xing to admit internally that Song Chua's plan was indeed far superior to stubbornly defending the camp. However, swallowing his pride and admitting he was wrong was still a bit difficult for him. "Apologies. My doubts were just part of my duty," Luo Xing said, somewhat awkwardly. Song Chua quickly waved his hand. "It's quite all right, it's understandable." Luo Xing's attitude noticeably softened. "I admit, the strategy of 1 false, 3 true is indeed more flexible than holding the camp. However, I still have some questions." He turned to Li Mu. "I hope Tiger Marquis understands that my role here is to help improve operations." Li Mu nodded gently in understanding. Indeed, the military command sent someone with good intentions, and pointing out flaws was Luo Xing's job. If he couldn't find any issues with someone else's plan, it would suggest his own incompetence. "These 2 games can solve many problems," Luo Xing continued, his tone less confrontational than before. "But how do we ensure the soldiers are actively engaged? If training is mandatory, its effectiveness often diminishes." Song Chua nodded in agreement. "You've thought deeply about this. Participants can earn points, with winners and those who transport more supplies earning extra points. Additionally, exploring outside, killing abyssal creatures, and bringing back new information about monsters can earn additional rewards. All points can be exchanged for spiritual treasures, elixirs, and high-quality weapons." This statement left Luo Xing astonished. In the military district, these items required a significant amount of contribution and merit points to obtain, and now they could be earned just by participating in games? Duan Yuan couldn't help but voice his concern, wondering if the resources were sufficient. "Don't worry, there's enough." Li Mu's voice was filled with confidence. Just his batch of lower-grade body solidifying pills and chi-gathering pills was enough to drive the soldiers wild. These pills, which could directly enhance physical strength and cultivation, were more enticing than any external item. "Good. Excellent." Duan Yuan praised repeatedly, analyzing the brilliance of the plan. Those not skilled in pursuit could transport supplies, and those not adept at transporting could hunt monsters. Everyone could find the best way to earn points, and this process would hone their specialties. Looking at Song Chua, Duan Yuan's eyes were filled with admiration. A high school student who came up with such a comprehensive plan in just a day and a night, who knows what heights he could reach with a few more days to refine it. Luo Xing stopped questioning, putting away his hostility towards Song Chua and falling into contemplation. Meanwhile, Li Mu wore a satisfied smile. He disliked being confined to the camp, and when he was away, there needed to be a deputy who commanded respect. Now, it seemed no one would underestimate Song Chua anymore. Song Chua swiftly completed the reorganization of the military units. He divided 1,200 warriors of 8th rank and above into 9 battalions, appointing a battalion leader for each. Among them, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng, having consumed the elixirs provided by Li Mu, had reached the 5th rank of the yellow stage, with their strength advancing rapidly. Considering their exceptional combat abilities, Song Chua established 2 special squads of 25 members each, all warriors of 5th rank or higher, to serve as mobile strike forces. The camp's defense was also established. Duan Yuan was stationed at the main camp, while Chu He and Zhou Tong oversaw the construction of 3 outposts. Li Mu, transforming into a bird, was tasked with long-range reconnaissance. 3 days flew by. During this time, Li Mu was ever prepared for action. By day, he circled above the abyss for reconnaissance, descending when his energy was depleted to lure ground monsters, land and eliminate them to replenish his energy, and then continue flying. After a week of combat, his cultivation advanced from the mid to the peak of the 6th rank, and his divine weapon technique increased in weight to 8,580 Jin, with each heavenly might exerting a pressure of 80,000 Jin. His accumulated victory points reached 7,518. During these 3 days, Li Mu focused on expanding the map. Although resources were hard to spot from high altitudes, it greatly aided in tracking down the camp of the divine Elephant Nation. At night, he concentrated on planting and alchemy within the space of the Fudian technique. The first batch of low-grade chi gathering pills and body strengthening pills yielded 600 to 700 pills, with the second batch ready for planting. Meanwhile, 10 pursuit training grounds within the camp were operational. In the Mingzhu military district, a remarkable scene unfolded daily. At dawn, 20 warriors from the Zhenyuan Army carried special steel frames laden with large quantities of meat and drinks. The frames alone weighed 300 to 400 Jin, with the total weight, including goods, reaching 700 to 800 Jin, and sometimes even exceeding 1,000 Jin. This transport team crossed the portal daily, rushing 100 li to reach the Tiger Roar camp. Delicate vegetables, fruits, and eggs were stored in spatial rings, but other supplies became the load for the warriors' extreme training. The intensity of this training was so great that even onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "That's brutal, carrying 1,000 Jin for 100 li? Even a mule couldn't handle that. Wow, good thing I didn't sign up for the Tiger Roar camp. That would be killer with all that running," a bystander exclaimed as they watched the scene unfold. 20 warriors, each carrying heavy supplies, ran down the road, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Especially around the portal area, the crowd parted to make way for them. The warriors split into 4 teams of 5, entering the portal in succession. With a swoosh, the first team appeared in the wilderness. They quickly coordinated with the other 3 teams to confirm their positions and plan their routes. For their reconnaissance mission, they opted not to head straight back but instead advanced along 2 arcing paths. "Don't lag behind, you guys," a team leader shouted. "The first 5 back get an extra 10 points, and the first place gets 20 points. Doesn't matter which team you're on." "What? So it's every man for himself?" someone exclaimed. Before the words were even fully spoken, a burly man chuckled and dashed ahead, with others quickly following in hot pursuit. Most of these supply-carrying warriors were 4th or 5th rank martial artists, with robust physiques. 1,000 pounds was no big deal for them. Some could even lift it with one hand. But the real challenge wasn't strength, it was endurance. For the first 50 miles, they joked and easily avoided monsters. By 60 miles, the chatter faded, and they took breaks when encountering monsters. At 70 miles, they were drenched in sweat, faces flushed. By 80 miles, labored breathing filled the air, and any monster encounters had to be dealt with swiftly. At 90 miles, it felt like their legs were made of lead, requiring immense willpower for every step. The final 10 miles, though sparse with monsters, were the true test. When they encountered another team, whatever competitive spirit they had left was fully reignited. "Move those legs. Run. Hooray. Those 20 points are mine." In the distance, Tiger Roar Camp was buzzing with excitement. The 10 arenas for the chase game were packed with people, leaving no room to spare. With a shout of "Go!", 2 warriors shot out like arrows from a bow. The arena was filled with various obstacles, high platforms, and ropes. The fleeing martial artist used a special technique, moving with a fluidity that made it seem like he had no bones. The escape artist excelled at using the smallest spaces to dodge, able to slip through openings as small as a human head with the grace of a fish. The pursuer, on the other hand, was known for his lightning-fast sprints in straight lines. This game of chase captivated the entire audience, everyone watching with bated breath, fists clenched. When the escape artist executed a brilliant dodge and leaped onto a high platform, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Feeling confident, He taunted the pursuer with a raised eyebrow and a beckoning gesture, which immediately provoked his opponent. The pursuer unleashed his full power, forcing the escape artist to climb higher. In a daring leap across a gap, the pursuer suddenly soared up and grabbed the escape artist, who had lost his footing. They both tumbled a great distance, and the audience went wild, chanting the pursuer's name in unison. The pursuer stood up, gave the escape artist a light kick, and then extended a hand to help him up. Their playful interaction revealed they were clearly good friends. As soon as their match ended, others eagerly rushed into the arena. This unprecedented excitement starkly contrasted with the usual solitary and monotonous training. The chase game drew a large crowd, including over 100 female warriors. In this camp of 1,200 people, everyone was eager to showcase their skills. It had become more than just a contest for points. It was a battle for honor. No one wanted to be embarrassed in front of everyone or be caught too quickly, so they gave it their all. This wholehearted effort made the training far more effective than expected, something even S Chua hadn't anticipated. Meanwhile, at the Mingzhu Military District headquarters, 4 officials were reviewing a document from the Kingdom of Shenzhou. Liang Huajun couldn't help but scoff after reading it. This Kingdom of Shenzhou is really something. This report is laughable. The document was a formal complaint addressed to the Northern Blood Sea Military District, accusing the Northern defenders of slaughtering their soldiers in large numbers. Even more absurd was their claim that the vacuum zone, based on a comparison of surface and abyss areas, should belong to the Kingdom of Shenzhou. They demanded that Huaxia withdraw its troops within a month, threatening severe sanctions against Huaxia's northern region if their demands weren't met. Wang Longqing chuckled. These fools are amusing. Sending a declaration of war to a border city instead of directly to the national leadership, the higher-ups had decided to pretend ignorance for the time being, allowing the Blood Sea Military District to handle the situation independently, thus maintaining diplomatic flexibility. If the situation worsened, the higher-ups could claim ignorance to buy time. The Blood Sea Military District had passed the notice to the Mingzhu Military District, making their stance clear. Leaning back in his chair, Liao Feng analyzed. The fact that the Kingdom of Shenzhou didn't send this directly to the top level speaks volumes. This month might just be a test. If we stand firm, they might back down. If we show weakness, they'll definitely push further. Giving up the vacuum zone would signal our weakness to other countries. He added, of course, this is just speculation. There's always a chance they might actually try to unite with other nations. Liang Huajun shrugged. Isn't it simple? If they insist on coveting it, we'll have to show them our strength. Wang Longqing leaned back and nodded. Simple enough. Let's show this notice to Li Mu. He's as hot-tempered as my daughter. At this moment, Li Mu was flying swiftly through the wilderness. Today, he expanded his search area significantly. Although he hadn't discovered any traces of the people from the Divine Elephant Nation over the past few days in this vast region, this indirectly indicated that the security of the Tiger Roar camp had temporarily improved. As a result, he slowed down his flight and focused on hunting monsters to earn victory points, amassing 10,198 points in just one morning. While conducting his routine patrol, a massive moving object in the distance caught his attention. Initially, he thought it might be some powerful monster, especially since he had encountered creatures of the 7th rank in the abyss before. The further away from the vacuum zone, the more formidable the monsters became. As he flew closer, a surge of excitement washed over him. It was a giant elephant, running with a large wooden platform on its back. 13 or 14 people were maintaining an incredible balance on it, resembling a moving circus act. He had finally found his target. Li Mu circled in the air, observing. He knew these people from the Divine Elephant Nation were a crucial source of intelligence, and he needed to understand their origin and destination. Despite the elephant's massive size, its speed surpassed that of an ordinary warhorse. One aspect puzzled him. Typically, a group of more than 5 people would emit a unique aura that attracted monsters, yet these individuals remained unscathed, with only the occasional monster reacting to them. Soon, someone noticed the eagle circling overhead. This reminded Li Mu of the abyss's peculiar nature. The space here seemed to have some mysterious stretching effect. From the abyss's entrance, it took only 1 or 2 kilometers to reach the ground, but looking up, the dome appeared 6 to 7 kilometers away, and even deeper. It might extend tens of thousands of meters. Strangely enough, while the abyss's dome thickness was clearly visible at 460 meters from the entrance at Iron Hand City, the deepest human drilling project had reached 13,000 meters without touching the dome. This spatial disorientation was perplexing, as if the abyss and Blue Star existed on different planes, with the abyss entrance as the only connection between the two worlds. Without hesitation, Li Mu accelerated to a high vantage point in front of the elephant, used his transformation technique to become a mosquito, and silently landed on the giant elephant's head. After landing on the elephant, Li Mu quickly realized why this group could gather without attracting monsters. The elephant emitted a special energy similar to the aura of his cloak, capable of concealing the energy fluctuations of warriors. Transformed into a mosquito, Li Mu clung tightly to the folds of the elephant's skin, enduring the overpowering stench of curry mixed with dung. The smell was so intense that he almost retched, wishing he could reveal his true form and slaughter the entire group. After an hour of long-distance travel, the surroundings began to change, with a noticeable increase in the number of monsters. Li Mu immediately transformed into a bird, soaring into the sky to survey the scene below. A gigantic black ancient tree loomed ahead, its trunk as black as charcoal, as if struck by lightning, yet it was lush with branches and leaves. Most strikingly, vibrant red flowers continuously bloomed from the pitch-black branches. Centered around this black tree, the ground within a 70 to 80-meter radius was a pitch-black swamp. About 100 warriors from the kingdom of the elephant formed a defensive line at the swamp's edge, deliberately releasing their aura to lure in monsters, then working together to kill them. The corpses of the slain monsters were promptly dragged to the swamp's edge and thrown in, leaving crisscrossing bloodstains on the ground as evidence of their prolonged efforts. Once the monster corpses entered the swamp, they sank rapidly, releasing white noxious fumes as blisters burst. Each time a corpse was swallowed, new red flowers would sprout on the black tree's branches, or existing flowers would grow more robust. 2 guards from the kingdom of the elephant were always stationed in the tree, casually chatting while monitoring the flower's maturity. When a flower fully bloomed, they would pick and collect it. After working for a while, collectors would ride a flying carpet over the swamp to return, replaced by newcomers. The retiring collectors would board the elephant with their companions, chanting strange incantations. As the elephant glowed, both people and elephant would vanish instantly. This scene enlightened Li Mu. The elephant was their transportation tool. But if that were the case, why did they ride the elephant over such long distances? Perhaps there were some limitations to this teleportation technique? To unravel these mysteries, Li Mu needed to follow them into their base. He flew to a distant spot, transformed back into a mosquito, and opened the system interface. The 10,000 victory points he had accumulated were meant for this moment. Among the many divine abilities, his gaze finally settled on the 72 transformations. The 72 transformations offer a vast array of abilities, allowing for countless variations. Li Mu carefully studied the characteristics of each transformation. The eagle transformation excelled in high-altitude, long-distance cruising, equipped with the extraordinary ability of sharp vision, yet its large form and strong presence made it easily detectable. The bird transformation was known for agile, short-distance bursts, with a small size that made it easy to conceal. The mosquito transformation was almost invisible, but its slow speed and susceptibility to being blown off course made it suitable only for use in calm environments. After weighing his options, Li Mu decided to use the mosquito transformation to infiltrate the enemy base. He opened the mosquito transformation skill enhancement tree and discovered 2 key traits: significantly reduced presence within a 1-meter radius and complete disappearance of presence beyond that range, with the ability to use spiritual treasures and abilities in this form. These basic traits required only 500 points to activate, and although further enhancements were not yet unlocked, they were sufficient for his needs. Once the traits were activated, Li Mu found an opportunity to land on the head of an elephant that was about to be teleported. As the people of the divine elephant kingdom chanted incantations, a flash of light occurred, and the scene before him changed abruptly. He was immediately hit by the suffocating stench of the camp, forcing him to quickly ascend. From above, he observed that the camp was slightly larger than the vacuum zone of the Tiger Roar camp, densely packed with 5,000 to 6,000 people. The streets were lined with vendors, their cries echoing through the air. In the distance, squads of soldiers from the divine elephant kingdom were practicing their unique offensive and defensive formations. What surprised Li Mu even more was the overall strength of these soldiers, with many reaching the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of cultivation, surpassing the average level of the Zhenyuan Army. This confirmed that the divine elephant kingdom's strategy of population as a foundation was indeed effective, despite their obvious shortcomings in cultivation techniques, martial arts, and tactics. Following the revival of spiritual energy, the divine elephant kingdom believed that their large population would eventually lead to qualitative advancements, but this also resulted in them lagging behind other countries in various areas of social development. In terms of combat strength comparison, the forces at this camp are about 3 times those at the Huxiao camp. Li Mu's attention was quickly drawn to a unique presence in the central clearing of the camp, a large elephant with a light golden hue, as if dusted with gold powder, occasionally glimmering even under the dim light of the abyss. It wore a similarly colored golden collar around its neck, and the elephant that had previously escorted Li Mu back was now standing beside it. Li Mu noticed that wherever this golden elephant went, both pedestrians and stalls instinctively made way, indicating this was an established custom. This special elephant always operated within a fixed area, and around it, the light of a teleportation array flickered continuously, each time bringing an elephant loaded with soldiers from the divine elephant nation to its side. Li Mu soon discovered a pattern. The teleportation array would appear beside the golden elephant as it moved, and other elephants could only return to this golden elephant through some secret method, but could not teleport elsewhere through it. In contrast, China's teleportation system, though capable of two-way travel, required the construction of fixed teleportation arrays and return stones, consuming more resources. The divine elephant nation's method of relying on a single golden elephant for teleportation was evidently more economical and practical. Li Mu continued to track those returning from the black ancient tree. They passed through the bustling camp living area and arrived at a heavily guarded war preparation zone. Two barracks were stationed here, and Li Mu could sense the presence of powerful individuals within, none weaker than the Shin-rank second-grade officer he had previously defeated. To avoid alerting the enemy, Li Mu focused on observing the group returning with flowers. They arrived at a location to hand over the flowers, after which a person in a black robe used an exquisite wooden tray to carry the red flowers into a room. Li Mu quietly slipped in through a window crack and found the room filled with a strong herbal scent. A black-robed woman was pouring 3 full trays of red flowers into a mortar-like device, adding an unknown liquid before beginning to grind. About 10 minutes later, a blood-red liquid seeped from the fine holes at the bottom of the mortar, ultimately collected into a transparent glass tube, approximately 30 to 40 milliliters. The woman personally carried the glass tube through a corridor to a warehouse at the end. She unlocked 3 locks and pushed open a heavy iron door. Li Mu seized the opportunity to follow and hid on the highest shelf. The scene before him made his heart race. Thousands of glass tubes filled with red liquid were neatly arranged on the shelves, and even larger glass containers held as much as 3 to 400 milliliters. And this was just part of the warehouse's collection. Other shelves displayed various bizarre plants, monster bones, preserved organ specimens, glowing crystals, and metal stones. Most striking was a mysterious thumb-sized piece of metal on a central stone platform, exuding a powerful and enigmatic energy. No wonder such a heavy door guarded this place. It was clearly the secret treasury of the divine elephant nation. It was evident that these supplies were abyssal resources continuously gathered from the outside by the camp. The warehouse was filled with various intriguing items, all of which required human research and development to become truly useful. These were undoubtedly the materials that the kingdom of Shenzhou was researching, but had not yet fully mastered. On the other side of the warehouse was a research area, equipped with various precise research equipment and instruments. There was also a conference table and a rest area, indicating that researchers usually worked there. However, today it was unusually quiet, with no one in sight. Li Mu felt secretly fortunate to have a storage ring with a capacity of 20 cubic meters, a reward for winning the first battle in the Abyss. Although its capacity was not as large as Wang Longqing's 30 cubic meter ring, it was still considered quite good on the market. Looking around, Li Mu spotted 4 surveillance devices in the corners of the room. He quickly found a blind spot in the surveillance, hid between the shelves, and took out an electromagnetic disruption device from his pocket. This was originally intended for dealing with the Li family, but it turned out to be useful at this moment. As soon as he pressed the switch, a piercing electric noise sounded, and all 4 surveillance cameras emitted sparks and white smoke. Li Mu moved swiftly, sweeping all the visible supplies into his storage ring like a whirlwind. In just 10 seconds, the vast warehouse was emptied by him. Without daring to pause, Li Mu immediately transformed into a mosquito and flew out through a small open window in the warehouse. Since he had teleported directly to the camp upon arrival and was unfamiliar with the route, he could only rely on flying to explore the way back. As soon as he took off, chaos erupted in the camp behind him. The person monitoring the cameras noticed the anomaly and shouted loudly, prompting the entire camp to sound the alarm. Before flying far, Li Mu sensed 2 terrifying auras of experts above the Xin level rushing out from the camp in pursuit. Recalling his previous experiences on the battlefield, Li Mu knew that his ability to kill the turbaned officer was partly due to luck and the assistance of his copper head and iron arms. His participation in killing the black-robed sorcerer further impressed upon him the formidable nature of Xin-level experts. Facing the pursuit of 2 such experts now, he had no intention of engaging in battle and immediately accelerated his ascent into the sky. Fortunately, the 2 Xin-level experts misjudged his direction and were soon left behind. Li Mu had taken off at 11:30 a.m. and did not return to the skies above Tiger Roar Camp until 8:30 p.m. Apart from 2 half-hour breaks due to exhaustion, he had flown at high speed for 8 hours, covering a distance of over 2,600 kilometers. Looking down at Tiger Roar Camp, he saw the bright lights below, with crowds bustling in the escape game area, where a group of bare-chested men were playing enthusiastically. In sharp contrast to the lively scene outside, the atmosphere inside the temporary command post was unusually heavy. Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chunfeng, and Song Chua sat in silence, with Song Chua looking particularly worried. For the past few days, Li Mu had been keeping the habit of reporting his whereabouts to the camp every 4 to 5 hours, even informing them in advance if he was going out of communication range. However, around noon on this particular day, he suddenly went silent. Song Chua tried to contact him but found there was no signal at all. Throughout the afternoon, there was no news from Li Mu. As the camp entered its third day of operation, the commander's sudden disappearance made everyone uneasy. Although Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng appeared calm and tried to reassure Song Chua, saying, "Don't worry, with Li Yiguan's skills, if he can't win a fight, no one can hold him," a hint of concern also flashed in their eyes. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting in the command center, the door swung open. Li Mu strode in, stretching his stiff neck and shoulders, while guzzling water from a bottle. "Commander, are you all right?" Song Chua exhaled deeply, asking urgently. "I'm fine." Li Mu put down the water bottle. "Quick, notify the 3 Xin-level seniors, and also call over a few seniors from the Research Institute for a meeting." Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng immediately split up to take action, one going to inform the Research Institute and the other to find the 3 Xin. "Big brother, can you give us a heads up next time? I almost had a heart attack," Song Chua complained, patting his chest. Li Mu smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I really forgot." He had indeed forgotten, planning to check in at noon, but was so focused on tracking the traces of Shengxiangguo that he completely overlooked it. Song Chua handed Li Mu a notice. "This arrived from the military district this morning. Shengxiangguo is accusing us of slaughtering their soldiers and demands we hand over the vacuum zone within a month, claiming it's their territory. If not, they threaten to sanction us with other countries." Li Mu frowned. "Is Shengxiangguo declaring war on us?" "No, this notice was sent directly to the Northern Territory. The military district left it to us to decide." As they spoke, people from the Research Institute and the 3 Xian arrived. Li Mu began to recount the discovery of the Shengxiangguo camp while laying out the confiscated supplies on the table and floor. "Seniors, please take a look at what these items are." The elders from the Research Institute immediately gathered around, studying the items intently. Suddenly, an urgent knock on the door interrupted everyone. Those inside exchanged glances, feeling a bit guilty after all. These supplies weren't exactly obtained through proper means. Zhang Jiwei opened the door to find a military district communications officer. The officer quickly reported, "Commander Liang sent me. Shengxiangguo has sent another message, claiming their camp lost important supplies and is demanding their return with a very firm attitude. Commander Liang has strongly rejected their claim and asked them to provide evidence. The commander wants to know what you took, and if you left any traces." Li Mu glared. "How can they be so sure I'm the one who took their stuff?" The officer's eyes involuntarily swept over the room full of supplies, his expression awkward. Others also turned to look, and Li Mu's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. I did take them. Didn't leave any evidence this time, but next time, I'll make sure to leave them something." After Li Mu finished speaking, the messenger could only respond with a forced smile. As a regular correspondent, he truly had nothing to say. He awkwardly pointed at the spoils behind Li Mu and cautiously asked how he should report back. "Just take a few photos and show them," Li Mu said, pointing to the items on the ground. "We haven't finished studying these things yet, so we can't hand them over just yet." The messenger, feeling relieved, quickly took out his camera, snapped a few photos, and hurried out to report back. Inside, everyone exchanged glances. Although Liang Huajun was curious about what Li Mu was up to, he had no intention of interfering with the spoils. However, Li Mu only sending back photos might infuriate Liang Huajun at the very least. He should have sent a few samples. It seemed stingy, as if he was worried someone would snatch the spoils away. As soon as the messenger left, Li Mu gathered everyone to start researching. They all understood his intent, to first identify which resources could be immediately useful for the camp. Those that couldn't be used right away would eventually be handed over to the military district or research institute. While handing them over could earn military merit, immediate use meant a real enhancement in combat strength, potentially saving soldiers' lives. A leader who genuinely cared for his subordinates was rare. Many commanders sacrificed their soldiers' lives and futures for personal glory. The soldiers knew who truly cared for them and who was tough enough to earn their respect. Although Li Mu was young among the officers, if he continued on this path, it would be challenging but exceedingly solid. An elder from the research institute suddenly asked, "This red liquid, you said it was ground from a flower on a black ancient tree?" Li Mu nodded in confirmation. The elders exchanged glances and one hesitantly said, "We've seen similar trees before, as you described, growing in swampy areas, capable of devouring monsters or human corpses, known as corpse-dissolving trees. They produce flowers called corpse-dissolving flowers. However, we've seen grayish-white trees with multicolored flowers. A black tree with pure red flowers is something we've never heard of." Li Mu's eyes lit up. "What effect does the corpse-dissolving flower have?" "It can induce mutations and enhancements," the elder explained. "When the flower's liquid is diluted and consumed, it can strengthen bones, blood, or muscles, bringing the human body closer to a monster's strength. It's very potent but has significant side effects, severely damaging the body." "What are the specific side effects?" "It either causes body deformation or drains life energy, drastically shortening lifespan." Though somewhat disappointed, Li Mu carefully stored the red liquid, planning to test its effects later and see if the side effects could be mitigated. The group then continued researching other items. While these spoils were extremely valuable, few could be directly used by the camp soldiers. Most needed to be sent to the military district to be processed into spiritual weapons and then returned. However, one elder showed great interest in the smallest piece of metal. This is wow. Is this myriad iron? The old man's voice trembled with excitement as he pointed at the metal block on the table. His exclamation immediately caught the attention of the other elders, who quickly gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on the metal. Li Mu's curiosity was piqued as well, and he leaned in for a closer look. The elder extended his hand, and a dense aura of energy flowed from his palm, enveloping the myriad iron completely. Under the control of this energy, the metal began to change shape freely on the tabletop into a circle, a square, a bar, and even slowly forming the outline of a sword. Even more astonishingly, it could shrink in size at will. Indeed, indeed, the elder exclaimed excitedly as he manipulated the myriad iron. This metal is not only incredibly tough, but also has the magical ability to change its shape at will. It's an extremely rare metal with a remarkable capacity for assimilation, able to devour and integrate with other strong metals. Although the more it assimilates, the more it risks losing its own abilities. Its potential is virtually limitless if the metals it absorbs are strong enough. He continued, while it can't grow larger, it can condense its mass to become smaller. Only the finest weapons usually contain even a tiny amount to enhance their malleability. This piece alone is enough to forge at least 10 top-grade weapons. Commander, are you okay? Li Mu suddenly realized he was drooling and quickly wiped his mouth. To the elder, this was material for crafting weapons, but to Li Mu, it was a ready-made perfect weapon. Why bother forging a weapon when he could have this? If he wanted a staff, it could be a staff. If he wanted a sword, it could be a sword, changing at a mere thought. However, this piece of myriad iron was too small, not nearly enough. Li Mu resolved to find out where the camp of the Divine Elephant Nation got their myriad iron. Meanwhile, in the Bali Bali military district of the Divine Elephant Nation, a completely different scene was unfolding. This military district, twice the size of the Mingzhu military district, resembled a small city. Its central area was lavishly decorated, gradually becoming more modest as it extended outward. The outermost area consisted of houses made of brick and corrugated steel, where emaciated civilians bustled about, carrying goods or balancing loads on their heads along the bustling, market-like streets. At the center of the military district, the headquarters was a magnificent structure, encircling the entrance to a deep abyss. At this moment, a small airship with gilded edges was slowly ascending from the abyss entrance. On the open-air platform at the top of the headquarters, a group of nobles, dressed in luxurious attire and adorned with jewelry, awaited its arrival. Once the airship docked, an attendant dramatically knelt to open the cabin door. A few people disembarked, led by a man with a thin mustache and shifty eyes that immediately focused on the attractive nobles of the Divine Elephant Nation. Welcome, Mr. Hei's Lanzi. A noble military officer extended a hand in greeting. Hei's Lanzi withdrew his gaze and replied in broken Divine Elephant language, General Kapil, it's been a long time since we last met. We invited you here to help, hoping for a mutually beneficial outcome. The noble officer warmly shook his hand. Rest assured, as long as it's within my capabilities, I will do my best. The Divine Elephant Nation and the Little Sakura Nation are good friends who help each other. Hei's Lanzi responded with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. The officer smiled as he welcomed Heize Lanzi into the military camp. As soon as he stepped into the headquarters, Heize Lanzi couldn't help but let his gaze sweep over everything around him. The luxurious decor surprised him. This headquarters, located in the depths of the abyss and constantly at risk of monster attacks, was as lavishly decorated as the Emperor's palace in Sakura Country. However, his shock quickly subsided. Having served as Sakura Country's ambassador to the Elephant Kingdom for over 3 years, he was already accustomed to the extreme class differences in this country. The impoverished lower classes lived in squalor, with a status often lower than that of pets kept by the nobility, while the upper echelons indulged in extravagant lifestyles marked by an inexplicable lack of taste. Despite humanity's long struggle to suppress the abyssal monsters and years of development to establish fortresses within the abyss, the nobility of the Elephant Kingdom remained unshaken and never ceased their opulent ways. Heize Lanzi was led to a lavish dining hall. Crystal chandeliers stretched from the entrance to the far end of the room, and the long table was laden with an array of delicacies. Colorful fruits, rich red wine, exquisite pastries, fresh sashimi and sushi, and aromatic curry. Mr. Heize, let's talk over dinner, the officer suggested. All right, Heize replied, taking his seat as his assistant brought out his own dining utensils. He politely set aside the utensils prepared by Kapil, not explaining his fastidiousness, and simply maintained a smile as he looked at Kapil. The attendants began pouring wine. Kapil sat across from Heize, and the other noble officers took their seats in turn. Kapil got straight to the point. Mr. Heize, I've already explained the situation to you. The Huaxia border troops clashed with our forces, massacred many of our people, and occupied the vacuum zone we discovered. They have stationed themselves there, and after we issued a warning, they even stole a batch of extremely important supplies from our camp. As he spoke, Kapil clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. Stolen from the camp? Heize Lanzi asked, puzzled. General, how did such important supplies get stolen? Did you present evidence to the Huaxia side? How did they respond? Kapil hesitated slightly, gritting his teeth as he replied, we can't understand how they managed it. They left no trace. But I'm certain they did it. Heize Lanzi scrutinized his counterpart, his expression becoming subtly nuanced. Then, did you present evidence to them that you discovered the vacuum zone first? There's no need for evidence. That area belongs to us by right, Kapil stated matter-of-factly. So, what kind of assistance does General Kapil expect from me? Heize pressed his lips together thoughtfully. After the Huaxia border troops committed the theft, we sent a condemnation. However, the Huaxia side's attitude has been unusually firm, so we want Mr. Heize to accompany us to the Huaxia border military camp to help us reclaim the supplies in vacuum zone, Kapil said directly. Heize Lanzi's lips curled into a knowing smile. He was well aware that what the Huaxia border troops feared was not him personally, but the nation behind him, the Cherry Blossom Country. As an important member of the Moon Never Sets Treaty, which borders the Elephant God Nation, the Cherry Blossom Country had historically managed to briefly defeat Huaxia, and that deterrent still lingered. Kapil had implied that this operation wouldn't involve notifying the Cherry Blossom Country's government. This meant Heize Lanzi could exert pressure under the guise of representing the Cherry Blossom Country, aiding the Elephant God Nation in gaining benefits, for which he would be handsomely rewarded enough to live out his days in comfort. Thus, they had to take the Abyss route rather than using formal diplomatic channels, to avoid catching the attention of the Cherry Blossom Country's higher-ups. General Kapil, Heize Lanzi asked, feigning confusion, since you've already invoked the Moon Never Sets Treaty, why not continue using military force to resolve this? As far as I know, the Elephant God Nation's warriors are not inferior to the Huaxia border troops in combat. This well-placed flattery made the present officers of the Elephant God Nation look pleased. But Kapil shook his head and said, we did indeed occupy the vacuum zone, but Huaxia's response was exceptionally strong. Continuing to attack will only lead to an endless tug-of war, which would defeat the purpose of occupying the vacuum zone. Heize Lanzi keenly sensed that this wasn't the whole truth. General, with all due respect, given the Elephant God Nation's military superiority, a prolonged conflict is more disadvantageous to the Huaxia border troops. If you don't wish to reveal the truth, then I see no reason to stay here any longer. Kapil exchanged a glance with the other officers, realizing they could no longer conceal the truth. After a slight nod from one of the officers, Kapil took a deep breath and said, Mr. Heize, your insight is impressive. To be frank, there is a mysterious resource located over 1,000 miles southeast of the vacuum zone. What exactly it is, I must keep confidential. We need to quickly secure this vacuum zone to develop that area. If we get bogged down in a prolonged conflict, it will not only delay the development plans, but also stretch our supply lines too thin and drain significant military resources. Once the Huaxia border troops discover this place, this vacuum zone will undoubtedly become theirs. The resource development potential here is exceptional, and we cannot let it fall into their hands. After listening to these words, Heize Lanzi was elated internally. His suspicions were indeed correct, yet he deliberately put on a troubled expression. Slowly shaking his head, he said, Mr. Kapil, to be honest, your position is unfavorable. You have no evidence of discovering the vacuum zone first, no evidence of their theft, and instead, they have evidence of your massacre of the Huaxia border troops. In this situation, even if I step in to demand its return, it would likely provoke strong discontent from the Huaxia side. I really can't think of a reason to intervene in this matter. Kapil, hearing this, sneered inwardly. This cunning fellow was clearly probing the real reason for their urgent need for the vacuum zone, merely wanting more benefits. He decided to be direct. The reward we promised you earlier can be doubled. Hearing this, Heize Lanzi nonchalantly rubbed his nose, a meaningful smile on his lips, yet he remained silent. 4 times, Kapil said, a bit impatiently. Mr. Heize, this is my final offer. Deal. Heize Lanzi agreed readily, finally breaking into a bright smile. But then he shifted the conversation. However, General Kapil, I have a small request. Please go ahead. Ambition gleamed in Heize Lanzi's eyes. You are aware of the incident with our embassy's consul general. I am competing with Matsushita Tanino for the position of consul general at the embassy in the Elephant Kingdom. Matsushita has already returned to handle the matter. In Baribari City, your influence is significant. Once I help you reclaim the vacuum zone, I hope you can support my candidacy for the consul position. This way, our future cooperation will be smoother. Don't you agree? When it came to power, Heize's eyes were filled with desire. as if the consul general position was already within his grasp. As for reclaiming the vacuum zone, it seemed to him merely a minor task. Kapil nodded with a smile, of course. The two then exchanged smiles, each wishing the other a pleasant collaboration. Over the next 3 days, Li Mu cautiously controlled the range of their activities. Having pinpointed the locations of the Xinjiang Nation's camp and the Black Ancient Tree, he instructed his warriors to focus their exploration efforts in these 2 directions. On the 3rd morning, the abyss remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a dazzling white light burst forth from Li Mu's tent. The warriors, engaged in pursuit and evasion training, were drawn to the brilliance and paused to observe. "It's Li Huho who has broken through," a warrior exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, he was stuck at the peak of the 6th rank for a week, and he's finally broken through. A breakthrough in just a week? I've been stuck at the peak of the 5th rank for 2 months. Do you dare to compare yourself to Li Huho? Sorry, big brother. My mistake. I'll treat you to ice pops. Enough with the chatter. Do you know how many people have broken through since we came to the Tiger Roar camp this week? A total of over 380 people. How is that even possible? It's simple. The points from the pursuit and evasion games can be exchanged for chi condensation pills and solidification pills. It's said that Li Huho acquired these pills from some important figure. The chi condensation pills allow those stuck at a bottleneck to break through instantly, while the solidification pills can double one's physical strength. My points are almost enough to exchange for the pills. I need to push harder. Meanwhile, inside his room, Li Mu let out a long breath, feeling the surge of power within him after breaking through to the 7th rank. He had taken 3 chi condensation pills and 2 Linghua pills earlier, finally achieving a breakthrough. Opening the system interface, Li Mu noticed that a promotion prompt had indeed appeared next to the Tianxian technique. It could be upgraded to the medium-grade Tianxian technique, requiring 100,000 victory points. Over the past 3 days, he had accumulated only 21,880 points from hunting nearby monsters, still falling short by nearly 80,000 points. As Li Mu habitually checked the system interface, he discovered 2 new options awaiting activation under the Divine Abilities section, Bimawin and Cloud Somersault. These appeared after the Water Avoidance Technique, Fire Avoidance Technique, and Law Heaven and Earth. Bimawin required 3,000 victory points, while Cloud Somersault required 108,000 points, even more than the medium-grade Tianxian technique by 8,000 points. Both of these abilities required the medium-grade Tianxian technique as a prerequisite. Li Mu still needed 200,000 victory points. His eyes shone with determination, and his spirit was high. At this moment, he yearned for victory points more than ever for the coveted somersault cloud. Imagining having to transform into a bird and circle above the Xinzhou Kingdom's camp for an entire day, Li Mu couldn't help but dream of the convenience the somersault cloud would bring. Although, knowing the system's quirks, it wouldn't allow him to travel 108,000 miles in one jump right away, he wasn't picky. Even flying just 180 miles would satisfy him, as long as he had a cloud to carry him through the skies. Putting aside his daydreams, Li Mu carefully examined other options in the system. The skill trees for various abilities had indeed extended into many new branches, particularly a pill recipe under alchemy that caught his attention: the Jade Purity Bone Clearing Pill. This pill could cleanse the toxic side effects after consuming rare treasures, was reasonably priced at only 1,000 victory points, and required herbs that weren't too rare. Even without speeding up with Divine Dew, they could mature in 5 days. Li Mu immediately unlocked this pill recipe. His interest in the pill stemmed from the thought of corpse-dissolving flower liquid. The researchers had once mentioned that although the liquid had impressive effects, its side effects were significant. This Jade Purity Bone-Clearing Pill might come in handy. Next, Li Mu gritted his teeth and unlocked 4 enhancement options for the external incarnation. Extending the duration to 10 minutes, increasing the number of incarnations to 3, then to 5, and reducing the cooldown to 5 minutes. These 4 upgrades cost him a total of 11,000 victory points, leaving him with 10,880 points. A sharp axe cuts would better, Li Mu consoled himself, believing these upgrades were investments for earning victory points faster. He secretly planned that once he became affluent, he would maximize his external incarnation ability. Imagining a future with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of incarnations, Li Mu couldn't help but show a longing expression. Just as he wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth and set a goal to earn at least 10,000 victory points a day, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, he didn't find colleagues congratulating him on reaching the 7th rank, but rather the serious-looking Song Chuha. A message from the outpost, Song Chuha said bluntly. They've spotted traces of the Xinzhou Kingdom, but it's just one elephant with 7 or 8 people on it. Scouting? Li Mu asked with a frown. Doesn't seem like it. They aren't trying to hide. They're coming straight to the camp. I think they're here to negotiate. Negotiate? Li Mu sneered, grabbing his coat and heading to the command post with Song Chuha. It was just past 7 in the morning, and the sun had just risen in the world above, casting a dim light in the abyss. Tiger Roar camp was surrounded by walls on all sides, each with a gate topped by a wide platform. At this moment, Li Mu stood alongside Zhang, Lu, Song, and the three Xians on the terrace, gazing into the distance. On the horizon, a massive shadow slowly approached the camp, unmistakably in the shape of an elephant. Song Chua instinctively took a half-step back behind the three Xians. Even though he had taken the 2 qi condensing pills given by Li Mu, his cultivation level had only just reached the early stage of the 5th rank, making him appear particularly weak among these experts. Judging by their pace, they seemed to be here for negotiations, Duan Yuan observed, noting the leisurely speed of the approaching group. Li Mu's lips curled into a faint smile. I think they're here to concede. Otherwise, why would they dare to come with just a few people? If they're here looking for trouble, these few wouldn't be enough to die, Lu Chenfeng remarked, clenching his fist the size of a large pot. The elephant had drawn near. Suddenly, a figure stood up from its back, shouting in broken Chinese, "Border troops of Huaxia. I am Kurosawa Lanzi of the Sakura Nation." After shouting, the person sat back down proudly, as if certain that the camp gates would open wide for him and the guards would rush out in fear to greet him. The smile on Li Mu's face gradually faded. As the elephant reached the camp gates, they remained motionless, and the people on the terrace stood still as well. Kurosawa Lanzi frowned and stood up again, his voice now tinged with obvious displeasure. I am Kurosawa Lanzi of the Sakura Nation. Open the gate. At that moment, Li Mu's thunderous shout reverberated like a clap of thunder. How dare the Sakura Nation and the Elephant Kingdom unite their forces to attack our Huaxia Zhenyuan military camp? You're courting death. Kurosawa Lanzi was stunned, thinking, it's just an elephant and 7 or 8 people. Where is this talk of a 2-nation coalition coming from? Could this Huaxia commander be paranoid? But before he could ponder further, 2 figures from the terrace had already leaped into the air, descending upon them with overwhelming momentum. 8 people were riding on the back of an elephant. Among them, Hei's Lanzi was a 6th rank warrior, while the others from the divine Elephant Nation escorting him were no higher than 8th rank. Faced with the overwhelming presence of the formidable Li Mu, the elephant let out a pained trumpet and collapsed to its knees. Li Mu's staff struck the elephant's head with lightning speed, killing it instantly. This is their means of transport. We can't let them escape, Li Mu thought, strategizing. He followed suit, unleashing the oppressive aura of a profound rank warrior. The entire space buzzed and trembled, causing Hei's Lanzi and his companions to stagger under the terrifying pressure. Their eyes glazed over as if their souls were about to be shaken from their bodies. Don't kill them yet, Li Mu quickly reminded. He understood, maintaining the pressure just enough to render the enemies incapable of resistance. Song Chua swiftly summoned soldiers. The gate opened, and a squad of warriors rushed out, efficiently binding Hei's Lanzi and his group. Li Mu regarded these delivered test subjects, perfect for assessing the side effects of the corpse dissolution elixir, while also extracting some valuable intelligence. The captives were escorted into the camp. Duan Yuan, a veteran member of the Military Achievement Department, cautiously reminded Li Mu, Commander, tread carefully. He was well aware of the treacherous political landscape, knowing such a direct action against the Sakura Nation could invite unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, Elder, I know what I'm doing, Li Mu reassured him, then led the group into the holding area. By now, Hei's Lanzi and the others had regained consciousness, though they were still suffering from severe headaches, leaving them mentally drained. Struggling to lift his head, Hei's Lanzi stared at Li Mu in disbelief. Didn't you hear me? Before he could finish, Li Mu grabbed his hair and hoisted him up forcefully. Even as a 6th rank warrior capable of breaking stones and bending iron, Hei's Lanzi couldn't resist Li Mu's strength, and the ropes binding him were exceptionally tough. I ask, you answer, Li Mu commanded coldly. You don't know what you're doing. Hei's Lanzi began to protest, but was cut off by a sharp slap across his face. His vision went blank, and the ringing in his ears was excruciating, with his eardrums and teeth throbbing in pain. Every time you speak nonsense, you'll get a slap, Li Mu sternly warned. Hei's Lanzi, usually held in high esteem, trembled all over. As a respected envoy from the divine Elephant Nation, he had been taught from a young age to believe that the Hua Nation was no match for them. Yet, to be treated like this filled him with both anger and fear. The thought of being extremely afraid of them flashed through Li Mu's mind. Yet, the man before him left him puzzled. How did you come with the kingdom of elephants? What is your identity? Li Mu asked, one hand on his hip. The air froze for 2 seconds. Slap. Li Mu delivered a merciless slap across Hei's Lanzi's face, leaving him dazed and confused. Speak. I am a special envoy from the embassy in the Kingdom of Elephants. My name is Hei's Lanzi. I'm 37 years old, from Pingchuan City in the Sakura Kingdom. Slap. Another heavy blow. Get to the point. I asked why you came with the Kingdom of Elephants. Who sent you? This completely shattered Hei's Lanzi's mental defenses. His right ear started ringing intensely, pain surged through his head, and a mix of blood, tears, and snot covered his face. Under the threat of death, he trembled as he confessed everything. It was a noble officer who sent him to retrieve the vacuum belt and missing items, and their embassy was aware of it. Li Mu signaled to the others and was the first to leave the room. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng stayed behind to guard, ensuring Hei's Lanzi couldn't use any means to return. What do you think? Li Mu turned to Song Chuha. He's lying, Song Chuha analyzed. If the embassy were aware, wouldn't it be easier to go through official channels? Considering they are thousands of kilometers away and only have one-way teleportation, it would take at least a day or two to traverse the abyss. Why would someone like him take such a risk? It must be for personal gain. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Chuhi asked, does that mean if we kill him, the Sakura Kingdom won't know? Song Chua pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I'm afraid he's already been set up by the Kingdom of Elephants. Whether successful or not, they can use him to provoke conflict between Huaxia and the Sakura Kingdom. Does the Sakura Kingdom and Huaxia's conflict even need provoking? Li Mu sneered, then took out a small red bottle containing corpse-dissolving flower liquid. He's doomed, but before he dies, I want to test this on him. Song Chua's mouth twitched. Don't play him to death. The military district still needs an explanation. Li Mu summoned a communicator and instructed, relay a message to Liang Huajun and Wang Longqing at the military district. Tell them the Kingdom of Elephants not only forcibly seized the vacuum belt and slaughtered our border soldiers, but now they're also collaborating with the Sakura Kingdom to attack. Demand an apology from both countries. He calculated the preparation time for his mid-ear celestial technique and the somersault cloud, as well as the maturation of the elixir and the growth cycle of the soldiers after consumption, and finally said, otherwise, in 25 days, I will launch a military strike on the Kingdom of Elephants border. The communicator was stunned by Li Mu's words, momentarily at a loss. The expressions on Sanxian and Song Chua's faces also froze, with the three exchanging helpless glances. Yes, the communicator responded, taking a couple of steps away but couldn't help turning back to look at Li Mu, hoping for some conciliatory words. However, Li Mu had already turned and was preparing to return to his room to retrieve the Hei's parcel for testing. At that moment, Song Chua grabbed Li Mu. Wait, someone as cautious as Hei's wouldn't come without a secure route. According to your last measurement, it's several thousand kilometers from here to their camp. The elephants can only transport one way, requiring at least a day's journey. Moreover, according to Ma Jun, when we first discovered this vacuum zone, a few people from the Divine Elephant Nation arrived, and within 2 hours, a large group followed. This indicates that within a 2-hour journey, there must be other outposts of the Divine Elephant Nation. That makes sense, Li Mu replied with a smile and quickly entered the room. Song Chua then called over 2 team leaders, instructing them to intensify patrols around the area to search for any traces left by the Divine Elephant Nation. As the team leaders left, Song Chua approached the doorway of the room, from which Hei's screams could already be heard. Under Li Mu's stern interrogation, Hei's finally revealed the secret he had intended to use as a bargaining chip for his life. A mysterious resource area located southeast of the Tiger Roar camp. He confessed that he had traveled from the Bali Bali military district using a golden elephant, passing through 5 vacuum zone camps. Each camp had a golden elephant, which were called mother and child elephants by the Divine Elephant Nation. The Bali Bali district had the mother elephant, while the other 5 camps had the child elephants. These golden elephants possessed special teleportation abilities. Ordinary elephants could teleport to the side of any golden elephant, and the child and mother elephants could perform direct long-distance point-to-point teleportation. However, the child elephants still needed to physically travel to new teleportation points. After departing from the 5th camp, the one where Li Mu had stolen something, Hei's traveled along a route established by the Divine Elephant Nation, first reaching the vicinity of the mysterious resource area before arriving here. Song Chua was skeptical about the location of this resource area. If the other side anticipated Hei's capture, they likely wouldn't disclose the real location to him. After all, exploring the abyss is not as simple as staking a claim. Aside from exceptions like Li Mu, who can fly, most people need to advance gradually, exploring both monsters and resources. Exploring 1,000 kilometers away is not a task that can be completed in just a few months. After the interrogation, Li Mu consulted with the Research Institute veterans about the usage and dosage of the corpse-dissolving flower liquid. After diluting it with water, he filled several bottles. When Hei's and the others became unbearably thirsty, he offered them the water. Seeing the water, Hei's drank an entire bottle in one go without hesitation. When Li Mu began giving water to the other people from the Divine Elephant Kingdom, the situation worsened dramatically. The first person took a sip and immediately spat it out, terror written across his face as he instinctively recoiled. The others were even more frightened, bursting into tears and desperately trying to back away. Although he couldn't understand their cries, Heize Lanzi understood the situation. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his expression changing drastically. Li Mu impatiently kicked him and pointed to the terrified people from the divine elephant kingdom. What? What kind of water is this? Heze Lanzi asked, his voice trembling. They say it's the blood of demons, and they don't want to turn into demons. Clearly, these people had witnessed the horrifying effects of the corpse-dissolving flower liquid firsthand. Li Mu sneered and stepped forward, pinching one person's temple and pressing the bottle against his mouth. Whenever the person showed any resistance, Li Mu's fingers would tighten, a silent threat that was impossible to ignore. Drink or die. Under the threat of death, the people from the divine elephant kingdom had no choice but to choose survival, at least for the moment. Each was forced to drink a full bottle of the diluted corpse-dissolving flower liquid. The effects were swift and intense. They began to cry out in pain, with Heze Lanzi screaming in agony. His entire body turned bright red, and the ropes binding him snapped. Even so, with the presence of Sanxian, they couldn't cause much trouble. Freed from his restraints, Heze Lanzi didn't run but instead frantically tore at his clothes. His body was covered in snake-like veins, and in his pain, he grabbed a nearby iron pillar. To everyone's shock, the solid iron pillar, which supported the building, twisted and deformed in his grip as if it were dough. Everyone, including Sanxian, was stunned. A martial artist of the 6th rank could crush rocks and break steel, but to deform solid steel with mere grip strength was beyond the 6th rank. It required at least the strength of the 8th or 9th rank. The other people from the divine elephant kingdom also went berserk, struggling and clawing at their bodies until they were covered in blood, as if countless insects were biting them from within. Their roars became more beast-like, and their physical strength reached terrifying levels. One crazed individual charged at Li Mu. When Li Mu kicked him, it felt like kicking an ironclad war vehicle. He placed his ghost-faced staff across the person's shoulder, relying solely on the weight of the divine weapon over 8,000 pounds pressing down. Though the man was forced to kneel, he still struggled to stand amidst his roars. Li Mu gradually increased the power of his mountain-carrying technique. It wasn't until he used 3 parts of his strength that the man's legs finally gave way, emitting a clear cracking sound. He clutched his broken legs, rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. The frenzy of these people lasted for about 20 minutes. As they gradually regained consciousness, they collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat and as pale as sheets of paper. During their frenzy, they had wildly attacked the objects around them, leaving their hands and feet covered in wounds. Some had fractures and deformities, while others had torn skin and were bleeding profusely. Keep a close watch on them for the next couple of days, Li Mu instructed. He was calculating in his mind that even if he planted the seeds of the Jade Purity bone-cleansing pill today, it would take 5 days to harvest them. This period would be just right to observe the condition of these test subjects. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Blood Sea Military District, Zhuangji and others were reviewing the latest report from the Mingzhu Military District. The content of the message left everyone present in shock, and the meeting room fell into a dead silence. What an interesting young man. Commander Zhong Xinghai of the Blood Sea Military District broke the silence, a look of approval on his face. Such an ultimatum should have been issued long ago. Chief of Military Merit, Luo Dongyun, nodded in agreement. The Xinjiang nation is in the wrong and is trying to rally support from the Little Sakura nation to bolster their position. If we hesitate, they might think we are afraid. Li Mu's approach, though sharp, is a good way to test the reactions of the two nations, giving us the upper hand. Damn the Little Sakura nation. Zhong Xinghai slammed his fist on the table. I don't believe they have extra forces to meddle in the Xinjiang nation's affairs. If they dare come, we'll hit them hard. Those dwarfs from the tiny island think too highly of themselves. For once, no one raised any objections. Finally, Zhuangji made the decision. Regarding the Xinjiang nation, if peace doesn't work, we'll take a hard stance. That's the inevitable path. I just wonder if this young Li Mu can handle the responsibility. No need to worry, Zhong Xinghai said confidently. None of my men have such grit. No one else could pull this off. Let him do it, I think it's great. Zhong Xinghai's subordinates exchanged looks, each with a wry smile on their face. Zhuangji chuckled softly. Let's just see how he stirs things up. Soon, both the Kingdom of the Divine Elephant and the Kingdom of Sakura received the ultimatum. The Northern Territory directly issued a warning to the city of Bali Bali, and the Bali Bali border similarly responded to the Northern Territory of Huaxia. Both sides tacitly kept the situation localized, avoiding escalation into a national incident, so much so that the Blood Sea Military District didn't even need to report it. At the headquarters of the Bali Bali Military District in the Kingdom of the Divine Elephant, a lavish ball was underway. Under the crystal chandeliers, noble officers in their dress uniforms danced gracefully to the music. When the news of the ultimatum arrived, the officers merely wore dismissive smiles. General Kapil is truly brilliant, one officer toasted, with just a small scheme. He dragged the Kingdom of Sakura into this, putting such pressure on Huaxia. But Huaxia is too arrogant to dare provoke us. Kapil, holding his glass, replied with a confident smile. pay them no mind. The kingdom of Sakura will naturally come to us. Their population is sparse, and the death of one Kurosawa is enough to humiliate them. This remark was met with laughter throughout the ballroom. In comparison to the massive population of the kingdom of the divine elephant, other countries' population seemed insignificant, except for Huaxia. Over the years, Huaxia had maintained an impression of being humble and mysterious, quietly developing without much involvement in international disputes. This long-standing low profile inadvertently led some countries to question Huaxia's true strength. They thought that if Huaxia were truly powerful, it would expand its territory and occupy more abysses. Consequently, in recent years, several countries, including the kingdom of the divine elephant and the kingdom of Sakura, began frequently testing Huaxia's limits. The Blood Sea Military District's bold decision to allow Li Mu to take such aggressive action was actually a signal that Huaxia was beginning to awaken, a test of the external environment. As for Kurosawa's naive idea of obtaining quadruple compensation, the officers found it laughable. "General, can the kingdom of Sakura really threaten Huaxia?" someone questioned. Kapil set down his glass. "The supernatural power of the kingdom of Sakura is indeed mysterious and formidable. That's a fact. Moreover, they have the backing of the Great Eagle Nation, with their vampires and werewolf wizards created through genetic serums. Huaxia wouldn't dare provoke them lightly." The officers nodded in agreement. Although the Great Eagle Nation had a short history, after the Abyss eruption, they managed to materialize various mythological systems from their folklore using advanced technology and genetic serums, including vampires, werewolves, wizards, and the church. However, Huaxia had always looked down upon these manufactured deities. Unexpectedly, the subsequent developments took an unforeseen turn. After receiving the message, the kingdom of Sakura neither condemned Huaxia nor demanded the release of Kurosawa. The kingdom of Shunsang maintained an outward appearance of calm, neither responding to the ultimatum nor making any statements regarding the kingdom of Xiaoying. This unusual silence stirred unease within Shunsang, as they couldn't discern Xiaoying's true intentions, whether they were secretly preparing for retaliation against Huaxia or deliberately keeping their distance, willing to sacrifice Hei's Lanzi and their temporary dignity to observe Shunsang's predicament in this confrontation. The situation was highly unfavorable for Shunsang. They had initially promised to act against Huaxia in a month, but Huaxia preempted them with an ultimatum 2 days earlier. The burden of anxiety fell upon Shunsang, while Xiaoying acted as if the matter was of no concern to them. The three forces were caught in a strange deadlock. Huaxia awaited an apology from Shunsang. Shunsang hoped for a joint action from Xiaoying, and Xiaoying feigned ignorance. Time passed day by day in this delicate balance. Although Shunsang neither showed weakness to Xiaoying nor bowed to Huaxia, they were secretly gathering strength in preparation for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, the development of Huxiao camp progressed rapidly. On the day after capturing Hei's Lanzi, all the herbs in Li Mu's Fujian technique matured. He promptly harvested them and refined all the creation spirit crystals into creation pills. S-level 9 Heaven's Thunder Movement, S-level Black Sorcery, and S-level Shunsang Might. After careful consideration, Li Mu bestowed 9 Heaven's Thunder Movement upon Zhang Jiwei. This decision was based on multiple factors. Firstly, each person could only possess one creation talent. Secondly, Li Mu's own growth-type talent was about to advance to S-level. Most importantly, he harbored concerns about replacing his original talent, fearing that accepting 9 Heaven's Thunder Movement might affect his system or growth-type talent. The S-level Shunsang Might was given to Lu Chunfeng, and the S-level Black Sorcery was entrusted to Song Chuha, who was better suited for casting from the rear. On the 5th day, Li Mu successfully refined the Jade Purity Bone Cleansing Pill. During this period, Hei's Lanzi and others frequently entered berserk states. Although their combat power was formidable during these episodes, they became extremely weak afterward, with large patches of their hair turning white from the pain. However, after taking the Jade Purity Bone Cleansing Pill, the experimenters could control their berserk states freely, and the pain disappeared, leaving them with even more robust vitality. Those who did not take the Bone Cleansing Pill, including Hei's Lanzi, ultimately perished, while those who did experience stable improvements. Upon confirming the efficacy of the pill, Li Mu immediately executed the experimenters and then began preparing diluted corpse flower extract for the camp's warriors. In the days that followed, the warriors of Huxiao camp enhanced their strength through pursuit and evasion training, accumulating points to exchange for pills. Li Mu focused on scouting Shunsang's military arrangements, and over 20 days, he fully grasped the specific locations and troop distributions of 5 enemy camps, devising a meticulous battle plan with Song Chuha. As the promised 25 days drew to a close, Huxiao camp was brightly lit before dawn, with all senior members gathering at the command center, ready to initiate the final operation. The Tiger Roar camp was bustling with activity, and the Divine Elephant Nation's camp was similarly amassing its forces. By the afternoon of the 24th day, the outermost camp of the Divine Elephant Nation had already gathered 5,000 warriors, and other camps had carefully secured their treasure warehouses to prevent further thefts. Inside the command center, a group of officers was engaged in intense discussion. Two burly officers of the Xian rank stood against the wall, arms crossed. Their muscular arms were bare, and one of them wore sunglasses, exuding an air of individuality. Tomorrow marks the day of the Huaxia operation. Our camp is now fortified like a stronghold, and our warriors are as tough as steel. I can't fathom how they could possibly break through, one officer was saying when the two Xian rank powerhouses suddenly changed expressions and bolted out of the command center like arrows. Although the others were puzzled, they quickly followed suit. Everyone looked up to where the two Xian rank powerhouses were gazing. A cloud was rapidly approaching at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from nowhere, crashing down with a thunderous roar like a mountain falling. The two Xian rank powerhouses' faces changed dramatically as they rushed towards the golden elephant, but it was too late. With a loud explosion, a massive crater over 300 meters in diameter appeared in the camp's teleportation area. The shockwave from the explosion was comparable to a missile, sweeping across the area with dust and debris. The 100 or so people and a dozen elephants in the crater were instantly obliterated. Fortunately, the golden elephant was just at the edge of the crater. Although it let out a sharp trumpet and ran around in a panic, it managed to escape unharmed. One of the muscular officers dashed to the golden elephant's side, deploying his Xian rank domain, which enveloped an area of several dozen meters in a pale golden shield. The officer wearing sunglasses shouted in the divine elephant nation's language and pulled out a flying carpet, chasing after the white cloud in the sky. Even in pursuit, he maintained his cool pose with arms crossed, his clothes and hair flapping in the strong wind. In midair, he finally caught a glimpse of the figure on the cloud. It was Li Mu. At this moment, Li Mu occasionally glanced back, appearing flustered and moving at a speed that nearly matched the flying carpet. This gave the sunglasses-wearing officer the illusion that he was about to catch up. After chasing for several miles, Li Mu suddenly revealed a mocking smile and waved at him. In the next instant, the cloud deftly flipped and appeared behind the sunglasses officer, turning back in the opposite direction. Cursing in anger, the sunglasses officer hastily changed direction, only to see Li Mu's cloud accelerate sharply, quickly becoming a distant speck. Li Mu's speed increased more than tenfold, disappearing from sight in an instant. In the camp, the officer guarding the golden elephant immediately stood alert, blocking its path upon seeing Li Mu reappear. However, Li Mu's target was the densest area of the elephant herd. With a mighty strike, over 20 elephants were instantly pulverized. After completing this attack, Li Mu swiftly maneuvered the flying nimbus to escape. He pressed his radio earpiece and briefly reported, "Bomber mission accomplished." S Chua's command came through the headset. "Received. Bomber, proceed to Camp 4. Everyone else, execute the lure the wolf into the house tactic." Putting away his communication device, Li Mu immediately changed direction, flying towards the pre-scouted Camp 4 of the Divine Elephant Nation. This strategic strike involved 5 camps, numbered from 5 to 1, moving from the Huaxia border deeper into the Divine Elephant Nation, with the main base lying further in. As he flew on the cloud, Li Mu couldn't hide his excitement. The flying nimbus was a divine skill he had longed for over a month. Initially, its speed was only 1,080 kilometers per hour. Li Mu invested 14,000 battle points, increasing the speed by 1 kilometer per hour for every 10 points, reaching the current speed of 2,480 kilometers per hour, all without consuming true energy. This meant that even when exhausted, the flying nimbus could still carry him away. This speed far surpassed the 380 kilometers per hour limit when he transformed into an eagle, increasing it 6-fold. Originally, he wanted to accelerate further but found his body at its limit. At 1,224 kilometers per hour, he felt immense sonic pressure, as if he was being torn apart. With his peak 7th grade cultivation and the mid-grade Tianxian technique, he barely withstood it. When the speed reached 2,450 kilometers per hour, the pressure caused his brain to buzz, and his entire body trembled the cost of enduring twice the speed of sound. It was under these extreme conditions that Li Mu broke through to the early stage of the 8th grade. However, an incident during the flight left a lasting impression. A bird, unable to dodge due to the speed, collided with his left shoulder. The bird shattered, with sharp bones piercing deep into his shoulder. If not for regularly consuming high-grade solid pills and wielding weapons weighing over 10,000 pounds, this impact could have cost him half his life. Even so, it took 2 full days for the wound to heal. Therefore, when flying on the cloud now, Li Mu avoids exceeding 2,000 kilometers per hour unless necessary, always shielding himself with true energy and using his fiery eyes to watch the path ahead to prevent accidents. With his newly acquired abilities, Li Mu drastically reduced the travel time from Huxiao Camp to the number 5 camp of the Kingdom of Divine Elephants to just 1 hour. This was thanks to his Bimoen ability, which allowed all horses following his lead steed, Yao Gu, to share its speed and endurance. At this moment, Li Mu chose to ride the somersault cloud, temporarily handing Yao Gu over to S Chua for riding. as this combination was crucial for long-distance ground assaults. The number 5 camp of the Kingdom of Divine Elephants was in chaos. The air was filled with cries, and soldiers were busy dealing with the bodies strewn across the ground. What enraged the Divine Elephant Army most was not the casualties, but the loss of their precious war elephants. Li Mu's 2 mighty strikes had killed at least 35 elephants, nearly having the camp's elephant strength. 2 Shin-level experts analyzed that Li Mu's previous attack was actually targeting the golden elephant. Fortunately, they had protected the golden elephant in time, forcing Li Mu to attack the regular war elephants instead. Anticipating that Li Mu would strike again, the 2 experts stayed close to the golden elephant. In this camp, lacking a grand formation and without D-level experts, they were the only ones capable of contending with Li Mu's formidable power. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the ground began to tremble. What's happening? Quick, check the southern wall. The officer with sunglasses commanded sharply. When the soldiers climbed the wall, the sight before them made their scalps tingle. Countless monsters surged forward like a black tide, blocking out the sky. Monsters! Countless monsters! Terrified shouts echoed as officers hurriedly organized defenses. Even more astonishing was the sight at the forefront of this black tide. Nearly 200 warriors of the Zhenyuan Army charged ahead. Each warrior stood over 6 feet tall, with many reaching 6.5 feet, relying on sheer physical strength to easily outpace the varied speed monster horde behind them. When they were still a kilometer away from the camp, this elite force suddenly accelerated, widening the gap with the monster horde. Just as they were about to reach the camp, they split into 2 groups, racing around the sides of the camp. Deprived of their targets, the monstrous horde turned their greedy eyes toward the camp in front of them. The soldiers at the Divine Elephant Nation's camp were furious, their curses drowned out by the deafening roars of the monsters. Facing a swarm of at least 6,000 to 7,000 creatures, holding the camp would be akin to courting death. The Divine Elephant Nation quickly decided to confront the enemy outside the camp. Thousands of soldiers sprang into action, engaging the monsters heat. Even in such a dire situation, the 2 Shinrank experts wisely left one to guard the golden elephant, while the other charged out to meet the enemy. The Shinrank expert wearing sunglasses displayed astonishing power. He leaped into the air and landed with a superhero-like impact. As his right fist struck the ground, a powerful shockwave radiated outwards, sending nearby monsters flying. His clothes and hair billowed in the gust, exuding an imposing aura. Next, he suddenly grabbed downwards with both hands, pulling 2 giant chains that had been buried in the ground. As the chains erupted from the earth, clouds of dust rose, and monsters were thrown into the air. With a roar, he straightened the chains, creating a temporary defensive line in the monster horde. He then exerted more force, and with 2 loud snaps, the chains broke. Grabbing the 10-meter-long broken chains, he charged into the monster horde, swinging them like whips, cutting through the creatures effortlessly. Despite his formidable strength, he could only hold one area. Elsewhere, the battle between the Divine Elephant Nation's warriors and the monsters was brutal. The sudden attack disrupted their formation and shook their morale, causing casualties to rise rapidly. On the other side of the camp, a squad of Huaxiao warriors, after covering some distance, split into groups of 5. These were elite soldiers who had participated in the grain transport exercise. After a month of weight-bearing training and the enhancement of solid pills, condensing pills, and corpse flower extract, they moved 3 times faster than warhorses. These dispersed squads quickly regrouped and joined the main force led by S Chua. Over 1,200 soldiers advanced like a constellation towards the other side of Camp 5. 10 minutes had passed since the monsters launched their assault, and the battlefield had seen the monsters lose half their numbers, while the Divine Elephant Nation's camp had lost half its troops. They had already sent out distress signals to other camps, with the teleportation array at the Golden Elephant continuously flashing, bringing in reinforcements from Camp 4. Resisting the assault of the Zhenyuan Army was destined to be futile for the Divine Elephant Nation. Without any Shin-level warriors, they stood no chance against the Huaxia forces, which boasted 3 such fighters. Duan Yuan swiftly ascended into the air, hovering above the wall. Clutching an iron ruler in his hand, he held it before him as his true energy surged, channeling an overwhelming aura into his right hand, making it shine like the blazing sun. With a gentle flick of his finger, the iron ruler emitted a resonating hum, sending sound waves crashing into the walls of Camp 5. With a thunderous explosion, the space around them warped violently, spreading out like waves. Within moments, several hundred meters of the wall crumbled into dust, along with the structures and defenders upon it, all reduced to ashes. The Zhenyuan Army flooded into the camp like a tidal wave, initiating a one-sided massacre. The soldiers from the Divine Elephant Nation, who had rushed from Camp 4 to provide reinforcement, were cut down by steel blades before they could even scale the walls to assess the battle. Although the Divine Elephant Nation quickly dispatched 2 Shin-level officers to support the defense, barely managing to stabilize the situation, This played right into Song Chua's hands. His true goal was never to kill the golden elephant, but to execute a strategy of surrounding and reinforcing. The three Shin-level warriors engaged the enemy's Shin-level fighters, while the Zhenyuan Army moved fluidly within the camp, methodically slaughtering the divine elephant soldiers. They deliberately controlled the pace of the attack, alternating between fast and slow, to create the illusion that the divine elephant nation was on the verge of turning the tide, luring more reinforcements into the deadly trap. In just 20 minutes, nearly 6,000 divine elephant soldiers and numerous non-combatants had perished, and the defenders of Camp 5 were effectively wiped out. When the officer with sunglasses arrived with reinforcements, Duan Yuan and Chu He seized the opportunity to join forces and eliminate an enemy Shin-level fighter. Although the Shin-level power on the battlefield reached a temporary balance, the remaining 1,000 or so divine elephant soldiers were already mired in a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, Camp 4 descended into chaos. Originally housing 6,000 troops, it now had only 4,000, while SOS messages from Camp 5 poured in like snowflakes. The camp commander was caught in a dilemma. They had 2 Shin-level warriors, and a full-force reinforcement might turn the tide. Just as heated debates erupted among the troops, the 2 Shin-level warriors suddenly sensed something amiss, cursed, and dashed out of the camp. Everything mirrored the fate of Camp Fivia. Foreboding cloud slowly drifted over the camp, revealing the unsettling visage of Li Mu. Li Mu smiled and waved silently to the ground, mouthing 2 words, "Heaven's might." With a deafening roar, a terrifying energy descended from the sky, striking the teleportation area. Instantly, over 100 soldiers and more than 20 elephants fell dead on the spot. However, the golden elephant remained standing. "Ah!" came a furious shout as a powerful Shin-level warrior crouched and launched himself like a cannonball towards Li Mu in midair, aiming a perfect straight punch. Li Mu's heart tightened as he felt an invisible force lock onto him. By the time he reacted, he had missed the best opportunity to evade. In a split second, Li Mu retracted his Nimbus Cloud and simultaneously used his Copperhead and Iron Arm technique along with a transformation spell, turning into a small mosquito. Luckily, although the Shin-level warrior had immense strength, his fine control was lacking. His punch grazed past Li Mu in mosquito form, and lacking any foothold in midair, he quickly fell. Li Mu swiftly reverted to human form, summoned his Nimbus Cloud again, and patted his chest in relief. He floored the accelerator, quickly flying away from the camp. 2 Shin-level warriors stomped and cursed on the ground, unable to match his speed. While this bomber-like approach was exhilarating, Li Mu realized the risks involved. He could easily find himself in danger against quick-reacting Shin-level warriors. This time, he succeeded only because the camp lacked major defensive formations. He decided to change tactics. First, transform into a mosquito to approach silently, ensuring he wouldn't be detected. Then drop Heaven's Might and retreat immediately, avoiding any temptation to linger for more results. That night marked the beginning of a nightmare for the kingdom of divine elephants. Camp 5 suffered heavy losses, losing 8,600 men. Shin-level warriors from Camps 3 and 2 rushed to support, aiming to annihilate the Huaxia Zhenyuan Army, only to find that the opponents had already dispersed in a well-trained, orderly manner, making it difficult to lock onto any target for pursuit. When the kingdom of divine elephants thought Huaxia's attack had ceased, at 4 a.m., Li Mu struck Camp 2, once again unleashing Heaven's Might on the ordinary elephants. As Camp 2 fumed, Camp 4 was attacked by 200 elite Huaxia soldiers, leading 8,000 monsters. Amidst the chaos, Song Chua led 2 Shin-level warriors and 1,000 Tiger Roar camp soldiers, employing the same tactic to attack Camp 2 from both sides, causing its swift downfall. Li Mu and Duan Yuan seized the opportunity when Camp 3 was at its weakest, launching a surprise attack and killing its golden elephant, severing the teleportation supply. Li Mu's continuous assault on ordinary elephants severely hampered the support speed between camps. Song Chua adhered to the principle of preserving Tiger Roar camp soldiers, striking only at weak points. By 11 a.m., Song Chua successfully annihilated the unsupported Camp 3 defense force of 3,700 men and 2 Shin-level warriors. After a brief rest, by 3:30 p.m., they attacked and captured the weakest defended Camp 4. With Li Mu scouting on the Nimbus Cloud, Song Chua could always pinpoint enemy weaknesses accurately. They adopted a flank attack and circle and reinforce strategy, retreating immediately if forces were evenly matched, dispersing to rest, and then seeking the next weak target. The core strategy was to maintain overwhelming superiority, retreating decisively when unable to crush the opponent, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. 2 days and nights of hell. For the kingdom of Shunxiang, it was a nightmare. Death reports flooded the headquarters of the Bari military district like snowflakes, and even with their army of over 70,000, they began to tremble. In just 2 short days, the casualty count had soared to an astonishing 35,000, effectively cutting their forces in half. This outcome left the nobles of Shunxiang utterly perplexed. In terms of strength, they might not match the Tiger Roar army, but with such a vast numerical advantage, they should have won through sheer force of numbers. Even more puzzling was the fact that they had deployed 10 second-tier warriors equivalent to the Shin-level warriors of Huaxia, 5 of whom were elite reinforcements from the district. Meanwhile, their opponents numbered only 1,200, with just 3 Shin-level warriors among them. However, the tactics of the Tiger Roar army were astounding. They moved like the wind, coordinated and synchronized, with combat and execution abilities far beyond imagination. What was more terrifying was their apparent ability to anticipate enemy movements, launching attacks precisely at the weakest points. Whenever the soldiers of Shunxiang were most vigilant, the Tiger Roar army would hold back. The moment the defenses relaxed, they would strike with thunderous force. They consistently maintained an advantage in the number of Shin-level warriors on the battlefield, and whenever they encountered more than 4 second-tier warriors, they would immediately disperse and retreat, leaving no trace. On the third day, Shunxiang finally unveiled their trump card. A third-tier powerhouse equivalent to the D-level warrior of Huaxia was secretly teleported to Camp 2, ready to trap the enemy. Yet, as if sensing the danger, the Tiger Roar army vanished without a trace. By the fourth day, Shunxiang deduced that the Tiger Roar army must have returned to their base for rest. Considering that the enemy had had almost no rest in the past 2 days and could only rest in the wild in a dispersed manner to avoid attracting monsters, this was deemed the perfect time for a surprise attack. Thus, Shunxiang went Allen, dispatching 200 elephants, each carrying 20 soldiers, totaling 4,000 elite troops, to march towards the Tiger Roar camp. After a grueling 7-hour trek, the forces finally regrouped near their target. However, the large human presence quickly attracted a horde of abyssal monsters. Lacking mobility, they had to force their way through, losing 200 to 300 men before even reaching their destination. As the monster horde closed in, an officer named Curry shouted over the radio, "Divert! Divert! Lead the monsters to the camp." Unfortunately, the massive formation couldn't turn quickly enough and was viciously attacked by the pursuing monsters. Nevertheless, the monster horde did manage to breach the outer walls of the Tiger Roar camp, allowing Shunxiang warriors to storm in, ready for urban combat. They were determined to capture a group of exhausted Tiger Roar soldiers, even if it meant going down with them. When the Divine Elephant Army arrived at the Tiger Roar camp, they were shocked to find the entire camp deserted, not a soul in sight. As they stood puzzled, hordes of summoned monsters swarmed upon them. The Divine Elephant Army had no choice but to use the camp as a stronghold and engage in a fierce battle with the monsters. After a brutal fight, the number of the Divine Elephant Army had dwindled from tens of thousands to just over 2,700. Exhausted from a 7-hour forced march and intense combat with the monsters, the soldiers collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, the Tiger Roar army suddenly attacked from 3 directions, all soldiers in a berserk state, their bodies glowing with an eerie red light. The weary Divine Elephant Army was powerless to resist and was quickly annihilated, leaving no survivors. In the following 2 days, the Tiger Roar army also faced challenges. Just as Song Chuha was preparing to attack Camp 2, the heavenly compass shook violently, indicating the presence of a powerful enemy. He immediately sought instructions from Li Mu. Li Mu surveyed his surroundings, noticing the dark circles under the soldiers' eyes and the fatigue of the warhorses. The relentless attacks over the past 2 days had been sustained solely by their fighting spirit. Faced with the threat of a formidable enemy, Li Mu decisively ordered a full retreat to the Mingzhu military district and personally returned to the Tiger Roar camp to evacuate non-combat personnel. After a day of rest, the Tiger Roar army returned to the camp. Within hours, the outpost spotted signs of the Divine Elephant Nation. Following the plan, everyone dispersed to the outpost, waiting for the Divine Elephant Army to engage the monsters before launching a surprise attack. The outcome of the battle stunned the Blood Sea military district. The Tiger Roar army lost only 41 men, yet they annihilated 41,000 elite soldiers of the Divine Elephant Nation and killed 5 Shin-level warriors. The military leadership, including Zhong Xinghai, was thrilled by this incredible achievement. Soon, the Divine Elephant Nation sent a temporary deputy foreign minister to the Blood Sea military district to seek peace. Li Mu's terms were tough. The Divine Elephant Nation must cede 5 camps and related resources and issue an apology. Zhu Yuanji not only fully supported this but also demanded that the Divine Elephant Nation cooperate with Huaxia on abyss research and teleportation technology development, giving a 24-hour ultimatum. Failure to comply would result in the Tiger Roar army directly attacking their main military base. The deputy was left speechless after hearing Zhu Yuanji's words. Li Mu's tough stance was indeed surprising, but considering he had the backing of a leader like Zhu Yuanji, it made sense. He promptly relayed this information to the deputy foreign minister of the Shunsang kingdom. Zhu Yuanji's reasoning was clear. Since Li Mu had already led his troops to subdue the Shunsang kingdom, it would be a waste not to maximize the benefits, especially after the sacrifice of 41 soldiers from the Huxiao army. Moreover, the higher-ups were strongly supportive of this operation. As for the Silent Sakura kingdom, They were evidently waiting to see how Huaxia would respond to the Shinseng Kingdom. 41 for 41,000 was the best answer. Regarding Li Mu's situation, Zhu Yuanji had plans. He could be temporarily relieved of his duties, but his military position must be retained. This was logical because, at the Huxiao camp, no one but Li Mu could truly lead. To reassign Li Mu would mean relocating the entire command staff of the Huxiao camp. Once the news reached the Shinseng Kingdom, it took them only 7 hours to fully accept Huaxia's conditions. On the surface, the loss of 40,000 people in a nation of 1 billion might not seem enough to prompt such swift surrender. However, when a 1,000-strong Huxiao army, led by 3 Xin-level experts, could cause such devastation with just a single vacuum attack, the Shinseng Kingdom realized they had severely underestimated Huaxia's power. As a neighbor, they knew that in the event of a full-scale war, they would be the first to bear the brunt. Regarding territorial concessions, although they lost vast areas and resources, these abyssal resources were inherently difficult to control. If they did not voluntarily relinquish them, the ongoing bombardment by Li Mu and the Huxiao army's harassment would turn the maintenance of garrisons and development into a bottomless pit. It was better to seize the opportunity to improve relations with Huaxia. Moreover, cooperating in the research of abyssal borders and long-distance teleportation technology would yield multiple benefits. Their own abyssal research had not yet made breakthroughs, and collaboration would inevitably provide valuable experience. The Pearl Military District quickly received instructions from the Blood Sea Military District. The Shinseng Kingdom had conceded, and they could begin to take over the resources of the 5 camps while also halting any further actions by Li Mu. Within the command center, the expressions of several high-ranking officials visibly relaxed. Liang Huajun suggested, "We should call Li Mu back and let him have a good rest. Yesterday, he looked like a vengeful spirit with that murderous aura. Vice Commander Wang, it's up to you to placate him." Wang Longcheng was taken aback. "Me? Shouldn't it be you, the commander, giving the order?" Liang Huajun retorted, "Nonsense, he's your subordinate. If you don't speak to him, who will? When has that kid ever respected me? With his current murderous aura, if I try to stop him and he says something unpleasant, should I listen or not?" It's noteworthy that when Zhu Yuanji consulted Li Mu, it was done privately, without going through the Pearl Military District, so they were unaware that the territorial concessions were at Li Mu's request. Wang Longqing initially thought that the Blood Sea Military District had already settled the compensation issue and could send someone to intercept Li Mu. He looked at Deputy Commander Qin Zhanya with a troubled expression. Qin Zhanya immediately raised his hand to speak. "I agree with Deputy Commander Wang's idea. You can send In Huan." He said this while winking at Wang Longqing, who glared at him in annoyance. A few hours later, the Tiger Roar camp was bustling with activity. The already scarce facilities in the camp had suffered heavy damage during the battle, and the survivors were busy repairing the damaged walls and buildings, giving the entire camp a war-torn appearance. Li Mu was still outside the camp, clearing out monsters. Over the past month, he had hardly rested, accumulating over 200,000 battle points. The biggest achievement was upgrading the middle-grade celestial technique and the somersault cloud, which alone cost 200,000 points, with an additional 14,000 points spent on further enhancing the somersault cloud. His divine weapon technique also made a breakthrough, reaching 12,000 gene, just 1,500 gene short of his target weight. Although the sheer weight couldn't yet match the Great Sage, Li Mu's strike was now formidable enough to intimidate opponents below the mysterious rank. The progress in the carrying mountain technique was equally impressive, reaching the strength of 1 dragon and 2 tigers. Combined with the solid body pill, Li Mu could easily handle 12,000 gene. Once he advanced to the peak of the 8th grade, or the early 9th grade, managing 13,500 gene would be a breeze. At this point, his battle points had accumulated to 7,588. Suddenly, his watch beeped with an alert from Song Chua, asking him to return to the camp. Li Mu immediately flew back on his somersault cloud. On the platform of the camp's gate wall, he saw Song Chua sitting cross-legged, surrounded by swirling black energy. With his Clevel Chi recovery talent, he adapted to the black magic like a fish in water. This magic not only enhanced his abilities but also darkened and controlled spiritual treasures, granting them unexpected abilities and raising them by 1 or 2 grades. Just like the black-robed sorcerer who previously trapped Ma Jun and others using a magical treasure, Song Chua had successfully darkened 4 spiritual treasures so far. Although they included only 2 ordinary and 2 special grade items, each exhibited unique power. For him, the functionality of magical treasures was as important as their combat attributes. Li Mu didn't disturb Song Chua, who was focused on his cultivation, and flew directly to the command center window. Inside the room, only Wang Yinhuan was present, with the door tightly shut. Li Mu transformed into a tiny mosquito and slipped through the window crack. He saw Wang Yinhuan facing away from the door, holding her hands to her chest, murmuring to the air, "Have you been eating well lately? Is fighting especially tiring? You seem to have lost weight." Midway through, she shook her head, as if realizing the words weren't quite right. "No, that's not right. How could one gain weight from fighting? Wang Yinhuan stood by the window, quietly talking to herself. How's Anning doing lately? The war must be exhausting, right? I often visit her, and she always talks about you. The wine at home is ready, she wants to bring it to you. But she's worried it might affect your mood. As she spoke, she unconsciously pursed her lips, constantly adjusting her tone, afraid of saying something that might upset Li Mu. Li Mu, hidden in the shadows, felt his heart race. He had intended to play a prank on her, suddenly appearing from behind to give her a scare, but reconsidered, thinking it might be too much and could leave a psychological impact on Wang Yinhuan. After some thought, he quietly flew out the window, coughed twice at the front door, and walked in. Wang Yinhuan turned around, her hands behind her back, and gave him a sweet smile. Oh, what brings you here? Li Mu asked, feigning surprise. Wang Yinhuan noticed the wine gourd she had given him hanging from Li Mu's waist, and her heart fluttered, her cheeks turning pink. My father asked me to pass a message. You just coughed? Are you catching a cold? She took 2 steps closer and asked with concern. Li Mu almost burst out laughing. As a martial artist of the 7th or 8th rank, he wouldn't catch a cold. Only injuries from monsters or mishaps in martial arts could make him ill. This girl was worried for nothing. No worries. What did your father ask you to say? The kingdom of Shunxiang has shown weakness. They're willing to give up 5 major camps and related resources, and they'll cooperate with Huaxia on the Abyss border and point-to-point transmission issues. He wants you to stop killing and take a break. Also, Wang Yinhuan said softly, Anning misses you too. The damn kingdom of Shunxiang made a smart move. If it were anyone else, I might have had more to say. But since it's you, I'll go visit my mom. Wang Yinhuan blushed at his words, her eyes sparkling with undisguised joy. By the way, I'm currently interning at the Lin Yuan City Research Institute. It's really beautiful there. You could visit to relax, and the military district would welcome you. Li Mu nodded and smiled. Indeed, he had heard that Lin Yuan City had beautiful scenery, and the Abyss there was entirely different from Iron Hand City, with experts saying it was like night and day. If the transition here went smoothly, visiting Lin Yuan City wouldn't be a bad idea. Seeing Li Mu agree, Wang Yinhuan smiled happily, her face reddening again. This time, Li Mu didn't miss the chance to tease her, touching her cheek. Oh no, are you running a fever? Wang Yinhuan blushed all the way to her ears, bit her lip, and playfully punched him before turning her back to him. Li Mu laughed heartily. Come on, open your mouth, I have a gift for you. He took out several black pills, chi-gathering pills, body-stabilizing pills, and spirit blossom pills, 2 of each. These were his latest creations, with the herbs having grown for twice as long, making them much more potent than before. Trusting him, Wang Yinhuan ate them one by one. Although the pills were only the size of a fingernail, she still chewed them carefully. At that moment, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng arrived at the command center, wanting to ask when Li Mu would return. Just as they reached the door, they heard the phrase, swallow it down from inside. Zhang Jiwei turned and walked away, while Lu Chunfeng, puzzled, leaned against the door to eavesdrop. In the southern district of Taizhou City, at the Song family home, Song Jiamin and his wife Tao Ling were busy packing their belongings in a small room. Since they started working at the steel plant under the Zhang Group, Song Jiamin quickly became the leader of the furnace team thanks to his outstanding performance, while Tao Ling was promoted to deputy leader of the forging team. Despite the significant salary increase, this hard-won job did not bring them joy, as their son Song Chua had been sent to serve at the border. The job feels like it was traded for our son's life. This thought constantly haunted them. Ever since their son left, a cloud of worry had hung over their home. Even though they lived in the most basic employee dormitory, they had no desire to move. Now, with the complete closure of Jinhua Steel, this old dormitory area was set to be demolished. After receiving the relocation notice, they had no choice but to pack up and leave. As they sighed and carried their bags downstairs, the sound of engines suddenly echoed outside. Neighbors who were loading their cars in the hallway immediately stirred and began peering outside. When the Song couple squeezed through the crowd, the neighbors stepped aside, congratulating them with phrases like, "Congratulations, old Song, you've been hiding your talent, and your son has really made it." When they reached the front of the building, the sight before them brought tears to their eyes. 3 brand new military pickup trucks were parked neatly, and Song Chua, dressed in a crisp military uniform, was striding towards them, followed by more than a dozen strong members of the military district security team. Song Chua stopped in front of his parents, stood at attention, and gave a sharp military salute. Song Chua, deputy commander of the 6th Battalion of the Tiger Roar Army, reporting to my parents. His voice was thick with emotion. Such a rapid promotion was akin to a legendary rise, even surpassing Li Mu. Although Liang Hua's army and others jokingly said that Li Mu benefited from Song Chua's success, everyone knew the truth. Without Li Mu's vital intelligence, the pills, the flower elixir, and the inspiration Li Mu provided, this remarkable victory would not have been possible. Tao Ling paid no attention to the military ranks her son mentioned. All she cared about was that her son had returned safely. "My son is alive," she sobbed as she rushed forward to embrace him tightly, touching his face and arms, soaking his uniform with her tears, and repeatedly asking, "Are you hurt? Did you get any lasting injuries?" Song Jianmin tightly pressed his lips together, tears welling up in his eyes but never falling. He exchanged a look with Song Chua, who was comforting their mother. Song Chua's deep gaze was full of affirmation, and he nodded repeatedly. He exhaled a long breath, as if trying to release all the hardships he had endured for the family over the years, and silently conveyed a message to the ancestors of the Song family. Finally, their generations of poverty were about to change. Neighbors came forward to offer their congratulations. Once, they had envied or even been jealous of the Song couple for working at Zhang Corporation, but now, such feelings had vanished. Just as beggars don't envy millionaires, but surely envy another beggar who earns more. The security team from the military family area helped with loading the car. Once inside the car, Tao Ling sleepily asked, "Son, where are we going? Are you taking mom to the front line with you?" "Well, at least you'll have a hot meal." Song Jianmin couldn't help but smile wryly at his wife's muddled state. Song Chuha gently explained, "Mom, we're moving to the military family area. I have a military position now, and we've been assigned a house." Tao Ling looked at her husband with partial understanding. Once she gathered her thoughts, Song Jianmin cautiously asked, "Son, how did you get promoted so quickly?" He trailed off when he noticed the driver in front and lowered his voice. "There are confidentiality agreements, so I can't go into details," Song Chuha explained. "But you just need to know that I have a good leader, and I will not let him down. As for safety, you two don't need to worry too much. My position is much safer than being on the front line." Although he knew that commanders also had to fight with the troops, these words reassured his parents and were indeed somewhat safer than charging into battle. A similar scene played out in the homes of Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng. Both gained 400 merit points in the battle, promoting them to the rank of Zhong Langwei. Lu Zhenshan acknowledged his son's progress, and the two celebrated with a hearty drink. Zhang Chaoyang threw a grand family feast. Though mindful of his military-industrial background, he couldn't boast too much. He still treated all the staff to the finest delicacies and wines. Even the gardener enjoyed the feast. The Li Mu and Wang Longqing households were also filled with joy. After several rounds of drinks, Bai Taiwei and Yang Suying chatted happily, while Chen Jiaqi and Chen Jiafeng were engrossed in Wang Yinhui's stories about the research institute. Li Mu and Wang Longqing sat on the sofa sipping tea. As Li Mu poured him tea, Wang Longqing's eyes were full of appreciation. His years of hard work, surviving countless life-and-death situations, commanding innumerable battles, had only led him to barely attain the rank of Zhonghu Ho, thanks to Li Mu's support this time. Li Mu gazed ahead, his heart filled with anticipation. He was just 100 merit points away from being promoted to Middle Tiger Marquis, a goal within reach. Even without taking the initiative, the mere decrease in the death rate of blade-wielding warriors reported by the Military Merit Department next quarter would earn him hundreds of merit points. In perhaps a month, or even just a few weeks, he would surpass the target he had set for himself. What was even more remarkable was his progress in cultivation. Li Mu had now become a formidable 8th-grade warrior, with strength on par with Yin Changming, the principal of Heishui High School. Wang Longqing privately assessed that if they were to engage in a true battle, he might not stand a chance against this young talent. The most astonishing was Li Mu's recent talent test results. His aptitude had leaped from the former level heavy strike to this level source of power, an unprecedented leap. "Didn't you promise Yin Huan to visit Zhenyuan City?" Wang Longqing suddenly asked. "Yes, I'm planning to visit the research institute where she works," Li Mu replied with a smile. "Well, the Wanren Military District has sent a message hoping you'll visit," Wang Longqing said seriously. "You should check out the environment, especially whether the Abyss in Zhenyuan City suits you. If it does, I will recommend you for a permanent position there." Upon hearing this, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback and was about to speak when Wang Longqing raised his hand to interrupt. "I know what you're going to say. Don't worry, no matter where you go, your roots are always in the Mingzhu Military District. But you're an eagle, and the sky over Taizhou City is too small for you. The Abyss in Zhenyuan City is a completely different world. You'll understand why I want you to develop there once you visit." Wang Longqing continued, "Moreover, the Tiger Roar camp has been divided into 6 major camps, and your Tiger Roar army still needs to expand by 7,000 people. The Wanren Military District is our largest source of manpower support. Establishing yourself there will better enable you to build your own team. Song Chuha will take care of things here, so you don't need to worry." After listening, Li Mu posed a question that had long puzzled him. "I've never really understood why the Abyss in Zhenyuan City is said to be completely different from ours. Also, why is it that as we expand outward from the Abyss, the strength of the monsters increases layer by layer? To this day, I've only encountered Shin-level monsters and have never seen D-level ones, much like I've never met D-level warriors." Wang Longqing laughed heartily. "You're now at a stage where you're contemplating the true nature of the Abyss. These topics were never covered in high school courses, and even if they were, it was just the surface. Alright then, today I'll share with you all the secrets of the abyss that I know. Li Mu listened intently, focusing on Wang Longqing's account. According to the latest research developments in China, combined with scattered information from other countries, we've discovered an astonishing fact: the abyss is not just a single world, said Wang Longqing, his voice calm and powerful. It's been confirmed that there are at least 9 distinctly different abyssal worlds, each with significant differences in flora and fauna, climate, and terrain. In China alone, there are 4 distinctly different abyssal worlds. Take Taizhou City as an example. Its abyssal world is dark and desolate, lifeless, with mutated creatures constantly fighting and devouring each other. In contrast, the abyss of Zhenyuan City is entirely different, filled with light, birdsong, and blossoms, with rolling mountains, swamps, forests, and lakes, all hiding various mysterious secret realms. Although it appears more pleasant on the surface, it's actually more dangerous than the abyss of Taizhou City, with higher-level monsters and rarer resources. The abyss of Shueqi City is similar to that of Taizhou City. More surprisingly, in the abysses of some other cities, there have appeared semi-human monsters with intelligence, capable of organizing and acting collectively. Some abysses even have ruins of human constructions, with zombies and zombie beasts appearing. There's also a special type of abyss where, although monsters are scarce, each one is incredibly powerful, possessing terrifying abilities that even teams of the same level find difficult to handle. Humans have always been researching the junctions between abysses, Wang Longqing continued, but we can only explore between similar abyssal worlds like Shueqi City and Zhenyuan City. As for different types of abysses like Taizhou City and Zhenyuan City, research has long been shelved because experts believe they are not on the same plane and cannot possibly be contiguous. What's even more peculiar is that even within the same type of abyss, maps explored from different entrances are completely non-transferable. A coordinate point from one entrance cannot be reached through the abyss to another entrance's coordinate point, presenting a completely chaotic and disordered state. This spatial disarray led experts to a hypothesis. The abyss might be multiple different civilization-like spaces fragmented and pieced together on Blue Star. This hypothesis also explains the situation during the initial outbreak of the abyss back then. It was mainly first to third-grade monsters, with Shin-level monsters being extremely rare. If Shin-level monsters appeared as frequently as they do now, humanity, without Shin-level warriors at the time, would likely have been wiped out. As time passed, humanity gradually developed, warrior strength continuously increased, and abyss exploration became deeper. However, nearly a decade ago, the abyss seemed to suddenly escalate, with a sharp increase in the number of 5th grade and above monsters and Shin-level monsters. The sudden changes in the abyss caught humanity's strongest off guard. During this upheaval, a large number of mid-level and high-level warriors perished within the abyss. Even more shocking was the mysterious force that seemed to stretch the space of the abyss, transforming familiar areas beyond recognition. Ordinary citizens could only piece together rumors about the abyssal chaos from the scattered information brought back by social warriors. Although it initially sparked panic, it soon subsided. However, to abyss experts, this period, known as the second phase, marked a significant turning point for human civilization. Wang Longqing explained with a serious expression, "The abyss seems to be evolving alongside humanity's growth. As the number of Earth-level warriors increases and human exploration goes deeper, the abyss is on the brink of entering the third phase. By then, the abyss will not only reveal more of its true spatial nature, but also present stronger adversaries. After all, this is Blue Planet civilization confronting multiple alien civilizations. We cannot rule out the emergence of true abyssal humans. There's another important reason for sending you to Zhenyuan City," Wang Longqing continued. "Our Iron Hand City's military district rarely interacts with social warrior groups due to limited exploration permissions. But Zhenyuan City's population is 3 times ours, with high participation from social warriors. Many powerful consortia and family forces control a vast amount of abyss resources there, creating a complex web of power. The Abyss Suppression Army maintains a delicate balance with these forces. It's better for you to engage in such contests early on so you won't be caught off guard in the future." Li Mu nodded in understanding, though his words carried a hint of warning. "If I get involved in these family contests, my approach might be more aggressive than you expect." Wang Longqing laughed heartily. "Haha. Would you still be you if you weren't aggressive? I trust your judgment." Li Mu just smiled silently, thinking, "My judgment might be more than these family consortia can handle." 2 days later, Li Mu set off for Zhenyuan City. Although he could reach the destination 2,000 kilometers away in less than an hour using the cloud somersault, he chose to experience the airship, which he had never tried before. This spirit-powered aircraft is much more agile than a regular plane. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng stayed at Tiger Roar Camp to assist Song Chuha with transition matters, while Wang Yinhui had already returned to report at the Research Institute. Li Mu traveled lightly on his own, opting for the first-class cabin of the airship. The spacious interior was divided into 3 levels: economy, business, and luxury. The top-level first-class cabin featured exclusive sofa seating, an entertainment area, and a premium dining zone. At 9 a.m., the airship took off on schedule. The flight was extremely smooth, allowing passengers to move freely. Li Mu walked to an unoccupied observation window to gaze down at the city and wilderness below. Soaring in the sunlight, he marveled at how much more comfortable this was compared to worrying about colliding with flying monsters and domes in the abyss. At that moment, his phone rang. The call came directly from the deputy commander of the Wanren military district. A friendly middle-aged voice on the other end asked Li Mu if he had set off and what his estimated arrival time was. Li Mu replied that he expected to arrive by 2 p.m., and the deputy commander assured him that someone would be arranged to meet him at the airship exit. After hanging up, Li Mu turned his attention to the window. The airship had left Taizhou City, and below lay an endless expanse of wilderness. Although abyssal creatures occasionally appeared in this area, they were weak and few in number, requiring periodic clearance by social warriors. The origin of these creatures was uncertain, perhaps due to poor entrance management by some country, or they may have found other ways to infiltrate. Despite being a persistent threat, they were limited in danger. This situation forced humans to live concentrated in cities near abyssal entrances, making villages and towns scarce in the wild and leading to a highly concentrated population distribution. While Li Mu was engrossed in the view, a woman who looked like a nanny approached the window with a 6 or 7-year-old girl. The girl, being too short, had to be lifted by the nanny to see outside. Excited by the scenery, the girl laughed and shouted with joy. Noticing this, Li Mu moved to the corner to make room for them. However, the girl suddenly noticed him and reached out to push his head, demanding childishly yet assertively, "Go away, go away." Li Mu looked at her puzzled. "Little one, do I look scary? Go away. I want to see by myself." "You can't look." The girl continued to push him. When he merely dodged but didn't leave, she loudly complained to the nanny, "Make him go away, go away. I want to see myself. I want to be here." The nanny looked at Li Mu awkwardly, but before she could speak, a woman dressed as a socialite hurried over, lovingly taking the girl into her arms. "Oh, Tang Bao, what's wrong? What's wrong?" Upon seeing her mother, the girl began to cry, pointing at Li Mu and accusing, "Mommy, he bullied me. I don't like him. You hit him." The woman immediately turned to Li Mu, glaring at him for a few seconds, and silently mouthed with exaggerated lip movements, "Get lost." Her eyes conveyed a sense of arrogance. She clearly didn't want to lose face in front of her daughter and chose this manner. After glaring at Li Mu, she turned back to her daughter, smiling as they prepared to enjoy the view together. Li Mu looked at the mother and daughter, sneering internally, "If you want someone to move, at least be polite. I might just make way for you. But glaring at me as if you're commanding your father." The bustling surroundings were instantly drawn to Li Mu's clear voice. The noblewoman's face changed dramatically, her eyes wide as she shrieked, "What did you say? Try insulting me again." Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle. He had encountered many who cursed, but it was his first time seeing someone actively seeking to be insulted. At that moment, a man in a custom-tailored suit approached briskly, carrying 2 plates of exquisite fruit cakes. Judging by his demeanor, he was likely a senior executive at a major company. After all, those seated on this luxurious level weren't ordinary people. The noblewoman immediately pointed at Li Mu, her voice filled with anger. "This jerk insulted me. He made my daughter cry, and when I told him to leave, he dared to curse at me." Without a word, the man shot a sharp glare at Li Mu and raised his hand to smash the fruit cake into Li Mu's face. With a smack, a golden dragon shield materialized in front of Li Mu, shattering the cake into pieces. Most of it fell to the ground, while the rest splattered onto the noblewoman's face and clothes. The man then realized that Li Mu's abilities far surpassed his own. Although he was a 6th-grade martial artist known in the business world, he had underestimated his opponent. Instead of retreating, he grew even angrier, exclaiming, "Block this if you can," and hurled the other cake. Li Mu was thoroughly enraged. He seized the man's left hand, yanking it back, and then struck his elbow with force. The man quickly activated his protective martial arts technique, but it couldn't withstand Li Mu's overpowering blow. With a resounding crack, his arm broke, and Li Mu pinned him to the ground. Before the man could cry out, Li Mu picked up a nearby cake and pressed it into his face. As the man opened his mouth to scream, Li Mu force-fed him the cake. The luxurious area descended into chaos as people scattered in shock. It wasn't out of fear of Li Mu harming anyone, but rather because the power of the 2 martial artists had shattered the surrounding walls, floor, and decorations, causing concern that the airship might be punctured. The noblewoman, covered in cake and about to unleash a tirade, was rendered speechless by her husband's predicament. The little girl cried out, "Don't hit Daddy! Don't hit Daddy!" To her, her invincible superhero father now seemed like a toy being manipulated. Li Mu continued to strike the man while forcing him to eat the cake. Whenever the man resisted, Li Mu used his energy to make him swallow, threatening to crush his throat if he resisted further. What are you doing? Stop. The airship security team arrived just in time, led by a ninth-grade expert. Such a strong security presence on a vehicle was rare, but even this ninth-grade warrior swallowed nervously when he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Li Mu. Quick! He's hitting someone. Catch him. The noblewoman, seeing the security team as her lifeline, frantically pointed at Li Mu and shouted hysterically. The security chief hurried forward, cautiously addressing Li Mu. Brother, stay calm. There are many passengers on this airship. Let's keep things cool. Just let him go. Without looking up, Li Mu continued his actions and said coldly, stand aside and watch. Once I finish feeding him this cake, it'll be over. With that, he unceremoniously scraped a large chunk of cake from the man's face and forced it into his mouth. The security team members looked to their leader for guidance. Surprisingly, instead of intervening, the chief gestured for everyone to step back. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead recognized Li Mu. As a formidable warrior often seen at the Martial Artists Guild and the Abyss, he knew the young Marquis of the Mingzhu military district well. Who would dare provoke such a formidable figure? Seeing the security team retreat, the noblewoman, frustrated and furious, began to threaten them, but no one dared to intervene. She could only clutch her child tightly and stand at a distance, fearing that Li Mu might turn his wrath on her as well. Li Mu efficiently shoved the entire cake, along with the cardboard base, into the man's mouth before stretching his neck and standing up. You'll pay for this. The noblewoman seethed, tears brimming with anger and humiliation. I'll see you jailed the moment we land in Zhenyuan City. She had never been so insulted, especially in front of so many people. Li Mu smirked. Do you have what it takes? The last person who tried to act tough with me was Zhao Yi, and he's probably in prison now. Just you wait, she snapped back. Li Mu leisurely took a napkin, wiped his hands, and casually tossed it onto the man's face before calmly returning to his seat on the sofa. He was curious to see what consequences awaited him in Zhenyuan City. The man, knowing he was no match for Li Mu, could only endure silently. The noblewoman and a nanny helped him up, tidying his clothes while glaring venomously at Li Mu. The man signaled to the noblewoman, and the two retreated with the child to a private booth, immediately taking out a phone to make calls. The security chief organized the cleanup of the scene and, after the crowd dispersed, approached Li Mu, lowering his voice. Officer Li, that man is a high-ranking executive from Zhenyuan City, and the woman is the CEO's sister, the chief cautiously informed him. Executive? How high? 3 or 4 stories high. Li Mu asked playfully. Not as big as Zhang Corporation, but they've got some influence, the chief replied with an awkward smile. Being from Iron Hand City, he naturally sided with Li Mu. Thanks. Li Mu nodded with a smile, then closed his eyes to rest. There was still time before they reached Zhenyuan City, and he began to review his abilities. Li Mu examined his divine abilities, starting with his internal martial arts techniques. By practicing the middle-grade Celestial Immortal Manual, he gained a lifespan of 499 years and deepened his understanding of the technique by 300 years. At this point, his dantian and meridians were as vast as the sea, allowing his true energy to flow freely within him. This technique also brought 3 special effects with 5-fold enhancement. Rejuvenation significantly increased the speed of true energy recovery, feedback allowed him to absorb the enemy's true energy during attacks, and bone penetration greatly enhanced the penetrative power of his attacks. More uniquely, when an opponent had special talents, he could seize their talents upon their near death, condensing them into a creation spirit crystal. Seeing the increase in lifespan, Li Mu was almost moved to tears. However, he quickly realized that according to the original text, to truly achieve immortality, he would have to overcome the 3 tribulations of heavenly thunder, in fire, and BB wind. Each tribulation occurred every 500 years, and the 499-year lifespan was clearly insufficient to pass even the first tribulation. He secretly hoped that when the technique reached the great grade, he might be able to skip the tribulations altogether. As the great sage said, indeed, no one in the 3 realms and 6 paths could resist the temptation of immortality, and Li Mu candidly admitted he was no exception. Beyond internal martial arts, he mastered several divine abilities. Ear listening allowed him to conceal divine weapons in the hidden space within his ears, increasing his cultivation speed to 500 of the normal rate. It also enabled him to foresee enemy attacks and automatically trigger the strongest defense with 10 effectiveness. The divine weapon technique could add 12,000 pounds of weight to weapons, and the mountain-bearing technique granted the strength of 1 dragon and 2 tigers. The body immobilization technique could freeze enemies for half a second, consuming 5 true energy and requiring a 40-second cooldown before reuse. Fiery Eyes not only discerned the flow of true energy within meridians but also had several special effects. Have Consumption, 30 enhanced counterattack, breaking illusions, reversing illusions, and keen insight. The most powerful was Master of All Laws, allowing him to comprehend all the strengths of others during battles. The power of alcohol divine ability created a 5-meter pressure field after drinking, weakening enemies while strengthening allies. When combined with the specially crafted fortified wine by Yang Suying, made from precious herbs, it provided a triple boost of 10 true energy enhancement, 30 damage reduction, and 40 speed increase. Finally, there were the dual alchemy skills alchemy and blessed land technique. As long as he had the necessary ingredients according to the pill recipe, he could refine elixirs. The combination of these divine abilities elevated Li Mu's combat power to a new level. Currently, Li Mu has a diverse reserve of elixirs, lower and higher grade body strengthening pills, lower and higher grade chi gathering pills, earth vein spirit essence pill, ghost crafting pill, and jade purity bone pill. His core abilities include Fujian technique, a 200-acre realm rich with spiritual energy, featuring a river of infinitely circulating spiritual spring water at 5 times the normal concentration. This space possesses unique time properties, where 1 day equals 2 years of fertility. Every 3 days, a practitioner can summon nourishing rain over 1 acre, enhancing plant maturity by 50 years. 72 transformations. He has unlocked 3 forms: mosquito, bird, and eagle. He can perfectly transform into these creatures, acquiring their traits while maintaining his original body strength, needing only to expend true energy for maintenance. External incarnation. He can summon 5 clones that fully inherit 100 of his strength. These clones are also adept in divine weapon technique and mountain bearing technique. When the main body uses immobilization technique, each clone can also perform it once. The clones last for 10 minutes with a 5-minute cooldown. Defensive abilities include Bronze Head Iron Arm. Instantly hardens the body like metal, boosting defense by 100 times for 2 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Protective Barrier. Creates a circular barrier with a 30-meter radius, offering 70 of the defense of Bronze Head Iron Arm allies within the barrier. Gain a 15 increase in true energy strength when attacking, lasting 15 minutes. Newly acquired abilities. Cloud Somersault. A cloud riding technique with a top speed of 2,480 km/h, requiring no true energy expenditure. Stable Master. Enables other horses to match the lead horse's speed and endurance while running. Li Mu's most formidable asset is his Scrade talent source of strength, which has 4 major characteristics. 1. Attacks inflict additional damage equal to 40 of true energy strength. 2. Weapon attacks can penetrate armor, piercing 3 feet deep. 3. Enhances and elevates learned techniques by integrating the source of strength's properties. 4. For every 1 decrease in true energy, there's a corresponding 1 increase in true energy strength, vigor, and speed. Notably, the third transformative characteristic allows techniques like the Dragon Roar Shield to evolve from merely absorbing energy and returning it explosively to dissipating force and converting absorbed attack energy into Li Mu's power. This transformative ability applies to every new technique he learns. Hours later, the airship arrived above Zhenyuan City. This city is 3 times larger than Iron Hand City, rectangular in shape, bordered by the sea to the south with a port, and flanked by sprawling mountains to the east and west. In the city's center stands a steel fortress, beneath which lies a deep, dark abyssal entrance. The entire city was filled with a sense of technology and vitality. When the airship was still several kilometers away, Li Mu suddenly felt a terrifying wave of energy sweeping across, enveloping the entire sky. This probing energy made him feel uncomfortable, as if he was being targeted by numerous invisible swords, ready to tear him apart at any moment. This was the renowned protective barrier of Zhenyuan City, a presence that even powerful beings dared not underestimate. The airship slowly descended onto the designated landing platform in the square. The couple whom Li Mu had previously reprimanded were already standing at the exit, eyes gleaming with vengeful delight. Below the platform, various people were waiting to receive arrivals, among them a group of plainclothes individuals with an unmistakable military bearing. Though not in uniform, their demeanor clearly marked them as soldiers from the Wanren Military District's Zhenyuan Army. This was in response to Li Mu's earlier request to the deputy commander. To avoid drawing too much attention, he had opted for a civilian airship rather than a military aircraft. Although the Zhenyuan Army personnel stood at the back of the crowd, they kept a keen eye on the cabin door, anxious not to miss Li Mu's appearance. As Li Mu stepped off the airship with the other passengers, several events unfolded simultaneously. The personnel from Wanren Military District immediately recognized him and were about to step forward to greet him. However, a group from the law enforcement department pushed through the crowd to reach the front. The woman quickly approached the enforcement team leader, spoke a few harsh words, and then pointed at Li Mu before stepping aside with a look of malice. Before Li Mu could fully descend the gangway, the enforcement team leader and his men had surrounded him. "You are under arrest. Come with us." The officers maintained a cautious distance, clearly aware of Li Mu's capabilities and wary of approaching too closely. Witnessing this, the plainclothes soldiers from the Zhenyuan Army were about to intervene, but Li Mu stopped them with a glance. He thought to himself that acting against these small fry too soon might hinder uncovering the real mastermind. The soldiers exchanged looks, but understood his intention. Li Mu displayed a composed smile and willingly extended his hands, saying, "Of course, I'll go with you." Seeing Li Mu cooperating so readily, the head of the enforcement team was momentarily taken aback, then let out a long breath of relief. He signaled to the other team members, and someone immediately stepped forward to place enforcement handcuffs on Li Mu, which could suppress his internal energy. Although these handcuffs were merely symbolic for martial artists of the 4th or 5th rank and above, forcibly breaking them would be considered resisting law enforcement. Several plainclothes military personnel from Zhenyuan exchanged a knowing glance as they watched Li Mu being taken away, then discreetly followed while quickly pulling out their phones to report the situation to the deputy commander. The couple, with their daughter who had cried herself to sleep, got into their luxury car and followed the enforcement team's vehicle straight to the enforcement department. The scenery of Lingyuan City was indeed much more picturesque than that of Taizhou City. Sitting in the enforcement vehicle, Li Mu gazed out the window at the harbor bathed in sunlight, feeling the gentle air of this coastal city. Numerous buildings were scattered across the distant mountains, with wide roads winding up to the peaks. These structures, nestled between the mountains and the sea, offered sweeping views of the city and the vast ocean, making him think that living here would be a true delight. Soon, the enforcement vehicle arrived at the sizable enforcement department. Several officers ushered Li Mu into an interrogation room. The couple's car stopped right behind, and they strutted into the department as if it were their own backyard, all the while making phone calls and glaring at Li Mu's back with a desire to devour him. Before long, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline approached, greeted respectfully by the enforcement officers as Chief Zhao. Chief Zhao nodded absent-mindedly in response and headed straight for the couple. The executive immediately began to lament, "Brother-in-law, you must stand up for us." Chief Zhao frowned at the executive's disheveled appearance. "How did you end up like this? Is the person here?" "Yes." The executive pointed in the direction where Li Mu was taken. "Don't worry, now that he's here, he won't get away. We'll make sure he pays dearly," Chief Zhao said casually as he led the couple inside. In front of an office, they encountered the captain of the 1st Enforcement Team, who was about to leave. Chief Zhao immediately smiled. "Old Song. Sorry to bother you again." The captain, referred to as Old Song, laughed as he walked. "Haha, enforcing the law is hardly a bother." Chief Zhao patted Captain Song's back affectionately. "Indeed, if anyone deserves credit, it's your first team. I'm sure you'll get this month's bonus." Captain Song beamed. "It's our good fortune to have you. Chief Zhao, notice us. I'll take your words as a good omen." Of course, of course. Our finance department is here to support frontline officers like you." Chief Zhao nodded repeatedly. By this time, they had reached the interrogation room. Captain Song stood still, a knowing smile on his face, and asked, "I wonder, Chief Zhao, what kind of outcome are you hoping for?" Before he could finish speaking, a wealthy lady interrupted eagerly, "What's the maximum severity? Can we take his life?" Captain Song looked troubled and considered his words carefully. That's hard to say, but I can look into his background first. Generally, a 7th or 8th grade martial artist wouldn't have a simple identity. If he lacks any significant background, then it will be easier to handle." Chief Zhao nodded. "No need to worry, Captain Song. Just use your full authority to make a decision. Come to my office once it's done. I've got some new tea to share." Captain Song's eyes lit up. "I must savor Chief Zhao's tea. Everyone knows you're the tea expert around here." They exchanged knowing smiles, and the executives and the wealthy lady joined in the laughter. In a relaxed atmosphere, Captain Song straightened his uniform, put on a serious face, and motioned for the group to follow him into the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Li Mu sat on a hard chair in the center, with no barriers around him. Several officers were loudly questioning him. At that moment, an officer quickly approached Captain Song and whispered, "Captain, we've found out he's the discarded son of a declining family in Iron Hand City, currently attending Blackwater High School with great talent, and he once won the Abyss First Battle Championship. We haven't found anything else yet." Hearing this, Captain Song turned and gave Chief Zhao a confident look. The executives and the wealthy lady also looked excited. To them, a genius without a background was just prey on the chopping block. Captain Song gestured for everyone except a few trusted aides to leave. The surveillance cameras were turned off, and the door was locked. Throughout the process, Li Mu maintained a smile, which only irritated the executives and the wealthy lady more. "You don't seem afraid," Captain Song said with a smirk. "Why should I be?" Li Mu replied. "Didn't you say in the hallway that you were enforcing the law impartially? That puts me at ease. But I have a question. Why is this gentleman not in handcuffs when he was the one who attacked me first?" The wealthy lady sneered. "You're really foolish. Here, we make the rules. Don't you get it?" Captain Song removed his coat, his inner energy surging. Li Mu added, "I have a habit of recording everything I do. I recorded the whole incident. Don't you want to see it? Plus, I'm recording now as well. Captain Song, you're not planning to abuse your power and break the law, are you? Captain Song's smile turned menacing. Feel free to record. If this recording ever leaves this enforcement department, then it means I, Song Rentong, have no power. Oh, so you think your power is quite significant? Li Mu crossed his legs, a mocking grin on his face. His fearless attitude infuriated everyone present. Captain Song stopped wasting words, stepped directly in front of Li Mu, and unleashed his energy, slamming his palm towards Li Mu's head. Li Mu's smile vanished, and he shouted, "Heavenly might!" Boom! A violent wail erupted in the space, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire room. Captain Song's face changed drastically as he hastily summoned all his inner energy to activate the golden armor iron shirt for protection. Golden light flowed from his body like water, quickly forming a protective shield in the shape of soft armor, with the glow most intense at his chest and dantian. But it was all in vain. The moment the pressure descended, Captain Song was crushed as if by a tremendous force, his legs breaking and twisting instantly as he was slammed to the ground. The hard bluestone floor caved in, debris flying everywhere. The shockwave swept through the room, sending the unprepared section chief Zhao, the executives, the noblewoman, and the little girl flying. The martial arts-trained section chief Zhao and the executives suffered only minor injuries, but the noblewoman hit the wall heavily, leaving a human-shaped dent, her limbs shattered and internal organs severely damaged, unable to even scream. The little girl, though less injured, was bleeding from her mouth and nose, her cries piercing. In an instant, the entire room was reduced to ruins, except for the spot where Li Mu sat and the stool beneath him, which remained intact. He easily broke free from his handcuffs, brushed away the dust in front of him, and walked over to the barely alive Captain Song. Li Mu grabbed Captain Song's hair and asked coldly, "Do you think my recordings can leave this enforcement department?" Captain Song stared at Li Mu in terror and disbelief. How? How dare you? He couldn't comprehend how he, a dignified captain of the enforcement department, could be subdued so effortlessly within a primary division. Was this man a desperado or someone from the Heavenly Society? If you had just played along and asked me what happened, I wouldn't be this angry. Li Mu's voice was laced with evident anger. Without knowing the facts, turning off the cameras, you wanted to stand up for them? Did you consider the price you would pay? Captain Song was too frightened to speak, trembling all over. Li Mu turned and walked towards Section Chief Zhao and the others. The noblewoman immediately became hysterical. "Don't come over. Don't come over. Stop. We're from the Sun family. You still have time to run. Don't you dare touch me. If you try to run, it will be too late. The Sun family won't let you off," the man threatened, his face livid. Chief Zhao echoed immediately, "Young man, you have no idea what you're getting into. If you dare lay a hand on us again, you're done for." Li Mu simply nodded slightly, his tone calm. "The Sun family, is it? Then let's start with you." Before Zhao and the others could grasp the meaning of his words, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The door was abruptly flung open, and a Shintir enforcer entered with several law enforcement officers. This enforcer, part of the station force of the Department of Enforcement, was sent by the Deputy Minister of the 1st Division. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Zhao and his group visibly relaxed. The Deputy Minister cast a cold glance at Captain Song before fixing his gaze on Li Mu. "Surrender peacefully. Don't make me work for it." The Deputy Minister was about to give orders when he suddenly heard the rhythmic sound of marching. 2 to 3 dozen fully armed Zhenyuan Army soldiers burst into the room, instantly surrounding all the law enforcement officers. These elite soldiers completely ignored the enforcers, including the Deputy Minister, and saluted Li Mu in unison. "Lord Li Hu? Lord Li Hu?" The Deputy Minister's face changed drastically, feeling his scalp tingle. If he hadn't seen the Zhenyuan Army soldiers salute with his own eyes, he might have thought Lord Li Hu was just an ordinary name. Li Mu's expression remained calm. In fact, from the moment he entered the Department of Enforcement, he had been live-streaming everything in real time to the Wan'er military district using his military tech smartwatch. This device's communication capabilities far surpassed ordinary phones, maintaining stable transmission even in the Abyss. Everything happening here was being watched by the Deputy Commander in real time. At that moment, another person hurried to the scene. It was Tong Lungyi, the Minister of the 1st Division of Enforcement. He quickly made his way through the crowd, glanced at the mess, and then looked at Li Mu, forcing a smile. "Lord Li Hu, I'm Tong Lungyi, the Minister of the Enforcement Division. I never expected our first meeting to be like this. My subordinates were disrespectful, and I ask for your forgiveness. I'll arrange a welcoming reception for you right away." As he spoke, Tong Lungyi extended his hand for a handshake. As a quasi-military organization, the Enforcement Department had deep ties with the Zhenyuan Army. Recently, in Iron Hand City, he had met Bai Taiwei and knew Li Mu was an officer under her husband, who had risen rapidly to the rank of Lord Hu. Although he didn't know the specifics, he understood that Li Mu was not someone to offend. However, Li Mu merely looked at him coldly, showing no intention of shaking hands. The atmosphere turned tense. Tong Longyi maintained his outstretched hand, seemingly waiting for Li Mu to give him an out. Li Mu spoke coldly, disrespectful? Do you really think your subordinates were just being disrespectful? Tong Longyi's smile froze. He was well aware of his subordinates' actions, many of which he had tacitly approved. To curry favor with certain families and to gain benefits, he was essentially the biggest protector in the department. Tong Longyi clearly had a plan in mind and didn't even bother to inquire about the details before deciding to deal with Li Mu. He spoke in a tone that was almost threatening. Li Hu Ho, you've just arrived in Zhenyuan City and you're not familiar with the place. It's wise to let things go when you can. We have a long road ahead. The underlying message was unmistakably you're new here, so you better watch your step. The smile on Li Mu's face vanished instantly. His gaze was sharp and focused as he stared at Tong Longyi. You don't ask about the cause of the matter or look at the evidence. A family member can command the law enforcement like their dogs. You claim to uphold justice, but it's all about abusing power for personal gain. His voice grew louder. For the common people, when they're bullied by families and oppressed by power, the law enforcement is their only hope. But now, I hold evidence of self-defense, yet the enforcers tell me, you can record all you want, but you and your evidence aren't leaving this room today? Li Mu stood up abruptly, roaring. Just because I didn't give up a spot with a view for a little girl, you want to silence me? If it were an ordinary citizen sitting here today, holding evidence and being betrayed by the law enforcement they trusted most, how hopeless would they feel? With a deafening roar, Li Mu grabbed Tong Longyi by the collar. A suffocating aura of menace erupted from him, as if he were standing in a sea of corpses and blood. Tong Longyi trembled all over, his face ashen. In his 50s, he had never been humiliated by a junior like this. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Hu Ho, if this blows up, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Ha ha ha. Li Mu laughed coldly. You self-proclaimed superior beasts, ignoring the lives of the people, greedy and sinful, thinking you can do as you please? I, Li Mu, will not stand by. You think it's a big deal? I'll go to your headquarters. If the head doesn't help, I'll find the director. If the director dares to cover up, then I'll take his position for a few days. Just as Tong Longyi was about to retort, a tall figure walked into the interrogation room. It was Hmph, the deputy commander of the Wanren military district in S-level ice, attribute talent, and a 6th grade Xian rank powerhouse, rumored to be even stronger than the district's commander. The temperature in the room plummeted, and even Li Mu couldn't help but shiver. And deputy commander? The deputy minister's voice trembled. And Hmph's gaze was icy as he looked at Tong Longyi. Do you think he's arrogant? Tong Longyi was completely bewildered. He couldn't fathom the connections. How could a Hu Ho from Mingzhu military district gain the support of the Wanren military district's deputy commander? Even with the strongest backing, corporations and families wouldn't dare to confront the Zhenyuan military heathen. If caught, they could be discarded at any moment. No, deputy commander and Tong Longyi didn't finish his sentence before Hmph ordered. Arrest these scoundrels immediately. With a low shout from Hmph, the soldiers of the Zhenyuan Army surged in like a tide, quickly subduing Tong Longyi and his men to the ground. As Tong Longyi was pinned down, the arrogance on his face instantly turned to fear. The impact of this operation was so significant that even Hmph wasn't entirely sure of its full extent. The family's influence was deeply entrenched, like a giant web. But today, having Li Mu present made all the difference. On the surface, it seemed like Li Mu was leveraging the power of the Wanren military district, but in reality, they were using Li Mu to uproot these well-established family powers. If it were just the Zhenyuan army acting alone, there might have been some hesitation. But who is Li Mu? A genius capable of innovating with the flowing cloud triple shock and the falling leaf blade technique, and a key figure heavily protected by the military merit department. The position of the military merit department within the Zhenyuan army is as foundational as the Zhenyuan army's role in the nation. As Tong Longyi was led away, he was utterly speechless. The others didn't dare to make a sound. Chief Zhao's face was ashen. He had never even met Hmph, yet didn't expect a small matter to alarm the deputy commander of the military district. The couple of executives were scared out of their wits, lacking even the courage to cry out. The room's temperature seemed to plummet, filled with an air of menace. Even the little girl who had been wailing earlier now only dared to bite her lip, afraid to make any noise. Once everyone was taken away, Hmph turned to Li Mu with a smile. Li Hu Ho, sorry for the trouble. I hope I wasn't too late. Li Mu knew that this old fox had likely been there for a while, waiting for Tong Longyi to make a move. But it suited him just fine. Tong Longyi's actions were all recorded by a tech watch, providing strong evidence for the investigation. Li Mu first saluted Hmph formally, then said, It's not about the trouble. I'm just concerned about you having to come personally, Deputy Commander. Think nothing of it. I haven't even thanked you for helping to root out some scoundrels from Zhenyuan City. and Xing replied with a smile. Li Mu immediately turned serious. Deputy Commander, I wasn't joking earlier. I know the Zhenyuan Army getting directly involved in the law enforcement system might be overstepping, but the law enforcement agencies are the last line of defense for the people. If their credibility collapses, it would be devastating for the Zhenyuan Army too. So, I must thoroughly investigate the forces behind Tong Longyi. Can I count on the support of the Wanren military district? And Xing hadn't expected someone as young as Li Mu to be so shrewd, putting him on the spot to make a choice. Either fully support the effort or stay out of the way. At Li Mu's age, most people would struggle to maintain their composure around someone like Xing. And Xing was secretly surprised to find that this young Li Mu not only showed no fear, but also exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. Fortunately, there had already been communication between the Wanren military district, Lianghua Army, and Wang Longqing. They had decided to fully support Li Mu. And Xing nodded solemnly and said, I didn't expect Li Ho to be so young yet possess such courage and vision. Our Wanren military district will firmly stand behind you. He glanced around and lowered his voice. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's head back to the military district and discuss on the way. Li Mu nodded and followed. Tong Longyi had already been captured. Regardless of whether the chief of the law enforcement department had been corrupted, as long as he was clear-headed, he would inevitably prioritize justice and deal with Tong Longyi directly. It was difficult to discern the chief's true stance in the short term. At this point, the law enforcement department was tightly surrounded by a large number of Zhenyuan soldiers, clearly showing that Xing's earlier promises were not empty words. Once they were seated in the back of the military vehicle, Li Mu got straight to the point. Deputy Commander, how much do you know about Tong Longyi's background? Seeing Li Mu dive straight into the topic, and Xing understood his true purpose. Before we get into that, let me first introduce the overall structure of the Linyuan City's law enforcement system. He explained in detail that Linyuan City was a rectangular area stretching from north to south, governed by the General Law Enforcement Department, which was divided into three main headquarters, Nanhai, Beicheng, and Zhongshan. These were further divided into over 20 primary law enforcement subdepartments and nearly 1,000 secondary ones, spread across the harbor district, city core, and the mountainous development areas on both sides. Among them, the Beicheng Law Enforcement Headquarters was the largest. Tong Longyi was originally an assistant at the Zhongshan Law Enforcement Headquarters and later promoted to head a primary law enforcement subdepartment. The head of the Zhongshan Law Enforcement Headquarters was a second-generation mid-level figure in the Liu family. What foundation does the Liu family have in Linyuan City? Li Mu inquired further. They are considered a near top-tier family, having developed rapidly in recent years, and Xing explained. They control at least 4 high-quality spiritual medicine secret techniques, with their high-quality spirit liquid being particularly popular. For high-level warriors, besides their own efforts, the most important external aid for improvement is spiritual medicine. Ordinary spirit liquid has limited effects, while the ingredients for high-quality ones are extremely precious, and the older they are, the better the effects. The Liu family, through some unknown secret technique, can produce high-quality spirit liquid at several times the output of their peers, making them a significant player in the spiritual medicine industry. Even the Zhenyuan Army has to purchase large quantities from them. Li Mu understood. Families could be categorized into several types: combat-oriented, spiritual medicine, spiritual treasures, forging, martial arts techniques, secret methods, and so on. Among them, combat-oriented families were known for their powerful combat abilities or their possession of special cultivation secrets or bloodlines, often producing many geniuses, especially in high-end combat strength. Families like these are indeed the most challenging to deal with. They wield significant power in the abyss, particularly holding a prominent position in the development of abyssal energy. Only such families would dare to directly compete with the Abyssal Guard for energy development rights. Additionally, there are families like the Liu family, which specialize in the secret art of pharmaceutical alchemy, as well as those focused on spirit treasures, forging, and martial arts techniques. Each family has its own strengths, possessing unique secrets and techniques. The last category is the arcane families, which hold decisive core technologies like storage rings, the Libra spatial array, and the United Star defense array. The influence of family power is indeed a double-edged sword. In times of crisis for humanity, some families have shown admirable responsibility. For instance, the families that developed the United Star Defense Array and the Libra Spatial Array selflessly offered them to the nation. Combat-oriented families often fight on the most dangerous front lines, demonstrating extraordinary cohesion and combat effectiveness far beyond that of ordinary warriors, sacrificing themselves fearlessly. However, it is often these righteous families that become targets for those driven by greed. While unscrupulous families enjoy wealth and luxury, the good families suffer reprisals for threatening their interests. This can be likened to a simple example. If all the light bulbs on the market only last 10 days, merchants profit immensely. If someone suddenly invents a cheap bulb that lasts 3 years, they might not survive to see the following day. Even if their invention receives official recognition and the state swiftly provides protection, What about other researchers in fields like batteries, pharmaceuticals, and crop seeds? The state, composed of individuals, is not a flawless machine. This is an inevitable pain point for large nations. Yet, some people mindlessly question why talent is not protected. These individuals have a shallow mindset, failing to consider that the nation is also conducting similar research, and the likelihood of individual success is much lower than that of state institutions. They overlook the lengthy time required for research, with many projects potentially abandoned midway. They ignore the complexities of implementing protection, when to start protecting, to what extent, and by whom. Should already overstretched police forces take on this responsibility? They fail to realize that once protection policies are enacted, ill-intentioned individuals will undoubtedly disguise themselves as numerous fake geniuses to deplete protection resources. If asked to propose solutions, they would be at a loss for words. The larger the nation, the more such fools there are. However, Li Mu is eager to become the person who invents the three-year bulb. He wants to see who dares to threaten his life. When he holds their head down to watch the sunrise the next day, he is sure to witness a truly spectacular expression. As his first step, Li Mu needed to discern the intentions of these families. Taking the Liu family as an example, his initial impression of them was evidently not favorable. Deputy Commander, how does the price of spiritual energy liquid purchased from the Liu family compare to the market price? Li Mu directly addressed the core issue. And Xing's face showed a trace of a wry smile. They claim to exclusively supply the Zhenyuan Army with slightly better quality, but the price is a full 30 higher than the market rate. Our tests showed that the quality improvement doesn't justify the price increase. He sighed. But now the Zhenyuan Army is stuck. Refusing to purchase would severely impact the soldiers' progress. If we buy from the market and supply the military, and the Liu family finds out, would not only breach the contract but also become a laughingstock. So, the military is being manipulated by the Liu family? Li Mu asked. And Xing's face reddened slightly as he nodded, acknowledging the situation. Li Mu chuckled to himself, pondering how high the quality of the Liu family's so-called superior spiritual energy liquid could be and whether it could surpass his own qi-gathering pills. He recalled his month at the Huxiao camp, where he distributed lower-grade qi-gathering pills as rewards, which proved far more effective than ordinary high-quality spiritual energy liquid. Over the past month, Li Mu had been able to produce a batch of lower-grade pills every 4 days, each consisting of about 400 to 500 qi-gathering pills, matching the number of lower-grade solid pills. Every 10 days, he harvested a batch of high-grade herbs, mainly used to refine Yujing Qinggu pills and Guifu Zhaohua pills. After supplying the Huxiao Army with 1,700 lower-grade qi-gathering pills and 900 lower-grade solid pills, the remaining 700 qi-gathering pills and 1,800 solid pills were given to Song Chuha. In Li Mu's storage ring, there were still 120 high-grade qi-gathering and solid pills, 98 Demai Linghua pills, 170 Yujing Qinggu pills, and 9 grade Guifu Zhaohua pills. During the large-scale battles in the Xinjiang Kingdom, Li Mu acquired a staggering number of Zhaohua spirit crystals, thousands below grade, over 300 A grade, and 9 grade. Li Mu didn't bother using resources to refine the A grade crystals, and he wasn't sure whom to give the 9 grade ones. However, Li Mu didn't intend to directly use these pills to assist the Wanren military district. His pills were of too high quality and too few in number. Presenting just one high-grade qi-gathering pill would shock Xing, and it wouldn't address the core issue. For the Huxiao Army, Li Mu provided lower-grade qi-gathering pills because they were his loyal forces, the soldiers who followed him during critical moments at the border. For the Wanren military district, which he didn't fully understand yet, these precious pills would be reserved until he gained a firm foothold and needed to establish new strategies. As for the Liu family, they were clearly going to be the first target of his intervention. Seeing Li Mu deep in thought, and Xing took the initiative to say, when we investigate Tong Longyi, we'll inevitably uncover some connections with the Liu family, but this matter shouldn't be pursued too deeply for now. We need to carefully assess the situation and not provoke the Liu family too much, or the consequences could be unpredictable. Li Mu wore a calm smile. Don't worry, as long as the Wanren military district is prepared to face the corrupt families, everything will be fine. I'll be cautious, so you won't be in a difficult position. Besides, didn't you mention how rapidly the Liu family has been growing these past 2 years? Coupled with their tactics against the Zhenyuan Army, they're riding high on success. As soon as Tong Longyi draws blood from them, they'll reveal their fangs in retaliation. I'm curious to see what moves they'll make. With that, Li Mu turned to gaze out the car window at the swiftly passing scenery, looking relaxed. And Xing watched the young man's profile, filled with mixed emotions. At 18, he dared to come to a strange city alone, making a bold impression as soon as he arrived. First dealing with local thugs, then targeting an influential family. What's more surprising is that he claims to be in control. His attitude, waiting for the Liu family to make a move, clearly shows his confidence. Whether he is compared to a seasoned politician or a chivalrous youth, both seem fitting. Yet, as an old man, I'm unsure what the outcome will be from accompanying him in this daring venture. Li Mu seems assured, but Xing is not at ease. The military vehicle sped along the highway to the fortress at the abyss's entrance. They took a military elevator descending downward. After passing through several hundred meters of earth, the view opened up to a lush plain. It was much brighter than the Iron Hand City's abyss, with sunlight somehow intensified to give the impression of a cloudy day. The air carried a fresh, plant-like scent, and groups of freelance warriors shuttled back and forth in transparent elevators, some preparing for missions, others returning from the depths, creating a spectacular scene. Seeing the awe in Li Mu's eyes, Xing explained, the Green Abyss like Zhenyuan City and Bloodpool City are rich in fixed resources, and just maintaining the defense zone's patrol tasks is quite demanding. The frequency of monster appearances far exceeds that of the ruinous Abyss in Iron Hand City, so freelance warriors are heavily involved. This area was initially a vast forest, which we cleared for military presence, resulting in this open view. Li Mu nodded repeatedly, then suddenly asked, by the way, Deputy Commander, is the Green Research Institute located within our military district? Xing laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you're asking about Deputy Commander Wang's daughter, Wang Yinhui, aren't you? He gestured toward a tall building in the southern military district. Look, that's the Louis Research Institute over there, Li Mu said as he followed the direction pointed out to him, spotting a cluster of modern buildings in the distance. I heard it was thanks to her and you discovering the mother stone of the living crystal. Originally, the Research Institute in the Shuai military district wanted to recruit her exceptionally, but Deputy Commander Wang couldn't bear to have his daughter go too far, so she ended up at Louis Research Institute instead? Li Mu nodded with a smile. Yes, but Yinhuan is also attending university in Zhenyuan City, so she doesn't have to move back and forth. Xing asked casually, we've arranged accommodation for you in the military district. Are you planning to? I promised her. Li Mu interjected. I'll go find her before dinner. She wants to take me out for a meal and show me the sea view in Zhenyuan City. I might not return to the abyss tonight. He paused. I need to find a place to stay above ground. No need for military family housing. I'll handle it myself. This was indeed Li Mu's plan. After living at the Huxiao camp for a month without internet or entertainment, he felt stifled. Although the military district had internet, it wasn't as comfortable as being on the surface. Xing listened and gave a knowing smile, making Li Mu blush slightly. This old fellow was too cheeky. By the way, Deputy Commander, Li Mu suddenly remembered something. Given my current situation, what position would be suitable for me to apply for in the military district? Xing's eyes lit up. It seemed Li Mu was considering a temporary transfer, which made sense, given his recent confrontation with the Liu family. With your qualifications, you could apply for Deputy Commander. Coincidentally, the current Deputy Commander might be transferring in a month and a half. You could familiarize yourself with the situation in the meantime and give it a try. Li Mu shook his head, showing some resistance. The constraints of such a position, along with the frequent need to engage in battles, didn't suit him. Then, Xing was a bit surprised. You don't want to be a deputy commander? There's nothing higher at the moment. One step down, the position of chief instructor for the Wanren military district is open for application. Perfect. Li Mu clapped his hands, recalling Qin Zhanya, the first person he met upon entering the military district, who was also an instructor there. According to Qin Zhanya, the job wasn't too demanding, mainly involving training new and veteran soldiers and working closely with the martial arts department. Once a training model was established, it practically ran itself. Xing's mouth twitched. He finally understood that Li Mu wasn't turning down the deputy commander position because it was too small, but because he wanted to avoid hassle. However, being a chief instructor wasn't easy. Although it was half a rank lower than deputy commander, it was a position that truly tested one's capabilities. Teaching people to fight required real skills to earn respect. You should think it through, Xing advised sincerely. Starting off by applying for this position, even if successful, might make it hard to establish yourself. This was a friendly warning, entirely for Wang Longqing's sake. Li Mu remained calm. It's all right. I'll get familiar with things first, then try my luck with the application. The elevator descended to the Abyss Square, and Li Mu's gaze swept over the 3 grand gates, each inscribed with the names Wanren Military District, Linglong Military District, and Chima Military District. These were the 3 main military districts of Zhenyuan City, with Wanren being the largest and the source of nearly half of the troops in Li Mu's Tiger Roar battalion. His battalion had expanded to over 6,000 soldiers, spread across 6 camps. Nearly 3,000 of them hailed from the Wanren Military District, 1,200 were his original troops, and over 1,000 were reserve officers from colleges, with the rest coming from the Mingzhu and Hongyuan military districts. Xing personally accompanied Li Mu to handle the temporary transfer registration. Soon, Li Mu's tech watch was connected to the Wanren Military District's map system, granting him access to accept missions. He politely declined Xing's offer to accompany him further and headed alone to the mission window in the base hall. Good afternoon. Are you here to accept a mission? The receptionist greeted him with a professional smile. which reminded Li Mu of an NPC from a video game. Are there any blind zone exploration missions ranked 8 or above? I'd like to go now. The receptionist's mouth slightly opened in surprise, while she gestured for Li Mu to scan his tech watch in the identification area, kindly advising, these high-level blind zones are very dangerous, and there are fewer teams ranked 8 or above. Would you like me to help you contact other teams and wait for a suitable time to act together? In the Wanren Military District, warriors ranked 3 to 5 formed the backbone, 6 to 7 were the mid-level, and 8 to 9 were the scarce elite forces. Assembling an H-rank team on short notice was indeed challenging. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was taken aback, staring incredulously at the information on the screen. The young man before her, only 18 years old, was just 100 merit points away from being promoted to the rank of Zhonghu Ho, a Tiger Ho. No need, thank you. I'll explore on my own and be careful, Li Mu smiled, urging her to proceed with the processing. Just as the receptionist was about to operate, Li Mu's attention was drawn to the mission display screen. Wait. He pointed to the screen and asked, is this Researcher Exploration Protection Mission from the Research Institute? Yes, it's a protection mission requested by our researchers, also part of blind zone exploration. Li Mu asked her to expand the list of applicants and then smiled knowingly. Wang Yinhuan was prominently listed. She had applied for a specimen collection mission in an H-ranked zone, specifically requesting 2 female warriors ranked 8 or above to accompany her, with a note emphasizing must be female warriors. This mission had been posted for 4 days without any takers. Clearly, Wang Yinhuan had a psychological barrier about working with male warriors. Meanwhile, female warriors ranked 8 generally preferred teaming up with familiar partners, as a group of 4 or 5 provided more security. Li Mu pondered the situation before him. The coincidence of 2 female warriors being separated, along with the need to escort someone with limited combat ability into the 8th grade zone, made the task seem suspicious. He recalled Wang Yinhua mentioning that the institute had countless projects, over half of which required researchers to collect data on site. Hold on a second, Li Mu said to the receptionist before stepping aside to call Wang Yinhua. The phone was answered almost immediately, and Wang Yinhua's sweet voice came through. Hello? Is someone going to the 8th grade zone to collect specimens? What? How did you know that? Wang Yinhua's surprised voice came through the receiver. I'm here at the Wanren Military District base lobby. I was thinking of visiting the 8th grade zone for a bit. Are you coming? Li Mu said nonchalantly. The receptionist, eavesdropping, was stunned. Her eyes twitching uncontrollably, visiting the 8th grade zone for a bit? That was an understatement. Of course, I'm coming. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Wang Yinhua replied excitedly. The task was quickly arranged. With confirmation from the involved parties, the receptionist initiated the task process, and Wang Yinhua confirmed her acceptance. Li Mu hadn't waited long at the entrance when he saw Wang Yinhua jogging over, adjusting her wind-tousled hair with a bright smile. Clearly, compared to their first meeting, she was now comfortable looking at him directly. When did you arrive? She asked. Just now. Let's go. Li Mu gestured toward the portal. As they walked, Li Mu teased. Your task has been up for 4 days without any takers. You couldn't even get out, yet you said you'd show me the sights? Wang Yinhua smiled, with a hint of playful reproach. I meant the sights of Lin Yuan City, not the Abyss. Who would want to sightsee in the Abyss? It's nerve-wracking enough. By the way, Li Mu asked curiously, I saw you break through to the 7th grade after I gave you the pills a couple of days ago. With your strength, can't you enter the 8th grade zone freely? Wang Yinhua's face turned red, this time out of guilt. She replied softly, I'll work harder. She silently berated herself for not making the most of the pills Li Mu gave her. Although she had a natural affinity with pets, she wasn't skilled in combat, and most of her time was dedicated to research, which prevented her from fully utilizing her strength. Li Mu's words strengthened her resolve to improve her combat skills and not remain someone who always needed protection. However, she didn't tell Li Mu about her rather awkward position at the Research Institute. Although her mentors treated her well and her colleagues were fairly amicable, Wang Yinhuan's unique situation made her feel trapped within the confines of the Research Institute. While other researchers could go out to collect samples, she found herself restricted because she insisted on only being accompanied by female guards. This steadfastness made her an outlier and labeled her as someone who talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk. The whispers and pointing from those around her were an ordeal. She simply couldn't be alone with male warriors in the wild. Yet she consistently maintained a friendly and caring demeanor towards her male colleagues within the institute. Despite her efforts to change, she still faced subtle emotional bullying, with no outlet for her grievances. Why don't I just improve my skills and protect myself? She pondered. With the strength given to her by Li Mu, the idea that once seemed impossible now felt within reach. Huan, you can do it, she encouraged herself silently. Li Mu watched as Wang Yinhuan suddenly fell silent, her eyes vacant, her face alternating between flushed and pale. He couldn't have guessed that his casual remark had stirred such a storm within her. When they reached Portal 21, Li Mu took Wang Yinhuan's hand, and together they stepped through it. A flash of light revealed a vast primeval forest. Towering ancient trees, hundreds of meters tall, stood majestically, their trunks so wide it would take dozens of people to encircle them, far beyond the scale of any earthly flora. The unique dim light of the abyss spread around. Yet the area they stood in was clear, having been cleaned for safe passage. Fallen trees and cleared underbrush marked it as a designated transport zone. Let's go up and check out the terrain, Li Mu said, pulling out a ghost-face staff and cloak. Before Wang Yinhuan could finish asking, up the tree, she let out a surprised cry. Li Mu had already wrapped an arm around her waist and was soaring skyward on a cloud that appeared beneath their feet. Once they soared into the sky, Li Mu slowly released his hold on Wang Yinhong's waist. Unexpectedly, Wang Yinhong clung tightly to his arm, eyes shut, trembling slightly. At that moment, she wished she could sing. I dare not open my eyes, hoping it's just my imagination. The sensation was terrifying. Looking down from an airship window was nothing like standing on soft, fluffy clouds. She felt as if she could fall and shatter into pieces at any moment. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Li Mu chuckled to himself. No wonder every guy wants to take a girl flying, now it makes sense. He gently moved his hand and patted Wang Yinhong's fair cheek, saying, wake up, no sleeping allowed here. With Li Mu's encouragement, Wang Yinhong barely opened her eyes a crack. At this point, she had cast aside any shyness or reserve, wanting only to cling tightly to Li Mu, her lifeline. But when she fully opened her eyes, the sight before her made her heart skip a beat. Li Mu hadn't flown too high, just a few hundred meters, barely above the treetops. In the distance stretched an endless expanse of primeval forest, undulating and vast. A thin mist hovered above the forest, and though there was no sunlight, these mist-like vapors formed a brilliant rainbow above the canopy, drifting gently with the wind, like colorful silk, breathtakingly beautiful. Looks like your year in Zhenyuan City was wasted if you've never seen this view, Li Mu teased. Wang Yinhong pinched him lightly. I can't climb trees. How could I see it? Even if I did, could I see such a beautiful scene? Li Mu oriented himself. They needed to head south. In every direction lay endless primeval forest, as if the entire world was covered in green. Without a return stone, getting lost in this forest would be disastrous. Riding the clouds southward at a speed of 20 to 30 meters per second was quite slow for Li Mu, but Wang Yinhong clung tightly to him, her long hair wildly dancing in the wind. They descended back into the forest only upon reaching the edge of the map's foggy area. As soon as they landed, a flock of birds was startled into flight, including a massive, bat-like creature with fleshy wings. Giant insects and small animals scattered in all directions. These creatures contained energy, but unlike the abyssal style of Taizo City, this place maintained a peculiar balance. While there was predation and fighting, it resembled a normal food chain, less violent thanks to abundant resources, which spared these creatures from mutual slaughter. Once on the ground, Wang Yinhong exhaled deeply, patting her ample chest to calm herself. Li Mu cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Though the gaps between the giant trees were fairly spacious, danger could lurk among the tangled roots and vines or behind the trees. Fortunately, his sharp eyes provided keen insight. The X-ray vision ability allows a person to see through obstacles, similar to having a transparent view. Although the denser the obstacles, the blurrier the vision becomes. How many pets do you have now? Li Mu asked. Wang Yinhui raised her arm slightly and instantly summoned 2 dogs. Still the 2 border collies, one pure white, the other black and white. The 2 dogs seemed to recognize Li Mu, and after sniffing him to confirm their memory, they ran to the tree to relieve themselves. Still these 2 dummies? Li Mu had barely finished speaking when the 2 dogs, in the middle of relieving themselves, suddenly stopped and turned to stare at him. Woof. Grr. The white dog squinted and growled in discontent. Wang Yinhui immediately gave the white dog a light kick. No barking. Li Mu chuckled. This silly dog dares to bark at me? I actually have 6 kittens and 3 puppies in the pet space, Wang Yinhui explained, but with my current energy and strength, I can only train these 2. The others are basically not combat ready. Li Mu gestured with his chin at the 2 dogs. What kind of combat power do they have? Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of branches cracking not far away. A massive gray-black python, over 10 meters long, slithered swiftly towards them, its shiny black scales like partially sheathed dagger spikes, crushing the branches in its path. Xiaobai and Xiaohua seemed eager to answer Li Mu's question with action, letting out a roar as they charged forward. As they ran, their bodies rapidly expanded from 1.5 meters to nearly 4 meters, with fangs and claws becoming sharper. The python lunged with its mouth open, and Xiaobai nimbly dodged, while Xiaohua seized the opportunity to bite the python's vulnerable spot, tearing at it furiously. Although it managed to pierce the python's defenses, the scale's counter-damage effect left Xiaohua's mouth full of blood. The python's tail whipped around to assist, and if caught, it would mean certain death. At the critical moment, Xiaobai accurately bit onto the python's tail, fiercely tearing at it, causing the python to lose balance and making it unable to coil its body. Li Mu sighed internally. This is about their limit. Although Wang Yinhui, as a 7th-rank summoner, is already strong enough to solo an 8th-rank abyssal creature, relying on these 2 dogs to kill the python in melee combat would likely cost her half her life. Heaven's wrath? Li Mu pointed at the python. Boom. An overwhelming force instantly created a massive crater, pressing the python into it like a wire. The python let out a low, unwilling hiss, struggling violently before losing its life. A system notification immediately sounded. Victory. Battle points gained 244. Not bad at all, Li Mu remarked. Being an 8th rank, he usually didn't earn battle points for defeating targets below the 8th rank. The 2 dogs released their grip, first approaching to confirm the python was indeed dead, then ran back to Wang Yinhui. Wang Yinhui tenderly took out a bottle of medicine and poured the liquid into the bloodied mouths of the 2 dogs. The 2 large dogs looked at Li Mu with noticeably more gentle eyes. Although they had been scolded earlier, they had to admit that this person indeed had some skills, so they decided to tolerate it. After giving the dogs their medicine, Wang Yinhuan's eyes sparkled as she spoke to Li Mu. It's an electric saw python. The skin and gallbladder of this creature are extremely valuable research materials. Our lab is currently working on a project that specifically needs these scales. Although we can get some from the military district, our department only has 2 complete gallbladder specimens. As she spoke, she quickly walked over to the giant python's corpse and examined it intently, her expression like someone who had discovered a rare treasure. Li Mu couldn't help but smile at her demeanor. This enthusiastic young woman would become fully absorbed whenever research was involved, just like when they were searching for live crystals last time. Quick! Xiaohua, Xiaobai, help me skin it, and be gentle and careful. Wang Yinhuan began directing the 2 dogs. For summoned beasts who had reached the 7th level, handling a corpse was no big deal. Li Mu was happy to watch her take charge. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Li Mu rummaged through his storage space for a moment and pulled out a ghostcraft pill, handing it to Wang Yinhuan. Here, take this. What kind of pill is this? Wang Yinhuan asked curiously. If you take it, you'll gain an S-level talent called Wild Growth, which should enhance your summoned beast abilities. I actually wanted to give it to you last time, but I thought we might encounter better talents in the future. But now, thinking about it, doubles or triples talents are incredibly rare. So you might as well use it now, Li Mu said, already placing the pill into her mouth. Wang Yinhuan's face flushed as she held the pill in her mouth. She knew that the last pills were already extremely precious, and if she understood their true value, she wouldn't dare accept them so easily. Now, Li Mu had given her a pill that could awaken an S-level talent. Although she didn't fully grasp the doubles or triples talk, she knew this pill was even more valuable than the previous ones. A talent like this could change a person's destiny. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and security. To her, this pill was not just a pill, but a testament that Li Mu considered her one of his own. She gazed at Li Mu's eyes with affection, finally summoning the courage to swallow the pill. Then, with a flushed face, she quickly pecked Li Mu on the lips. Li Mu was stunned by the sudden kiss. As a normal man, he had encountered women before, but a beauty like Wang Yinheng was something he had never had the chance to interact with on Earth. What surprised him even more was that this was the same girl who was extremely sensitive to the opposite sex, yet she had taken the initiative to kiss him. This realization sparked a desire to conquer within him. As Wang Yinheng tried to pull away, Li Mu quickly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, taking control and deepening the kiss. Wang Yinheng let out a soft whimper but did not resist, closing her eyes to embrace his passion. Nearby, the 2 dogs exchanged looks, their eyes filled with helplessness. They seemed to be saying, "Stop kissing already." Watching their owner being swept away, they were almost scared to death. Just as Wang Yinheng was about to run out of breath, she mustered her last bit of strength to push Li Mu away and stumbled to the side, crouching down. Li Mu knew the pill was starting to take effect, and he silently cursed the interruption of their sweet moment. He reminded himself to seize the moment better next time. Wang Yinheng clutched her head in pain, as the process of her innate talent forming made her feel like her soul was expanding. Li Mu quickly drew a stabilizing circle at her feet, though it could only slightly restore her energy and blood, offering little relief from her pain. He stood at the edge of the circle, giving Wang Yinheng space. After a while, Wang Yinheng finally let out a long breath, seeming somewhat better. But recalling their intimate encounter, she blushed again, too shy to turn around. Li Mu, feeling a bit awkward himself, hurriedly changed the subject. "So, how do you feel after taking it?" Hearing the question, Wang Yinheng snapped back to reality to sense her newfound talent. She exclaimed in shock, "This is so powerful. Is this really just an strength talent? My original talent increased the physical strength of summoned beasts, their berserk and telepathic abilities, along with contract and pet space. But this new talent, despite having only 3 traits, far surpasses the previous one. She detailed the new talent's features: a stronger spiritual contract, a larger pet space, and most importantly, the ability for summoned beasts to surpass their master's cultivation level, enhancing themselves by devouring beast corpses or precious materials. The most astonishing aspect was that summoned beasts could undergo species upgrades, acquiring special skills with each upgrade. Remarkably, these new traits seamlessly integrated with her original talent. Hearing Wang Yinheng's delighted reaction, Li Mu swayed proudly, scuffing the dirt with his foot, pretending to be nonchalant as he said, "As long as you like it." The 2 dogs watched his smug demeanor, itching to retort. What kind of behavior is this? Why is he acting like some old lady showing off? At that moment, a large snake suddenly shot out from the tree trunk behind Li Mu, its jaws wide open, aiming straight for the back of his neck. This was a snake with a silver body tinged with red, about 3 to 4 meters long and as thick as an arm. In terms of size, it wasn't particularly large compared to other mythical beasts. Its sharp fangs glinted with a cold light, clearly indicating it was venomous. Judging by its attack power, it was likely a 3rd-grade mythical beast. It's worth noting that during Li Mu's first trial in the Abyss, he encountered a giant python that was at the peak of 3rd grade, which almost claimed the life of Zhang Jiwei. Although this snake was smaller than that python, it possessed significant destructive power. However, this snake was unlucky and ran straight into Li Mu's protective barrier, getting dazed on the spot. Li Mu had already sensed its presence and, without even turning his head, grabbed the snake by its head and lifted it up like a toy to inspect it closely. The snake was indeed beautiful, with a silver body that gradually transitioned into red, and rings of silver lines encasing its red body, making it both beautiful and formidably a living silver-banded snake. Wang Yinhuan happened to glance over at Li Mu, and was startled to see him playing with the snake. The snake had wrapped itself around Li Mu's arm, squeezing tightly, but it was no match for Li Mu's steely physique. Clearing his throat, Li Mu handed the snake to Wang Yinhuan. "Here, this silver-banded snake is quite nice-looking. Consider it a gift. I already have a summoned beast," Wang Yinhuan replied, half laughing, half crying. Li Mu gestured with the snake in his hand. Those 2 dogs are hybrid monsters with a limited species range. At best, they could evolve into wolves. Having a snake would diversify your summoned beast collection. Wang Yinhuan saw the point. After all, with her new talent, having a diverse range of summoned beasts could indeed offer more functionality. She examined the silvered snake closely, noting the silver rings that matched the name Silver-Banded Snake, which coincidentally shared her name, suggesting a certain destiny. "All right, but I can only nurture 3 at the moment. I'll need to improve my strength to increase the number of summoned beasts," Wang Yinhuan said, biting her finger and letting a drop of blood fall onto the snake's head. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hua exchanged glances, and even the highly intelligent silver-banded snake, now bound by a spiritual contract, looked bewildered. "So, am I part of your game now?" Before letting go, Li Mu asked, "Is the contract complete? It won't attack you, right? Want me to pull its teeth out first?" The silver-banded snake's eyes widened in alarm. "Oh?" Wang Yinhuan smiled sweetly. "No need. It's my summoned beast now. I'm its superior in spirit and life. Thanks to your strength, subduing it made the contract possible. If its power were higher than mine, it wouldn't have worked." Li Mu nodded, pulling out a low-grade energy pill and offering it to the snake. "Eat up, but don't bite my hand, or I'll pull your teeth out." He wanted to see if the snake could consume the pill. The silver-banded snake sniffed it, sticking out its tongue, and shook its head in refusal. Wang Yinhuan explained, "It seems uninterested in processed natural treasures and can't absorb them." She set the snake down, and it immediately slithered toward the corpse of an electric saw python. The 2 silly dogs followed, and the 3 beasts began to squabble over it. With Wang Yinhuan's talent mutation, the dogs had also gained the ability to devour and evolve. They could consume monster corpses without stomach limitations, directly converting them into energy. It took the 3 beasts nearly half an hour to devour the entire python. The silver-banded snake consumed meat far exceeding its body size by 10 times, yet its belly didn't swell. Instead, it grew by about 30%. According to Wang Yinhuan, the snake's power had directly risen to the peak of 3rd grade, and the dogs also showed significant improvement. With a goal in mind, they headed south to explore, finding a spacious area. Li Mu no longer concealed his presence and even let the dogs bark wildly to attract monsters. He hunted to earn victory points and learn about the types of abyssal creatures. This forested region had a richer variety of monsters, including snakes, apes, and giant insects, compared to the same area in the Iron Hand City Abyss. When the monsters piled up like a mountain, the 3 beasts, like cats in a fish pond, began to feast, unsure where to start. Seeing this, Li Mu decided to let Yao Gu out for a meal as well. Meanwhile, Wang Yinhuan collected various monster materials as samples. Afterward, they sat on a tree branch chatting, and before they knew it, their conversation led to a kiss. As the saying goes, once you start something like kissing, there's no going back. The two returned to the military district at 6 in the evening. After an entire afternoon of devouring, the two dogs had grown to over 3 meters tall even in their normal state, and their power had surged to the 8th level, surpassing Wang Yinhuan herself by 1 level. However, the biggest gain was made by the silver-ringed snake. Unlike the two dogs, which needed to chew slowly, it adopted the most efficient feeding method, swallowing whole. Remarkably, it also sprayed venom as seasoning, akin to someone spitting on a friend's cake. This gluttonous behavior led Wang Yinhuan to name it Tan Tan, while Li Mu jokingly called it greedy snake. Tan Tan alone consumed nearly half of the monster corpses. In just one afternoon, its power skyrocketed from the 7th to the 5th level, a rare leap in evolution even among the exotic beasts Li Mu had encountered. Even more astonishing was that it underwent a species upgrade. Tan Tan had evolved into a giant python, 12 meters long and as thick as a barrel, large enough for Wang Yinhuan to sit steadily atop its head. The criteria for this upgrade were simple. In addition to its massive growth, it gained a new ability. Originally known for its speed, agility, and deadly venom, it now possessed a tail needle attack, instantly solidifying the venom in its tail into needles that could be shot at enemies with true energy, delivering a fatal blow. With the enhanced strength from its transformation into a python, its combat power had soared dramatically. At this rate of evolution, if Wang Yinhuan could spend a few hours in the abyss each day, Tan Tan could catch up to Ergo's strength within a week or two. Of course, breakthroughs beyond the 7th or 8th level would become exponentially more difficult. This was precisely why Li Mu suggested Wang Yinhuan contract a snake. While he was unsure of what the two dogs might eventually evolve into, perhaps the mythical Cerberus, the snake's evolutionary path offered intriguing possibilities. From a snake to a python, then to an anaconda, jiao, qi, qiu, and ultimately becoming Yinglong. Although legend has it that each evolution takes 500 years, here, the process can be accelerated by continuously devouring monsters. The exact development remains uncertain, but evolving towards a dragon seems highly probable. As they returned to the surface, the sun was setting. Wang Yinhuan, in love, seemed like a different person, holding Li Mu's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Her aversion to male contact had noticeably improved since falling in love. In fact, Li Mu had always been mindful of her feelings and never inquired about the origin of this issue. But Wang Yinhuan knew it stemmed from a childhood psychological trauma. When she was very young, during a festive occasion when her great-grandfather was still alive, she experienced an unforgettable incident. Feeling unwell at night, she went to find a bathroom and overheard strange noises coming from her cousin's room. Out of curiosity, she pushed open the ajar door and witnessed a scene that would haunt her forever. Her cousin and a male friend who had visited during the day were engaged in a game of poker. Yes, her cousin and his male friend. Wang Yinhuan was so frightened that she burst into tears, leaving a significant scar on her childhood. From then on, whenever she encountered unfamiliar men, she would blush uncontrollably and feel a strong sense of aversion. This seemingly trivial story conceals a deep emotional wound on a young girl's heart. Their date lasted until 9 in the evening, when Li Mu escorted Wang Yinhuan back to her dormitory at Beihai University. Originally, he had planned to explore the abyss for a few hours, rent a place facing the sea halfway up the mountain, and then meet Wang Yinhuan. However, love struck unexpectedly, and after confirming their relationship, they spent the whole afternoon together. Back at the military district, Li Mu headed straight to the supply depot's technique section. With the afternoon's battles and previously accumulated victory points, he now had a total of 12,470 points. Without hesitation, he spent 12,000 points to enhance his listening ability. The enhancement was remarkable. The enhanced listening allowed him to achieve a cultivation speed of 500 by understanding the essence of techniques constantly. More importantly, it enabled him to hear the sound of enemy attacks and instantly execute the strongest defensive technique at 130 efficiency, even surpassing his own ability. Li Mu wasn't lacking in offensive techniques. With his keen observational skills, he could grasp the essence of opponents' techniques by observing their energy flow. After witnessing Qin Zhanye's wind-slaying blade, he incorporated some of its principles into his flowing cloud staff technique. In contrast, he had accumulated fewer defensive techniques and didn't wish to spend time gathering them slowly. The supply depot was bustling with activity. Many soldiers appeared somewhat reserved upon seeing Li Mu, while a few who recognized him greeted him excitedly. Li Hu Ho. Whispers ensued. Isn't that Li Hu Ho from the Mingzhu district? What's he doing here in our district? Maybe he's here to help recruit for the Tiger Roar camp? With nearly 130,000 contribution points and 3,900 merit points, Li Mu ventured deeper into the technique section. In the special techniques category, he discovered a defensive technique called the three-word Dao pattern seal. requiring 32,000 contribution points and over 2,000 merit points. This technique, derived from Taoist secrets, included 3 seals: the Lin seal for steadfast defense, the Do seal for fierce counterattacks, and the Zhan seal to control the opponent's true spirit. The seals could switch instantly, offering unpredictable variations in combat. After reading the description, Li Mu promptly decided to purchase it. Li Mu scanned his tech watch over the security cabinet. As 32,000 contribution points were deducted, the cabinet emitted a soft mechanical sound and slowly opened. He quickly retrieved the 3-character Dao mark, cultivation stone, and without hesitation, crushed it. Unlike ordinary martial artists who would need to find a quiet place to study it in detail, Li Mu, with the system's bestowed 300-year comprehension, only needed to stand with his eyes closed for a moment. The profound essence of the 3-character Dao mark was fully grasped by him, and this was the utmost respect he could offer to this cultivation method. Soon, an important realization dawned on Li Mu's technique originated from the Taoist 9-character mantra: Lin, Bing, Do, Shi, Jia, Zhang, Lai, Qian, Xing. Each character, when combined with the incantation's mental method, held endless wonders, which were later integrated into various martial arts techniques. However, as his understanding deepened, Li Mu changed his view on it being the incomplete version. The creator of the 3-character Dao mark was truly a genius. In defensive techniques, the effects of the Lin, Do, Zhan incantations were the most outstanding. While other incantations had their strengths, they were less efficient for defense. The creator had realized this over 200 years ago, which was truly impressive. Even with 300 years of comprehension, Li Mu felt he lacked practical experience. He secretly hoped to meet the creator, as the 9-character mantra could not only be used for defense, but could potentially evolve into 9 powerful techniques. His current understanding of the mantra was still superficial, far from its true essence. By now, it was 9:30 p.m., and the depths were increasingly dangerous, making it the perfect time to test the new technique. As Li Mu headed out, a dark gray long knife caught his eye in the weapons area. This weapon, resembling an extended version of a tang knife, had a unique texture with its slender blade and ancient-looking sheath. Although he already had a knife for dissecting monster corpses, this new one appealed to him, especially since it only cost 1,200 contribution points. While waiting to check out, he overheard the conversation of the 2 people ahead of him. "Hey, are you going to the Shuanya spirit tree later? I heard the spiritual energy is abundant today." "I'm not going. No money, it's too expensive." "How much are you short?" "If it's close, I can sponsor you a bit," a soldier enthusiastically offered. "It'll be good for both of us to have each other's backs in there." "You have money?" his companion asked, surprised. "Yeah, I just sold some weapons I got with my contribution points yesterday. Still feels expensive to me." "I'm not going." The companion shook his head. "I always feel like the Liang family is targeting the Zhenyuan Army. Many organizations get discounts at their Xinsha spirit tree, but we have to pay full price." "Ridiculous." "Well, it's because the Liang family wanted to use it as leverage to get a stake in the Zhenyuan Army's resource development. The military district didn't agree, so now they're holding a grudge. Forget about discounts." At that moment, Li Mu gently tapped the shoulders of the 2 men in front of him. They turned around in confusion, then their expressions changed dramatically. Li Huho," one of them asked cautiously. Li Mu smiled and nodded. The 2 immediately straightened up, and the surrounding soldiers followed suit. Although none of the people in the Wanren military district had seen Li Mu before, the news of the battle at the Tiger Roar camp had spread far and wide. His feat of annihilating tens of thousands from the Elephant Kingdom had made him famous. Many recognized him from military websites and circulating videos and photos. "I wanted to ask, what is this Xinsha spirit tree you were talking about?" Li Mu asked politely. "I just arrived at the Wanren military district, and I'm not familiar with it." "Li Huho," one soldier answered immediately. "It's a trial secret realm located in a tiny vacuum zone within the Abyss, first discovered and developed by the Liang family. You can imagine the tree as having monsters pouring out from its roots." Another added, "Ranging from the lowest 3rd grade to the highest 9th grade. Humans can enter through the branches to kill monsters and absorb the spiritual energy they release. One session is equivalent to months of hard cultivation. The higher the branch, the lower the monster's grade. The closer to the roots, the higher. The Liang family seals the exit with a special method, accumulating a large number of monsters, and opens it every 3 days," the first soldier continued to explain. "Their family fighters have priority entry. Every opening has a few hours of monster peak, then it dwindles, needing another 3 days to accumulate. Since they can't absorb it all themselves, they open it to outsiders. A 3rd-grade fighter pays 100,000 per entry, with 20,000 added for each higher grade. An 8th grade is 1.1 million, and a 9th grade is 2 million. They earn at least 1 billion each day." Li Mu mused. "The highest is 9th grade? So that's why it's called the Xinsha spirit tree?" "Exactly. It's a cultivation holy land for those below the Xin grade. But it's too expensive. Got it, thank you. Li Mu nodded. Where is this spirit tree located? How do I queue? One quickly opened his tech watch. These are the coordinates. It's 60 kilometers from the 50th teleportation gate. You can queue on site. Going now is still early. Li Mu noted down the coordinates, thanked them, and settled his own long sword bill, also paying for the premium weapons the two were holding, totaling 800 contribution points. He now had 93,000 points left. This gesture left the two soldiers overjoyed, and the surrounding people were envious. Someone immediately approached one of the soldiers who received a weapon, saying, "Buddy, don't you usually trade contribution points for weapons to sell? I'll pay you cash for that weapon. How about it?" The soldier clutched the weapon protectively. "Not selling, not selling. This is a weapon given by Li Huho. I'd sell myself before I sell it. Stay away from me." Li Mu went through the 50th teleportation gate and, after flying a short distance on his Nimbus cloud, saw a brightly lit giant tree towering over a small hill. As he entered the airspace of this area, he felt his aura being rapidly suppressed. It was indeed a vacuum zone. Landing and crossing the hill, Li Mu saw a simple entrance set up under the ancient tree, marked off with a 1-meter tape into a circle, with a queue of over 100 people. Many loiterers were around. A few staff members in distinctive uniforms shouted at the end of the line, "Come, come, line up over here. Pay first then queue. No replacements, no refunds, no hawkers cutting in." Li Mu quickly joined the end of the long queue. Around the ancient tree, a large number of martial artists had gathered, with 7 rings of varying shades of light hovering around the trunk, forming the entrance to the secret realm. "Hello, an 8th grade martial artist. What's the fee?" Li Mu asked the staff member. Without looking up, the person pointed skillfully to the end of the queue. "Come on, stand here first." In just those few seconds, 2 or 3 people had already lined up behind Li Mu. 8th grade martial artist, right? What unit are you with? Zhenyuan Army. Wanren Military District. Li Mu replied confidently, standing tall. Although he had heard from 2 soldiers that the Liang family seemed to have some issues with the Zhenyuan Army, their participation indicated they hadn't completely restricted the army's entry. Upon hearing this, the staff member frowned and said coldly, "Oh, no discounts for the Zhenyuan Army. Standard price is 1.1 million. All right." Li Mu agreed without hesitation. He had never entered a secret realm before and was eager to explore. He had over 9 million in his account. He had given 300,000 reimbursed by Wang Longqing to his mother, and during a dinner, Zhang Jiwei had covered the bill. Not long after, his mother transferred 10 million, saying it was payment from the Zhang Corporation for a few kilograms of wine. As a military officer and Zhang Jiwei being the heir of a defense company, direct transfers were inappropriate and could raise suspicions. Just as Li Mu was about to pull out his card, the staff member quickly recited the terms like a script. "Note, no refunds, no queuing for others, enter at your own risk. We don't cover injuries or deaths. Queue time is uncertain, 1 out, 1 in. Don't rush, don't ask, don't shout, or you'll forfeit without a refund." This dismissive attitude annoyed Li Mu, but since the Liang family monopolized the secret realm, he had no choice but to accept. He paid promptly and saw that over 30 people had lined up behind him, with more joining. Thanks to the circular queue, Li Mu wasn't far from the entrance. The 7 rings ranged from white to nearly black, with higher-grade martial artists entering the darker rings. So far, he had only seen 2 or 3 people enter the 9th-grade ring, and about 10 in the 8th-grade ring. Most were 5th, 6th, or 7th-grade martial artists. Occasionally, someone would appear in the open space before the widest ring, some panting or injured, clearly exiting the secret realm. Every time someone exited the white ring, 1 person was allowed in. Li Mu also noticed that occasionally, someone would approach a well-dressed family member at the entrance, exchange a few words, and cut in line. Although others were displeased, they dared not voice their discontent. Li Mu's main purpose was to explore the secret realm, so he decided to overlook these minor issues. It was soon his turn. The staff at the entrance, with a stern expression, instructed Li Mu, "Once you enter a door, stay in that area and don't wander off. Especially avoid exploring deeper, as it might lead to more advanced zones. If your energy is depleted or you're injured, exit immediately, don't be greedy." He handed Li Mu a stone, saying, "Crush this to leave." Just as Li Mu was about to step in, a father and son hurried over. The staff member quickly stopped Li Mu. The middle-aged man walked straight to a well-dressed young man standing nearby. "Mr. Liang, it's been a while." The middle-aged man greeted warmly. "Chief Zhou, what brings you here?" Mr. Liang replied with a smile. "My son insisted on coming. We're a bit late and was hoping you could help us out." Hearing this, Mr. Liang gave a nod to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper immediately put on a smile. There weren't any spots left, but since Chief Zhou asked, "Well, make sure your son has a spot." Chief Zhou knew well Li Mu was almost through. There must be space. But he wisely didn't point it out, instead smiling and giving a grateful nod, then ushering his son through the portal past Li Mu. Li Mu's expression darkened. What irritated him more was Mr. Liang taking a phone call. Receiving a call near the abyss, where the signal was poor, meant the caller was nearby. Just as someone exited the white circle, the gatekeeper was about to let Li Mu in when Mr. Liang cleared his throat and signaled again. The gatekeeper promptly shut the door. There's a limit to cutting in line, isn't there? I pay too, Li Mu said with a cold smile. The gatekeeper shot him an impatient glare. What's the rush? You're next. I've lost my patience. I want to go in now. Li Mu's voice turned icy. The gatekeeper, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Li Mu, instinctively stepped back, looking to Mr. Liang for help. Mr. Liang's group, one of whom had an imposing aura, also watched Li Mu warily. Yet Mr. Liang merely lifted his eyelids lazily, let out a dismissive snort, and casually took out a nail clipper, clearly not taking Li Mu seriously. At that moment, 3 more people approached from a distance. Mr. Liang stood up, beaming, Assistant Song. No need to call ahead. There's always a spot for you. The man, referred to as Assistant Song, waved his hands. I didn't want to trouble you, Mr. Liang. Minister Zhang specifically instructed us not to inconvenience you. Minister Zhang is too kind. Please, go ahead. We have spots saved for you. Assistant Song signaled to the 2 people with him, who then followed the gatekeeper into the portal. Li Mu thought to himself, no wonder they stopped me. They let 2 people cut in line. After arranging everything, young Master Liang looked at Li Mu with a smug smile, then turned to the gatekeeper and instructed, tell the people behind that we won't be accommodating anyone from the Zhenyuan Army today. Return their money. He glanced at Li Mu and dismissively waved his hand. As for this one, for making a scene at the entrance, there's no need to refund him. Young Master Liang's expression clearly conveyed. I'm bullying you, and what can you do about it? The Liang family had long been resentful of their inability to access the resources of the Zhenyuan Army, harboring deep grievances against them. Allowing the Zhenyuan Army to train at the Xuanzhong Spirit Tree was merely a facade to avoid open conflict. Today, just because he had to wait a little longer, he lost his patience and dared to threaten me. Young Master Liang sneered. Well, go ahead and leave. If I let you in today, I don't deserve to bear the name Liang. Hearing this, Li Mu simply smiled contentedly and left without a word. Young Master Liang and his entourage merely laughed dismissively, considering it an insignificant episode. Little did they know, Li Mu transformed into a tiny mosquito using his shape-shifting skills and returned discreetly. As long as he stayed beyond a meter from the Shin-level warrior, his presence would go undetected. Li Mu quietly approached the vicinity of the 8th level aura, patiently waiting for his chance. When an 8th level warrior entered the aura, he swiftly slipped inside with them. During his observations, he had noticed that those outside couldn't accurately monitor the exact number of people inside or their positions. They could only estimate the capacity and let people in one by one. The numbers weren't precisely regulated, so his infiltration went entirely unnoticed. Li Mu had already made up his mind. Considering the Liang family worked hard to secure this resource, I'm willing to wait in line and pay. But since they pushed their luck, they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. If this money tree isn't smashed to pieces by dawn, I'll have come here for nothing. However, he had bigger plans in mind, wanted to see if he could claim the tree for himself. The moment Li Mu stepped into the circle of light, everything suddenly brightened before him. He found himself inside a vast circular tunnel, with walls that were uneven, resembling a natural cave. After reverting to his human form, Li Mu cautiously drew out his ghost-faced staff and cloak, carefully surveying his surroundings. He tapped on the wooden walls of the cave, discovering that the wood was extraordinarily hard, seemingly infused with some mysterious restriction. Even when he struck it heavily with his ghost-faced staff, it didn't budge, though the sound of the impact echoed far within the wooden tunnel. Suddenly, a wave of energy pulsed from ahead, accompanied by the rising and falling roars of monsters. Several creatures of various forms emerged, charging towards him. The roars in the enclosed tunnel were deafening, unsettling the mind. Bring it on, Li Mu exclaimed calmly, taking a swig from his dragon phoenix gourd to invigorate himself. His aura erupted forcefully as he grasped his ghost-faced staff and charged at the 6 8th grade monsters. These monsters appeared fierce and menacing. A giant wolf with 3 tails and 6 claws, a grotesquely muscular giant ape, and a colorful spider with knife-like legs. They attacked from the ground, sidewalls, and even the ceiling. 8th grade monsters were known for their diverse abilities and formidable physical strength. The giant ape's double fists crashed down, but Li Mu deftly dodged them. The shockwave from the punch could shatter the internal organs of ordinary 1st or 2nd grade warriors, yet to Li Mu, it felt no more than a mosquito bite. He slipped past the giant ape and struck the giant wolf with his staff, snapping it in half and sending it crashing against the tunnel wall. At this point, the other monsters had encircled Li Mu. Exercising caution, he activated his copper head iron arms. Instantly, his keen hearing kicked in, and 4 golden shields with the character Lin appeared around him, blocking all attacks. The shields were so strong that even the sharp-legged 8th grade spider could only leave a few millimeters deep mark on them. Fight! Li Mu shouted, and as the Lin characters dissipated, a massive golden character 4 Do shot forward like a cannonball. The monsters hit by it either smashed into the tunnel walls with broken bones or were blasted several meters away. The giant ape at the forefront turned and punched again, colliding with the Lin shield once more. Li Mu swiftly switched to the Zhen seal, and as the Lin characters vanished, a Zhen seal appeared on the giant ape's wrist, forcefully pinning it into the ground. The formation mark acted like a sharp staple, precisely pinning the giant ape's arm into the crevice of the ground. The entire arm of the giant ape instantly lost its chi, and no matter how it roared and struggled, it couldn't break free from the binding of the formation mark. Li Mu felt the power of the formation mark and realized that as long as his chi remained constant, the mark would exist indefinitely. Defying the heavens, he muttered to himself, and with a swift swing of his staff, he shattered the giant ape's head, then quickly turned to deal with the other severely injured creatures. These creatures weren't much of a challenge for him, but Li Mu was still puzzled. For a warrior of the same rank, taking on 6 such creatures alone was extremely difficult. How were those outside willing to take such risks? After pondering for a moment, he came to the most reasonable conclusion: most likely, those people chose a lower rank circle than their own. 5th rank entering 4th, 7th entering 6th. As for those entering the 8th rank circle, indeed, many were 9th rank experts, but at the 8th and 9th rank level, everyone had a life-saving trump card, and at the very least, they could retreat unharmed. After he finished dealing with this batch of creatures, pure spiritual energy suddenly emanated from the corpses, eagerly rushing into his body as if alive. This spiritual energy was of such high purity that it could be absorbed by his body without deliberate refining. Although spiritual energy is not the same as chi and needs to be compressed and refined to strengthen the dantian and physique, the effect was impressive enough for Li Mu to be amazed. Just 6 creatures equate to a day's worth of training results. No wonder the Xuanxia spirit tree is so popular, he murmured to himself. The system displayed that he gained 1985 victory points, a number he found quite satisfying. Li Mu swiftly drew his blade and began dissecting the creature corpses. For unfamiliar creatures, he followed the principle of check the brain first, then the heart, carefully searching for any energy cores or glowing parts. For instance, the mutant wolf's eyes flashed red during attacks, likely indicating a valuable item. At this moment, he lamented not having studied a monster compendium in school. After collecting a few seemingly valuable items, he stored the organs and some high-quality meat pieces in his fushenshu. Far away in the fushenshu, the remote bone spirit saw the sudden arrival of delicious food from the sky and joyfully scurried around as if thanking its master for the treat. Just then, 3 more creatures arrived, drawn by the noise. Li Mu swiftly knocked down 2 with his staff, then suddenly drew his blade, decapitating the 3rd with a single strike. Seeing the system display 3,740 victory points, he decided to invest all of them into enhancing his divine weapon technique. At that moment, the system prompted him. Consumed 1,500 victory points, successfully enhanced divine weapon technique. Divine weapon technique grants weight to the weapon, currently 13,500 gene at full capacity. This prompt made Li Mu's eyes light up. He had encountered this situation during an eavesdropping enhancement before, which indicated an imminent qualitative change. By spending 2,000 victory points, Li Mu successfully infused new power into his divine weapon technique. The weight of the ghost face rod reached its maximum of 13,500 gene. Even more surprising, it gained sentience and could fly within a 2-meter radius according to his will, perfectly complementing various combat techniques. Li Mu held his breath and cautiously opened his palm. To his excitement, the ghost face rod slowly ascended, wobbling around him like a baby learning to walk. Soon, this baby evolved into a nimble warrior, deftly maneuvering through the air. With a mere thought from Li Mu, the ghost face rod spun wildly in the air, each swing carrying tremendous force, emitting a wail reminiscent of ghosts. Astonishingly, the divine weapon technique could split into 5 clones, with 6 ghost face rods orbiting him at high speed. Upon inspection, Li Mu discovered that the cloning ability of the divine weapon technique did not share a cooldown with his avatar transformation, significantly boosting his combat prowess. The only drawback was the 2-meter attack range limitation, within which the recoil from striking a monster could potentially hit him. Based on current calculations, every 1,000 victory points spent could extend the attack range by 1 meter. As Li Mu contemplated, the wailing of the ghost face rod attracted 5 monsters. He immediately commanded the 6 rods to form a line at the 2-meter limit to confront them. Even without his direct control, under the enhancement of mountain bearing, iron cutting style, and flowing cloud shadow, these rods could effortlessly annihilate 8th grade monsters. Each strike was precise and lethal, shattering bodies and bursting heads upon impact. After dispatching this group of monsters, Li Mu was no longer content with passively waiting. He charged toward the source of the monsters. As he ran, he directed the ghost face rods to rhythmically strike the walls of the wooden cave, luring more monsters to him. Li Mu quickly delved deeper into the wooden tunnel. As he advanced, the diameter of the tunnel expanded from an initial 20 or 30 meters to over 100 meters, enough for him to use his cloud somersault technique. This proactive approach to confronting enemies proved remarkably efficient, amassing over 8,000 combat points in just a few minutes, far exceeding what he had gained in half a day at Iron Hand City. Among the monsters he hunted, 2/3 were below the 8th rank. While these no longer contributed to his combat points since Li Mu himself had reached the 8th rank, the abundant spiritual energy they released helped him solidify his mid-8th rank cultivation. He invested all 8,000 combat points into his divine weapon technique, extending its strike range to 10 meters. However, this was far from sufficient. Li Mu calculated that the divine weapon technique needed at least a 100-meter range to be considered adequate. More importantly, once he broke through to the 9th rank, upgrading the mid-grade Celestial Immortal Art to the high-grade version would require 1,000,000 combat points, not to mention the many mysteries of the heaven and earth transformation technique that remained unsolved. Therefore, he continued deeper on his cloud somersault, with 11 Ghostface rods constantly in an incarnate state, annihilating everything in their path. He didn't even have time to collect materials, focusing solely on advancing. As he progressed, the rumbling sounds ahead grew louder. When the tunnel expanded to a diameter of several hundred meters, an exit appeared in front of him. As he turned out of the exit, the sight made Li Mu's heart skip a beat. A massive wooden cavern, thousands of meters in diameter, unfolded before him. The circular walls were teeming with monsters, surging like a tide and merging into a deafening roar. These creatures swarmed towards various entrances of wooden tunnels behind Li Mu, with stronger monsters choosing wider passages and weaker ones squeezing into narrower openings. At that moment, Li Mu suddenly understood this was the internal structure of the Xuanya spirit tree's trunk. The monsters emerged from the roots, crawling along the inner walls of the trunk towards the wooden tunnels of various branches. Despite the inverted spatial structure, every direction was effectively level ground. In the instant he pondered this, a dozen or so 8th and 7th rank monsters charged at him. Li Mu immediately drew a protective circle on the ground and simultaneously deployed his incarnations. Holding the main Ghostface rod, he coordinated with 5 incarnations and 10 divine weapons to commence a new round of slaughter. The lower-ranked monsters seemed oblivious to the battle, continuing to crawl over the walls above or in the distance, like water diverted by a stubborn rock. The area surrounding Li Mu instantly transformed into a sea of monsters. Dozens, hundreds of creatures charged at him relentlessly, forming an impenetrable circle where only occasional glimpses of him, swinging his weapon, could be seen. If it weren't for Li Mu constantly using his fighting technique to repel the monsters, he would have been buried under the layers of monster corpses, unable to move. Within just a few minutes, Li Mu's victory points surged to 30,000, and the overwhelming spiritual energy threatened to burst from him. He quickly left 5 clones in his place, then leapt onto the temporarily summoned cloud to break through the encirclement and hovered above the horde of monsters. Catching his breath, Li Mu's gaze swept the area like lightning. The monsters appeared as if from an endless fountain, suggesting the existence of a source. If such a small section of the cave wall could produce so many monsters, finding and blocking the source. Watching his clones below being engulfed by monsters, Li Mu summoned 10 divine soldiers to guard him, tasked with repelling the sporadic monsters leaping from the cave walls. Meanwhile, he quickly accessed the system and allocated his points as follows. 20,000 points to enhance the divine soldier technique, increasing the attack range to 30 meters. 10,000 points to invest in heavenly might, unlocking 1 point and using the remaining points to enhance the controllable range. The remaining points were used to unlock 3 attributes. Pressure weight increased to 15 times the current divine soldier technique. Cooldown reduced to 1 minute. For 30 seconds after using 1 point of heavenly might, the divine soldier technique carries 10 of the heavenly might's power. Now, with his heavenly might reaching 202,500 pounds, it meant that during the 30-second period under the heavenly might state, each attack with the divine soldier technique would carry over 33,000 pounds of force. Li Mu immediately unleashed heavenly might on the dense monster horde ahead. With a thunderous boom, countless monsters were instantly reduced to pulp. He then swung his weapon to launch attacks with the divine soldier clones. Although the weight of the weapon in his hand remained unchanged, the flying divine soldier clones carried terrifying power, turning each monster they hit into a living cannonball, causing chain explosion-like destruction among the monster horde. As Li Mu advanced into the 9th grade monster zone, these creatures were stronger, but they still crumbled in the face of the divine soldier technique's 30-meter range. Few could breach this distance, and those that did were blocked by the word seal, only to meet their end at Li Mu's staff. The diameter of the wooden cave gradually narrowed, quickly shrinking to 100 meters, and the monster density increased accordingly. When the diameter further reduced to several dozen meters, Limu finally discovered a glowing white exit, the source of the monsters. Countless creatures spewed from here, resembling an uncontrollable spring. Facing this approximately 20-meter-wide entrance, Limu quickly devised a strategy. Forcing a breakthrough was clearly unfeasible. Even with his strongest defenses, he couldn't last 2 seconds. As he pondered, his eyes caught the sight of the ghost-faced staff flying in midair, sparking an idea. He tossed his ghost-faced staff into the air, first releasing a heavenly might attack towards the entrance, then transformed into a tiny mosquito, hiding within the intricate patterns of the ghost-faced staff. The other ghost-faced staff avatars then aligned behind the main staff, collectively exerting force to launch the staff containing Limu like an arrow into the monster-spewing exit. Limu felt a soul-wrenching force pushing against him, but fortunately, he managed to find footing in a narrow crevice. Suddenly, everything turned white, and he was forced back into his true form, finding himself in a lush and peculiar area. This space, surrounded by a pitch-black void, resembled his Fushenshu technique, though the spatial sense here was more fragmented. The most striking feature was the 4 white saplings in the distance, each about a meter high, emitting a dazzling white light like small suns. Their branches and leaves were slender, with leaves shaped like human hands. As they swayed in the wind, these hands made beckoning gestures towards the void, exuding an eerie aura. It was these saplings that attracted the light, the fierce winds, and the countless monsters descending from the sky. Limu quickly grasped the significance of this scene, but he didn't rush to deal with the saplings. The overwhelming monsters before him were sources of spiritual energy and victory points, so he decided to go on a killing spree. The monsters immediately zeroed in on his location and surged towards him in droves. Limu swiftly set up the battlefield. First, he used his avatar and divine weapon techniques, summoning 5 avatars and 5 divine weapons. Leaning against the exit, he drew a protective symbol and took 2 gulps of wine before plunging into the fierce battle. He commanded all avatars and divine weapons to attack with full force, scattering and repelling the monsters to avoid being overwhelmed. Even so, the exit was soon blocked by the accumulating monster corpses. The battle intensified, with the number of monsters increasing more than tenfold. Limu had to clear the field every minute by unleashing his heavenly might. During the 30-second aftermath of this power, the divine weapon technique swept around with formidable force. In this brief lull, he had to rely on the 3-character Dao pattern to withstand the assault. When besieged by 9th-grade monsters, he even resorted to using his copper head iron arm technique. After enduring for 5 minutes, the second wave of avatars finally took shape. With 10 avatars and 10 divine weapons, Limu became an efficient battlefield meat grinder. In just 20 minutes, he amassed an astonishing 58,000 victory points, solely from the 8th and 9th grade monsters, which accounted for only 10% of the total. The plight of lower-grade monsters was akin to exaggerated scenes from kung fu movies. Monsters below the 7th grade were sent flying dozens of meters by a single strike, scattering like cannonballs. 3rd and 4th grade monsters didn't even require Limu's direct action. Being hit by the flying corpses was enough to be fatal. However, such intense combat also caused Limu's true energy to deplete rapidly, like a floodgate being opened. If it weren't for the 2 divine skills of the middle-grade celestial art, rejuvenation and reversal, Limu would have long been drained dry. Even so, nearly 70% of his true energy was depleted, leaving him in a deficit. In this critical moment, Limu made a decisive move, investing all 40,000 battle points into his most relied-upon skill, external incarnation. Each entry now required over 8,000 points, just enough to activate 3 key features: increasing the number of incarnations to 10, extending the duration to 15 minutes, and the 15,000 point trait ability to use defensive techniques. This upgrade had an immediate effect. 5 minutes of cooldown paired with 15 minutes of duration meant he could sustain 3 rounds of incarnation simultaneously, reaching a maximum of 30 avatars. More importantly, each avatar could use defensive techniques, significantly boosting both defense and attack power. Limu felt the pressure ease instantly. Meanwhile, outside the mysterious spirit tree, the eerie calmness caught the guard's attention. "Young Master Liang, it seems no one has exited for a while," a servant noted. Young Master Liang frowned, calculating in his mind several groups had already lined up. Yet the white exit remained inactive, indicating no one inside had exhausted their true energy or been injured. "Let's observe a bit longer." Young Master Liang pondered. "If this continues, we'll have to report back." He knew the gravity of the situation. Many cultivators who had paid were still waiting, and if it turned out to be a problem with the Liang family system preventing entry into the secret realm, refunds would be necessary. Inside the secret realm, other cultivators were equally puzzled. Most had not encountered any monsters for over 10 minutes, resorting to searching the wooden caverns repeatedly. Having spent a small fortune to enter, no one wanted to leave so soon, opting instead to meditate and restore their true energy, awaiting the next wave of monsters. In Li Mu's area, the ground was littered with monster corpses, piled high. 40 minutes in, his battle points, after spinning 40,000, had surged back up to 90,000 and were rapidly increasing. His cultivation had also broken through to the peak of the 8th grade. Li Mu was now completely immersed in his battle instincts. His eyes burned red, veins bulged, and he was covered in blood. Each of his movements was pure and deadly, blocking, swinging his staff, targeting weak points, counterattacking. Every move was lethal. His ghost-faced staff smashed, slashed, swept, pierced, and threw, inadvertently forming a unique and efficient battlefield killing technique, deadly with each strike. At the 50-minute mark, Li Mu's true energy was nearly exhausted, and his mind began to blur. A set of external incarnations quietly dissipated without him noticing. By 55 minutes, another set vanished. Surrounded by a horde of monsters, Li Mu's true energy was completely depleted. At 60 minutes, the last set of external incarnations disappeared, and Li Mu was instantly engulfed by the monster swarm. Just as Li Mu was about to be overwhelmed, a burst of wild laughter erupted from the pile of monsters. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot up into the sky, sending the surrounding monsters flying like straw. This was a sign of breakthrough the 9th rank of the yellow stage. Under the immense influx of spiritual energy and the crucible of life and death struggles, Li Mu finally broke through. His dantian expanded several times over, and a large amount of spiritual energy rapidly transformed into pure true energy. As he stretched his neck, 10 external avatars materialized, each exuding an imposing aura that surpassed the combined might of his previous 3 sets of avatars. At this moment, Li Mu's power had greatly increased. As he swung his staff, lower-level monsters were astonishingly cut down with a single blow. He continued to fight for over 40 minutes, with his victory points soaring to around 190,000. If it weren't for the fact that after breaking through to the 9th rank, 8th rank monsters no longer provided victory points, this number would have been even higher. During this time, his cultivation level stabilized at the early stage of the 9th rank, but the rate of improvement had become extremely slow. Looking out, the sea of corpses obscured his vision. Li Mu rode his somersault cloud up to the top of the corpse wall, and found that the number of monsters descending from the sky had significantly decreased, with only a sparse 3 to 5 dozen left, failing to pique his interest. Turning his gaze to the 4 white saplings, he saw their glow had dimmed, their branches and leaves drooping, barely swaying. Clearly, the number and speed of the monsters falling from the void depended entirely on the energy of these saplings. According to the Liang family's rule of opening every 3 days, these saplings should need 3 days to recharge. Li Mu approached one of the saplings and tentatively touched it, finding no restrictions. With a gentle pull, the sapling came up by the roots. With a thought, he stored the sapling in his fusion shoe, planting it beside the spiritual spring. To his delight, the sapling not only showed no rejection but even regained some vitality, swaying gracefully. After confirming they could be transplanted, Li Mu quickly transplanted the remaining 3 saplings into his fusion shoe. Without the nourishment of the saplings, the space quickly dimmed, becoming lifeless. The time was right, and Li Mu hid within the gap of the ghost-faced staff, leaving the area in the same manner. The surrounding wooden caves began to wither rapidly, and the entire space seemed on the verge of collapse. He immediately crushed the exit stone. Meanwhile, chaos reigned outside the Xuanxia spiritual tree. The Liang family had noticed something amiss an hour earlier and hurriedly returned to seek help. When the family elders arrived with reinforcements, they stumbled upon a bizarre scene. At the exit, flashes of white light, with those exiting colliding with those who hadn't yet left, forming a tangled, cursing mass. Li Mu seized the opportunity to appear amidst the chaos, instantly transforming into a swarm of mosquitoes, swiftly flying towards the edge of the distant woods. Just then, someone shouted, "The tree is falling! The tree is falling!" The crowd scrambled to avoid it, watching as the massive ancient tree withered rapidly, its leaves falling, the trunk shriveled in the middle, and the enormous tree crown collapsed with a thunderous crash. The Liang family members were dumbfounded. This wasn't just a tree falling. The entire tree was clearly dead. After Li Mu took down the mysterious Ling tree, the Liang family fell into unprecedented chaos. Young Master Liang was dragged back to the family by his hair and faced severe questioning. Meanwhile, the situation at the Wanren military district was also grim. Late at night, Deputy Commander Xing finally emerged from his office. He rubbed his temples tiredly, walking heavily towards the Abyss elevator. The military district, which appeared prosperous on the surface, seemed particularly desolate, highlighting the crisis within this massive organization. Over the past year, although the Wanren military district maintained its operations outwardly, there were undercurrents beneath the surface. A large number of soldiers had been transferred to the Huxiao camp, ostensibly to foster good relations with the Mingzhu military district, but in reality, the district could no longer support such a large Zhenyuan army. The tense situation Li Mu witnessed at the logistics department was just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, the military district's supply of spiritual medicine was nearly depleted. Even more worrying was the consistently slow growth rate of the district's soldiers, coupled with a rising death rate. These issues led to repeated criticism from higher authorities, and the district's chief instructor was dismissed as a result. The roots of these difficulties were closely tied to the rise of family powers. Various families, in pursuit of their own interests, continuously siphoned off the Zhenyuan army's resources. Meanwhile, the main forces of the Zhenyuan army were trapped on the Abyss front line and in exploration missions, nearly powerless to counter these covert machinations. Just as Hmph was about to leave, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a sharp suit stepped out from the shadows. This man was the youngest of the Lu family's second generation, a key figure in charge of the spiritual medicine industry, and in his early 40s, he was already a strong contender for succession. Deputy Commander Un, may I have a word with you? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Hmph gestured for his adjutant to step back, and the man promptly set up a soundproof barrier. Deputy Commander N, I'm here on behalf of the Lu family to show our sincerity, the middle-aged man said, adjusting his glasses. We've noticed the recent casualties in the Zhenyuan army. Coincidentally, the Lu family has produced a new batch of spiritual liquid with decent purity. Although it's not of high grade, there's a substantial quantity. The patriarch is interested in supporting the military district, and I'd like to understand the situation better. Hmph inwardly sneered, immediately seeing through the Lu family's intentions. They were using resources as leverage. However, he maintained a neutral expression and replied in a businesslike manner. What would Mr. Lu like to know? The man with glasses nodded, his gaze probing through the lenses. I heard there's a very young officer who recently joined the Mingzhu military district. He's quite accomplished for his age and has a fiery temperament. Hmph nodded calmly. That's true. This officer, does he have deep ties with our Wanner military district? The man with glasses asked nonchalantly, quickly adding, haha, don't take it the wrong way, Deputy Commander. And our family wants to support the Wanner military district. But if this officer has strong connections with your district, then these resources might end up flowing to the Mingzhu district. After all, it's a fact that Wanren has already sent many soldiers to Mingzhu. He deliberately lowered his stance. We, the Lu family, as ordinary citizens, naturally have a bit of self-interest and just want to support our own Linyuan city's military district. Hearing this, Hmph instantly understood the Lu family's true intentions. They weren't here for Tong Longyi's matter. Saving Tong Longyi would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Li Mu's handling of Tong Longyi had already alerted them, and the Lu family clearly had a preliminary understanding of Li Mu, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. They were here to address the root problem, eliminate Li Mu. This so-called batch of resources was merely a bargaining chip, and Hmph looked directly at him. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that? The man with glasses spoke more plainly this time. If the Wanren military district has deep ties with this young officer, then we can't provide these resources. If there's no such connection, we can support you without worries. Mr. Lu, you are mistaken. Hmph showed displeasure, waving his hand. The Zhenyuan army is like a solid block of steel, inseparable. Your family's support for our district is welcome, but to say that this officer has no ties with us is something I cannot do. Although I've just met this officer, I have a lot of faith in him and would never do what you suggest. He stood up. There's no need for further discussion. If the Lu family doesn't want to provide resources, I understand. But if you genuinely wish to support us, you can come to my office at 6 tomorrow morning to discuss further. Goodbye. The man with glasses watched Hmph's retreating figure, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Take care, Deputy Commander, and see you tomorrow. Back at home, Hmph immediately called Li Mu. At that moment, Li Mu was sitting cross-legged in a hotel room, focused on studying the 4 saplings in his fuxianshu. These saplings seemed to have grown slightly under the influence of fuxianshu, full of vitality. He had even worried if these saplings might attract monsters into the fuxianshu, but fortunately, that hadn't happened yet. The phone rang, and Li Mu exited the fuxianshu. Deputy Commander Un? So late. Is there something you need? The Lu family just approached me, and Hmph got straight to the point. They're using a large batch of supplies as leverage, wanting us to stop protecting you. I gave them a vague answer, and that guy probably understood. They'll come again tomorrow morning. What do you think? Li Mu responded without hesitation. What do I think? Let's take the benefits first. Agree to it. Hearing Li Mu's words, Hmph couldn't help but smile wryly. Restrict the Lu family? This suggestion made him both worried and hesitant. As the deputy commander, he bore the heavy responsibility of the entire Zhenyuan army, and he had to consider the broader implications. Falling out with the Lu family at this moment didn't seem wise. However, Li Mu's eyes gleamed with confidence. Deputy Commander Un, remember this. If the Lu family chooses to oppose the Zhenyuan army, it will be their greatest mistake, he stated confidently. He had already figured out the exact production capacity of the Lu family's spiritual liquid. With the current scale of the Fuxianshu technique, planting just half the area with ingredients for low-grade qi gathering pills would allow them to rival the Lu family's output of high-grade spiritual liquid. Li Mu continued, besides, I've personally tasted their high-grade spiritual liquid. Even if you divide a low-grade qi gathering pill into 8 parts, each would be more effective than their product, let alone a high-grade pill. If the Wanren military district faces pressure from the Lu family for supporting us, I am fully capable of backing them up. Li Mu's confidence was infectious, and Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of reassurance. All right, let's do as you say. After hanging up the phone, Li Mu was deep in thought. The Lu family was clearly more experienced than his previous adversaries. After taking down Tong Longyi, the Lu family was furious but didn't act rashly. Instead, they chose to investigate his background and systematically cut off all his support. Pondering this, Li Mu took out a low-grade qi gathering pill and began considering new product forms. As a 9th-grade expert, these pills were little more than sustenance for him, but perhaps they could be developed into something with commercial value. He planned to establish a pharmaceutical factory that could support the Zhenyuan Army through special channels and also sell products on the market. He broke the pill open, and a rich medicinal aroma immediately filled the air. However, he frowned as he noticed a significant loss of spiritual energy as the pill crumbled. This discovery made him realize that simply crushing and dissolving the pill wouldn't work. He tried stirring the fragments in water, but within minutes, the efficacy dissipated completely. As he was deep in thought, inspiration struck. He quickly entered the Fuxianshu space and retrieved a cup of spiritual spring water. It was his first time bringing this water out. The surface of the water shimmered with ethereal spiritual energy, but unlike before, this energy remained stable and undiminished, allowing one to clearly sense it without any loss. Li Mu carefully examined the spirit spring water in his cup. Even without adding elixirs, the quality of this spring water was comparable to the lowest grade spiritual energy essence. He took out a low-grade Kigathering pill, broke off a quarter, and tossed it into the cup, immediately brightening at the sight. Unlike the murky black-brown state that ordinary water turns into when dissolving elixirs, the pill fragments dissolved in the spirit spring water like sugar. With a gentle swirl of the cup, silvery transparent silk-like patterns appeared in the clear water, gracefully floating with the waves, creating a stunning visual. Li Mu drank it all in one go, feeling the potency of this mixture was indeed much purer than regular spiritual energy essence. However, he still needed to cautiously adjust the formula until he fully understood the effects of the Lu family's spiritual energy essence. If the product quality far surpassed that of competitors, it might actually hinder market capture. If Lu's product scored a 60, then his target should be 80, not 120. He refilled a bottle with spirit spring water from the Infinite River and Spirit Spring Lake, which provided an endless supply. As he turned, he saw Yao Gu urinating at the edge of the field and immediately shouted, "Get farther away to pee!" Startled by the sudden reprimand, Yao Gu still stubbornly looked up at his master. Li Mu rushed over to kick him, only to find that the creature's body was as hard as iron. It's no wonder. Since entering the Fuxianshu space, Yao Gu's strength had skyrocketed. It fed on the organs, brains, and muscles of 8 or 9-grade monsters, and often sneaked sips of spirit spring water and nibbled on herbs when Li Mu wasn't watching. Now, its body strength had reached the level of a 7-grade beast, comparable to a prized warhorse. Ordinary warhorses would become food for 3 or 4-grade monsters, and even special-grade warhorses faced death against 5 or 6-grade monsters. Yet, Yao Gu could now charge and severely injure 5 or 6-grade monsters with a running start. After reprimanding Yao Gu and forbidding it from relieving itself near the spring, Li Mu left the space and dissolved an entire low-grade Kigathering pill in 500 milliliters of spirit spring water. The silvery silk-like patterns in the water became noticeably denser. He planned to compare it with the Lu family's spiritual liquid the next day. Looking at this miraculous spring water, he had a sudden idea that it might be used to improve his mother's brewing process. The next morning at 6, before dawn, the bespectacled man from the Lu family arrived with his entourage at the Wanren Military District's Deputy Command Center. After the routine inspection, he secretly laughed, thinking Xing was just being overly cautious. When Xing warmly shook his hand, a departure from his usual cold demeanor, it confirmed the man's suspicion that Xing was merely seeking personal gain. He never imagined a deputy commander would tip off a young marquis like Li Mu. Everything unfolded as the bespectacled man expected. Xing subtly indicated that he wasn't closely acquainted with Li Mu and expressed great interest in the Lu family's supplies. The bespectacled man generously promised to support the Wanren Military District with 500 bottles of low-grade spiritual liquid. Although low-grade, this donation, worth nearly 20 million, had another purposito test the Wanren Military District's attitude. If the Zhenyuan Army accepted it, it could be the start of a beneficial relationship. This was precisely the difference between Taizhou City and Linyuan City. Taizhou City's Zhenyuan Army controlled the main resources and authority for Abyss development, attracting various factions eager for a share. Meanwhile, Linyuan City's Zhenyuan Army, though having the rich resources of the Green Abyss, lacked the overall influence of the Mingzhu military district. The Lu family promised to deliver the spiritual liquid within 48 hours, while secretly planning to deal with Li Mu. However, for 2 days, Li Mu seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace. After another reminder from Enqing, the Lu family had no choice but to fulfill their promise and held a formal donation ceremony. Ironically, just as the Lu family completed the donation ceremony on the third morning, Li Mu appeared by noon. Li Mu returned to Iron Hand City on his Nimbus cloud that evening. For the past 2 days, he had been focused on gathering the herbs needed to create low-grade qi gathering pills. Considering the cost and time involved in purchasing herbs locally, he decided to leverage the power of the Zhang Group. By mobilizing Zhang Jiwei and the Zhang Pharmaceutical Company, he only needed to collect the seeds of various herbs, making the process both faster and more economical. With the seeds in hand, Li Mu began cultivating them using the blessed field technique. He had earned 240,000 battle points overnight from the Xuanya spiritual tree and, after spending 40,000 points on enhancing his heavenly might, still had 200,000 points to use. He immediately upgraded his blessed field technique, spending 40,000 points to unlock 3 features. Enhancing the fertility of the blessed field to the equivalent of 5 years' growth in a day, expanding the field's area to 500 acres, and acquiring a blessed field immortal ape. This silver-haired immortal ape, although costing 18,000 points, was worth every bit to Li Mu. While it couldn't speak, its every move exuded extraordinary intelligence. Although confined to the blessed field, it could fully take over the tasks of planting, watering, and harvesting herbs. Despite not being as efficient as Li Mu's clones, it could work around the clock, saving him considerable effort. Li Mu then compared the premium spiritual liquid from the Lu family and was astonished by the difference. He realized that the bottle of spiritual liquid he had received as a reward for winning the Abyssal Battle Championship was produced by the Lu family and was valued at around 600,000. However, the effect of dissolving 1 qi gathering pill in spirit spring water was over 6 times stronger than the Lu family's product. Even more surprising, 1 pill mixed with 500 milliliters of spirit spring water, even when diluted threefold, was still twice as effective as the Lu family's product. 1 pill equated to 8 bottles of premium spiritual liquid, meaning 1,000 pills were equivalent to 8,000 bottles. Li Mu knew that the Lu family could only produce 400 bottles of premium spiritual liquid monthly, generating about 2.8 billion in annual revenue. With a 50 profit margin, this alone brought them 1.4 billion in pure profit annually. Including other ventures, the Lu family earned at least 2 billion a year, which explained their status as a near top-tier family. The Lu family's total assets exceeded several billion. Li Mu thought that if the Lu family were wise, he wouldn't act against them. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to use his products to benefit the martial world. Around noon, Li Mu returned to Linyuan City to conduct an on-site inspection of the military family area on the hillside. Linyuan City is famous for its unique villas facing the mountains and the sea. The villas on the east and west mountains are priced in the tens of millions, offering not only a panoramic view of the city but also a prime location with sea views and mountain backdrops. Commercial villa prices range from tens of millions to over a billion, and the Zhenyuan Army's military family area is designed with a similar layout. If you're not interested, commercial properties near the military family area could also be an option. Li Mu stepped out of the restaurant and was about to head to the villa near the mountain when a piercing wail suddenly shattered the calm of the street. Rapist! You rapist! An elderly woman with a livid expression pointed a trembling finger at Li Mu, while a tearful woman in her 30s clung to the frail old lady. Their eyes were filled with intense hatred. Li Mu glanced at them and smirked inwardly. The Lu family's tactics were indeed more cunning than any opponents he had faced before. Not only did they know how to cut off one's retreat, but they were also so cautious. This time, they obviously planned to use a soft approach. The word rapist instantly caught the attention of passers-by. A crowd quickly gathered on the street, and several bystanders, with professional photography equipment, began filming from different angles. These people were clearly prepared. Ma'am, you can't just say things like that. Be careful, I might sue you for defamation, Li Mu said, shaking his head with a hint of ease in his tone. It was you, the woman accused shrilly. It was you who broke into our house the night before last and you still dare to deny it. The elderly woman's performance was even more convincing. She shouted to the surrounding crowd, everyone, come and see. This Zhenyuan Army soldier used his power to rape my daughter. He even threatened us, saying he's from the Zhenyuan Army and would silence us if we dared to speak out. With that, she collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. Li Mu laughed to himself. These people only knew he was a Zhenyuan Army soldier and were unaware of his officer's status. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to act so rashly. The woman, while pulling her mother, sobbed, Mom, let's go. Stop shouting. We can't afford to provoke them. The elderly woman cooperated by getting up while crying out, "Heaven is unjust. We can't afford to provoke the Zhenyuan Army." The entire scene was perfectly captured by those photographers, resembling a documentary accusing the Zhenyuan Army of using power to oppress. "Stop!" Li Mu's voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the crowd like a sword. The two women's steps halted abruptly, clearly not expecting Li Mu to call out to them. "I already said, you can't just say things like that. I will sue you for defamation," Li Mu said as he walked slowly towards them. This tactic might be low, but he had to admit it was quite effective. At this point, Li Mu was fully aware that if the video got exposed by the media, clearing his name would be nearly impossible. Normally, the worst outcome in such a situation would be to slink back to Iron Hand City in disgrace. But this was exactly what the other party hoped for. They wanted Li Mu to cower in fear of media exposure, which would play right into their hands. However, Li Mu was never one to play by the rules. Instead of being passive, he decided to take the initiative and escalate the situation. Right now, Li Mu stood in front of the elderly woman and another woman. The surrounding crowd was whispering and pointing, but kept a safe distance, unwilling to get involved. The elderly woman and her companion exchanged a knowing glance, and suddenly, the elderly woman dropped to her knees with a thud. "Officer!" she cried out tearfully. "I was impulsive just now. We won't pursue this anymore. Please spare us. We mistook you for someone else. We falsely accused you." The performance was so convincing that the crowd immediately glared at Li Mu with hostility. But Li Mu calmly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, law enforcement? I'd like to report an incident. The location is in front of the Huamei restaurant on Hmph Street, Zhongshan District. Someone attacked me in public. Please send someone to handle this quickly." This call caused the elderly woman and her companion to turn pale. Their original plan was to frame him and then quickly escape, leaving Li Mu unable to defend himself. But to their surprise, Li Mu had called the police. Even more unexpectedly, as they were about to flee, Li Mu made a swift move, and a golden circle of protection trapped them in place. The sudden display of martial prowess startled the crowd, causing them to retreat in fear. Those taking photos were especially eager, believing Li Mu was digging his own grave by using force against unarmed civilians. Perfect material for a sensational news story. Shortly after, a law enforcement vehicle arrived with a screech. Four officers got out and surrounded Li Mu. Two of them were of the 9th rank, and two of the 8th, an unusual configuration. "What happened? Why are you attacking civilians?" a commanding officer asked warily. Li Mu stood up slowly, dispelling the protective circle with a wave, and presented his credentials. "Correction, it wasn't an attack, it was a restriction. I am Li Mu, currently acting as the interim commander of the Zhenyuan Army's Tiger Roar Battalion. Here are my credentials. I suspect a deliberate frame-up intended to tarnish my reputation and undermine the Zhenyuan Army. This could constitute treason, and I demand an immediate investigation." Hearing Li Mu's words, the scene instantly fell into a dead silence. The old lady and the woman's faces turned ashen, their lips trembling slightly. The camp's chief commander? This information hit them like a sledgehammer, shattering all their previous confidence. They had been told that he was just a regular soldier from the Zhenyuan Army, but now they found out he was a high-ranking officer entangled in serious charges of treason. The crowd filming the incident instinctively lowered their devices, ripples of anxiety spreading through them. Could they really handle being part of such a major event? The most shocked were the 4 members of the enforcement team. Although they knew beforehand that Li Mu was an officer, they hadn't anticipated him revealing his identity in such a public manner, nor did they expect his rank to be so high. The team leader glanced at the credentials Li Mu presented, took a deep breath, and asked, "Commander Li, how did they frame you?" "Accusing me of rape," Li Mu replied calmly. The team leader immediately expressed the intention to take them back for investigation, but Li Mu interrupted him. "When I say thorough investigation, I mean by the Zhenyuan Army, not you." He waved his phone. "The military district has already been notified, and our people are on their way." The faces of the 4 law enforcement officers changed drastically. They knew well that if the Zhenyuan Army intervened, the consequences would be dire. The leader insisted, "Even if you are an officer of the Zhenyuan Army, this is under our law enforcement headquarters jurisdiction. Please do not use your authority to oppress us. We must take these 2 away." Li Mu chuckled softly. "Feel free to try." 2 8th-rank enforcers simultaneously made their move, but suddenly golden characters, Linge, appeared around Li Mu, forming a massive array that pinned them to the ground, rendering them unable to break free no matter how they channeled their energy. This scene left the remaining 2 9th-rank enforcers thoroughly shocked. They had initially thought Li Mu was at the 8th rank, but he clearly exhibited the power of the 9th rank. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously launched an attack on Li Mu from both sides. Although they were on the same level, it seemed impossible for Li Mu to fight 2 opponents at once, no matter how formidable he was. Yet, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Li Mu spread his arms, and a shield appeared instantly to block the incoming attacks. Immediately afterward, a powerful imprint struck down, pinning the two to the ground. The leading martial artist unleashed his full internal energy against the imprint, causing a terrifying ripple of power to sweep through the area, but the imprint remained unmoved. He was momentarily stunned, as typically, a technique executed from a distance is much weaker than close combat. Yet, Li Mu had never engaged directly, rendering them helpless with just his remote techniques. The disparity in strength was as if a baby faced a giant. The other martial artist became frantic, drawing a long knife and slashing wildly. The blade glowed faintly blue as he struck repeatedly, but sparks flew, and the imprint remained steadfast. A nearby 8th rank martial artist, sensing danger, urgently shouted into a radio, "Call headquarters. Someone is resisting law enforcement and injuring officers, requesting backup." Li Mu ignored these calls, allowing them to proceed. The onlookers had already retreated to a safe distance. Previously, some had whispered whether Li Mu was abusing his power, but now they were silent. Li Mu's actions suggested he was either extremely confident or had an unfathomably deep background. The people tasked with filming were trembling slightly, unsure of how this situation would unfold. The other two 9th rank martial artists, realizing their struggle was futile, used their free hands to report the situation via radio. The surrounding martial artists were all in awe, realizing this officer's strength far surpassed the Xian level. Someone recognized it as the 3-character Dao pattern imprint and immediately dismissed the possibility of the rumored assault. A warrior of this caliber wouldn't need to use force. With a mere beckon, plenty of young women would flock to him. If he said he liked mature women, "My wife might divorce me on the spot." "Hey, what's your wife's number?" "Get lost." For golden characters hovered in the air, firmly restraining the 4th, 8th, and 9th rank martial artists. Li Mu then took out his phone and sent a message to Enxing. "Tell the people sent here that they can take these 2 women. We'll meet at 7 tonight to hand over the prisoners." Although Enxing didn't understand Li Mu's intentions, he did as instructed. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to grow, and both the Zhongshan District Law Enforcement Headquarters and the Wanren Military District personnel arrived on the scene almost simultaneously. A convoy of law enforcement and military vehicles roared in from both sides, drawing the attention of bystanders due to its massive scale. Leading the law enforcement team from the head office was Lu Wanqiang, the Minister of Law Enforcement of the Zhongshan District. Despite being in his 50s, he possessed the power of a 2nd-grade Xian rank. Accompanying him were 2 formidable 1st-grade Xian rank officers from the Law Enforcement Department, heading aggressively towards the crime scene. On the military side, the team was led by Commander Chen Chong, whose presence as a 3rd-grade Xian rank expert swept over the area like a tidal wave. Lower-ranked martial artists and attendants could not withstand the pressure and hastily retreated. "Commander Chen," Lu Wanqiang said, his brows furrowed as he approached Chen Chong. "Isn't the military pushing its luck? Our law enforcement department is operating within the law, yet your Zhenyuan Army is blatantly obstructing justice." Chen Chong's expression was stern and unwavering. "Minister Lu, a false accusation of rape is no trivial matter. Clearing our officer's name requires thorough investigation. Our people are acting with caution." "What's wrong with that?" Lu Wanqiang's eyes were cold, internally cursing the Wanren Military District for being ungrateful. Despite having received favors from the Lu family, they still chose to support Li Mu. Since that was the case, there was no need for the Lu family to show any more courtesy. "Commander Chen, I must take Li Mu and these 2 women for a thorough investigation. It's our duty to serve justice for the people," Lu Wanqiang said, his tone carrying an ultimatum. "Know your place." Chen Chong retorted sharply. "The military law department will investigate Li Mu. If he's guilty, the Zhenyuan Army will not cover for him. But taking a young marquis? That's beyond your reach." "Fine." Lu Wanqiang laughed angrily. "And what about these 2 women? If both the accuser and defendant are under your jurisdiction, has Linyuan City become a place where the Wanren Military District calls all the shots?" Chen Chong deliberately showed a hint of apprehension, letting Lu Wanqiang notice. Then he took a deep breath. "I'll take our people back for questioning. You can have the 2 women, but if no results are found by 7 tonight, the Zhenyuan Army will come for them." Subsequently, several Zhenyuan Army soldiers escorted Li Mu onto a military vehicle. Once inside, Li Mu activated his system and discovered new entries behind the fly transformation skill. After breaking through the 9th rank, he not only unlocked the upgrade option for the Grand Celestial Immortal Art, but also acquired new divine abilities such as the Great Sage Armor, Form and Spirit Separation, and Immortal Hair. The new entry for fly transformation was Perfect Concealment. While transformed into a fly, experts below the Earth rank could not detect him. Although it required 8,000 battle points, it was the best option given his inability to learn Form and Spirit Separation. Li Mu quickly activated Perfect Concealment, leaving an avatar in the military vehicle while his true form transformed into a fly and flew out. At that moment, Lu Wanqiang was ordering the 2 women to be taken into custody, and Li Mu silently landed on the shoulder of one of them. Upon receiving his elder brother's reply, the man with glasses immediately wore a grim expression. He clenched his fists, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Damn Wanren military district. How dare they take the money and not do the job? This was clearly a sign of breaking ties with the Liu family. It was well known that the Liu family supplied an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, liquid to the Wanren military district every month, 200 top-grade portions and thousands of medium and low-grade portions. As one of the most important suppliers of spiritual energy liquid to the district, they were being treated in this manner. Being one of the more conservative members of the family, the man with glasses initially only intended to teach Li Mu a lesson, hoping this young marquis would sensibly return to Iron Hand City. However, things had now escalated beyond his expectations. He snorted coldly. Withdraw the supply of spiritual energy liquid from the military district. Let's see how long they can hold out. Meanwhile, at the Central District Law Enforcement Headquarters, Lu Wanxiang stormed back to his office in a rage, giving his secretary a meaningful look. The secretary understood immediately and exited the room. In the detention room, a mother and daughter were rudely pushed inside. The woman glanced around the clean detention room, anxiously pleading with the officers, Sir, don't lock us up here. We're on your side." The officer barked sharply, "Shut up. Do you have a death wish?" With that, he turned to leave. The old lady panicked and quickly shouted, "We are Captain Chu's people. He told us to falsely accuse Li Mu of rape. Call Captain Chu. He can vouch for us." The officer left with a cold laugh. Shortly after, Captain Chu appeared outside the detention room, wearing a sinister smile. Just as the mother and daughter breathed a sigh of relief, before they could plead, Captain Chu unleashed two terrifying bursts of energy without warning. Bang! The mother and daughter were knocked back several steps, blood oozing from their mouths and noses as they fell heavily to the ground. Their internal organs shattered. Captain Chu left without a backward glance, heading straight for the room at the end of the corridor. There, Lu Wanxiang's secretary was waiting for him. "Secretary Wang, it's all taken care of," Captain Chu reported quietly. "You know what to say to the outside, right? Just say they died after being brought back, and the autopsy showed that the golden true energy within them slowly destroyed their internal organs," Secretary Wang instructed. After receiving confirmation, Secretary Wang immediately returned to Lu Wanxiang's office, whispering in his ear, "Minister, everything has been handled." Did you make sure the autopsy department is on board?" Lu Wanxiang asked nonchalantly. "It's all set. The autopsy video will make everything clear," Lu Wanxiang said to his secretary, a shrewd look in his eyes. "Make sure you oversee it personally. We can't afford any mistakes on this." "Yes, sir," the secretary replied, leaving the room, unaware of a mosquito silently slipping out through the door crack. At 3:30 that afternoon, the Central District Law Enforcement Headquarters released a bombshell announcement. The announcement detailed a sensitive case. An officer from the Zhenyuan Army was accused of raping a woman and had been taken into custody, but the victim tragically died after being brought back by the law enforcement. The department released the autopsy results and related video footage, stating that they were unable to prosecute the Zhenyuan Army officer, and with the victim unable to testify, the case was at a standstill. Accompanying the announcement was a video from earlier that day outside a restaurant. The footage captured the entire incident from the moment two women accused Li Mu of being a rapist to Li Mu subduing 4 law enforcement officers. However, footage of the subsequent meeting between Zhenyuan Army and law enforcement leadership was deliberately omitted. Soon, edited comparison videos surfaced online. Observant viewers noticed a crucial detail. The golden aura in the autopsy video during the dissection of the victim's organs was identical to the golden circle aura Li Mu created when he restrained the two women. The internet quickly teemed with self-proclaimed detectives. "This is too obvious. The golden circle aura and the autopsy's golden glow are exactly the same. I was the first to notice the connection. Laughable. This is so obvious it doesn't need pointing out." This ambiguous connection only fueled a larger controversy online, with the topic's popularity rapidly escalating. Li Mu's image was swiftly cast as a brutal Zhenyuan Army officer, raping women, assaulting law enforcement, and using martial arts to cause death. Outraged citizens began pressuring the Zhenyuan Army. At 4:48 p.m., the first official demand for a response from the Zhenyuan Army appeared online. Just a minute later, an astonishing video spread across the internet like wildfire. This high-definition video captured the entire truth of the incident, from the two suspects being brought into the detention room, their conversation with law enforcement, to Captain Chu arriving to execute the two. From Secretary Wang reporting to Lu Wanxiang inquiring about the autopsy arrangements. Finally, the autopsy department injecting a golden substance into the body, then staging it as a first-time dissection. The entire video seemed to come from a hidden pinhole camera, with clear visuals and perfect audio, exposing the intricately planned deception. It was as if someone had completely hacked into the internal surveillance system of the Zhongshan District Law Enforcement Headquarters, presenting a high-definition crime documentary. The video clearly showed how the Minister of Law Enforcement, Lu Wanqiang, manipulated ordinary citizens, fabricated evidence, and controlled public opinion to frame an officer from the Zhenyuan Army. Every participant in this criminal plot was clearly implicated, making it easy to apprehend each one without a deep investigation. When the video surfaced, the Lu family, who had been watching events unfold, was thrown into panic. They had been speculating on how Li Mu would navigate this cunningly laid trap. A woman falsely accusing him of assault, Li Mu publicly beating law enforcement officers, and the law enforcement headquarters playing the role of protectors of two women. Later, these two women mysteriously died from an energy that matched the golden aura associated with Li Mu, leaving no evidence to defend against the accusations. However, a complete video now exposed the truth to the public. Even within the fully controlled law enforcement headquarters by Lu Wanqiang, the video recorded the entire process from angles where no surveillance equipment was thought to exist. It was too late for the Lu family to suppress the video, and no one dared to obey their orders anymore. The law enforcement department of Zhenyuan City responded swiftly, cooperating with the Zhenyuan Army to arrest Lu Wanqiang and cracking down on those who fanned the flames, even summoning online posters for questioning. This unprecedented action clearly demonstrated to the Zhenyuan Army that the law enforcement department was distancing itself from Lu Wanqiang to avoid being reported to the Sword Hall. The Lu family quickly activated their self-preservation mechanism, decisively cutting ties with Lu Wanqiang. This method of isolating responsibilities, akin to a lizard shedding its tail, was designed to prevent one person's downfall from affecting the entire family. Although Lu Wanqiang's case began with Li Mu meeting a little girl on an airship and ended with his arrest, it could only be classified as a personal vendetta, not threatening the Lu family's foundation. Nevertheless, losing Lu Wanqiang, an important political figure, dealt a significant blow to the Lu family. Their fury extended not only towards Li Mu, but also towards the entire Wanren military district and the Zhenyuan Army. As the law enforcement department quickly retracted the video and reassured the public, this case of a corrupt official's downfall would soon fade in this high martial era fraught with racial tensions. Meanwhile, the Wanren military district abruptly received a notice from the Lu family terminating the contract for the supply of spiritual liquid. In Zhenyuan City, at the airship plaza, an airship was slowly descending. Zhang Jiwei, with a stern expression and hands in his pockets, walked down the gangway with the crowd. Following closely behind was Lu Chunfeng, casually playing with a solid iron block in his hand as if it were a piece of putty, squeezing it so that it emitted a faint creaking sound, with the veins on his forearm writhing in response. In the distance, Li Mu stood at the edge of the plaza, waving to them. As they approached, their attention was immediately drawn to the imposing off-road military vehicle behind Li Mu. This vehicle had been specially provided by Anqing to facilitate Li Mu's movements within the city. "Let's talk in the car," Li Mu said, reaching for the door handle. "Hey, let me do it." Lu Chunfeng quickly put away the iron block, his eyes gleaming as he snatched the keys. "How could I let you trouble yourself with driving?" He eagerly slipped into the driver's seat, lovingly stroking the luxurious interior, a satisfied smile on his face. This car was indeed far more impressive than his own. Li Mu smiled helplessly and got into the back seat with Zhang Jiwei. "Where to?" Lu Chunfeng asked impatiently. "The coast, East Hillside District," Li Mu replied, handing over his phone with the specific location displayed. Lu Chunfeng hit the gas, and the vehicle surged forward. "How's the setup at the camp?" Li Mu turned to ask Zhang Jiwei. "Everyone's in place, and resources have started to be developed." Zhang Jiwei got straight to the point. "By the way, we found the secret resource that Xinzhou Nation tricked Black Zay into seizing." "What is it?" "Universal iron." Li Mu's eyes lit up instantly, and Zhang Jiwei chuckled, shaking his head. "Song Chuha is indeed clever. He figured you'd be interested in this, so he purposely didn't report it, letting me tell you first." "Not reporting it was the right call," Li Mu quickly said. "Keep this for me. I have use for it." Although he's part of the Zhenyuan Army, these were resources he led his team to capture, so even if he kept them for himself, Wang Longqing and others wouldn't say much. "But developing this universal iron is quite challenging and will take more time," Zhang Jiwei added. "You called the two of us over because you want to—" Zhang Jiwei began, but Li Mu interrupted with two words: reshuffle. His plan was bold to take over Zhenyuan City from the military, commercial, and law enforcement systems, including the Wanren military district. Just yesterday, the Lu family had already terminated their contract to supply spiritual essence to the Wanren military district, and the district was currently holding a meeting. If Wang Longqing knew about Li Mu's idea, he would probably be utterly shocked. The commander-in-chief of Wanren military district, Hong Liangpong, repeated the question, "Will there be any problems?" 3 times. As Li Mu listened, he realized why the Wanren military district had fallen into its current state. Hong Liangpong was a typical overly cautious leader, hesitant and indecisive, as evidenced by his repeated questioning. Compared to Liang Huajun, his decisiveness was worlds apart. While he wasn't entirely without merit, Li Mu suspected that Hong had only ascended to his position during a particular period when there were limited options. His biggest flaw was his lack of assertiveness. He avoided conflicts between the various factions, displaying a timid and indecisive nature. It was no wonder that the Wanren military district struggled to assert itself in Linyuan City, even allowing a prominent family like the Lu family to challenge them. Although the district was still relatively large and more stable than the Mingzhu military district, it was merely surviving on the foundations laid by predecessors. Seeing this situation, Li Mu was more determined than ever to take over the Wanren military district. He aimed to revitalize Linyuan City, transforming it into a base for his future endeavors. Li Mu then inquired about the situation at Huxiao camp. Currently, the Huxiao army had over 6,000 soldiers, and the camp was quite large. Fortunately, the Shixiang state was currently peaceful, allowing Song Chuha to manage affairs smoothly and even find time to visit his family. Soon, the vehicle arrived at their destination. Li Mu had chosen a mountainside terrace facing the sea, with steep terrain that was difficult for ordinary people to climb. The three of them ascended the terrace, enjoying the expansive sea view and refreshing sea breeze. "Let's have a picnic here," Li Mu said, sitting down at the edge of the terrace and taking out the food and drinks he had prepared. Zhang Jiwei also brought out 2 jars of homemade wine from Yangsuying. The three sat down, enjoying the sea breeze while Li Mu detailed the current situation in Linyuan City. "Gunslinger, you're in charge of the commercial sector. Set up a shell pharmaceutical company with a basic production line, and do it quickly. I'll provide the elixir, and you handle opening the market. Find someone trustworthy to act as the legal representative, and we'll split the profits 70-30. Zhang Jiwei immediately waved his hand. "No, I can't take 30% just for playing a part. That money is too hot to handle. Don't give it to me." Li Mu interrupted. "It's a fee for taking the risk. This production line will threaten the Lu family's interests. Once the elixir spreads in the market, it'll take away many people's profits. Assassination attempts and the like will be inevitable. The legal representative you find will be fully protected by the military district, but you also need to be cautious, at least until we have complete control over Linyuan City." Li Mu then turned to Lu Chunfeng. "You understand the law enforcement system. You'll be transferred to the law enforcement department. With the recent vacancies in the Zhongshan district, it's a great opportunity for you to shine. As for major actions, wait for my signal." Lu Chunfeng was thrilled. Transitioning from the military to law enforcement was common, and with his rank, he could at least become a deputy director in the law enforcement department. Achieving success in this role would greatly benefit his future career in the Zhenyuan Army. His greatest ambition was to surpass his father, and he was already imagining the day he could proudly pat his father's shoulder and say, "Old Lu, well done, keep it up." "All right, I'll follow your lead," Lu Chunfeng said, full of enthusiasm. "To Linyuan City." Li Mu raised his glass. "To the future," Zhang Jiwei smiled, knowing that Li Mu's future was also his own. "To dreams," Lu Chunfeng added, raising his glass with a sincere smile. The glasses clinked, and the three of them drank heartily. Over the next few days, the three of them worked separately, each focusing on their respective tasks. In just 3 days, Li Mu, with the tireless help of the celestial ape, successfully produced nearly 3,000 lower-grade qi gathering pills. On the first day, he focused on planting, and on the second day, he concentrated on harvesting. Thanks to the unique property of the blessed land, where 1 day equals 5 years of growth, and the stimulating effect of the spiritual spring water, he managed to harvest herbs in just 2 days that would normally take 14 to 15 years to grow in the outside world. This yield was remarkable. 10 years ago, pharmaceutical production capacity was nowhere near what it is today. Only well-established pharmaceutical companies or families with generations of experience and secret methods for cultivating and accelerating herb growth could come close to Li Mu's current output. If these 3,000 pills were converted into 200 milliliters bottles of spiritual liquid, they would amount to 24,000 bottles, equivalent to 5 years of production for the Lu family. This batch was enough to deliver a significant blow to the Lu family, with an even larger wave of impact expected in 3 days. During these 3 days, Li Mu carefully tended to the 4 Zhaoyao trees. He personally named them because these saplings exhibited astonishing growth speed. The trunks became noticeably sturdy, the leaves expanded from the size of a baby's palm to that of a child's palm, and their height surged from 70 centimeters to nearly 2 meters. Uniquely, they occasionally emitted a white glow, with branches and leaves waving like little hands reaching for the sky, as if summoning abyssal creatures. However, no external creatures could enter the blessed land. In his spare time, Li Mu often visited Wang Yinhuan. To his surprise, the gluttonous snake had advanced to the early stage of the 8th rank, growing over 20 meters long and as thick as a double-door refrigerator, with an imposing head. The 2 dogs were not to be outdone, reaching the peak of the 8th rank, growing 6 to 7 meters long and over 2 meters tall, far surpassing ordinary horses. Recently, Wang Yinhuan seemed to be driven by some motivation, only briefly appearing at the research institute before heading straight to the abyss. She became more cautious, riding the 8th rank big dog while hunting in the 6th rank monster zone, only daring to enter the 7th rank monster zone after the gluttonous snake broke through to the 7th rank. The three pets hunted and devoured greedily, rapidly increasing their strength. Wang Yinhuan herself mastered several protective and auxiliary techniques, either riding on the dog's back or sitting confidently on the snake's head, exuding an aura of authority. Although the two dogs' cultivation seemed to have progressed little, their strength had multiplied. This was closely linked to Wang Yinhuan's progress. The true energy intensity of a beast tamer directly affects their pet's combat power. However, beast tamers generally face a challenge. Relying on pets for combat often results in a lack of personal combat experience, hindering breakthroughs in cultivation. But this was not an issue for Wang Yinhuan, as Li Mu was always ready to provide sufficient pill support when she needed to break through. On the contrary, Li Mu himself was facing a bottleneck. Currently, his battle point stood at only around 150,000, far from the 1 million required to upgrade the Great Heaven Immortal Art. This directly impacted the assessment of his SSS talent and the subsequent learning of divine powers, especially the seemingly crucial life-saving skill Immortal Hair. Currently, Li Mu's greatest hope rests on these 4 showy saplings. He's pondering whether to transplant them to see if he can cultivate a Xuanxia spirit tree. Just a few more encounters with the Xuanxia spirit tree, specifically targeting the 9th grade, and he could quickly accumulate 1 million. On the 4th day, a striking piece of local news suddenly trended in Zhenyuan City. Lu Pharmaceuticals increases this month's market distribution quota of premium spirit liquid to 500 bottles. Sales start today at noon at the Xingfu Road Pharmacy and Binhai Road Pharmacy, limited to 1 bottle per person. This trending topic was clearly a result of Lu family's marketing efforts. The comment section exploded immediately. What's going on? Why this sudden increase in quota? Wasn't it just over 100 bottles a month? I heard most of it used to go to the Zhenyuan Army. No wonder it was rarely seen on the market. I know the inside story. Lu Pharmaceuticals produces 400 bottles a month, and now they've added an extra 100 bottles. Everyone knows, Lu family had a fallout with the Zhenyuan Army, so they stopped supplying them. Who cares? Lu's product, though expensive, is the best quality. Better hurry and queue up. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Tu Jian's office, the quartermaster of the Wanren military district, was tense. This quartermaster had been under a lot of stress lately. The higher-ups notified him of Lu's supply cutoff. Although he supported Li Mu in dealing with the Lu family, the pressure of resource shortages for the military district's cultivation fell entirely on him. Lu's monthly supply of 200 bottles accounted for half of his total procurement. But yesterday, a turning point emerged. Li Huho secured 5,000 bottles of premium spirit liquid from Zhang's group at half the price. After personally testing them, Tu Jian was thrilled to find that the quality of this batch far surpassed Lu's products. What delighted him even more was that the military district's procurement price was only 40 of the market price, just 200,000 per bottle, an unprecedented deal in Zhenyuan City. Li Mu had also specially instructed, don't be stingy with it. Mark the contribution points lower so all the soldiers can try it. Next month's supply will only increase. This moved Tu Jian deeply. As he was engrossed in processing the usage statistics for the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade warriors across various bases, his assistant announced the visit of Manager Zhou from Lu Pharmaceuticals. Tu Jian frowned, casually covered the documents on his desk, leaned back in his chair, and said indifferently, let her in. Moments later, a woman in formal attire with a neat short haircut walked in. It was Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou held a manila envelope in his hand, a faintly smug smile on his face, as he stood in front of Tu Jian. This expression reminded Tu Jian of how Zhou had arrogantly announced the termination of supplies to the military district just a few days ago. The reason given was insufficient production capacity, yet ironically, today the Lu family was making headlines by announcing an increase in their sales quota by 100 bottles. It was a clear attempt to embarrass the Wanren military district. Tu Jian's gaze turned cold. A small family daring to openly challenge the military district was something he had never experienced before. However, he understood that the Lu family had the audacity to do so because they had identified the military district's decline in recent years. He had long believed that without bold reforms, the district might struggle to regain its former glory. Fortunately, the arrival of Li Mu had given him a glimmer of hope, as this young man had begun to break through the long-standing barriers. Minister 2, Zhou said as he pulled a document from the envelope, his tone still condescending, this is the contract termination letter. We've already signed it. You can sign it, or not. Either way, according to the contract, there's no penalty, and in a month and a half, it will automatically terminate. Tu Jian stared directly at Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou, you claimed the reason for terminating the contract was insufficient production capacity, that you couldn't produce enough of the spiritual liquid. Yet today, you're announcing the sale of 500 bottles. How do you explain that? Huh. Well, Zhou replied mockingly, we can't produce the same quality of spiritual liquid we supply to the military district anymore. This lower quality product, How could we possibly offer it to the military district? Don't you agree? Fine. Very well. Tu Jian suddenly laughed, slamming his hand on the table and standing up abruptly, causing Zhou to step back. He sneered, pointing at Zhou. Zhou, stop pretending. It's not about quality decline. You're just trying to spite the military district with your spiritual liquid. We don't need to wait a month and a half. I'll sign it right now. Tu Jian grabbed a pen and quickly signed his name on both copies of the contract. Leaving one behind, he threw the other at Zhou's feet. Don't want a supply? Then don't. From now on, unless I'm removed from my position as the military supply minister, the military district won't take a single drop of anything from the Liu family. And the Liu family better watch themselves, follow the law, and not make any mistakes. Otherwise, we'll see how it goes. Take your contract and get out. Tu Jian's imposing presence made manager Zhou instinctively step back half a pace. A flash of fear crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by anger. He nodded heavily, a cold smile on his lips. Fine. He then bent down to pick up the scattered contracts, giving Tu Jian a perfunctory nod of acknowledgement. Then I'll take my leave. With that, he stormed out, heading straight for a waiting luxury car outside. Inside the back seat sat the bespectacled man from the Liu family. Manager Zhou respectfully handed over the contracts and reported the recent events in detail. Not a single drop? The bespectacled man sneered. Hmph. Let's see if they can keep their word. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Superior spiritual liquid is the backbone of their family's business, not to mention the medium and lower grades. These are essential for second and third tier martial artists. We supply a third of the spiritual liquid to the Wanren military district. What would happen if we pulled out completely? He continued with a mocking smile. Those soldiers fighting for their lives would return to find the supply department either out of stock or with exorbitant prices. Wouldn't there be complaints? Wouldn't the higher-ups' authority be undermined? Drive. By 11:30 in the morning, long lines had already formed in front of the two Liu pharmaceutical offline stores. At the store on Hmph Street alone, 300 to 400 people queued in 3 layers, nearly occupying the entire sidewalk. More people continued to arrive or stopped to watch from a distance. The store doors were wide open, with barriers to organize the queue. Inside, several female clerks gathered around a phone, chatting and laughing. Soon, a van bearing the Liu Pharmaceuticals logo slowly stopped at the side door. A robust Shin-level martial artist and a well-dressed young man got out. The young man was Liu Xiao, the bespectacled man's son. He arrogantly surveyed the long queue, a hint of pride in his eyes. Unload the goods, be careful, he casually instructed before walking into the store first. Under the supervision of the Shin-level martial artist, workers carefully unloaded boxes of goods. With so many goods, we should be able to get some, someone excitedly commented from the back of the line. At 650,000 per bottle, imagine the profit. That's Liu Xiao, the young master of the Liu family. I've heard he's quite the playboy. Being born into the right family really is an art. From the entrance, Liu Xiao's entrance was met with immediate attention from the attractive female clerks, who deliberately showcased their charms. Liu Xiao flirtatiously lifted the chin of one of the girls, who beamed with a radiant smile, practically leaning into him. Liu Xiao casually wrapped his arms around the waists of 2 female clerks and led them into the pharmacy's break room, the door closing behind them. The 2 clerks who weren't chosen stepped aside with displeased expressions. Time ticked by, and the long line outside grew restless under the scorching sun. The delivery truck had long since unloaded and left, yet there was still no sign of the spirit liquid being sold. At the front of the line, a male martial artist who had arrived as soon as the announcement was made had been standing for over 3 hours. Hey, ladies, it's noon. He finally shouted into the store from behind the barrier. Wait, came the curt reply from inside, and a warning glance from an earth-ranked martial artist by the side door quickly silenced him. As the clock ticked to 12:20, the crowd's dissatisfaction grew louder. Complaints echoed through the line, but the 2 clerks inside remained indifferent, engrossed in their phones, oblivious to the commotion outside. Suddenly, someone in the queue shouted, "Damn, guys, check the news. The Fort Pharmacy's main counter has premium spirit liquid, and you can taste 1 milliliter for free with your ID. Better quality, lower price. I'm heading there first." Before he finished speaking, he dashed toward the Abyss entrance. Initially, most people were skeptical, suspecting it to be a competitor's ploy. But upon checking their phones, they found the announcement on the Fort Pharmacy's official page. The Zhang Group had entered the Fort Pharmacy, launching a premium spirit liquid promotion, offering free samples and a 200 milliliters bottle for just 500,000. As the most reputable pharmaceutical marketplace above the Abyss entrance, Fort Pharmacy was known for its high prices but reliable credibility. Setting up a booth there required not only substantial funds but also passing rigorous scrutiny. Consequently, the occupancy rate of shops in the pharmacy rarely exceeded 70. The entry of the Zhang Group had undoubtedly intensified competition in the already fierce spirit medicine industry. However, this vendor has never offered any free samples, not even a milliliter. Upon closer consideration, it's understandable. Ordinary vendors simply cannot bear such costs. Even if each person is limited to one sample, the loss would be staggering with large numbers. 5,000 people would mean 5,000 milliliters gone, resulting in over 1.2 million in lost product value during a single promotional event. If 10,000 or 20,000 people show up, the losses become incalculable. This isn't just selling at a loss for publicity. It's practically digging one's own grave. Yet, this very fact proves the vendor's absolute confidence in their product quality. This realization quickly spread among the crowd, prompting those who were hesitant or dissatisfied to spring into action, heading briskly towards the entrance of the abyss. Soon, the departing crowd began to run, fearing they might miss the opportunity. The queue fell into an eerie silence. People were caught in a dilemma. Should they continue to wait or change course? Just then, a phone rang within the line. The owner put it on speaker, responding with a curt hello. On the other end, a deafening noise erupted, and his friend's voice was almost breaking with excitement. Hey, you haven't bought the elixir yet, have you? No, still in line. Don't just stand there. Hurry over to Fortress Pharmacy City. The 7th counter is selling premium spirit essence, way better quality than Lou's. It's only 500,000, and you can try it for free. I'm already in line, and they're selling now. Get over here. Don't tell anyone else. This conversation was loud enough for nearly the entire line to hear clearly, except for the female clerks inside the store. The crowd was first deathly silent, then erupted like ignited gunpowder into chaos. Everyone unleashed their energy, accelerating past the speed of cars, racing towards the abyss entrance. Some even used techniques to leap and bound across nearby buildings, trying to gain an advantage. Once a group effect takes hold, its power is truly astonishing. In no time, the once bustling entrance of Lou's pharmacy was deserted, leaving only a few bystanders filming the whole scene on their phones from afar. The two female clerks were still bewildered when Lu Xiao walked out, beaming, followed by two more female clerks adjusting their attire. Seeing the empty entrance, Lu Xiao smiled slightly and asked the two clerks, "Sold out already?" Lu Family Villa, Zhenyuan City. The atmosphere in the Lu family's core meeting room was tense. Lu Dinghan, the current second-generation heir of the Lu family, suddenly erupted in anger. He slammed the table and threw his phone, which was playing a video, onto the table with a loud bang. The noise made everyone present shiver involuntarily. "Kneel," Lu Dinghan commanded coldly. Lu Xiao, standing in the middle of the room, hadn't even reacted before his father, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, kicked the back of his knees. Lu Xiao cried out and fell heavily onto his knees in the center of the meeting room. "Big brother, it's my fault for poor discipline. This is all my responsibility." The man with glasses hurriedly pleaded with Lu Dinghan. "Hmph, you know it's your fault?" Lu Dinghan sneered. "Tell me, how are we going to resolve this?" The cause of the issue was simple. The Lu family intended to leverage the matter of the spiritual liquid to pressure the Wanren military district and create a publicity stunt. However, this maneuver unexpectedly ended up benefiting the Zhang group. The Lu family's announcement on trending topics drew all martial artists' attention to the premium spiritual liquid. Although the Zhang group needed time to stock their premium spiritual liquid, riding on the wave of Lu family's publicity, the market response was like wildfire. The phone Lu Dinghan had slammed on the table was looping reports from major media outlets about the bustling scene at Fortress Medicine City. In just over 3 hours, the Zhang Group's premium spiritual liquid caused a sensation in the martial artist circles of Zhenyuan City, with its reputation soaring. What made matters worse was the spectacle that unfolded at the entrance of Lu's pharmacy, which also went viral. As the on-site supervisor, Lu Xiao not only delayed the opening time by 20 minutes, but also allowed two female clerks to arrogantly scold waiting customers. Finally, after the customers had all left, Lu Xiao casually strolled out of the room with a smile. All of this was captured and posted online. Is Lu's spiritual liquid above all? Are customers gods or fools? No comparison, no harm. Zhang's value for money, Lu's quality and reputation both fail. Such topics quickly trended, with discussion volume skyrocketing. By comparison, spending 650,000 to purchase Lu's spiritual liquid seemed like an utterly foolish act. The Zhang Group sold 10,000 bottles in one morning, urgently restocked 2,000 bottles, and promised a second batch would be available soon. Customers with purchasing power were waiting for the second batch and wouldn't consider Lu's products. Additionally, Zhang's distributed over 43,000 samples of 1 milliliter each, with a total value exceeding 100 million. With such promotional efforts and value for money, it's no wonder it caused a market sensation. "I've used all means to manage this," the man with glasses began, only to be interrupted by Lu Dinghan. "Can you still control it?" Lu Dinghan demanded harshly. The man with glasses was too frightened to speak, at which point the second-in-command of the Lu family stepped forward. "Big brother, there's no point in scolding him now." A deep voice broke the silence in the room. The most important thing right now is to figure out what's going on with this Zhang's elixir. Just then, a young man hurriedly entered, breathless, and reported to the Liu family elders, "Uncle, second uncle, I've found out. It's the Zhang Group from Iron Hand City, a military enterprise. They just registered a pharmaceutical company here a couple of days ago. The Zhang Group's young master is a close friend of someone named Li Mu." Lu Dinghan abruptly stood up, his hands pressed against the table. The Zhang Group from Iron Hand City? How could they suddenly produce such an enormous amount of top-grade elixir? This question plunged all the Liu family members present into deep thought. As an established family in the elixir business, the Liu family's annual production was only about 6,000 bottles. Yet Zhang's had sold 12,000 bottles in a single day, twice their annual output. This made top-grade elixirs seem as cheap as cabbage. If the Zhang Group truly had another batch coming in a few days, as they claimed, the Liu family's business would be severely threatened. Are you kidding? They just moved in a few days ago. How could they have gotten through all the approvals to set up in Fortress Medicine City so quickly? Lu's second brother gritted his teeth. Li Mu must be pulling some strings. And damn that Wanren military district. Lu Dinghan's eyes were cold as he issued a command. "Second brother, find out how Zhang's is producing their elixir. With such a large quantity, they must have some special method, perhaps a secret technique or location." He paused before continuing. "If they truly have such a method, we should try to negotiate first. Zhenyuan City is our territory, so let's discuss a partnership. If collaboration isn't possible." He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Lu's second brother nodded in agreement. Although it seemed unlikely given the circumstances, they had to attempt negotiation. The Zhang Group might be bluffing to secure better terms, and if talks failed, they would have to resort to more drastic measures, either acquire the method or destroy it entirely. Meanwhile, the buzz around Zhang's elixir had already reached the Wanren military district. The supply department was bustling, and 5,000 top-grade elixirs were snapped up in no time, with soldiers expressing unprecedented satisfaction. "Hey, did you manage to get one? Don't mention it. I got back from a mission just a little too late, missed it by just a few people. Haha, I got one. The quality is incredible. Just one bottle can boost you to the peak of the 5th grade. Get out of here, you lucky dog. Don't worry, I heard the Zhang Group said there'll be another batch coming in a few days." The grassroots soldiers in the Wanren military district were buzzing with discussions about Zhang's spiritual liquid. Would the military district be left out? One soldier said mysteriously. "Zhang sent a batch to the military district even before it went on sale. Word is, the next batch will be even bigger. Where did Zhang's come from? How are they so well connected with the military district?" "Think about it," another soldier whispered. "Who's the most impressive new officer in the district lately? Li Ho." The guys in the supply department said that with just one word from Li Ho, Zhang's immediately sent a batch over. And the price is shockingly low. Lu's spiritual liquid used to cost 1,800 contribution points per bottle, and now it's only 1,000. Let's hope Li Ho doesn't get transferred to another military district. Such discussions were spreading among the grassroots of the military district, and Li Mu's name was once again circulating throughout the Wanren military district via the supply department. Meanwhile, in the high-level meeting room of the Wanren military district, leaders from various departments were gathered. Commander-in-Chief Hong Liangping sat at the head with a smile, and Deputy Commander-in Xingju sat next to him. "Old Chu from next door just spoke to me." Hong Liangping started with a chuckle, asking if we could spare some top-grade spiritual liquid for them. "Haha, I told him we barely have enough for ourselves." The attendees laughed. Old Chu referred to Chu Ying, the commander-in-chief of the neighboring Chima military district. Although they controlled several quality resource points and lived better than the Wanren military district, they were now envious of Wanren's spiritual liquid. And Xing glanced at Hong Liangping and sighed softly. The commander was kind and approachable with his subordinates, but this also made it difficult for him to step out of his comfort zone. His excessive focus on maintaining good relationships with various families had gradually constrained the Wanren military district. Despite repeated warnings, little had changed. Without concrete evidence, the Zhenyuan Army couldn't arbitrarily suppress a family, making it a delicate game requiring significant courage to break. Logistics Minister Tu Jian was the first to chime in. "Yes, Zhang's spiritual liquid has solved our urgent needs, thanks to Li Ho." The military district leaders were well aware of the relationship between Li Mu and Zhang's group. Even Tu Jian suspected that Li Mu was the real person in charge. But this was something everyone tacitly agreed to ignore. "Where is our hero Li Ho now?" Hong Liangping asked with a smile. "Oh, Li Ho has returned to the Mingzhu military district," and Xing replied casually. The meeting room fell silent immediately. "Returned to the Mingzhu military district? What do you mean?" Hong Liangping's expression changed, and Xing laughed awkwardly. "Well, I'm not entirely sure. He did ask me about job arrangements, wanting to try the chief instructor position. I told him it needed the commander's approval and might require a competition. He found the competition troublesome and just left. Later, He called me saying he was heading back to the Mingzhu military district first. With that, and Xing shook his head with a worried look. I'm really concerned now. If Li Hu doesn't come back, it'll be a problem. If Li Mu were present, he would have given Xing a thumbs up. In reality, Li Mu did call him, but only to say he was going back to Iron Hand City to visit his mother and deliver some things to the Mingzhu military district, planning to return in a day or two. Anqing's words immediately directed all the military district leaders' attention to Hong Liangpeng. As the deputy commander, he held the greatest authority in personnel appointments. Of course, we'll appoint him as the chief instructor. Never said we wouldn't. Hong Liangpeng exclaimed urgently, with a hint of panic in his voice. His unusual behavior made Tu Jian and others struggle to suppress their laughter, pressing their lips together to hold it in. No need for a competition? Anqing asked, pretending to be puzzled while stifling a laugh. No need. Hong Liangpeng quickly started counting on his fingers. Look, Li Huho possesses an unprecedented growth talent, advancing from the 2nd rank to the 9th rank within months. His military rank rose so swiftly. His abilities are practically unfathomable. He even subdued the Xinjiang nation with just one encounter. Being a chief instructor is nothing for him. His repeated right made everyone present find it even more amusing. Someone couldn't resist teasing. Now you see it clearly. But where were you earlier? The man has already gone back to his hometown, and now you're eager. Hong Liangpeng was still thinking about Li Mu's ability to modify techniques, but this was top secret. Although people from the military merit department and the technique department knew, it was absolutely not to be discussed in public. In the Wanren military district, besides Anqing and a few leaders from the technique department, not many were aware of this. Anqing pretended to be in a difficult position and nodded. All right then, should I call him now? Call. We must call. Hong Liangpeng nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, outside the first base of Mingzhu military district, an even more magnificent base was under construction. The large letters, Tiger Roar Military Inner Camp, were being installed on the exterior framework, marking the transition of the Tiger Roar military from a temporary setup to an official special unit. Li Mu and Wang Longqing stood in front of the teleportation area, observing the newly added golden teleportation array. Occasionally, Tiger Roar military soldiers would appear out of thin air from it. This is the Elephant Stone teleportation array, Wang Longqing explained with his hands behind his back. It's the first major achievement from our collaboration with the Xinjiang nation. It channels the power of the golden elephant into specially made energy crystals, combined with our spatial teleportation technology, achieving long-distance point-to-point teleportation. Although the installation cost is higher than traditional portals, it's a groundbreaking advancement. He continued to describe the impact the Huaxia Research Institute had on the Xinjiang nation, not only optimizing the breeding technology of the golden elephant, but also rapidly developing point-to-point teleportation. Although this technology relies on the power of the golden elephant, it will be open to the Xinjiang nation once it matures. Then I guess this teleportation array will soon attract attention from the top, Li Mu remarked with a smile. Yes, Wang Longqing nodded in agreement, but there's no need to worry too much. Even if it gains attention, our priority remains the highest. Wang Longqing stood with his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed in thought. A few strands of gray hair at his temples, barely noticeable, glinted in the sunlight, revealing the strain he had been under recently. The immediate priority is to fully exploit all the non-renewable resources around the Huxiao 6 camps, he said gravely. But with the expansion of the teleportation range, the task of exploring blind spots has become even more critical. We are severely lacking in warriors from the 3rd to the 8th grade, and the issue of military academy enrollment is also troubling. Deputy Zhang, standing a short distance away, sighed softly as he watched. As Wang Longqing's closest deputy, he knew that Wang had been sleeping only 4 or 5 hours a night lately. Unlike other deputy commanders who could focus solely on economic development, like Zhang Qing, Wang Longqing was different. The 3rd stage of the abyss could descend at any moment, and if the military district didn't make progress, it might crumble under a monster wave. The Mingzhu military district, being the smallest, had an overwhelming amount to do. Wang Longqing never voiced these concerns except in front of Li Mu. Is it time to start preparing the military academy? Li Mu asked. Wang Longqing nodded. I've decided to use Heishui High School, where you are. In Changming is quite capable. We'll relocate Heishui High School near the entrance and upgrade it to a university-level military academy, named Heishui Military Academy. I'll be the principal, and Yin Changming will be the vice principal. The only question is how many will be willing to apply to this new academy. He then turned and headed towards the command center. Li Mu followed, smiling. Actually, I brought something good for you this time. As they spoke, a teleportation array behind them suddenly glowed with golden light. Xingyang and Xingguang led a group of people over, saluting and reporting to Wang Longqing and Li Mu. 500 warriors of grade 5 and above are in position. Li Mu looked at the spirited warriors, their eyes shining with determination, and turned to Wang Longqing. Perfect timing. I can show you what I brought now. However, there are some uncertainties, and I'll need you to gather another 2,000 elite warriors of grade 5 and above, just in case. Soon, on the massive square in front of the first base, 2,500 warriors stood in formation, exuding a formidable aura. Liang Huajun, Wang Longsheng, and Qin Zhanye stood beside Li Mu as he introduced the Xuanxia spirit tree he had brought back. As you mentioned, is this a training ground? Liang Huajun asked excitedly. Li Mu nodded, gesturing for everyone to step back as he stood alone in the center of the open space. He retrieved a small tree sapling from his Fuxianshu technique and carefully planted it into a hole he had made in the ground. The sapling was still for a moment before it began to sway excitedly, emitting a dazzling white light. In this blinding glow, the sapling slowly sank into the earth. As everyone watched in confusion, a strange phenomenon occurred. At the spot where the small sapling had vanished, new life burst forth, growing at an astonishing speed. The sapling shot skyward like an arrow 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Its thick trunk expanded rapidly, with roots spreading horizontally underground, pushing up the earth to form undulating ridges. In just a few breaths, the giant tree had soared to dozens of meters high, yet it continued its incredible growth. Those around it had to keep stepping back, watching in awe. The entire Mingzhu military district was captivated by this breathtaking scene, with everyone craning their necks to gaze at the rapidly growing behemoth. A few minutes later, the tree's presence was so overwhelming that even people in the neighboring Hongyue military district noticed it had reached an astonishing height of 150 meters before gradually halting its growth. Wang Longsheng and his companions stared at the colossal tree, their eyes wide like saucers. By now, the trunk's diameter was about 16 or 17 meters, with roots bulging like hills. The massive canopy completely overshadowed the newly built Huxiao inner camp and the first base. More mysteriously, the entire tree was enveloped in a soft white glow, exuding an aura of mystery. Soon, 7 portals of varying depths appeared around the tree. Although Liang Huajun and others immediately became alert, Li Mu quickly stopped them. He explained that this was the sign of the Xianxia spirit tree's secret realm taking shape, which required a specific activation mechanism. Once someone enters, it opens a monster exit, and monsters will flood into the trunk and branches until the last person leaves, at which point it will close. To exit the secret realm, one needs an exit stone. One is produced for every monster killed, and it drops through the white portal. The spirit tree itself also generates some exit stones for the initiator to use. Although one can leave through the tip of the tree's leaves, Li Mu clearly did not want to take that risk. With a leap, he summoned a cloud underfoot, which carried him into the dense tree canopy. This feat instantly drew gasps from thousands of soldiers. This type of cloud-shaped flying treasure was rare, and Li Mu's graceful use of it was unprecedented. 500 veteran soldiers of the Huxiao Army heard the exclamations around them and couldn't help but puff out their chests with pride for their commander. They thought to themselves, these people haven't seen Li Huoho unleash his might on the battlefield yet. Wang Longsheng and Liang Huajun also looked up in amazement. It was their first time witnessing this scene up close. Liang Huajun was about to remark, he flies even steadier than you, when Wang Longsheng interrupted. As a profound expert, Wang Longsheng reflected that even those who practiced specific techniques could only briefly hover in the air. Back then, it was only with Liang Huajun's help that he barely mastered this ability. Quickly, Li Mu found the exit stone hanging like a ripe fruit on a branch. He gracefully descended to the ground and solemnly instructed Wang Longsheng and his companion to prevent anyone from entering until he returned. Without hesitation, he entered the 9th rank portal. Upon entering the secret realm, he was greeted by a more expansive wooden cavern than before. Riding on his somersault cloud, Li Mu swiftly sped towards the depths of the cave. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a monster echoed. As he rushed into the vast trunk space, he was taken aback by the sight, not the forest creatures of the Green Abyss, but the unique monsters of the Iron Hand City Ruins Abyss. The scale of this tree trunk was far greater than any Xianxia spirit tree he had seen before. While pondering, a mutated monster lunged at him. Li Mu swiftly struck it down with his staff, shattering its head and absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. Satisfied with this unexpected gain, Li Mu nodded, knowing he finally had a lead on the 1,000,000 victory points. Watching the constant flow of monsters from the main trunk to the branches, he decisively crushed the exit stone. As soon as he exited the white portal, its glow dimmed, indicating no humans remained inside. Immediately, countless exit stones poured out of the portal like a torrential downpour for over 10 minutes, reaching an astounding total of 20 to 30,000. Even Li Mu was astonished by the sight. Turning to the stunned Wang Longqing and others, Li Mu said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, our prepared manpower is insufficient. We need to mobilize another 10,000. Perhaps we should deploy the entire military district. Do we really need that many?" Wang Longqing exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu replied seriously, We might even need to call on the Red Moon Military District. This was no joke. Together, the Pearl and Red Moon military districts had fewer than 30,000 people. This Xiansha spirit tree far exceeded any before, and without enough manpower, they couldn't test how many monsters the Zhaoyao sapling could attract at its limit. Within dozens of minutes, the entire Pearl military district gathered densely around the Xiansha spirit tree, creating a spectacular scene. Returning teams were initially alarmed to find the usual bustling area turned into a clearing. Upon learning the reason, they eagerly rushed to the Xiansha Spirit Tree, miraculous secret realm where 1 in 3 entrants could break through their bottlenecks. Who wouldn't want to seize such a rare opportunity? Over 3 hours passed. An astounding piece of news quickly spread. Throughout the Red Moon Military District, a mysterious Spirit Tree secret realm has appeared in the Mingzhu Military District. It's true. I just came back from there, said a cultivator with a hint of envy in his voice. The average strength of the entire Mingzhu Military District has increased by at least half a rank. What's going on? Tell us more. Those around him immediately pressed for details. The man continued to explain. Inside, when the monsters are killed, they instantly transform into pure spiritual energy of unimaginable purity. Some people have managed to break through from the early to the mid-stage of the 5th rank in just over 2 hours. Plus, with so many people going in, teaming up with others can increase efficiency. Hearing this, everyone present gasped. It's well known that after reaching the 5th rank, each breakthrough becomes exceedingly difficult. Even those with exceptional talent would consider it a feat to advance half a rank in half a month. Damn, if I had known, I would have realized that choosing the right military district is as crucial as being born with the right skills. One person slapped his thigh in frustration, while others silently shared the sentiment. Wow, I'm so jealous I could cry. Is it too late to transfer to another district? Can we appeal to the higher-ups to let us take advantage of this secret realm too? I've been stuck at the peak of the 5th rank for ages. Forget it, said the returning cultivator, waving his hand dismissively. The Mingzhu Military District's own square is packed with people. Outsiders won't get a chance. At that moment, everyone's tech watches suddenly flashed with a blinding light. They quickly checked them, and the commanding voice of Wu Yefeng, the Red Moon Military District's commander, rang out, barely concealing his excitement. Attention all officers and soldiers of the Red Moon Military District. Cultivators from the 3rd to 9th rank, with good true energy and self-defense combat capabilities, should immediately report to Base 10 in the Mingzhu Military District for registration. Participate in the Spirit Tree Secret Realm for free. This is a rare trial opportunity that can significantly enhance your cultivation. Be prepared, bring enough recovery and healing elixirs, and assemble quickly. Upon hearing the announcement, cheers erupted throughout the Hongyue Military District as soldiers rushed toward the Mingzhu Military District. This unexpected good news took even Wu Yefeng by surprise. He quickly found Deputy Commander Hong Weiqiang and said, "Old Hong, let's go and thank them in person." Previously, when a giant tree appeared in the Mingzhu Military District, he had sent people to investigate, wondering if there was an urgent situation that required joint efforts. But upon learning it was a secret realm, he refrained from further probing. He had heard of the various miraculous benefits brought by this secret realm but did not expect Liang Huajun to invite them to share in it. That day, a total of 20,000 people entered the Xinsha Spirit Tree secret realm. Even the remote Tiger Roar 6 Battalion was called back to ensure everyone could participate. The secret realm remained open for 11 hours straight. If not for the rule that one could only enter once every 24 hours, a second round might have begun. Surprisingly, even with such intensive use, the Spirit Tree secret realm continued to refresh monsters continuously. Li Mu recalled that in the Green Abyss, the Liang family's secret realm could only be open for 2 or 3 hours even after accumulating monsters for 3 days. Clearly, the seedling planted in the Blessed Land had grown significantly, greatly enhancing its effect. However, he did not regret planting the seedling, as benefiting the soldiers early on was crucial. The current rate and number of monster spawns were enough to meet the needs of both military districts, and if it ever became insufficient, the seedling could be replanted in the Blessed Land for cultivation. However, he also realized a potential issue. Expanding the secret realm might not be beneficial. The larger the secret realm, the more simultaneous online presence is required. Currently, 4,000 people online maintain balance, but with only 800, the risk factor would increase significantly. Therefore, the opening of the secret realm must be considered carefully and should not be limited to a few individuals. By around 8 p.m., the last group of soldiers had entered the secret realm. Li Mu ordered the realm to be sealed, allowing only exits, not entries. After a day of testing, it was clear that the resource needs of both military districts had been met. By 10 p.m., the last soldier exited the secret realm. The white portal gradually dimmed, and then began to expel boundary stones. The number of boundary stones produced was close to 20,000, indicating a large number of monsters still remained in the realm. Although each military district had one soldier die in the secret realm, and many were injured, considering the gains, the risks were acceptable. Entering the secret realm was also a voluntary choice made after being informed of the risks. Preliminary statistics showed that one session in the secret realm equated to 10 days of sleepless, intense training. With adequate preparation and strong willpower, killing more monsters could even result in the effect of half a month or longer of cultivation. As the secret realm was sealed and the surrounding soldiers dispersed, the military district leaders stood in awe, gazing at the miraculous tree that had created such wonders. Limu chuckled and asked Wang Longqing, "So, Uncle Wang, do you think this thing can solve your recruitment and military academy enrollment problems?" "It absolutely can." Wang Longqing let out a long sigh, his tense shoulders visibly relaxing. "As long as this Xuanxia spirit tree operates perfectly for a while, we can open it to the public. We should set a high price, offer half-price discounts to Heishui Military Academy students, and allow official Zhenyuan Army members to use it for free, charging only 10 contribution points. That's equivalent to 5 of the market price. With such favorable conditions, how could the Mingzhu military district not attract recruits? It will not only rapidly expand our scale, but also significantly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the Zhenyuan Army. Then I'll hold off on bringing out my other 2 trees," Li Mu said with a smile. He had already decided to use one to gain influence in the Wanren military district as a foundation for himself, and another to exchange for merits and influence in the Blood Sea military district. He needed to clarify this in advance to prevent Wang Longqing from overthinking. Both Wang Longqing and Liang Huajun widened their eyes in surprise. "You have more? Hehe, don't worry. If our military district really can't manage, I can bring the tree back anytime," Li Mu reassured them with a smile. "We're not greedy. 1 tree is enough for us." Wang Longqing waved his hand. "But you have to promise me one thing. After you plant this tree in the Wanren military district, their pricing must not be lower than ours. Otherwise, students will still choose Lin Yuan City Military Academy, and we won't be able to recruit." "Don't worry about me handling this." Li Mu patted his chest in assurance. "Should we head back now?" Wang Longqing asked. "Commander Liang and I will stay here today to watch over the Xuanxia spirit tree, just in case anything happens." Li Mu nodded. "I have to leave first to check on my mom and Aunt Bai." "Haha, all right." Wang Longqing laughed. "Your Aunt Bai has been complaining to me for days about transferring you to the Wanren military district." He understood that Li Mu was destined for greater things, and transferring him to the Wanren military district was giving him a chance to thrive. Just this Xuanxia spirit tree alone could earn Li Mu a good military position there. He couldn't let personal feelings keep Li Mu by his side. Although he understood his wife's concerns, she still had her reservations. "Hehe, I'll put in a good word for you when I get back." Li Mu chuckled, then lowered his voice. "Oh, I also got a recipe for 5,000 bottles of top-grade spiritual liquid from a family in Lin Yuan City. It's been made into a high-purity product through the Zhang Group. I'll donate this batch to our military supply department as assets. No charge. Just count it as my merit." Liang Huajun's eye twitched, thinking how impressive the young generation was to acquire so much top-grade spiritual liquid. Wang Longqing couldn't stop smiling, casting a proud glance at Liang Huajun. Liang Huajun's face darkened, thinking, "What are you so smug about?" Liang Huajun then put on a smiling face and said to Li Mu, "You kid, coming back with so many good things. We have to reward you properly. Don't worry. I'll make sure you get the credit. These are all for you." Li Mu laughed. "Consider it a part of an early bride price. I'll be off now." With that, he vanished in a flash. Wang Longqing and Liang Huajun stood there stunned. "Ah, this kid." Wang Longqing's smile slowly froze on his face. He looked at Liang Huajun with a puzzled expression. Did he just mention a bride price?" "Yes, he did." Liang Huajun nodded in affirmation. Wang Longqing's smile instantly froze. Meanwhile, Liang Huajun laughed even more heartily, clasping his hands behind his back and looking in the direction Li Mu had disappeared. "Ah, Vice Commander Wang, you're truly broad-minded, offering such a significant favor for military district development. Why don't I have a pretty daughter?" With that, he clapped his hands and walked away with a leisurely stride. Wang Longqing stood for a while, then started walking towards the command center, muttering to himself, "It's fine, not angry. I chose this myself, it's okay. This is happening a bit too fast. Just how far has this rascal progressed?" The next morning, in Linyuan City, Zhang Jiwei stood in the CEO office of a newly rented commercial building, his fingers gently flipping through a stack of market research reports. The spacious office was illuminated by sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing beside him was Wei Hongliang, a seasoned veteran in his 40s, currently the legal representative and manager of Zhang's pharmaceutical company in Linyuan City. Wei Hongliang was chosen for this important role not only for his reliability but also because his strength as a 7th-grade martial artist was sufficient to handle potential threats. A knock on the door interrupted the silence. "Come in." Wei Hongliang's assistant entered the room respectfully. "Sir, someone from the Liu family is here to visit. They've come straight to the source." It seems they've been keeping an eye on you all along. Wei Hongliang frowned slightly but was interrupted by a raised hand from Zhang Jiwei. Let them in, Zhang Jiwei said calmly, taking a seat behind his desk. Moments later, a middle-aged man in formal attire followed the assistant into the office, a sycophantic smile on his face. Haha, you must be the young master of the Zhang Group. I am Zhou Xiaoping, the general manager of Lu's Pharmaceuticals. As he spoke, he gently placed a business card on the desk. What's the matter? Zhang Jiwei got straight to the point. Zhou Xiaoping was clearly not expecting such a cold reception. He glanced awkwardly at Wei Hongliang before regaining his composure. Mr. Zhang, I'll be frank. Our Lu family has been operating in Linyuan City for decades, renowned for our spiritual medicines, with premium spiritual liquids being our main market. Although your company's spiritual liquids are of good quality, entering the market without prior notice seems a bit against the norms, don't you think? Oh, are there such norms here? Zhang Jiwei raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhou Xiaoping's lips curled into a knowing smile. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to pressure me. We are well aware that your pharmaceutical company is just a shell, lacking a legitimate way to produce premium spiritual liquids. The Lu family merely wants to inquire if these liquids were obtained through some illegal means. We have no obligation to report to the Lu family about the origins of our spiritual liquids. If your family believes we have violated any regulations, you are welcome to pursue legal channels. Zhang Jiwei's tone grew increasingly cold. Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. Zhou Xiaoping quickly gestured to explain. I'm a businessman, and it's all about business. Zhou Xiaoping said with a casual gesture. I don't care where the spiritual liquid comes from. We've been working together for years, and both operate locally. Zhang's spiritual liquid is indeed of good quality, but selling it for 500,000 is a shame. Instead of engaging in a price war, why not collaborate for mutual benefit? We are confident we can double your price. Zhang Jiwei sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. A price war? Are you even qualified? Zhou Xiaoping's smile froze instantly. Wei Hongliang, standing nearby, let out a meaningful hum, thinking that the Lu family was desperately clutching at straws. Given the current situation, Zhang's spiritual liquid was in high demand, and who would pay 650,000 for Lu's inferior product? Even if Zhang temporarily ran out of stock, they would have new supplies in a few days. Unless the Lu family dropped their price below 400,000, there was no market. Zhang had no procedural or market issues, and the profits were considerable. Discussing cooperation in this scenario was akin to asking the wealthy to share their wealth with the poor. Zhang, you certainly speak with confidence. I'll take my leave then. Let's see who prevails in the market. Zhou Xiaoping said through gritted teeth, turning to leave. The premium spiritual liquid was the Lu family's main industry, and now they had to lower prices and seize the market during Zhang's stock shortages. Even selling at 500,000 per bottle would have their profits. Worse, lowering the price would be an admission of inferiority to Zhang, permanently undermining the Lu family's position in the spiritual liquid market. At this moment, investigators sent to Iron Hand City brought back crucial information. Zhang's group had never produced premium spiritual liquid there, only engaged in abyssal plant development and common spiritual medicine production, on a much smaller scale than the Lu family. It seems we targeted the wrong entity, Lu Laoer said gravely. Zhang's group is just a front for Li Mu. Lu Dinghan narrowed his eyes, greed igniting in his heart. A production capacity of 20,000 bottles of spiritual liquid, and it's still increasing. If they could acquire this technology, the Lu family would rise to become a super family. Compared to dealing with Zhang's group, backed by profound experts, dealing with a 9th grade Li Mu would be easier. Laoer, go to East Medicine Valley and inform the old master to send the silent guards, Lu Dinghan ordered. Everyone present perked up at his words. East Medicine Valley was the Lu family's secret base on the eastern mountains of Linyuan City, overseen by the old master, focusing on herb cultivation and secret medicine crafting. The silent guards, specially modified by the Lu family, surpassed others of the same rank and had eliminated countless covetous individuals over the years. With the silent guards in action, success was assured. Li Mu returned to the Wanren military district and headed straight to the conference room to attend an emergency meeting convened by Hong Liangpeng. During the meeting, Hong Liangpeng officially announced Li Mu's appointment as the chief instructor of the Wanren military district and proceeded to detail numerous points of attention. After the meeting, instead of immediately seeking Enxing to plant the Xuanxia spirit tree, Li Mu first went to his own department, the instruction division. This division was located close to the death row camp base and was housed in a sleek and imposing 3-story building. At that moment, all 220 staff members were lined up neatly outside the department building, waiting for the arrival of their new chief instructor. As Li Mu approached, everyone stood straighter and saluted in unison, their eyes fixed intently on the young officer. A tall, slender woman stepped forward from the line and gave Li Mu a crisp military salute. Marshal Li, I am Tang Meiying, the deputy chief instructor of the Wanren military district, awaiting your orders, she declared. Li Mu raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised to see that the deputy chief instructor was a woman. Though Tang Meiying looked only around 27 or 28, her aura had already surpassed the ninth rank of the yellow tier, reaching the Xian tier level. Li Mu returned the salute solemnly and spoke in a loud, clear voice. I am Li Mu, the new chief instructor. The task of enhancing the combat strength of the Wanren military district is a significant one, and I will rely heavily on your full support. I hope that moving forward, we can work together to restore the district's former glory. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mu noticed a flicker of an unusual expression cross Tang Meiying's face. In fact, everyone present displayed a similar reaction. Their response was understandable. The new commanding officer appeared to be only around 18, looking very much like a high school student. Although Li Mu exuded an intimidating aura of strength that even made the Xian tier Tang Meiying feel a hint of apprehension, his youthful appearance was indeed astonishing. What was even more surprising was his remark about restoring the district's former glory. This implied dissatisfaction with the current state of the military district and could even be interpreted as disrespect towards the commander-in-chief. However, considering Li Mu's unique background, having commanded the special formation of the Tiger Roar Army and served as its chief commander at just 18, such statements seemed somewhat justified. All personnel ranked Lieutenant Wolfguard and above, meeting in the office in 10 minutes, Li Mu instructed briefly before striding towards the building. Everyone responded in unison. A young female secretary wearing glasses and a pencil skirt quickly caught up, carrying a stack of documents. Chief Instructor, my name is Lin Yu, and I'm your secretary. I'll show you the way. Your office is on the 3rd floor, and the stairs are this way. Lin Yu eagerly led the way, guiding Li Mu to his office. Once inside, she promptly prepared some water for him and neatly arranged the documents on his desk. Li Mu surveyed the chief instructor's office. The spacious room was bathed in sunlight streaming through large floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking a vast open area directly facing the main hall of Base 1. The office furniture, crafted from solid wood, exuded an understated luxury, indicating the previous chief instructor had a keen eye for detail. He sat down at the expansive desk as Lin Yu approached with a cup of hot water. The young secretary, in her early 20s, appeared somewhat nervous. She placed the cup down with a slight tremor in her voice as she explained, Chief Instructor Li, there are 3 important documents here. The first is the roster of all personnel in the instruction department. The second is a detailed briefing on active duty soldiers, including key data such as cultivation levels, achievements, and contribution points, with the full version stored on your computer. The third outlines the ongoing training projects and resource allocations at each base. If you need any additional information, please feel free to let me know. The natural aura of authority that Li Mu exuded made Lin Yu's heart race, a reaction driven purely by intimidation rather than admiration. Casually flipping through the roster, Li Mu quickly found Tang Meiying's information. A first-grade warrior of the Xian rank, a graduate of Qinqing Military Academy, currently holding the rank of Wolfguard. He closed the booklet, not reading further. As the chief instructor, his primary responsibility was to enhance the military district's combat capabilities, which included devising training plans and coordinating trial missions with higher authorities. He was already confident in his approach to the district's training. Is the college entrance exam approaching? Those students should have awakened their talents a few months ago, Li Mu suddenly inquired. Yes, in 21 days. Lin Yu promptly replied. Tell me about our district's relationship with the 2 major military academies. Lin Yu carefully chose her words. In Linyuan City, there are 2 military academies, Qiansheng and Taigusan. Qiansheng is the strongest, having developed rapidly over the past 3 years, primarily supplying talent to the 3 major military districts, especially the Qima district. Although Taigusan Military Academy maintains a good relationship with us, it has somewhat declined in recent years. She hesitated. Sensing her reluctance, Li Mu said, Speak freely. There were originally 4 candidates for the chief instructor position. Besides Deputy Instructor Tang, there were 2 candidates who were reserve officers from Qinqing Military Academy, Lin Yu cautiously explained. Deputy Instructor Tang has close ties with Qinqing Military Academy? Li Mu asked casually. He had already realized that Lin Yu was subtly alerting him that Qinqing Military Academy had a strong interest in this position, and as the newly appointed young chief instructor, he was bound to attract their attention. No, Deputy Instructor Tang is upright, dedicated, and treats her subordinates well. Lin Yu abruptly stopped, her face turning pale. She regretted her words, realizing she had made a mistake by praising the second-in-command in front of the new leader. What if Li Mu decided to reassign her to serve as the deputy secretary? She had been too eager to show loyalty and, due to her good relationship with Tang Meiying, had inadvertently spoken out of turn. Li Mu seemed completely unfazed by Lin Yu's hesitation. He calmly glanced at his watch and said, Let's go. It's time for the meeting. The office of the training department was already filled with 12 people. As Li Mu entered, everyone immediately stood up. He walked directly to the head of the table and quietly said, Please sit. To his left, Tang Meiying was intently focused on the pen in front of her, a serious expression on her face. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. Despite the varied ages of the attendees, the youngest being in their mid-20s, and the oldest past 14, one dared to speak when Li Mu was silent. Li Mu's gaze lingered briefly on Tang Meiying before he got straight to the point. Deputy Instructor Tang, the head instructor position has been vacant for quite some time, and a lot has fallen on your shoulders. I appreciate your hard work. What pressing issues do we need to address currently? His words caused a subtle tension among the attendees. Everyone was well aware that if there were a best candidate for the head instructor role, it would be this deputy instructor, rather than any of the applicants. A delicate sense of anticipation filled the room. However, Tang Meiying remained composed and unflustered. It's not about hard work, but there are indeed some issues. Firstly, the lack of resources has led to a decline in the average improvement of the soldiers' capabilities in the military district over the years. Although the 5,000 premium spiritual liquids you introduced to the Wanren military district have provided temporary relief, the effect is limited. That won't be a problem for long. Li Mu interrupted with a wave of his hand. Let's move on to other issues. Tang Meiying continued her report. There's also the matter of participation in the training mode at the martial arts field. While real combat is indeed the best way to hone skills, soldiers can't constantly risk their lives in the abyss against monsters, as that would drastically increase the mortality rate. We need to optimize the training programs at the base to offer more effective skill and technique development and provide a platform for experience exchange. Low participation? Is there no incentive system? We need support from the quartermaster's department for that, but they're currently stretched thin as well. I'll discuss the incentives with the quartermaster's department, Li Mu decisively stated. You focus on optimizing the training mode. In 3 days, everyone should submit a proposal, and we'll convene to discuss them. This declaration reinvigorated the attendees. In the past, it wasn't that they didn't want to take action, but they were constrained by resource limitations. Now, with Li Mu taking on the most challenging issues, hope was rekindled. Are there any other issues? Li Mu asked. Just the matters related to the college entrance exams. Tang Meiying responded. We need to coordinate with the education department on the trial areas. I'll report back to you if I encounter any difficulties. Then let's adjourn the meeting. The room was momentarily stunned. The chief instructor came in, and within a few minutes, the meeting was adjourned, setting a record for the shortest meeting ever. This is the mark of a true leader. The purpose of a meeting is to solve problems, not to indulge in endless talk. Li Mu had just stood up to leave when the others also began to rise. At that moment, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. Li Mu opened it to find a visibly anxious clerk almost colliding with him. Chief instructor. The clerk recognized Li Mu and hurriedly said, Someone from Hmph Military Academy is here to see you. Lead the way. Li Mu responded briefly, striding out after the clerk. The others quickly followed, with Tang Meiying stepping up to walk beside him. Chief instructor, she whispered a reminder. 2 people from Hmph previously competed for your position. Their visit might not be friendly. I came from Hmph. I can handle them. No need, thanks. Li Mu interrupted her with a smile. At that moment, he gained a new appreciation for Tang Meiying. She wasn't the type to be envious of others' abilities, and was even willing to negotiate with her alma mater for her new leader. Outside the instructor's office, a group of 20 or so middle-aged and young people had been waiting for some time. They all wore the Hmph Military Academy badge on their chests, exuding an impressive aura. Upon seeing Li Mu, a middle-aged man approached with a friendly smile and extended his hand. Hello, Chief Instructor Li, I've heard so much about you. Meeting you today, you are indeed a remarkable person. Congratulations. I am Wu Tailin, the deputy principal of Hmph Military Academy. Li Mu shook hands with him politely, but could hear the underlying tone in Wu Tailin's words. Wu Tailin deliberately emphasized command, rather than lead, the Zhenyuan Army, and used the term parachuted in, clearly with ulterior motives. Even more noteworthy was the formidable group he brought. All were of at least the 9th rank, with 1 student at the 1st rank of the Shen level. Several teachers were at the 1st and 2nd Shen levels, and Wu Tailin himself seemed to be at the 3rd Shen level. This lineup was clearly directed at him. To be honest, Wu Tailin continued, his tone still gentle, 2 of our school's members also participated in the selection for the chief instructor position. After all, the role of an instructor traditionally commands respect through strength. Upon hearing of your arrival, these martial enthusiasts couldn't hold back and wish for your guidance. His words were impeccably phrased, as if challenging the chief instructor was a customary tradition. Indeed, in a military environment where martial prowess is revered, competition among candidates for the same position is not uncommon. However, the restrained eagerness in the eyes of the Hmph group revealed their true thoughts. The military district had delayed for so long, only to finally appoint a rookie as chief instructor. Then let's take on the challenge and go through the combat competition process. Wu Tailin looked at Li Mu with a provocative tone. Let's see if a newly appointed yellow rank 9th grade chief instructor like you deserves this position. Li Mu's lips curled into a slight smile. A martial arts contest? How could our training department refuse? You're welcome. No time like the present. Let's do it today. Wu Tailin laughed heartily, though a calculating gleam flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself that as long as Li Mu agreed to the match, it would play right into his hands. Li Mu pointed with his chin towards the plaza in front of Base 1's hall. Let's do it there. There's plenty of space. This choice caused Wu Tailin's smile to falter slightly. He had intended to have the contest right there, just to embarrass Li Mu in front of his subordinates. He didn't expect Li Mu to choose the most crowded venue in the entire military district, indicating a high level of confidence in his own abilities. All right, we'll go with Chief Instructor Li's suggestion. Please lead the way. Wu Tailin suppressed his inner displeasure and agreed readily. The two groups headed towards the plaza at Base 1. Even before they arrived, the surrounding crowd had noticed the commotion and stepped aside to give them room. Once they were in position, Li Mu looked at Wu Tailin's group and asked casually, "Who's going first? Or do you all want to come at once?" This question caused the faces of everyone from Qinqing Military Academy to change dramatically. Among them were 5 Xian rank experts and over a dozen yellow rank 9th grades. For Li Mu, a mere yellow rank 9th grade, to be so arrogant was simply insulting. Wu Tailin struggled to suppress his anger and attempted to regain control of the situation. Chief Instructor Li, you are indeed bold and skilled. But actually, the ones most eager to test your abilities are these two candidates. Before he finished speaking, a young man with short hair stepped forward. He fixed his indifferent gaze on Li Mu, exuding a powerful aura. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement. That's Luan Zai, the prodigy of Qinqing Military Academy, an SS talent at Xian rank 1st grade. I heard he can use shadow clones. Quick, get people over here. This is going to be good. Word of the spectacle spread quickly, and a crowd rapidly gathered in the square, forming a dense circle around the scene. Li Mu faced his Xin-level opponent without a hint of fear. Casually tilting his head, he pulled a ghostly staff from his ear. This action immediately stirred the crowd, causing people to step back and leave a wide space for the duel. Only Luan Zai remained standing in the center. Tall and handsome, he looked every bit the hero of a novel. With a slight lift of his arm, an ancient-looking sword flew through the air and landed securely in his hand. The moment the sword was in his grasp, Luan Zai sprang into action. The power of a Xin-level expert erupted, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Those watching within a radius of several dozen meters felt their breath catch, as if struck by an invisible force. Luan Zai moved with such speed that he left behind only afterimages, showcasing abilities beyond ordinary human limits. For warriors, reaching the Xian level brings 2 hallmark traits. First, the true energy after enlightenment can resonate with surrounding spiritual energy, forming what is known as Xian power. Like Deputy Commander in Xing, who can drop the surrounding temperature with a slight circulation of true energy. This Xian power allows Xian-level experts to control domains and even walk on air. The second trait is Xian transformation, which typically enhances a warrior's most relied upon ability, whether it's one of the 5 senses, physical functions, martial skills, or innate traits. Most choose to enhance their innate traits, as these are the most unpredictable and formidable. At this moment, Luan Zai was furious. Angry at not being immediately recognized for the position of chief instructor of the Wanren military district, he found even the sparring arranged by Wu Tailin unnecessary. He resolved to show no mercy to the Wanren military district and to utterly defeat Li Mu. However, facing Luan Zai's fierce attack, Li Mu remained unmoved, watching his opponent's assault with interest. The instructors were all anxious for him, and Lin Yu clutched her clothes nervously. Tang Meiying silently cursed Luan Zai for his lack of decorum. Challenging the district's chief instructor was disrespectful enough, but to use such force was clearly intended to embarrass the district. Just then, a golden character Lin appeared before Li Mu. The 3-character Dao pattern was activated, and Luan Zai's sword pierced a few centimeters into the Lin character. In the next instant, the Lin character shattered, and a Do character erupted with terrifying power. Surprisingly, Luan Zai left an afterimage in his place, seemingly teleporting to the right to evade. Li Mu's eyes lit up, impressed by his opponent's maneuverability. After the Do character missed, Luan Zai swung his sword again at Li Mu's waist. This attack was once again blocked by the Lin character shield, and the Do character continued to blast out, with Luan Zai once more shifting unpredictably, his true form slipping away. Every move Zai Luan made defied conventional logic. His dodges and attacks were unbound by inertia, allowing him to change direction mid-swing, delivering reverse strikes or evasions with undiminished power. Li Mu quickly realized that Zai Luan's mysterious ability was this forced fluidity, completely breaking traditional action patterns. As long as his speed and reaction were swift enough, he was nearly invincible. In the blink of an eye, Zai Luan slashed 4 times in the same direction. This attack method, defying the laws of physics, was beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. Typically, the faster you move, the greater the inertia, and once blocked, you would be repelled. But Zai Luan could completely ignore this limitation. However, Li Mu's Dao pattern seal was even more formidable. standing perfectly still. Every attack was blocked by a golden shield that formed instantly. This shocked Zhenyuan greatly. Although the ancient, simple sword in his hand was merely a rare weapon of refined simplicity, it had once decapitated mystical beasts with a single stroke. Zhenyuan gracefully retreated, swinging his sword repeatedly in place. Unlike others who release sword energy with each swing, he only needed to complete a third of the movement to leave afterimages and move into the next strike. This comical, spasmodic slashing unleashed a dense barrage of pure white sword energy, almost forming a continuous sheet. Yet, despite this assault capable of piercing through walls, Limu remained unmoved, with dozens of seals intercepting each sword energy with uncanny precision. Brother Luan, no blind spots. A long-haired girl in the crowd from Hmph Military Academy suddenly reminded. Zhenyuan's eyes lit up. Thaw Limu's defense was astonishing. He maintained the same orientation and remained stationary, indicating he needed intense concentration to control these golden shields. With a snap of his fingers, Zhenyuan split into dozens of afterimages, surrounding Limu from all directions. Some afterimages even hovered in midair, with a dozen beams of white sword light striking down simultaneously. The surrounding soldiers from the Wanren military district watched in shock, as the techniques of such a formidable mystic warrior were truly intimidating. However, just as the crowd from Hmph Military Academy, especially the girl, wore confident smiles, the situation drastically reversed. Limu not only blocked all attacks, but also made an unexpected move. Grasping a long staff with both hands, he assumed a baseball swing stance and fiercely struck at one of the afterimages. Accompanied by a piercing wail, Limu's golden staff shadow suddenly expanded to over 10 meters long and as thick as a car, sweeping across. Zhenyuan had no way to evade, and like a ragdoll, he was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood mist and tracing a long arc through the air. Coming back for dinner? Someone in the crowd suddenly quipped. Limu's strike was like a sudden clap of thunder, leaving everyone present in shock. The members of the training department collectively breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had always shown respect towards Limu. Their respect, shared by Tang Meiying, stemmed from his achievements. Upon arriving at the Wanren military district, he boldly stood up to the Liu family and crucially introduced Zhang's spiritual liquid, resolving the district's urgent crisis. His vision and leadership, along with the responsibility of sustaining his Tiger Roar army, were truly admirable. However, their previous assessment of Limu's strength was evidently too conservative, assuming he was only slightly stronger than Tang Meiying. This perception was completely overturned. Limu not only effortlessly deflected Luan Zai's full-force attack, but also sent him flying with a single blow. This wasn't just a difference in strength, it was a chasm. A commotion erupted among the crowd from Hmph Military Academy. The sight of Luan Zai spitting blood as he was sent flying was too shocking. Although not life-threatening, this humiliating defeat was hard for the academy to accept. Suddenly, a sharp cry of anger pierced the air. Luan Zai's female mentor sprang forward, brandishing a willow-like soft sword over a meter long, and without warning, slashed at Limu. Her aura was no less intimidating than Luan Zai's, her eyes flashing with furious red light. Limu sneered inwardly. This reaction clearly exposed her unusual relationship with Luan Zai. At this moment, the others from Hmph Military Academy, especially the long-haired junior, were glaring at Limu with hatred, seemingly waiting for the chance to strike him down. Just as the female mentor swung her sword, another male teacher suddenly rushed in from the side, shouting, "Nanji, be careful," and lunged towards Limu. His powerful punch roared, causing the air to tremble. Limu saw through this charade and let out a cold laugh. Heaven's might. Instantly, a mountain-crushing pressure descended with a roar. The male teacher instinctively turned to shield the female mentor with his body. Boom! The ground in front of Limu collapsed in an instant, and under the immense pressure, the male teacher's back was left bloodied and mangled. The two profound second-tier experts were severely injured, but managed to cling to life. Limu tossed his ghost-faced staff high into the air, pointing at the crowd from Hmph Military Academy. "You worthless lot! When I invited you to come at me together, you hesitated, claiming you wouldn't dare bully me. And now, here you are with this nonsense. Do you really think you can run wild in the Zhenyuan military district?" Limu shouted angrily. "You wanted to test the chief instructor's strength? I'll oblige you." Before he finished speaking, 10 identical figures of Limu appeared out of thin air, their voices harmonizing in a powerful surround sound. Each clone gripped a ghost-faced club and charged at Wu Tai Lin and the other two instructors like arrows released from a bow. Simultaneously, the ghost-faced club Limu had thrown into the air earlier split into 11, whistling towards the 9th grade students. The surrounding soldiers watching the scene quickly retreated. In a battle of this magnitude, energy could sweep across tens of meters, and any carelessness could be deadly. Although Tang Meiying and other members of the instruction department wanted to step in, they understood this was Limu's unknown challenge and refrained from interfering, standing ready behind him. Everyone was left speechless by the scene before them. Li Mu not only mastered the art of cloning, but could also replicate his weapon. The ghost-faced clubs, seemingly without a handler, were so powerful that they left the ninth-grade students scrambling, unable to fight back. Wu Tailin was furious. He admitted that Qianqing Military School was here to provoke and give the new chief instructor a hard time, hoping to force a change in the Wanren Military District, but Li Mu's arrogance was beyond his tolerance. How dare he take on so many opponents alone? Burning with rage, Wu Tailin unleashed his full energy, golden flames igniting in his palms, crackling the air. "It's just a clone," he roared, striking at the approaching figure. However, this clone was Li Mu's true form, who instantly activated his copper head and iron arm technique. With a resounding clang, Wu Tailin was forced back by the counterforce. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu swung his club horizontally, hitting Wu Tailin's midsection and sending him flying like a shrimp. The other Xin-level instructors fared no better, each having to contend with at least 2 clones. Li Mu's mountain-carrying technique, combined with a weapon weighing 13,500 pounds, and his flowing cloud and shadow and iron-cutting moves, created a flurry of club shadows they couldn't withstand. Trying to block them would surely result in broken shields and bones. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was a mess. Wu Tailin lay severely injured on the ground, while other teachers and students from Qianqing Military School either hid or fled, their cries filling the air. The onlookers from the Instruction Department and Wanren Military District were stunned, never expecting a 9th-grade warrior to display such terrifying power. Awesome. Serves them right. Qianqing Military School has always been arrogant, and they finally got what they deserved. Li Hu Ho. Li Hu Ho. The soldiers of the Zhenyuan Military District were fired up, raising their arms in cheer, celebrating the extraordinary prowess of their chief instructor. The louder the shout, the more it echoes through the heavens. Li Mu's relentless assault on the Qianqing Military Academy continued for a full 2 minutes. Each punch and kick he delivered was as powerful as thunder, and he only stopped once he was sure everyone was down and out. The deafening shouts alarmed the military district's chief commander, and Xing, and deputy commander, Hong Liangpong, but both chose to avoid the situation. And Xing understood Li Mu's character and sense of proportion, while Hong Liangpong, due to the involvement of the Qianqing Military Academy, preferred not to intervene. The ground was littered with members of the Qianqing Military Academy, all groaning in agony with multiple fractures. Wu Tailin was knocked unconscious, and Luanzai was sent flying into the distance. Li Mu dismissed his external manifestation and divine weapon technique, gesturing for silence, and the shouting ceased immediately. "Take them all back to the Qianqing Military Academy," Li Mu ordered coldly, turning and striding towards the training department, followed closely by Tang Meiying and the others. The patrol leaders quickly organized their teams to transport the injured, including the flung Luanzai. Back at the training department, Li Mu's anger had not subsided. To him, a military academy daring to question the military district's personnel appointments and even challenge the Tiger Marquis was sheer audacity. However, Tang Meiying was secretly worried the Qianqing Military Academy had been gaining momentum in recent years, producing a large number of excellent talents and maintaining close ties with several senior officers. Sure enough, only 2 hours later, and Xing's call came through. "Ah, my young brother. You were too harsh. The principal of Qianqing Military Academy demands a public apology," and Xing said helplessly. "And if I refuse?" Li Mu sneered. "Isn't it obvious? They supply us with 2,000 to 3,000 mid-level combatants every year, and this time, it might be fewer." Li Mu responded icily, "Then pass on this message for me. Give the entire leadership of Qianqing Military Academy 1 hour to come to the Wanren Military District and apologize to me. No excuses after the deadline." He paused, then added, "After you deliver the message, and Lao Deng, come to the training department. I have something good to discuss with you." Hearing Li Mu's words, and Xing's beard trembled. The seasoned deputy commander was now being casually addressed by Li Mu as Old Deng, but he knew that such familiarity from Li Mu often heralded something astonishing. "Li Xiaodeng, is this true? Should I really pass the message to Qianqing Military Academy?" And Xing confirmed excitedly. "As true as a pearl," Li Mu said with a grin. "Go ahead and pass it on, you'll see soon enough." "All right." And Xing chuckled. It wasn't the first time he had gone along with Li Mu's wild ideas, so without hesitation, he called Qianqing Military Academy. In the principal's office at Qianqing Military Academy, Ling Dongshan had just hung up the phone and slammed it onto the desk, shattering it into pieces. "Arrogant. It's one thing for the new brat to be arrogant, but now Xing is getting bold too." Ling Dongshan fumed with rage. The principal's assistant, sweating, quietly reminded him, "Principal, you should be careful. The academy has made great progress these years, but speaking like this about a war hero, you're asking for trouble." As a newly appointed assistant, he had witnessed the academy's recent development, but wasn't privy to all the behind-the-scenes details. To him, even though the Wanren Military District was struggling, This new war hero had formidable skills. Principal, he continued to advise, Li the tiger hero managed to injure so many people on his own. His prowess is not to be underestimated. Ling Dongshan glared at him coldly. Are you suggesting I should apologize to him? Hmph. Issue a notice immediately. From this year onward, we will establish friendly relations with the Chima Military District and the Linglong Military District. He sneered as he added, while Qincheng Military Academy may have roots in the Zhenyuan Army, it also has its foundation in the education system. We are not a subordinate of the Wanren Military District. We were established through the efforts of a former deputy commander of the Chima Military District and the Education Department. Both Chima and Linglong are part of the Zhenyuan Army, and we continue to train talent for them, staying true to our principles. We simply won't be sending talent to the Wanren Military District anymore. What can they do about it? The assistant reluctantly agreed and left the room. Meanwhile, in the Wanren Military District, Xing entered Li Mu's office. Just as he was about to reprimand Li Mu, he was pulled onto the sofa by him. Hold on, we'll talk later. Let me ask you. Li Mu closed the door and asked seriously, have you heard of the Xuanxia spirit tree? Xing's eyebrows jumped, of course. The abyss is rich with resources, most of which haven't been fully utilized yet. The primary task of research institutes everywhere is to figure out how to harness these resources for humanity, and those that can directly enhance a warrior's strength are especially crucial. The Ling tree of Xuanxia was first discovered and controlled by the Liang family, and Xing immediately approached them for purchase negotiations, only to be rebuffed. The Liang family made exorbitant demands, not only wanting to place their family elites in military supply positions, but also attempting to invest in military-grade enterprises. You, the Liang family, have no achievements to speak of, and you want officer positions outright? And Xing slammed his hand on the table. The Zhenyuan Army has never had such a precedent. The Liang family wasn't insistent, adopting a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. Given the current strength of the military district, they couldn't completely ignore the influence of these aristocratic families, so the matter was left unresolved. I happen to have a Ling tree, and I plan to plant it in our military district, Li Mu suddenly said in a low voice. Gulp. And Xing instinctively swallowed, eyes wide as he processed the statement. You're saying, you have a Ling tree of Xuanxia, and you want to plant it in the military district? Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his voice changed pitch. Wait, the Liang family's tree mysteriously withered a few days ago. It even made the news. Even though the Liang family is a top-tier family, that was their cash cow. Li Mu raised his hand to interrupt. I don't know anything about the Liang or Ri families, and it has nothing to do with them. To avoid any trouble, let's simply rename it Great Tree Secret Realm. Simple, right? And Xing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The name change was practically an admission that Li Mu was involved. Whether we change the name or not is a minor issue, and Xing said with a wry smile. But once you plant the Ling tree in the military district, the Liang family will definitely come knocking. And then what? Li Mu frowned. Kill me? This retort left Xing momentarily stunned. Indeed, if Li Mu dared to do this, he must have been fully prepared. What could the Liang family possibly do to the military district? With this realization, anger suddenly rose within Xing. He had been under Hong Liangpeng for too long, and had picked up this habit of being overly cautious. All right, he slapped the table and stood up. As long as you're not afraid, I have nothing to be afraid of either. You pick the place and I'll handle the rest. Li Mu laughed. Olden still had some courage. With the deputy commander managing the finances, all Li Mu needed to do was inform Xing, and someone else would naturally deal with Hong Liangpeng. He really didn't want to hear that old man nag. What? You've suddenly become fearless with your old life. What did you call me just now? And Xing broke into a smile, looking a bit sheepish. Heh, I said you're a money-making talent. Both of them burst into laughter. Li Mu laughed at how this sixth-rank Xian general had a cheeky side, while Xing, beyond that, was relieved that the military district had finally found its own godly Mu. No wonder he dared to demand a full apology from Qianshang Military Academy. If they truly planted the Ling tree, the school would dare not show any disrespect. Then my spirit tree will not be open to your Qincheng Military Academy, Li Mu said with a hint of coldness in his voice. He continued, you won't need anyone else. Just the students from Qiansheng can curse your leaders out thoroughly. With that, Li Mu grabbed Xing's wrist and pulled him to the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the clear glass, a vast open space was visible. Li Mu pointed outside. Right there? Drawing from his successful experience in Mingzhu, Li Mu immediately instructed Xing to mobilize 20,000 warriors on standby. The spot he chose for the spirit tree was ideal between the teaching department and the main hall of Base 1. This location was strategically advantageous, with an open field stretching towards Base 2 to the east and a clear path to the Death Row Base Hall to the west, making it perfect for gathering warriors and entering the secret realm. While Xing was busy organizing the mobilization of warriors, Tang Meiying quickly approached Li Mu with news. Qiansheng Military Academy had just released an external announcement, recognizing the Chima Military District and Linglong Military District as friendly exchanges, while deliberately omitting the Wanren Military District. This notice had already been issued and would soon be in the press. It's worth noting that the Wanren Military District has a significant number of Qianqing graduates, at least 5 or 6,000 of them. Most of these individuals hold important positions, generally at the 4th or 5th rank, and include many elite figures. Earlier, when Li Mu had publicly beaten members of Qianqing at the plaza, these graduates might not have been overtly vocal, but that didn't mean they would side with their alma mater. In the Zhenyuan Army, strength and military achievements are what truly matter. Li Mu's accomplishments and rank were enough to earn their respect. Moreover, he was the youngest role model in years, comparable in age, or even younger than them. After hearing about Qianqing's announcement, Li Mu couldn't help but find it amusing. He turned to Tang Meiying and asked, "What do you know about the other Ironbone Military Academy?" Tang Meiying spoke with a hint of regret when discussing the Ironbone Military Academy. This academy, which had always maintained a good relationship with them, had seen its combat capabilities stagnate in recent years, and the number of talents it sent to the military district had been decreasing annually. More worryingly, last year, Ironbone Military Academy added 4 social majors while cutting 3 combat-related programs. She explained the training system of High Marshal University to Li Mu in detail. Students are not required to adhere to a 4-year program. Starting from their sophomore year, they can apply for early graduation as long as they achieve certain results. For instance, earning merits in the Zhenyuan Army allows them to immediately transition into the formal ranks, or they can choose to continue their studies as reservists. Other avenues are equally available. For example, making significant progress in plant characteristic research could lead to direct recruitment by research institutes. Most people choose military academies for 2 main reasons. Tang Meiying analyzed. Either to use the academy's resources to enhance their social status, or to quickly boost their martial prowess and make a name for themselves in the Zhenyuan Army. Once a military academy starts focusing on social majors, it indicates a decline. Li Mu nodded in agreement and immediately made a decision. Contact Ironbone Military Academy and have all students above the 4th rank transferred here. Tell them it's to participate in the new secret realm of the military district, with numerous benefits, and the sooner, the better. Although Tang Meiying was somewhat puzzled by this, she promptly carried out the order. Li Mu then instructed Lin Yu to gather all members of the teaching department in Hall Number 1 for standby. As he watched the warriors gradually congregate in the square, Li Mu quickly descended from the teaching department. He planned to repeat his previous strategy by planting a spiritual tree in public. The purpose was clear. To gain influence and merits through the spiritual tree, it had to be done under public scrutiny. Otherwise, the achievement couldn't be proven. As for potential targeting by the Liang family, Li Mu wasn't concerned. 10 minutes later, Li Mu planted a Zhaoyao sapling in the open space in front of the teaching department. Because he had previously placed this sapling in the Blessed Rain area during his Fengtian technique, it had grown 50 years in one go. So when the spiritual tree shot up to over 200 meters high under everyone's gaze, it was even more spectacular than the one in the Mingzhu military district. Considering the nearly 30,000 personnel of the Wanren military district, the tens of thousands from the Ironbone Military Academy they planned to support, and the externally accessible social warriors, this spiritually enhanced tree was barely sufficient. As for the other 2 trees, Li Mu decided not to give them the same treatment for now, intending to continue cultivating them in the Fengtian field to prevent them from growing uncontrollably due to age. This time, Li Mu altered his strategy. He was the first to enter the secret realm and stationed himself outside the exit, where he relentlessly slaughtered monsters to accumulate victory points until he exhausted his true energy. Since he was fighting outside the exit, it didn't affect the monsters transforming into exit stones. When he withdrew, the white portal erupted with nearly 70,000 exit stones, causing a sensation throughout the military district. Clearly, the situation in the Wanren military district was vastly different from that in the Mingzhu military district. They all knew what the Xuanshang spirit tree was. This remarkable tree, once in the possession of the Liang family and worth a fortune with entrance fees reaching hundreds of thousands, now stood proudly in front of the military district. As the soldiers gathered at the military base, preparing to enter the secret realm, everyone speculated about what kind of realm it would be. But when the towering spirit tree emerged from the ground, the entire base erupted with excitement. The Xuanshang spirit tree? Is that really the Xuanshang spirit tree? Our base now has its very own Xuanshang spirit tree. Hey, Lao Lu pinched me. Ouch. Why did you hit so hard? I just wanted to make sure I wasn't dreaming. My hand really hurts. How did this happen? It was brought by Li Hu Ho, our newly appointed chief instructor of the base, arriving with such a treasure. Inside base one's bustling hall, the crowd was so dense it was hard to breathe. The pathways for entering and exiting were strictly divided, with members of the patrol and inspection teams standing on elevated platforms over a meter high, hoarsely shouting commands to maintain order. Despite the throngs of people, the line moved in an orderly fashion. resembling a giant dragon slowly undulating. The instruction department opened over 20 windows simultaneously, with staff continuously distributing exit stones and number plates. Lin Yu led the team at the windows, while Tang Meiying directed at the entrance to the secret realm. Witnessing this unprecedented scene, the two felt as if they were in a dream. At that moment, a large group of people wearing black uniforms with silver emblems approached with great momentum, nearly 20,000 strong from Tiegu Military Academy, exuding an impressive aura. Principal Lu Wandong and the vice principal led the way briskly, with students behind them standing tall and solemn. Near Hall 10, Deputy Commander Xing and Li Mu were already waiting. As Xing came into view, Lu Wandong led the school leaders forward quickly to salute. Deputy Commander, is there an urgent mission? Xing asked with a smile. It was Vice Instructor Tang who informed us. Lu Wandong paused, momentarily at a loss for words. It turned out Tang Meiying had notified them without knowing the details, leading Lu Wandong to mistakenly believe that support was needed for a secret realm outbreak. So he brought all students of the 4th rank and above. Relax, Brother Lu, Xing said, patting his arm. This is a good thing. Let me introduce you to our new chief instructor, Li Mu, also known as Li Hu Ho. The group from Tiegu Military Academy gasped in unison, and Lu Wandong's eyes widened. Is this the commander of the Tiger Roar Army, Li Hu Ho? Principal Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Li Mu said with a smile, extending his hand. Lu Wandong arrived promptly upon hearing the news, leading the entire Ironbone Military Academy to offer swift support, embodying the Academy's motto, passionate and resilient, profound yet unfazed by adversity. He quickly approached and shook hands firmly with Li Mu, his deep-set eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. In comparison to Li Hu Ho, I've just been aging without gaining wisdom, Lu Wandong remarked. Principal Lu, you flatter me, Li Mu replied modestly. Since I've been here, I've often heard Deputy Commander and praise the Ironbone Military Academy. We've specially invited your academy to participate in the first operational test of the Xuanxia Spirit Tree. We must maintain close contact in the future. Mentioning the Xuanxia Spirit Tree reminded Li Mu of Xing's advice that renaming it seemed unnecessary, so he decided to keep its original name. The Xuanxia Spirit Tree? Lu Wandong and his companions were taken aback. The Liang family's Xuanxia Spirit Tree is renowned, and now the Wanren Military District has one too? Even more astonishing is the district's boldness in inviting the entire Ironbone Military Academy for testing. Considering the Liang family's price of 800,000 per person, hosting 20,000 participants would entail astronomical costs. But at this point, the situation transcends monetary value. Xing nodded quietly to himself. This young man is not only assertive in his actions, but also displays a keen sensitivity. Although Xing never mentioned the Ironbone Military Academy, Li Mu proactively expressed goodwill, earning Lu Wandong's gratitude without seeming deliberate. Even though Li Mu's status didn't require such gestures, his thoughtfulness moved Xing deeply. The commotion within the military district had already spread throughout Zhenyuan City. A towering tree, several hundred meters high, shot up into the sky, emitting a soft white glow, drawing countless martial artists to stop and observe. In just a few hours, 3 explosive news items dominated Zhenyuan City's media hot topics. Qianxing Military Academy lists Chima and Linglong military districts as friendly exchange districts. The Xuanxia Spirit Tree appears in the Wanren Military District, blocking out the sky. The Ironbone Military Academy invited to the Wanren Military District with full attendance. The 2 trending topics in Zhenyuan City hit like a sledgehammer, shaking both factions involved. The Qianxing Military Academy was the first to bear the brunt. When the first announcement went viral, the Wanren Military District became a laughingstock, seemingly isolated. However, before this narrative could fully take shape, a second, even more explosive piece of news followed closely behind. The Wanren Military District had not only discovered a gigantic Xianxia Spirit Tree, but had also invited all students from the Tiegu Military Academy to the secret realm. This tree was much larger than the one managed by the Liang family, meaning it could accommodate more cultivators. Public opinion flipped instantly. The Qianxing Military Academy's position shifted from superiority to ridicule, making their announcement seem particularly foolish. However, the real stir was not among the Liang family but within the Linglong and Chima military districts. In the Linglong Military District Command Center, Deputy Commander Dong Qianyu stared at his phone screen, unable to hold back his frustration. What the hell? Why drag us into this mess? Before he could finish, his phone rang. It was Deputy Commander Yu Yi from the Chima Military District. Brother Dong, did you see the Qianxing Academy's announcement? I did. Dong Qianyu's tone was unfriendly. I'll just say this, Yu Yi said gravely. Qianxing Academy is causing division. Our Zhenyuan Army stands united. It's time to make our stance clear. Dong Qianyu stood up. I was thinking the same. I had planned to discuss the opening of the Xianxia Spirit Tree after Wanren's testing concluded. But with Qianxing's antics, Bringing up the spirit tree now makes it seem like we're choosing sides because of it. Haha, Yi laughed. You and I are on the same page, Brother Dong. But as long as we explain the situation to Deputy Commander Un, I'm sure he will understand. We're willing to pay extra if necessary. The two deputy commanders were primarily concerned with the Xiansha spirit tree. Such a massive tree, with testing lasting 8 to 9 hours and still underway, clearly had not reached the secret realm's limit. If warriors from both districts could enter even once every 2 weeks, it would significantly enhance their overall combat strength. Linglong and Chima military districts swiftly issued a joint statement. The Zhenyuan Army in Linyuan City is unified and will not tolerate any form of division. This declaration firmly placed the Qinqing Military Academy in a position of disgrace, serving as a stern warning to other academies. That afternoon, the deputy commanders of both districts visited Anqing for a secret meeting. Anqing was quite troubled by the proposal to open the spirit tree to the two major military districts. In the end, he stated that he couldn't make the decision alone and called Li Mu for a discussion. Surprisingly, Li Mu was very open-minded and immediately expressed that as long as it was within the spirit tree's capacity, priority would be given to the two major military districts. This collaboration was executed perfectly. It not only strengthened the relationship between the two districts and Wanren military district, but also delighted Anqing. In his view, this was the most beneficial move for the Wanren military district since the appearance of the spirit tree. Once the three military districts formed a solid alliance, the district's authority would be restored, and no one would dare to challenge them easily. Such a scenario was beyond Anqing's previous imagination and something Hong Liangpeng could not achieve. Yet Li Mu effortlessly took this crucial step. The testing that day lasted until 11 o'clock at night, a full 12 hours. Nearly 60,000 people participated until the number of monsters in the spirit tree's secret realm noticeably decreased, at which point Li Mu ordered the testing to stop. After closing, the spirit tree emitted about 50,000 exit stones, indicating that it could support around 60,000 people entering simultaneously each time it opened. For Li Mu, unlocking the Great Celestial Decision still required hundreds of thousands of victory points. With his ability equating to 2,000 or 3,000 people, he estimated that 6 or 7 more tests would be needed to achieve this. However, now in the mid-9th rank, he had to act cautiously, focusing only on killing 9th rank monsters, as lower-ranked monsters provided spiritual energy but no victory points. Advancing to the Xian rank prematurely would make acquiring the remaining points very difficult. Early the next morning, Li Mu arrived at the office, observing the spirit tree while planning to open it early to maximize victory point accumulation. He casually called Wang Yinhuan, inviting her to join him for an upgrade. Before long, Wang Yinhuan appeared in the training department, wearing a form-fitting athletic outfit that highlighted her graceful figure, especially her long, shapely legs. Upon entering the office, she flashed a sweet smile at Li Mu. Unable to resist, Li Mu drew her into an embrace, causing Wang Yinhuan's cheeks to flush slightly as she signaled with her eyes that others were present. Lin Yu, who brought her up, blushed and hurriedly said, "Chief Instructor, call me if you need anything." She then quickly left, closing the door in a fluster. She ran into Tang Meiying at a distance, and when Tang Meiying curiously asked about Wang Yinhuan's identity, Lin Yu quickly gestured for silence and pulled her into a nearby room to hide. Lin Yu lowered her voice, full of gossip, and said, "That's Li Zhongjiao's girlfriend." Tang Meiying's eyes widened. "Really? Of course it's true. I saw them hugging as soon as they entered the office. If I hadn't left quickly, I might have seen them kissing," Lin Yu said excitedly. "And Li Zhongjiao's girlfriend is really pretty. She speaks so softly and sweetly, like one of those cute and gentle girls, totally different from you. No wonder you still haven't found a boyfriend." Tang Meiying, "Hit where it hurts," retorted irritably. "Aren't you single too? What right do you have to talk about me?" Lin Yu didn't mind, clasping her hands together with a dreamy look in her eyes. "I'm waiting for a man like Li Zhongjia, strong, handsome, and charming." "Ha, keep dreaming," Tang Meiying scoffed, turning to leave. Lin Yu caught up with her. "I'd settle for a quarter of that." Meanwhile, in the office upstairs, Wang Yinhang was sitting on Li Mu's chief instructor desk, feeling proud of her man's position. She curiously wandered around the office and found several brand new officer uniforms in Li Mu's wardrobe. "I don't think I've ever seen you in your chief instructor's officer uniform," she said. Li Mu chuckled. Too lazy to change. He was currently wearing a neat black military uniform, which, although not the standard issue, was imposing enough. According to regulations, officers were supposed to wear those uniforms that resembled the style of the Republic of China warlords, with short capes and hats, but because he often had to fight, Li Mu was always too lazy to change. Of course, no one dared to criticize him for it. "Please change into it. You'll look so handsome," Wang Yinhang said in a playful tone, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Mu smiled helplessly but agreed. He quickly changed into the officer's uniform, surprisingly finding that it didn't hinder his movements and actually made him look more dignified. Wang Yinhang was stunned. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes filled with admiration. Just as Li Mu was about to tease his starry-eyed girlfriend, his phone rang. It was Xing, and his voice sounded somewhat strange. Chief Instructor Li, could you come to the headquarters for a moment? Li Mu paused for a moment, and Xing had emphasized his position on the phone, clearly hinting that there were others present. At this time, it was most likely someone from the Liang family visiting. However, if Xing no longer needed to be concerned about the Liang family, why was he still being so cautious? I'll head over now, Li Mu replied briefly, ending the call. He turned to Wang Yinhuan, gently pinching her chin. I have something to take care of. You should head back to the research institute. No, I'll wait here for you, Wang Yinhuan insisted, noticing Li Mu's serious expression. She knew she couldn't accompany him, but she was determined to wait, unable to feel at ease otherwise. All right, Li Mu smiled, then quickly left the teaching department and headed straight for the deputy commander's office. Along the way, senior patrol guards stood at attention and saluted him. As he neared the office, a few capable officers joined him. Inside the office, the scene was unexpected. In addition to Xing standing at the door, there were several officers from the Wanren military district. Most striking were the two bodies lying on the floor, with a barely conscious man beside them. Li Mu's eyes narrowed. One of the bodies was that of the bespectacled man from the Liu family. After Xing signaled to close the door, he turned to a group of strangers and said, Li Huho is here. You can speak now. It was then Li Mu noticed 7 or 8 robust individuals in plain clothes standing on the other side of the room, each with a long knife at their waist. The leader, a man in his 40s, had a slightly weaker aura than Xing but had reached the level of a 4th or 5th grade Xian stage. Li Huho, I am Liang Jianxin, the head of the Liang family's law enforcement hall, the middle-aged man said, cupping his hands. Last night, the Liu family approached us, proposing to conspire in assassinating you. We have evidence of the entire conversation. We demanded their surrender on the spot, but they resisted and were executed. We then detained other members of the Liu family and the patriarch of Dongyao Valley. This is one of the current leaders of the Liu family. He indicated the unconscious man, and we recommend the military district take over the interrogation promptly. Here's the evidence of the plot. He handed a USB drive to Xing, who then passed it to Li Mu. This unexpected turn of events left Li Mu puzzled. The Liu family had conspired with the Liang family to assassinate him. Yet the Liang family not only refused but also eradicated the Liu family? What reason did the Liu family give for wanting to collaborate with you to assassinate me? Li Mu asked directly. If the Liu family sought allies, choosing the Liang family likely involved the matter of the spiritual tree. Liang Jianxin replied without changing his expression. They claimed you had taken the Liang family's spiritual tree. There was no evidence to support this, so we did not acknowledge it. However, plotting to assassinate an officer is a capital offense. We acted immediately, fearing they might escape. So, the methods were a bit extreme, and I hope the military district can understand. Liang Jianxin stood tall, his gaze intense as he looked at Li Mu. Li Mu frowned in thought, unable to discern the Liang family's intentions, and could only nod lightly. All right, thank you for the Liang family's righteous act. We will immediately send people to take over and interrogate the Liu family. Then we'll take our leave for now. Liang Jianxin cupped his hands again, turned with his entourage, and left. And Xing and the others instinctively stepped aside, their faces full of confusion. This sudden turn of events was hard for everyone present to digest at once. But for now, they could only wait for the evidence and interrogation results to make further decisions. As he reached the door, Liang Jianxin suddenly stopped, turned back and said, Oh, by the way, Marquis Li Hu, my family head asked me to deliver a message. Please go ahead. Li Mu turned to look at him. Although our Liang family is not a prestigious clan, we have our own principles who will never become enemies of the Zhenyuan Army. If you ever need the Liang family's help, feel free to reach out. Our family will certainly host a banquet to welcome you and help you secure your position in Linyuan City. Thank you. Farewell. With that, Liang Jianxin quickly led his people away. After the Liang family left, Li Mu exchanged a puzzled glance with Xing. Let's arrest them all first, Li Mu said, taking out his phone to contact Lu Chunfeng, the acting director of the 1st Division of Zhongshan District. After arranging the arrests and ensuring the unconscious individuals were looked after, and Xing dismissed the other personnel, they didn't inform Hong Liangpeng but instead directly checked the contents of the USB drive. The surveillance footage showed that yesterday, the second son of the Liu family, a bespectacled man, and a robust mute visited the Liang family. Initially, they were just inquiring about the spirit tree, but the conversation gradually became more direct. The 70-year-old head of the Liang family guided the discussion until the Liu family revealed their true intention to conspire in assassinating Li Mu. The Liang family immediately refused and wanted to report it. The Liu family tried to escape, but the mute strongman was instantly subdued. Could it be that the Liang family truly has no resentment over the spirit tree being taken? Li Mu was still puzzled. Now you admit that you took it? And Xing glanced at him. Maybe they think they can't afford to offend you, so they're being friendly? Li Mu slowly shook his head. How much do you know about the Liang family? And Xing provided a detailed account of the Liang family. It's a large clan practicing polygamy to propagate a special bloodline with numerous branches. Each branch has powerful individuals, forming a system of elders, hall masters, and guardians. The ruling generation alone has dozens of experts above the Xian level, with over 1,000 young and middle-aged members, making it a top-tier family in Linyuan City. Previously, the Liang family wanted to extend their influence into the Zhenyuan Army. Li Mu mused, and just now, Liang Jianxin said their bottom line is to never oppose the Zhenyuan Army and even help me secure my position in Linyuan City. If they really wanted to deal with me, there would be no need to kill the Lu family members or say those things. And Xing's eyes lit up. Are you saying they want to intervene not to sabotage, but to save? This speculation was startling. If true, the Liang family's target wasn't the Zhenyuan Army but the military district under Hong Liangping's control, or perhaps Hong Liangping himself. Now that they've seen Li Mu arrive, they decisively chose a side. Even after losing their cash cow, they hold no grudge against Li Mu, only for the sake of the military district's integrity. Is such a Liang family truly righteous or sinister? The Lu family was swiftly apprehended and faced justice, with all their assets thoroughly confiscated. Despite the dire situation, the elderly patriarch of the Lu family was given one last chance by Li Mu to hand over the secret method of producing the superior spiritual liquid in exchange for a life sentence in the death row camp, avoiding the death penalty. Although Li Mu didn't particularly value this so-called superior spiritual liquid formula, he recognized that if it were widely disseminated, its impact would far exceed that of his own concoction. In the face of life and death, after a bout of anguished tears, the old patriarch decided to surrender the family secret. The core of this secret method was a technique for rapidly cultivating herbs. The process involved refining low-grade herbs into a nutrient solution to irrigate high-grade herbs, promoting their growth. The final step was to use the Lu family's ancestral technique to refine the high-grade herbs into spiritual liquid. The refining technique itself was not exceptional. The key lay in the growth enhancer made from low-grade herbs, which was similar in principle to Li Mu's spiritual spring water. However, due to the high cost of low-grade herbs, they couldn't compete with Li Mu's pricing. Li Mu immediately handed over this secret method to both Wang Longcheng and the Blood Sea military district in exchange for merit points. For him, money was no longer an issue just from the last sale of superior spiritual liquid. He had earned 4 billion through dividend shares. His entire focus now was on accumulating victory points. Over the next 10 days, Li Mu was always the first to enter the Xuanxia spiritual tree. Through repeated testing, the rules for the opening of the secret realm became clearer. It could open every other day, accommodating 56,000 people each time, ensuring a sufficient stockpile of exit stones for the next opening. By his 6th entry, Li Mu's victory points finally surpassed the 1 million mark. On the 11th day, with 1.13 million victory points in hand, Li Mu left the secret realm and headed straight to the headquarters office. He had already reached the pinnacle of the yellow rank 9th grade, and the Xian rank bottleneck showed signs of loosening. But at that moment, his attention was entirely on the system panel, eyes fixed on the upgrade option next to the medium-grade celestial immortal art, heart racing, fingers trembling slightly. 1 million victory points, upgrade. The system notification appeared. Consuming 1 million victory points, the medium-grade celestial immortal art has been upgraded. The great-grade celestial immortal art not only extended lifespan by 499 years, but also deepened understanding of the cultivation technique with 500 years worth of insight. Additionally, the divine body was perfected, allowing true energy to flow more freely, eliminating any casting delays. The original rejuvenation, feedback, and bone-penetrating special effects were enhanced tenfold. Most importantly, defeating opponents now allowed for the plundering of any exceptional fortunes, which could be condensed into fortune spirit crystals. Each time a divine ability was enhanced, there was a chance to randomly strengthen other abilities. Li Mu was overjoyed. This upgrade not only deepened his understanding of the cultivation technique, but also significantly enhanced his ability to plunder fortunes. Now, he was no longer limited to seizing fortunes only from geniuses. As long as the opponent's fortune was exceptional enough, there was a chance to obtain a fortune spirit crystal. Of course, opponents who were too weak would still not yield fortune spirit crystals. With this, the great-grade celestial immortal art had reached its pinnacle. Li Mu no longer needed to amass such a vast amount of victory points. His next goal was to comprehensively enhance all divine abilities, striving to leave no weaknesses. The great celestial art brought an unexpected surprise. Not only did it significantly enhance Li Mu's power, but it also came with additional attributes. With 138,000 victory points remaining in his account, Li Mu carefully examined the newly available divine abilities. The combined cost of the 3 abilities Great Sage Armor, Form and Disperse, and Immortal Hair was only 20,001 points. The Great Sage Armor was priced at just 1 point, while the other 2 were 10,000 points each. This was an incredible bargain. Unfortunately, The ability, Heaven and Earth, was still marked with question marks and could not be purchased. Whatever, I'll just get everything I can for now. Li Mu decided without hesitation and purchased all 3 abilities. The attributes of Great Sage Armor indicated that it could seek out 4 spiritual treasures, shoes, hats, armor, and weapons, to create a custom armor set. Each piece worn would enhance one's presence, and with all 4, one could freely change forms. Although crafting them would require additional victory points, for Li Mu, this ability was practically a gift. Form and Disperse allowed the user to appear and disappear at will, but it consumed a significant amount of true energy and required a 60-minute cooldown after each use. Immortal Hair enabled one to infuse hair with true energy, which could be given to others to create a clone of equivalent strength. This should be called life-saving hair, rather than immortal hair. Li Mu mused. To truly achieve immortality, I still have a long way to go. With these abilities acquired, Fusion Shoe and Copperhead Iron Arms were also enhanced. Fusion Shoe expanded to 500 acres, and Copperhead Iron Arms defense increased to 300 times the base level. These enhancements were bonuses from Form and Disperse and Immortal Hair, clearly corresponding to the victory points spent. With 108,000 victory points remaining, Li Mu decided to seek out spiritual treasures for upgrades and save the rest for future needs. After reaching the Shin level, acquiring victory points would become more challenging. Although defeating Shin level monsters would yield more points, such creatures were not as common as those at the Huang level. The Shin level Spirit Tree area was bustling with people but well organized. The pricing was reasonable, tens of thousands externally, half price for Ironbone Military Academy students, 100 contribution points for Spirit Dragon and Red Horse Military District soldiers, and only 50 contribution points for Wanren Military District soldiers. In recent days, Li Mu's business of selling low-grade Kigathering pills had thrived, amassing over 100,000 bottles of spiritual liquid. Half were handed to Zhang Jiwei for a hunger marketing strategy, while the other half was purchased by the Wanren Military District. At a military district meeting, Li Mu boldly requested that Supply Minister Tu Jian allocate 1/3 of the spiritual liquid as a reward for the new training program in the teaching department, surprising everyone present with his assertiveness. Just as Li Mu was about to head to the supply department to choose his armor, he received a sudden call from Enxing. There's an urgent meeting at the headquarters. We've discovered a mysterious giant stone tablet in the abyss. When Li Mu arrived at the command center, the officers quickly gathered. Hong Liangpeng pulled back a curtain to start a video presentation. This is a small vacuum zone discovered by our soldiers at the edge of the Class 8 battle area. There's a peculiar spatial energy within, so the soldiers began to excavate. The video showed the perspective of soldiers on a blind zone exploration mission. In the forest, there was a barren clearing where the air seemed to shimmer as if an invisible fire was burning it. It felt like some energy was suppressed beneath. The soldiers began digging and soon uncovered a massive stone monument, several meters in diameter and over 10 meters high. It appeared to be carved from natural stone with intricate runes that possessed formidable spatial power, making them impossible to store in a storage space. This happened just minutes ago. One team member returned to notify us, while the captain and 4 others are still on site guarding it. As the video concluded, a deafening commotion erupted outside. Li Mu, not far from the window, looked out and was immediately taken aback. Chaos had engulfed the entire military district. People were fighting, and flashes of martial arts clashed, with weapons clanging. "What's happening?" someone exclaimed. "Don't just stand there, go check it out." And Xing shouted, and everyone rushed outside. Li Mu, uninterested in using the door, transformed into a bird and swiftly flew out the window towards the Spirit Tree Plaza, where the crowd was largest. The secret realm of the Spirit Tree was still open. From above, Li Mu surveyed the 2,000 to 3,000 people gathered below, his heart tightening at the sight. Chaos reigned throughout the military district. In the crowd, a soldier suddenly kicked his friend, shouting, "What the hell? Have you lost your mind?" But his friend seemed dazed, his eyes flickering with a faint golden hue. Shaking his head vigorously, his true energy surged as he threw a punch at the cursing friend. "Don't hit me. It's me." The cursing friend deflected the punch with a flash of green light, slapping his friend across the face. Despite not using any defensive technique, the friend's face was as hard as steel, stumbling from the slap but ready to attack again. Nearby, another soldier drew a sword to strike the friend. Golden eyes. It's the Paradise Society. But the cursing soldier pushed the sword-wielding soldier away. "Don't kill him. He can't be with the Paradise Society. He's just lost his mind." He knew his best friend too well. Concerned for his friend's life, he retained a shred of reason. If his friend were truly with the Paradise Society, he wouldn't be using fists and feet but drawing his spear instead. Just as he finished shouting, his confused friend drew his spear, its glow humming ominously. The cursing friend was furious. "Damn it, you really joined the Paradise Society. I'll kill you." Though he spoke of killing, he approached with bare hands. With a single punch, The warrior sent his friend's spear flying, then mounted him and began to throw punches wildly, each landing with pinpoint accuracy on vital spots. The eyes of the suppressed warrior flickered with an eerie pale golden light, like a malfunctioning circuit, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Such scenes were commonplace in the military district, with thousands of warriors simultaneously falling into this state, becoming the root of chaos. These out-of-control warriors were like mindless beasts, attacking everyone around them without distinguishing between friend and foe. They were generally very powerful, with most reaching at least the 5th rank, and some even the 6th or 7th. The surrounding warriors realized that someone was manipulating things from behind the scenes, and chose to subdue rather than kill these frenzied comrades. However, when these high-ranking warriors encountered weaker companions, they often caused large-scale casualties in an instant. Li Mu quickly shuttled between the 3 major military districts, discovering that Wanren, Linglong, and Chima districts were all engulfed in similar chaos. Each district had thousands of people rioting at the same time, with order completely collapsing. As he flew, he drew calming seals, effortlessly subduing the out-of-control warriors. At that moment, the voice of Chuying, the commander-in-chief of the Chima military district, came through his tech watch. Attention all officers. These berserk warriors are all graduates of the Qianxing Military Academy. The academy on the ground is also in turmoil, and the situation is critical. Any available units, please send reinforcements to the ground immediately. This news shocked everyone. If it were just internal skirmishes within the military districts, it might still be controllable, but if these powerful fighters rampaged through civilian areas, the consequences would be disastrous. Li Mu immediately headed towards the instructional department, his main concern being the safety of Tang Meiying. Soon, he spotted Tang Meiying below, assisting in quelling the chaos. Are you okay? Li Mu landed beside her and asked. I'm fine. Tang Meiying shook her head in response. It seems the rioters are indeed from Qianxing Military Academy. We need to knock them all out. Just as Li Mu was about to continue his actions, a giant python suddenly appeared among the crowd. This python was over 30 meters long, covered in gold and red scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, capable of extending sharp spikes. Its body had a diameter of 2 meters, leaving deep grooves in the ground as it moved, resembling a giant chainsaw. When it raised its upper body, the aura of a 9th-rank pinnacle radiated, causing all conscious warriors to instinctively retreat. Most strikingly, the python had 2 fleshy wings atop its head, shaped like a pair of bizarre long horns. Wang Yinhuan, dressed in casual wear, was holding onto one of the long horns, directing a giant snake to attack the frenzied warriors. The snake's tail swept across, sending warriors of all skill levels flying. A few who dared to resist were relentlessly struck down and pinned to the ground. While it caused some harm, it was preferable to letting these out-of-control warriors harm innocent people. At that moment, a sky-blue mist suddenly shot up from the abyss entrance, soaring like an arrow above the military district. In midair, Li Mu instantly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. This familiar aura was the same deadly force he had encountered when he flew over the city on his cloud earlier. The blue mist quickly formed into a human shoppy man, appearing to be in his 80s, emerged before everyone. He was thin, with white hair and beard, and his eyes glowed with an eerie light blue. In his hand, a water sphere formed and then exploded with a thunderous bang. The explosion's shockwaves spread like ripples, instantly covering the entire 3 military districts. Everyone, including Li Mu, was enveloped in a thin soap bubble-like layer, floating as if suspended in midair. Thousands of people drifted simultaneously, creating an awe-inspiring scene. The mysterious and formidable power displayed by the old man instilled awe in everyone present. But this state lasted only a moment before the bubbles around all those who were conscious burst. Meanwhile, the berserk warriors remained trapped in their bubbles, gently floating as if selected by some invisible force. The old man's voice echoed through the air. Uninjured warriors, step forward immediately to stop the rebellion of the Qianxing Military Academy students. Then, his voice lowered to a whisper audible only to Li Mu and the other officers. The beasts of the Heavenly Society are about to arrive. With me here, Zhenyuan City will remain unharmed. Their chaos is just a diversion. The true target is that strange stone tablet. Go quickly, seize the tablet, and destroy it. Before he finished speaking, the old man transformed back into blue mist and darted towards Zhenyuan City. As soon as the elder finished speaking, all the officers in the military district responded in unison, yes. The commanders of the military districts immediately began to deploy their troops. Among the officers of the 3 major military districts, there were over 100 experts of the Xian level, including commanders and deputy commanders. Considering the elders' mention of the threat of higher-level opponents to Zhenyuan City, they needed to reserve enough strength to defend it. After careful consideration, they decided to send 20 Xian-level experts of 4th grade and above to break the stone tablet. over 30 to ensure the safety of Linyuan City, and the remaining experts below 4th grade would remain stationed in the districts as a precaution. Soon, Li Mu's watch transmitted the voice of Chun Chong, the chief commander of the Wanren Military District. Chief Instructor Li, please proceed to the stone tablet for support. As military district commanders, they were well aware of each expert's capabilities. Although Li Mu was only at the peak of 9th grade, his ability to single-handedly defeat the leadership of Qinqing Military Academy, including Wu Tailin of the 3rd grade Xian level, indicated his strength was far beyond that. Understood. Li Mu responded and swiftly flew to the top of the giant snake. Upon seeing him appear, Wang Yinhui immediately rushed into his arms. Although she hadn't heard the specifics of the mission, her intuition told her that Li Mu was definitely going. Thinking of how her father, Wang Longcheng, nearly died at the hands of the Heaven Society years ago, fear filled her heart. I'll be back soon. Li Mu wrapped his cloak around Wang Yinhui. Be careful, Wang Yinhui said with a tremble in her voice. After responding, Li Mu gently pushed her away and transformed into a bird, heading straight for the portal. Wang Yinhui was left clutching the cloak tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Then Xing and the others arrived at the portal one after another. Once through, they were greeted by the expansive view of the lush forest of the Green Abyss. Li Mu summoned his cloud and sped towards the target. The distance exceeded 1,000 miles, taking nearly half an hour even at full speed. As he approached the coordinates, a terrifying aura hit him like a tidal wave. Looking into the distance, he saw a barren area several kilometers wide where not a blade of grass grew, as if all life had been pulverized by some force and dusted over the remaining trees, forming an eerie white layer. Amidst the vast forest, this brown wasteland stood out starkly. Dozens of meters above the wasteland, a massive, discordant space fractured like a mirror, its surface covered by an invisible membrane. Countless creatures on the other side furiously attacked the membrane, leaving ghastly impressions of heads. Beneath the membrane, several individuals were performing a ritual around a giant rune-inscribed stone. The light from the stone connected with the fractured space, seemingly widening the cracks. Li Mu accelerated towards the target. Just then, a giant hand suddenly emerged from behind the membrane, grabbed a creature's head, and forcefully pulled it through into this space. The massive hands crashed against the barrier of space with a thunderous impact. The creature's head exploded violently, and then those enormous hands gripped the barrier, allowing its entire body to swiftly penetrate the spatial membrane and enter this world. A terrifying aura, characteristic of an Earth-level powerhouse, instantly swept through the surroundings. Li Mu felt a surge of anxiety as he found himself right in front of the monster. The Earth-level being stretched its body, its eerie green eyes locking onto Li Mu. Though a monster, it bore a striking resemblance to a human, standing over 3 meters tall with a robust physique. It was entirely naked but covered in a natural armor that shimmered with a wooden sheen, dotted with dense moss. Its limbs were of typical human contour, but with skin that was pitch black and hard, etched with tree-like patterns. Its face was lined with bark-like wrinkles, and 2 ram-like protrusions, as thick as fingers, extended from its bald head, curving backward about a finger's length. Most bizarre of all was the myriad of green, firefly-like specks that floated around it. Among the crowd controlling the formation, a man in his 40s retreated while laughing maniacally. The green-armored giant glanced at him, then turned its gaze to the dozens maintaining the formation. With a casual wave, the green specks enveloped one of them, reducing the person to a pool of corrosive liquid amid a harrowing scream, while the other spellcasters continued to maintain the formation, seemingly oblivious. The green-armored giant turned to Li Mu, asking in a raspy voice, "Do you intend to stop the descent?" Li Mu wasted no words, immediately employing his body-splitting technique. 10 clones charged at the green-armored giant, while his true form transformed into a mosquito, darting towards the group maintaining the formation. Unexpectedly, the giant stomped the ground, causing it to quake violently. Wave after wave of dark green shockwaves radiated from his feet, overlapping at varying heights. The 10 clones were severed by the shockwaves before they could approach, and even Li Mu's true form was forced to reveal itself, unable to get close to the spellcasters. Furious, Li Mu summoned Heavenly Might, striking down upon the green-armored giant. The giant merely lifted a hand, and a surge of thick energy from the ground clashed with the Heavenly Might, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing his attack fail, Li Mu quickly summoned his flying cloud to retreat at high speed. However, he didn't notice that at the moment of the clash, the giant's arm slightly dipped. This detail caused a gleam of light to flash in the giant's eyes, as he fixated on Li Mu's retreating figure. Li Mu quickly put several miles between himself and the giant. Facing an Earth-level powerhouse alone was too risky. He needed to wait for backup from Xing and others. At this point, he opened the system interface, deciding to use his reserve points. To win this battle, surprise was key. Besides heavenly might and immobilization techniques, self-preservation was crucial, and he needed the copper head and iron arms. He immediately invested 28,000 points to enhance 3 aspects of heavenly might, increasing the weight of heavenly might to 20 times, then 30 times that of divine weaponry, and allowing the first weapon attack after 3 uses of heavenly might to stack the power of the previous 3 uses. Seeing the number 30 times made Li Mu's heart race. 1 heavenly might was equivalent to 400,000 tons, comparable to the weight of 5 aircraft carriers. Could an Earth-level powerhouse withstand that? The attack after 3 uses could reach 1.2 million tons, but it required close combat, which was highly risky. Should I add the weight of a few more aircraft carriers? Li Mu pondered. Then I won't allocate points to immobilization techniques and copperhead and iron arms for now. System. Put the remaining 80,000 points all into heavenly might. When purchasing the 30x heavenly might, the required points had reached 10,000. Li Mu decided to go all in, investing a total of 80,000 points into enhancing heavenly might. Before the results of the point allocation were even displayed, the 3 random bonuses had already taken effect. The defensive skill of the mountain-bearing technique surged to 230 efficiency, along with the strength of a dragon. The range of the divine weapon technique increased by 8 meters. Subsequently, the 5 levels of heavenly might enhancements were activated in sequence, costing 10,000, 15,000, 15,000, 20,000, and 20,000 points respectively. The pressure first rose to 40 times that of the divine weapon technique, then reached 50 times, drastically reducing the movement speed of all enemies within range by 80. The third enhancement increased the pressure to 60 times and extended its duration by 2 seconds. The fourth reduced the cooldown to 45 seconds, allowing for an instant move within a 2-meter range after activation. The final enhancement further reduced the cooldown to 30 seconds and expanded the instant move range to 50 meters. Instant move. Li Mu's eyes lit up. This meant that after releasing the 810,000 ton pressure, he could instantly appear beside the enemy. Combined with the immobilization technique, it was a deadly attack. 5 randomly assigned skill bonuses followed. The duration of bronze head iron arms increased by 50, the effects of drunken might tripled, the range of the divine weapon technique extended by another 15 meters, the immobilization technique gained a 50 damage bonus, and the speed of the somersault cloud increased to a maximum of 4,480 kilometers per hour. As soon as the point allocation was complete, a chill rose behind Li Mu. Turning around, he saw massive ice flowers intermittently flashing across the distant sky, each time spanning several hundred meters closer. In the blink of an eye, the ice flowers transformed into a human figure, revealing the presence of Hmph. Following closely, over a dozen figures rushed in from all directions. Li Mu quickly explained the situation of Abyssal ground-level powerhouses to Hmph, only to learn that Shui Lao, the only ground-level powerhouse in Zhenyuan City, had already perished. Although Hmph added that ground-level beings are restricted when leaving their territory, this news still weighed heavily on Li Mu's heart. Other profound-level powerhouses arrived one after another, staring in shock at the spatial rift in the distance. Damn Heaven's Society, daring to start the 3rd phase early. Li Mu declared loudly, with no other ground-level support, we'll have to rely on ourselves. Stall the ground-level monsters and seize the chance to destroy the steel. With a shout of let's go, Hmph charged out first. The others followed closely, drawing their weapons as if reliving their youthful battles. The group quickly dispersed, launching attacks on the green-armored giant from different angles. However, the power of the green-armored giant was truly terrifying. When faced with an attack from 20 Shin-level warriors, a blinding green light suddenly erupted around him. To everyone's shock, his body instantly sprouted dozens of massive tree-like tentacles, each stretching over 100 meters long, resembling a grotesque giant octopus tree, spreading out and blocking the sky. These tentacles were not only enormous in size, but also exuded an overwhelming power. With a casual flick, they distorted and twisted the surrounding space, emitting a chilling wail. Hmph, wielding an ice-blue spear radiating an icy aura, was the first to launch an attack. He channeled his protective energy to its fullest, transforming into a meteor as he charged directly at the giant. A thick tentacle lashed out to meet him, and as the spear tip made contact, Hmph and his spear vanished instantly. In their place, a stunning blue ice crystal erupted from the point of contact, freezing that section of the tentacle. The ice spread forward, forming a spectacular fountain of ice flowers in the air, advancing toward the giant's body. However, at that moment, a slender branch suddenly shot out from the frozen tentacle, moving like lightning. Even with Hmph's quick reflexes, he couldn't evade it, and he, along with the ice flower fountain, was shattered and sent flying. The other Shin-level warriors faced similar dire situations. The closer they got to the giant, the more entangled they became in the tentacle's encirclement. Those seemingly insignificant small tentacles could launch surprise attacks from any direction, making them impossible to defend against. In just one round, more than 10 Shin-level warriors were forced to retreat with injuries. In the face of this primal and terrifying power, the gap between Shin-level and De-level was starkly apparent. Seeing this, Li Mu made a dash for the rune stone, but the green-armored giant was determined to guard it, immediately sending several tentacles to encircle him. Without hesitation, Li Mu unleashed a divine strike with the power of 60-fold weapon mastery towards the giant's head. The green-armored giant hastily blocked with 3 tentacles, only for them to disintegrate into dust upon contact with the divine strike. The resulting explosion's shockwave sent all the Shin-level warriors flying dozens of meters away. The giant let out a thunderous roar, pain. The single word was filled with uncontrollable anguish. Immediately after, he went berserk. All the tentacles thrashed violently against the ground, turning the entire area into a hellish scene, with the earth cracking and collapsing. Except for the area around the rune stone, the surrounding 100 meters was in complete disarray, forcing all the Shin-level warriors to retreat from the battlefield, unable to get close. At that moment, a series of piercing, cracking sounds suddenly echoed from above. Crack, crack, crack. The distorted space mirror expanded rapidly, with the thin, fragile spatial membrane being pressed down by countless monsters, resembling a balloon about to burst. There's no time. We absolutely cannot let the third phase arrive early. Everyone understood that Zhenyuan City was not prepared to face the arrival of the third phase of the Abyss. Even if a breach to the third phase was to be opened, it must wait until the Earth-level experts from other cities had gathered. Right now, dealing with just one Earth-level expert was overwhelming, and if the third phase descended at this moment, the millions in Zhenyuan City would be doomed in an instant. Sever all its tentacles and create an opportunity for Li Huho. All the profound-level experts roared in unison. At this point, it seemed that only Li Mu's divine might could truly harm the giant. And Xing and the others held nothing back, wiping the blood from their mouths as they charged at the wildly flailing tentacles with reckless abandon. Deputy Commander Yu Yi of the Red Horse Military District wielded a 3-meter-long giant blade. His form as light as a drifting leaf, yet his strikes were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A streak of crimson blade light swept across, severing a tentacle. But immediately, 2 more tentacles attacked from front and back, one grazing his neck, the other striking his chest. Ugh! Yu Yi spat blood as he was sent flying, but he clung desperately to the base of a nearby tentacle with his left hand to stop his retreat, while his right hand swung the blade once more, severing another tentacle. His protective golden light shattered under the tentacle's assault, but he grit his teeth. I can still cut. He swung again, the blade light extending several meters, slicing through half a tentacle. However, the long blade got stuck, and as the tentacle twisted, it snapped with a crack. Yu Yi was flung several hundred meters, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. The other profound-level experts were also trading their lives to destroy the tentacles. The good news was that the green-armored giant's tentacles could not regenerate, and as their numbers dwindled, the giant grew more frenzied. The bad news was that all the profound-level experts were injured, and there were still 20 to 30 tentacles left. Li Mu knew that relying solely on his divine might, which could be used every 30 seconds, would take several more minutes to deal with all the tentacles. He made a swift decision and used his once-an-hour technique, gathering and dispersing chi, to instantly approach the runic monolith. Just as he released the dispersal and unleashed his divine might, a middle-aged man suddenly leapt into the air with a smile, unleashing the might of a profound-level 8th rank, and struck the divine might with a golden blade arc. Although the power of the divine might exceeded the middle-aged man's expectations, his strange technique indeed split the divine might in two, causing it to fall to either side. However, he paid a heavy price, with his long blade shattering piece by piece, and he was crushed into a pulp amidst his screams. The divine might crushed several casters on either side, but failed to damage the runic steel. Damn it! Li Mu roared in despair, and before he could dodge, a wooden vine tentacle struck him. The Lin character seal barely blocked it, only to be shattered like a twig. The impact felt like being hit by a train, sending Li Mu flying backward, the surrounding scenery blurring for a moment. In this critical situation, powerful presences suddenly emerged from behind. Li Mu turned to look, his pupils constricting Liang Jianxin from the Liang family. Could it be that the Liang family was part of the Heaven Society? Were they here to kick him while he was down? But Liang Jianxin's voice quickly dispelled his doubts. Li Huho, the Liang family has come to your aid with 132 strong. Then, a more authoritative, elderly voice resounded across the heavens. Liang family disciples, heed my command. Profound level advance, yellow level spread out. Prepare the blade resonance formation. Yes. Yes. The sky echoed with a unified response. The members of the Liang family were closing in, and surprisingly, even the younger disciples of the Huang rank were able to walk on air. They wielded long knives, their uniform weapons glinting coldly under the sunlight. Over 100 disciples quickly spread out, encircling the entire clearing like a sea of stars. The ancient voice was evidently aware of the threat posed by the Durank monster ahead. Such a formidable presence meant that even a Huang-rank 9th grade warrior would struggle to survive if they got too close. 17 Shin-rank experts immediately flew to Li Mu's side. With a solemn expression, Liang Jianxin clasped his fists and said, "Li Huho, awaiting your orders." With time running short, Li Mu didn't hesitate and promptly issued a command. "Sever the tentacles, leave the rest to me." "Understood." The Liang family responded in unison, their tone resolute. Meanwhile, the Huang-rank 9th grade disciples of the Liang family began to form a formation around them. Holding their long knives before them, they clasped their hands in the air. In an instant, countless sounds of knives singing filled the sky, like deities chanting, sweeping across the area with a mysterious and formidable power. The 17 Shin-rank experts had already surged above the green-armored giant. Sensing the threat, the giant wildly flailed its tentacles and unleashed a dark green aura. However, these attacks were shattered by the resounding knife clangs in the sky. Inner formation. Receive the blade. The ancient voice reverberated once more. The 17 Shin-rank experts simultaneously drew enormous golden long knives from the void, each over 10 meters long, their blades gleaming as they illuminated the sky. Without hesitation, they slashed into the mass of tentacles. Li Mu watched Liang Jianxin sever a tentacle. As the smaller tentacles retaliated, they were automatically sliced by the sharp aura surrounding him, like fragile branches against a sharp blade. But after this strike, the golden knife in Liang Jianxin's hand significantly shrank. The other experts also managed to cut through the tentacles, but with each strike or attack they endured, their golden knives rapidly diminished in size. Despite the impressive power of the Liang family's knife formation, it could only sustain a single strike per person. When the golden knives of those below Shin-rank 5th grade first shrank to normal size, the green-armored giant erupted in fury, releasing an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying Durank pressure exploded the space around it, transforming it into a high-temperature inferno. The Shin-rank warriors below 5th grade burst into flames, spewing blood as they were flung backward. Only a few warriors above Shin-rank 5th grade could hold on, their rapidly shrinking golden knives still managing to break through the shockwaves and sever the final tentacles. Seizing the moment, Li Mu, shielded by the Liang family's knife glints, transformed into a flying mosquito, weaving through the chaos, and finally revealed himself above the giant. Heaven's might. The power descended from the sky, striking directly at the giant's head. The green-armored giant roared, raising his hands to meet the dark green energy. The collision created an explosion that blasted a massive crater into the ground, engulfing him in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the green-armored giant was half buried in the pit, his ghostly green eyes fixed on Li Mu. His gaze held both anger and a mocking glint, anger that Li Mu had managed to wound him, yet mocking the ultimate strike's limited power. In an instant, Li Mu vanished, reappearing right in front of the giant. "Freeze!" Li Mu shouted, eyes wide with intensity, raising his ghost-faced staff. This was the moment he had planned meticulously for ever since returning from the Spirit Tree's secret realm. He had rushed to the military district's riot site, conserving 70 to 80% of his true energy. All previous battles relied on magical techniques, waiting for this fatal blow. Whether it's Shin level or Earth level, once caught by the immobilizing spell, there's no escape. The green-armored giant's pupils shrank, his body froze. Without hesitation, Li Mu poured all his true energy into this final strike. Iron-cutting style, triple Heaven's Might, flowing cloud shadow, immobilizing attack boost 50, Heaven's Might residue 10, double Dragon's power mountain bearing technique, along with the great celestial immortal art's tenfold bone-piercing force. Die! The ghost-faced staff whistled down, shattering the giant's skull instantly, followed by his chest and abdomen, nearly splitting his entire body in two. Simultaneously, Li Mu activated the divine weapon technique to shatter the rune stone tablet with the remaining force of Heaven's Might. However, just as Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief, a terrifying power erupted from within the giant's body. Self-destruction. It's an Earth-level self-destruction. Run! The elder from the Liang family shouted a near-hysterical warning. Too late. Li Mu knew that without intervention, the injured Xian-level experts like Xing would surely perish. He decisively swung the ghost-faced staff, drawing a protective barrier to enclose the giant's corpse. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion shattered the protective barrier instantly. Even with the copperhead iron arm's defense activated at 300 times, Li Mu felt as if a mountain had struck his lower back, sending him uncontrollably flying hundreds of meters. His back's clothing and skin were torn apart, and he slammed into an ancient tree before his consciousness began to fade. Before losing consciousness, Li Mu vaguely saw the mirrored alternate dimension in the sky rewind and heal, the spatial membrane returning to its place. Simultaneously, a light shifted from white to gold, illuminating the first node of his Xian level lifeline. As the golden light engulfed his consciousness, Li Mu had one last thought. I should have saved a few thousand points to enhance the copperhead iron arms before going all in. A system notification appeared. Victory. Battle points 60,000. Acquired SS grade creation spirit crystal. Life's revelry. Li Mu slowly regained consciousness, finding himself lying on a large hospital bed. He attempted to sit up, but felt something tightly wrapped around his back. A sharp pain hit him, causing him to gasp. He managed to turn his head and look around. It was a cozy little room. Curled up by the bedside was a familiar, delicate figure. With a faint fragrance wafting towards him, it was Wang Yinhuan. His movement startled Wang Yinhuan awake. She was momentarily stunned, then looked up to see Li Mu awake. Her eyes immediately reddened, and tears uncontrollably fell. She leaned closer to Li Mu and softly asked, "Does it hurt?" "My back does a bit, but it's okay. It'll heal soon. Don't cry, or you'll look like a steamed bun." Ha cough, cough. Li Mu tried to laugh, but the movement made him cough from the pain. Wang Yinhuan was amused by him. She gently pinched his face, then turned the pinch into a tender stroke. She choked up, saying, "I thought you were dead." Such auspicious words, Li Mu jokingly scolded. Wang Yinhuan sat up straight, looking at him with a hint of reproach. "You have no idea what I went through these past 2 days and nights. I was really so scared you would just die like that. I don't want either of us to leave suddenly without ever truly having each other." With that, she got up, locked the door, drew the curtains, and turned off her phone. The room dimmed. As she unbuttoned her shirt, she softly said, "I can't wait any longer." Despite his injured back making it nearly impossible to move, Li Mu suddenly recalled his experience of getting a C1 driver's license. Back then, he insisted on driving a manual, while others suggested he try the automatic for a different experience. He was fixated on the manual's control. Looking back now, he realized how shallow he had been. Without further thought, Li Mu silently swallowed a top-grade body repair pill. Hours later, as dawn broke, there was a knock on the door. It was Lu Chunfeng's distinct booming voice. "Hey, open the door. Has he woken up yet?" Then Zhang Jiwei's slightly annoyed voice followed. "Keep it down. It's been 2 whole days and nights, and he's still not awake. Something's not right." Lu Chunfeng continued to grumble. "Zip it with your jinxing," Li Mu said helplessly as he grabbed his phone and dialed Zhang Jiwei's number. "Stop messing around. I'm coming out soon." The noise outside the door immediately subsided. By now, Li Mu had grown accustomed to the pain in his back. He carefully propped himself up, his gaze falling on Wang Yinhuan, who was asleep by the bedside. Her brows were slightly furrowed, indicating she wasn't sleeping soundly. Li Mu quietly dressed, trying not to make any noise as he approached the door. Outside, Lu Chunfeng and Zhang Jiwei were waiting anxiously. Seeing Li Mu able to walk out, they both visibly relaxed. "Damn, I thought you were dead," Lu Chunfeng exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest. Zhang Jiwei, however, noticed something different. "Did you break through to the Xian level?" "Yeah," Li Mu nodded, confirming. "Let's talk about that later." He turned back inside, carefully tucking the blanket around Wang Yinhuan before quietly leading the two into the corridor. They were in the officers' medical department of the Wanren military district, where medical staff occasionally hurried through the spacious hallway. "What's the casualty report?" Li Mu asked. Zhang Jiwei gave a detailed account. The Liang family lost 1 2nd-grade Xin level and 6 9th-grade Huang levels. During the military district riot, 12 people died, all defectors from Qianqing Military Academy. On the Wanren side, 2 4th-grade Xian level officers were lost. Li Mu exhaled deeply. Compared to the hundreds lost defending the Abyss, this damage was indeed minor. "Have you figured out why Qianqing Military Academy defected?" Lu Chunfeng took over the explanation. "The principal, that bastard, has been distributing special potions to students as rewards for 4 years to join Paradise Society. These potions appear to enhance power quickly with no side effects, but in reality, they allow Paradise Society to control users through blood magic." He continued, "Thankfully, the military district discovered the rune stone tablet in time. Paradise Society had to advance their plan to protect it, causing chaos among the students instead of full control. Otherwise, in a few more years, the consequences would have been unimaginable." "Have all the culprits been caught?" "Yes, all apprehended. The school leaders are detained, and the berserk warriors are isolated. Elder Shui says there's a way to purge the blood poison from them." Zhang Jiwei added. "Elder Shui is Shui Tianqing, a D-level expert from Linyuan City. While you were fighting the D-level monster, he repelled a D-level warrior and a dozen high-ranking members of Paradise Society at sea. It's clear Paradise Society is determined to get that rune stone." Just then, a medical officer walked over. "Lieutenant Hu Li, you're awake. Deputy Commander and said Elder Shui wants to see you." Li Mu nodded in agreement, instructing the two to leave first. He returned to the ward. saw Wang Yinhuan still asleep, and headed into the bathroom. He carefully removed the bandages from his back, letting warm water wash away the blood while opening the system interface. Reviewing his abilities, Li Mu realized he lacked a rapid recovery capability. He considered several options: upgrading a specific recovery spiritual artifact, altering the characteristics of the Great Celestial Manual, or using an SS-level Genesis Spirit Crystal. After analyzing, Li Mu speculated that the abilities of the green armored giant might translate into a noob life-frenzied talent in this world. He took out some herbs for the ghostly creation pill from his storage, quickly refined them into pills, and consumed them without hesitation. The moment Li Mu consumed the creation pill, an innate trait immediately surfaced in his mind. This was an SS-level talent called Life Carnival, encompassing 4 powerful features: wild growth and cultivation, unrestricted breakthroughs, doubled cultivation speed; wild growth in muscle and bone, doubling physical strength with each rank advancement; wild growth in flesh and blood, faster recovery from more severe injuries; and the ability to nurture the life spirit of all things, gradually awakening the intelligence of weapons and spiritual treasures. Li Mu's mind buzzed with excitement. This talent was truly invaluable. Although the growth in cultivation might seem less impressive compared to listening closely, the removal of bottlenecks alone was priceless. Even more astonishing was the wild growth in muscle and bone, offering 17 potential advancements from the current Xian rank 1st grade to the Tian rank, a terrifying exponential growth. Fortunately, this SSS talent was extracted from the creation pill by the system, rather than being the innate talent of the green armored giant himself. Otherwise, even nearly 40 Xian rank experts would have struggled to defeat him. The 3rd feature was perfect for addressing his current injuries, while the 4th was intriguing, suggesting that weapons could possess life, as if saying, "You're a mature weapon now. It's time to learn to fight on your own." At the moment of talent fusion, Li Mu felt dramatic changes in his body. A continuous surge of vitality emerged, making the wound on his back itch intensely. While bathing, blood-red residue fell away, revealing perfectly healed skin, as if he had never suffered the severe injury from the Tian rank expert's explosion, an injury that even the military district's medical department couldn't treat. After dressing, Li Mu glanced at the sleeping Wang Yinhuan, gently locked the door, and used the technique of form gathering and dispersing to slip out through the window. Although Xing was also heavily injured in the battle, he greeted Li Mu with a broad smile, saying, "Congratulations, Marquis of the Tiger." Li Mu understood that the achievements had been credited, but he showed no joy. What's there to celebrate? If it weren't for the interference of the Heaven Society, everything could have been avoided. And Xing patted his arm. "You'll get used to it. Besides, there's a bright side. You know how many merits you earned this time?" He gestured with a 6,000. Li Mu was stunned. As a seasoned veteran, it was the first time he had seen someone earn such a massive amount of merit in such a short time. And Xing explained, 4 planting spirit trees for the Mingzhu Military District and the Wanren Military District, submitting the Liu family's secret medicine technique, and successfully thwarting the Heaven Society's plot. You're the top contributor. There are other merits as well, but I'm not too clear on the specifics. Li Mu was well aware that the other merits likely stemmed from his improved techniques starting to show effects. General Su Zhenyuan of the Military Merits Department had mentioned that as one's cultivation improved, merits would be calculated with each rank increase, and this time, it seemed they had been settled all at once. Li Mu glanced at his tech watch, which showed 9,900 merit points, just 2,100 points short of being promoted to a Shaolong general. He silently calculated that it might be time to go to the Blood Sea Military District to plant the Xinsha spirit trees and perhaps improve a few sets of skills. What's the situation with the Liang family now? Li Mu turned to ask Xing. And Xing's face showed regret. Several Xin-level masters sacrificed themselves, and the rest were nearly wiped out. However, the Liang family specifically asked me to convey their gratitude to you. If you hadn't risked your life to draw that golden circle, more than half of the injured present might have been taken by the D-level self-destruction. Did you express our thanks to the Liang family? If they hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Li Mu pressed. Of course. And Xing nodded, a hint of amazement in his eyes. Honestly, I never expected the Liang family to go all out. It turns out, apart from the head of the Liang family and a few third-generation members, all their Xin-level and Huang-level 9th-grade experts came. If they had been wiped out, only a small remnant of the Liang family would have remained. Li Mu was shocked. The Liang family's action this time was equivalent to betting the entire family's fate, especially Liang Jianxin's words. Though the Liang family is not a prestigious sect, we have our own principles. We're truly moving. Although there had been conflicts between the Liang family and the Zhenyuan Army before, after interacting with Hong Liangpeng, Li Mu felt there might be more to the story and decided to visit the Liang family personally when the opportunity arose. Let's go. Isn't old Shui waiting for us? The two left the abyss and headed towards the coast. This is Changyuan Sea, named after the vast trench beneath it. Linyuan City was built because of it. Occasionally, merchant ships and freighters passed over the sea. Sailing southeast from here, after crossing the sea and traveling several thousand kilometers, one would reach Bloodpool City. To the northeast is the border with the Human Demon Nation, adjacent to the Divine Elephant Nation. Though small, the Human Demon Nation is famous for its unique cultivation system. During the Abyss outbreaks, they barely survived using witchcraft and ghost techniques, later developing a method of demon cultivation by combining the blood of abyssal creatures with human bodies. Related to them is the Eden Nation, which chose to gain power by consuming monster limbs and organs. This small nation, guarding just one abyssal entrance, has surprisingly not been annexed by surrounding countries. Upon reaching the coast, Li Mu summoned his Nimbus cloud. Just as Hmph was about to use his flying technique, Li Mu stopped him. Hop on. Old ding, save your energy. What? This cloud can carry people? Hmph looked surprised. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Mu was already pulled onto the Nimbus cloud by Hmph, speeding towards the sea under the astonished gazes of onlookers. After flying for several miles, Hmph signaled to slow down. Ahead, a man in a black robe stood calmly on the water's surface. This man, appearing to be in his 30s, had his black hair tied back and stood with one hand behind his back. The sea beneath him was as smooth as a mirror, sharply contrasting with the surrounding waves. Although he tried to emulate the ethereal demeanor of an immortal, his attempt appeared somewhat forced. Upon seeing Li Mu and Hmph approaching on the cloud, a look of surprise and curiosity flickered in the man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Hmph immediately clasped his hands in salute from the cloud. Mr. Liao, thank you for coming to meet us. No problem, my master has been waiting for you. Follow me, the man in the black robe replied calmly. He then traced an arc in the air with his arm, releasing a peculiar energy. Hold your breath. From now on, follow me closely. Li Mu and Hmph did as instructed. In an instant, the scene before them changed dramatically, as if the world had flipped upside down. Before they could steady themselves, they found themselves underwater, yet unaffected by buoyancy. Fish swam around them, and beneath their feet, an invisible path appeared. As they followed the man in the black robe, Li Mu quickly opened the system and purchased the water-repelling technique. Instantly, the water pressure dissipated, and the surrounding water seemed to instinctively move away from him. Though he couldn't control it, he could easily repel it. Not far ahead, they saw a small underwater island shrouded in a strange water curtain. The man in the black robe stopped in front of the curtain, forming hand seals rapidly, preparing to perform a secret art. Unexpectedly, as Li Mu approached, the water curtain spontaneously split open into a large circular passage. The sudden change startled the man, who turned around, eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. Alarmed, Hmph quickly pulled Li Mu back a step, and the circular passage immediately closed as if nothing had happened. The man in the black robe was filled with disbelief. Initially puzzled, he soon became convinced the water curtain indeed opened automatically as Li Mu and his companion approached. This was highly unusual. Even his mentor, Master Chua, needed to chant spells to enter, and he himself could only create a small tear in the water curtain with a dispelling incantation. He gestured for Hmph to move forward, then instructed Li Mu to do the same. As expected, the moment Li Mu took a step, the water curtain parted like cotton touched by fire, opening a massive 2-meter-wide gap. The man in the black robe, still puzzled, stepped through the gap and motioned for the others to follow. The gap remained open until Li Mu reached the edge of the island. Only when he walked several meters farther did the gap begin to close with the increasing distance, eventually disappearing. Do you practice water-based techniques? The man in the black robe couldn't help but ask. No, Li Mu shook his head, denying it. Though full of questions, the man had to let it go for now. Please go ahead. As they proceeded into the island, Li Mu contemplated the water-repelling technique he had just acquired. This technique not only included a fire-repelling spell, but also pleasantly surprised him with the potential for upgrades. The water-repelling technique allowed him to move freely in water and perform water-splitting spells, while the fire-repelling spell enabled him to traverse fire unscathed. Crucially, neither technique consumed true energy, and each had advanced paths for controlling water and fire. However, Li Mu could only see the current and next levels of the skill tree, and was unsure if the fire control could reach the level of Samadhi True Fire. Soon, they arrived in front of a wooden house. The scene was quite peculiar. Although they had entered through the water curtain, there was no trace of it in the distance. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the sea breeze rustled the treetops, and the distant waves surged, creating the impression of a genuine island. Yet, when Li Mu used his sharp vision, he could still see the distant water curtain. It felt as if this island was a separate world sealed underwater, reminiscent of the Futyin technique. Master Chua was standing with his back to them, intently observing a special body of water in front of Hmph, coffin-sized water cube suspended in midair, its surface flowing with blue streams. Master, Li Mu is here. The man in the black robe quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words into Master Shui's ear. Shui Tianqing nodded with a smile and turned to face the group. And Xing's breathing became rapid at the sight of this powerful figure. Li Mu was awestruck by Master Shui's immense presence, which felt as vast as the ocean. Was the most formidable being Li Mu had ever encountered, stronger even than the green-armored giant. Li Mu was certain that if they were to fight, the green-armored giant wouldn't last 3 minutes. Junior Li Mu, at your service, Master Shui. Li Mu greeted sincerely. Barefoot on the soft ground, Shui Tianqing slowly approached Li Mu and asked, "Child, how old are you?" 18. Li Mu answered truthfully. "Ah, being 18 is truly a blessing for the human race," Shui Lao remarked with a loving gaze, much like a kind neighborhood grandfather looking fondly at his grandchildren, unable to hide his affection. Li Mu had a purpose for visiting today. He had always had a limited understanding of high-level cultivation and the complex global dynamics. This was the perfect opportunity to seek some answers. "Shui Lao, what exactly is the earth level?" Li Mu asked directly, not wasting any time. Standing nearby, and Xing couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness. Information about Earth-level warriors was considered top secret in every country and region, whether it was about their numbers or their abilities. In Li Mu's understanding, Earth-level warriors were akin to nuclear weapons from his previous life. Countries kept such matters under wraps, some bluffing, others hiding their true strength, maintaining a delicate balance of peace. As for heaven-level warriors, they were unheard of, likely at a level capable of overwhelming power. Shui Lao nodded with a smile and began to explain. Drawing boundaries to imprison, drawing boundaries to reign. He elaborated on the characteristics of Earth-level warriors. They could designate a territory as their domain, covering it with their spiritual awareness and harnessing the power of the land. As their cultivation improved, this territory would expand. Drawing boundaries to imprison didn't mean that Earth-level warriors were confined to a fixed area, but rather emphasized the importance of their domain to their strength. Even a third-grade Earth-level warrior could be outmatched by a first-grade one in another's domain. Shui Lao revealed that he was responsible for guarding Linyuan City and the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Surprisingly, he mentioned that there was another Earth-level warrior in Taizhou City, though their identity was unknown. Shui Lao shifted the topic and handed Li Mu a piece of paper. "The reason I called you here today is to teach you a method to cure the blood poison in the graduates of the Qianxing Military Academy, freeing them from the control of the Paradise Society." As Li Mu pondered Shui Lao's intentions, his gaze inadvertently fell on a floating cube of water in the room. And Xing, turning to look, suddenly let out a gasp of horror. Li Mu's pupils contracted sharply. It wasn't just a cube of water, but a water-filled coffin containing a bloodied female corpse. The state of the corpse was horrifying. As if scorched by flames, her limbs were charred, clothes tattered. Her neck was covered in blisters of varying sizes, her features twisted, her face damaged, and her wide-open eyes chilling to behold. Even Li Mu and Xing, accustomed to life and death, felt a shiver run down their spines at the sight. The two exchanged a shocked glance, both contemplating the same question. Why was such a terrifying corpse here? Old Shui keenly noticed their reactions. He calmly said, "I apologize for startling you both. This is my wife's remains." Li Mu and Xing were even more puzzled, but didn't dare to ask rashly. Unexpectedly, Old Shui turned to Li Mu and asked, "Child, when you entered earlier, you used your vision technique to observe the surroundings. What did you see?" Li Mu was taken aback. He realized that the black-robed disciple must have whispered to Old Shui about his use of the water-repelling technique to part the water curtain. But his use of the fiery eyes technique should not have been noticed. How did Old Shui know? "The island sinks into the water, forming its own world," Li Mu answered honestly. A glimmer of light flashed in Old Shui's eyes, while the black-robed disciple was utterly astonished. Etta had lived here for over 10 years and only understood the place's secrets in his 3rd year. Yet Li Mu saw through it at a glance. "Anything else?" Old Shui's tone held a hint of expectation. Li Mu exchanged a glance with Xing, then once again used his fiery eyes to survey the surroundings. When his gaze fell upon the woman's corpse in the water coffin, he was shocked. The previously grotesque and frightening corpse had completely transformed. Her skin was as white as snow, she wore a pristine long gown, and there wasn't a trace of blood. Her face was round and serene, exuding a high-class demeanor, even in death. Clearly, she had been a virtuous and kind woman in life. Switching between normal vision and his fiery eyes, Li Mu noticed the corpse's appearance changed accordingly. He began to ponder. Was the terrifying exterior merely an illusion? Who cast it, and for whom? As he delved deeper into thought, he suddenly sensed a faint consciousness, as if the corpse was watching him, despite her eyes remaining shut. This consciousness seemed to carry some message, yet it was elusive and difficult to articulate. Old Shui appeared unusually excited from the moment Li Mu started using his vision technique. When the black-robed disciple attempted to speak, Old Shui gestured for silence. After a while, Li Mu withdrew his gaze and turned to old Shui. Old Shui. I can see her true appearance. Old Shui visibly trembled, smiling bitterly. Why? Why am I the only one who can't see? Li Mu cautiously said, Old Shui. I sensed a faint consciousness, though I'm unsure. Could you tell me the whole story? It would help me understand. Seeing that Li Mu could sense the consciousness, old Shui was initially overjoyed, then smiled with relief and began recounting the past. It turned out the woman in the water coffin was his wife. They met and fell in love when they were young. Back then, old Shui was merely a martial artist with an A-level talent, whereas his wife possessed an S-level talent, with abilities surpassing his. For a time after their marriage, they lived a blissful life. However, their tranquility was short-lived, as a sudden disaster shattered their peaceful life. One day, Shui Lao's wife mysteriously disappeared. He searched everywhere and eventually discovered that she had been kidnapped by the forces of the Heavenly Society. This happened just after the monsters had been driven back into the abyss, before the military fortresses were established, leading to chaos in society. The Heavenly Society was much more rampant than it is now, with their low-level thugs everywhere. With the help of the law enforcement team, Shui Lao finally tracked down a house. When he broke in, the place was already engulfed in flames. At that time, he didn't even know any water-based techniques, yet he rushed into the blaze without hesitation. By the time he carried his wife out, it was too late. She was covered in blood. Her clothes burned and stuck to her skin, with horrific burns all over her body. The most heartbreaking part was that she left this world without uttering a final word. From that day on, Shui Lao was consumed by madness. Unable to seek vengeance, he retreated into the mountains with his wife's body, desperately searching for a way to preserve her remains. By chance, he discovered a secret water-based technique that could prevent the corpse from decaying and gradually restore it. For this, he resolutely abandoned his original skills and began cultivating water-based inner strength. Years passed, and his efforts paid off. His wife's burned skin gradually became smooth and fair again. Her face as perfect as if she were merely asleep. This fueled Shui Lao's obsession even more, as he fantasized that one day, if he reached a high enough level of mastery, he might be able to bring her back to life. However, things didn't go as he hoped. As his skills improved, his wife's body began to decay rapidly. No matter how hard he tried to maintain it, the corpse became more grotesque and terrifying, like a demon from the depths of hell. Shui Lao believed it was due to his insufficient skills, and even after reaching the Earth level and making Lin Yuan City his domain, he continued to guard her remains day after day. After hearing the story and sensing a trace of intent earlier, Li Mu finally understood the truth. He softly said, Shui Lao, your wife's remaining thoughts are filled with deep regret. Regret? Shui Lao was puzzled. Li Mu smiled and explained, what you see now is actually an illusion created by her remaining thoughts. Her love for you was so profound that even after death, she left this trace of intent. Seeing you sacrifice everything to protect her remains, she thought you were being foolish. She hoped you could let go and find happiness in life again. So, she used her remaining thoughts to make her appearance so frightening, hoping you would give up because of it. Upon hearing this, Shui Lao was already in tears. Yes. Her talent was indeed in illusions. Li Mu continued. She hoped that by seeing this terrifying face, you would gradually lose your attachment. But she didn't expect you to be so persistent, facing this horrifying visage for 60 years while tirelessly searching for preservation methods. She regretted it long ago. If she had known you would hold on to her so dearly, she would have preferred to accompany you with her most beautiful appearance for the rest of your life. Unfortunately, her remaining thoughts are too weak to undo the illusion. Shui Lao looked at Li Mu with tear-filled eyes, full of hope. Li Mu shook his head at first, but then said, you don't need me to intervene. Just go and talk to her. Shui Lao slowly approached the water coffin, his voice choked with emotion. You're even more foolish than I am, thinking this appearance would make me give you up? As he spoke, he released his water spirit power, forming a large hand to gently caress his wife's face. At that moment, Li Mu used his fiery eyes to break the illusion with greater power. The terrifying visage before Shui Lao vanished, replaced by the beautiful face he had longed for over decades. Ha, it's you. Shui Lao laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face, as if he had returned to his youthful days. The black-robed disciple was moved to tears for his master, and Xing was equally touched. At this moment, Li Mu sensed a simple message from the deceased woman's intent. Thank you. Shui Lao gazed intently at his wife, his eyes filled with reluctance, as if fearing she might vanish the moment he blinked. Li Mu, unwilling to disturb this rare moment of reunion, gestured to the man in the black robe and quietly withdrew with Xing. As they reached the water screen, Li Mu softly said, let's give Shui Lao some more time alone. By now, Mr. Liao had shed his initial aloofness and bowed deeply to Li Mu. Li Mu waved it off in thanks and then used the water-repelling technique. To Enxing's astonishment, a massive passage suddenly opened before them. The man in the black robe personally escorted them to the sea's surface and bowed again to Li Mu, saying, "Thank you, Marquis Li Hu, for breaking the illusion. My master will surely remember it." Li Mu shook his head and replied, "This is what Shui Lao deserves." After saying their goodbyes, the two of them rode the somersault cloud back to the shore. Enxing sighed deeply, "So that's why Shui Lao never married. It really makes you cherish the people around you, or else, even with a 1,000-year lifespan, you'd only be left with regrets." With that, he prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" Li Mu asked. "To buy a bouquet for my dear wife," Enxing replied without turning back. Just as Li Mu smiled, his phone rang. It was Wang Yinhuan calling. "Awake?" Li Mu answered. Hearing her lazy, sweet voice, "Where are you? In just one night, you've gone from shy to a sweet little wife?" Li Mu chuckled. "I'm out handling something. I'll be back soon." "Don't hang up," Wang Yinhuan playfully insisted. "Then don't get out of bed. You rascal, this is a hospital." "And not today," she scolded softly. Li Mu flew towards the abyss entrance on the enlarged somersault cloud. Now that Shui Lao recognized his aura and no longer saw him as a threat, he didn't need to hide anymore. "I don't want to stay in the dormitory anymore," Wang Yinhuan said softly, her voice tinged with anticipation. "Can we rent a little place? I can cook for you every day." Just as Li Mu was about to respond, his phone vibrated. Again, it was a call from Lu Chunfeng. "Xiaowang, let me take this call. We'll talk when we meet." "Okay. I need to change clothes anyway," Wang Yinhuan replied obediently. Li Mu then answered Lu Chunfeng's call. "Tainyo, what's going on?" Lu Chunfeng's voice carried an unusual seriousness. "Iguan, I need to find someone in the death row camp at the Wanren military district." "What kind of person?" Li Mu, who was riding on the somersault cloud, was slightly taken aback. As the cloud light flashed, they arrived above the entrance of the abyss. "I've noticed a series of cases," Lu Chunfeng explained gravely. "The victims are all female college students, and their parents were killed as well. Although it wasn't a complete massacre, there are basically no other relatives to pursue the case." After the case drew public attention, a so-called murderer was quickly arrested and accused of committing over 30 heinous crimes, taking more than 80 lives. "But I suspect he's just a scapegoat. I'm at the military district. Come over." Li Mu hung up the phone, turned the somersault cloud into a flying bird, and dived into the entrance of the abyss, heading straight for the Zhenyuan Army medical department. When he returned to his room, he happened to encounter Wang Yinhuan freshening up, startling her like a frightened rabbit. Li Mu didn't have time to tease her and handed her a few top-grade body-stabilizing pills, which he hadn't taken for some time and would help restore her health. Once Wang Yinhuan was ready, they walked out of the medical department hand in hand, where Lu Chunfeng was already waiting outside. Beside him stood a woman in her mid-20s, a law enforcement officer with a commanding presence and a determined expression. "Li Huho." The female officer stood at attention and saluted. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Mu returned the salute with a smile and looked at Lu Chunfeng in confusion. "This is Sun Yujia, the law enforcement captain who reported the matter to me," Lu Chunfeng introduced. "Li Huho," Sun Yujia said seriously, "I've been secretly investigating this case. But due to the first deputy minister's corruption, I couldn't report it. It wasn't until you cleared out those corrupt officials, and Minister Lu took over, that I dared to bring it up." "Are you talking about the recent missing female college students case?" Wang Yinhuan interjected. Li Mu had previously briefed her on the situation. "That's right," Sun Yujia confirmed with a nod. "Although it's officially labeled as a murder case and the suspect confessed to killing all the female students and destroying their bodies, it's strange that he left the bodies of the victims' families intact, yet none of the female students' bodies have been found. So calling it a missing persons case might be more accurate." "I'll take you to the death row base," Li Mu said, and the group of four made their way through the Xuanxiaoling tree area, heading straight to the death row base located on the outermost edge. In this world of high martial prowess, all martial artists who committed capital crimes or received life sentences were imprisoned in the death row base. They had to earn their redemption by undertaking high-risk missions. These tasks often came with rich rewards, but the unpredictability of the inmates made mission management extremely complex. Long-term exposure to criminals often twisted even the initially normal inmates, leading to frequent riots, which was why the number of patrol guards here far exceeded that of other areas. When Li Mu arrived, Yu Xiaoheng, the head of the condemned prisoners, personally came out to greet him. Although both were officers of similar rank, and Yu Xiaoheng held a lower military rank and was not required to salute, he still placed his hand across his chest and gave a simple salute to Li Mu. "Li Hu Ho, what brings you here today? Is there something you need?" This scene left Sun Yujia, who was following Li Mu, utterly shocked. Due to confidentiality agreements, the extent of Li Mu's power within the Zhenyuan Army was largely unknown to outsiders. Even the well-informed quasi-military law enforcement agencies only had a vague idea. The fact that Yu Xiaoheng, who could command thousands of condemned martial artists and had never bowed to anyone, actively saluted Li Mu was far beyond what the rumors suggested. It's not so much an instruction, but I need you to help me find someone. Li Mu got straight to the point. Sure. Do you know the name and number? Yu Xiaoheng responded promptly. Li Mu gestured to Sun Yujie, who stepped forward immediately. I don't know the number, but his name is Zhou Yunhe. He's 26, about 6 feet tall. He was a yellow rank level 7 when he came in, but I'm not sure about now. Yu Xiaoheng simply said, wait a moment, and personally entered the condemned prisoners' facility. Shortly after, he emerged with a few fully armed patrol guards, accompanying a man wearing a neck restraint. Though the man appeared thin and gaunt, his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, filled with hatred and aggression. It's him. Sun Yujie confirmed in a low voice. Li Hu Ho, are you going to? Yu Xiaoheng began. Please, give us an interrogation room without surveillance, Li Mu interrupted. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaoheng agreed. Here, condemned prisoners were like tools, and there was no need to ask too many questions. Hearing this, Zhou Yunhe's breathing became rapid, his jaw clenched, and the fear and hatred in his eyes intensified. Soon, they were led to a spacious room without surveillance. After confirming the walls were clean, Li Mu stood back with Wang Yinhuan, signaling Sun Yujie and Lu Chunfeng to begin. Zhou Yunhe, let me ask you, did you commit the female college student case? Sun Yujie asked directly. Zhou Yunhe sneered. If you're going to hit me, just do it. There's no surveillance here, is there? No need for all this nonsense. Idiot, use your brain. Li Mu laughed in exasperation. If we wanted to kill you, why would we bother asking you these questions? If you're innocent, today is your only chance. No matter what leverage someone has over you, unless speaking out will cause you to explode on the spot, seize this opportunity. Zhou Yunhe's eyelids twitched violently, clearly in internal conflict. This is the acting head of the 1st Law Enforcement Division of Zhongshan. Sun Yujie pointed to Lu Chunfeng, trying to give Zhou Yunhe some confidence. Heh, acting head? Zhou Yunhe chuckled bitterly. What good is that? Bigger than the chief of the law enforcement department? Ha, I can't claim to be bigger than that. Lu Chunfeng laughed softly, pointing to Li Mu, but he certainly is. Zhou Yunhe looked up at Li Mu, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He suddenly realized a crucial detail. When he was brought here, the powerful death row minister showed utmost respect to this young man. If he remembered correctly, this young man should be a Zhenghu Ho. Having spent so long in the death row camp, he had learned from the Ultimers about the structure of the Zhenyuan Army. Yu Xiaoheng, the death row minister, was a significant figure in the Zhenyuan Army, just half a rank below the deputy commander. Although he was technically high-ranking, he only had to salute the Shanghu Ho deputy commander and the Xiaolong general commander. In this death row base, he was the undisputed ruler, with the power of life and death at his whim. I didn't kill anyone, Zhou Yunhe said through gritted teeth, then knelt heavily on the ground. My parents, my 2 sisters, and their families are all under the control of the law enforcement division. They have trackers on them. Any sign of trouble and they're dead. Controlled? Li Mu asked. Lu Chunfeng interjected. Trackers? Why not report it to a higher authority? Zhou Yunhe cast a desperate look, while Wang Yinhang and Sun Yujie remained silent. Li Mu sneered. Shut up. Trackers and surveillance might sound negotiable, but do you dare? Trapped in Linyuan City, facing the highest officials of the city's law enforcement, who can you report to? Can you meet someone higher up? If you do, will they listen? Who knows if they're all in on it? Were the missing girls taken by the law enforcement division chief? Li Mu pressed further. Zhou Yunhe gritted his teeth. I can't be 100% sure, but it's definitely him. I was almost assassinated as soon as I entered the death row base. If I hadn't fought back, I would have been silenced. If not for media attention, I might have been killed when captured. They were forced by public opinion to use my family to pin this crime on me. Who else but the law enforcement division chief could have such means? Sun Yujie added, that's right, after the incident, divisions at all levels were investigating, but it was the law enforcement division headquarters, which usually doesn't handle criminal investigations, that solved it first and closed the case. Li Mu nodded thoughtfully. Regardless of who the mastermind was, the immediate priority was to save lives. If those 30 female college students were still alive, they must be hidden somewhere. However, he couldn't confront the law enforcement division chief based solely on Zhou Yunhe's word, as it would alert the enemy, putting both the students and Zhou Yunhe's family in grave danger. I have an idea. Wang Yinhang suddenly spoke up. Some of those missing girls are from our school. One of them is right next door to our dorm. Wang Yinhuan's eyes lit up. I can go back and get a piece of her clothing, and let Xiaohua and Xiaobai have a try. They are both at the 9th rank now, and have a very strong tracking ability. Li Mu nodded in agreement with this suggestion. He turned to Zhou Yunhe, his expression serious. Since there's someone inside trying to assassinate you, it's likely there's still a spy for the mastermind. Today, you'll have to endure the hardship and go back with your injuries. Once we secure the safety of the missing female student and your family, we can completely eliminate the mastermind and restore your freedom. Hearing this, hope flashed in Zhou Yunhe's eyes. He bowed deeply twice to Li Mu. I understand. Thank you. About 15 minutes later, several patrol team members dragged a bloodied Zhou Yunhe back to the death row base. They threw him in the center of the hall, and the patrol captain loudly warned, "Everyone listen up. This is what happens if you hide resources during missions. Next time, we won't spare your lives." With that, he strode away. This act made everyone believe Zhou Yunhe was punished for hoarding resources, and no one suspected it was to overturn a case. After leaving the death row base, Li Mu assigned tasks. Lu Qinfeng and Sun Yujia were responsible for investigating Zhou Yunhe's family situation, while he and Wang Yinhuan returned to the school. With the help of the missing female student's roommate, they obtained an article of clothing. Subsequently, Li Mu and Wang Yinhuan, along with Xiaohua and Xiaobai, began searching within Linyuan City. These two ninth-rank spirit dogs now resembled wolves, not only more formidable in size but also mastering the art of size manipulation. Although they could discern the scent on the clothing, they needed to be within a certain range to track it. While walking the dogs, Li Mu also adapted to the changes brought by the Xin level enhancement. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the cultivation speed of Life Carnival had doubled again with the system's boost, reaching 10 times that of an ordinary person. Prior to this, Li Mu had tested his upgraded talent in the talent testing room of the Wanren Military District. SSS Strength through Heaven and Earth. This talent had several powerful traits. Increases the destructive power of strength against all defensive measures by 500. Reduces damage inflicted when the opponent's strength is weaker by 50. Reduces damage inflicted when the opponent's strength is stronger by 30. Evolves learn techniques towards strength through heaven and earth. For every 1 decrease in true energy, strength and speed increase by 10. This reminded Li Mu of the forbidden technique, especially the last trait, where exhausting true energy could boost strength tenfold. Combined with the mountain carrying technique, even using only half of his true energy could lead to a terrifying increase in combat power. After careful consideration, Li Mu decided to adopt an extreme strategy. He chose the second trait in the Xin transformation talent and invested all remaining 55,000 points into the mountain carrying technique. Li Mu spent 55,000 battle points to successfully enhance his mountain carrying technique, gaining the strength of 7 dragons and 7 tigers. This made him realize that he had never seriously tested his true strength. He only knew that with the power of 1 dragon, wielding the divine weapon technique's 13,000 pounds felt as easy as playing with toys. As his physical strength continued to increase, his power had already exceeded expectations. It was time to find a place to properly test it. With the upgrade, the system immediately granted 2 attributes. Eavesdrop, which increased the effectiveness of defensive techniques by 400. External Incarnation, which increased the number of avatars to 20. Despite possessing 2 SS-level talents and numerous divine abilities, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. He was still far from the realm of destroying heaven and earth. Life was indeed challenging. Just then, Wang Yinhuan gently tugged at his sleeve. Turning to her, he saw her nestled in his arms, whispering, "I found it. Beneath that building over there." Little Bai on the ground kept pointing with his nose in a certain direct Iona 4-story grand hotel, located in a bustling area, quite sizable. Li Mu nodded in understanding and took out a golden hair. This indestructible hair was very similar to the one he had when he first crossed over, originally intended for his mother, but now Wang Yinhuan clearly needed it more. "Take it." He handed it to Wang Yinhuan. "Is this from the dog?" Wang Yinhuan mistakenly thought it was fur from Xiaohua. Li Mu's mouth twitched as he explained, "This is my divine ability. If you're in danger, just call husband, save me in your heart, and you can summon one of my avatars." Hearing the words husband, save me, Wang Yinhuan's cheeks turned a rosy hue, and she obediently took the hair and put it away. "Wait for me over there." Li Mu pointed across the street and then headed toward the hotel. Finding a secluded corner, he used the shape gathering and chi dispersal technique to become invisible. In this state, he could move freely, like having a Godseiya view. But the consumption of true energy was rapid, lasting no more than 20 minutes. Inside the hotel, the atmosphere was lively, and the luxurious lobby was packed. Upstairs were event spaces and private rooms, while the basement level was a storeroom filled with ingredients and kitchenware. When Li Mu infiltrated the second basement level, the sight nearly made him lose control. It was a completely sealed space, with an entrance almost undetectable. The entire level was extravagantly and grotesquely decorated. In the center of the several thousand square meter space was a lavish bed, surrounded by walls lined with wine, gourmet food, and clothing. Most shocking of all, the floor was neatly arranged with 30 three-dimensional glass cabinets, each imprisoning a young woman in scant clothing. The scene in the underground chamber was suffocating. Rows of transparent glass cabinets were neatly arranged, each imprisoning a young woman. Some were curled up asleep, Some were trembling, and others were silently weeping. Most shocking were the bite marks covering their bodies from their necks to their chests and backs, from their limbs to their waists and hips. The dense scars sent chills down one's spine. Each girl's eyes reflected unspeakable despair and confusion. These were clearly the missing female college students. In Zhenyuan City, only the chief of the law enforcement department could maintain such a secret prison beneath a restaurant bustling with daily patrons. Li Mu quickly assessed his surroundings. This chamber was at the building's base, with thick, high-grade soundproofing on all walls and the ceiling, ensuring that even an explosion below would not be heard above. Alarmingly, the chamber was filled with surveillance cameras, at least a dozen. Any rash action would surely alert the enemy and could endanger the girls' lives. He decided to gather more information and quickly identified a Targeta girl curled up in a corner. Despite her defensive posture, her eyes flickered with anger, suggesting she was particularly lucid. Li Mu used a concealment technique to transform into a tiny mosquito, silently landing on a strand of her hair near her ear. The girl immediately tensed. Was a 6th-grade martial artist. Li Mu whispered in her ear, "Don't move, I'm here to rescue you." He then communicated with her using simple body signals. Through her blinking, he confirmed that there were no deadly traps in the glass cabinets, and the mastermind was indeed the chief of the law enforcement department. The girl pointed with her toe to the position of the chamber's entrance. "I'll be back," Li Mu assured her before leaving. He needed to first secure the chief to prevent any alarms from being raised. Once back on the surface, Li Mu used a military line to contact Hmph, asking him to visit the law enforcement department under the guise of a social call to monitor the chief. At the same time, he deployed Lu Chunfeng and his team to take control of the restaurant. 30 minutes later, both operations were in place. Hmph was in front of the chief, and Lu Chunfeng's undercover team had gradually infiltrated the restaurant. The operation was about to commence. Li Mu swiftly transformed his energy and rushed into the basement level of the hotel, following the girl's directions. As soon as he entered the space, he revealed himself, startling the captive girls into a momentary daze. They forgot their scantily clad states and simply stared at this unfamiliar man. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mu shouted, and his ghostly staff transformed into 20 divine weapons, which slashed through the glass cabinets, imprisoning the girls with lightning speed. Instinctively, the girls ducked down, shielding their heads and activating their protective skills. The sound of shattering glass rang throughout the room. The special material of the glass cabinets, which the girls had once found unbreakable, shattered like fragile sugar cubes under the onslaught of the divine weapons. In an instant, 30 glass cabinets were reduced to shards, and the girls leaped free. The surveillance cameras above were just about to focus on Li Mu when the spinning divine weapons destroyed them all. After retracting his weapons, Li Mu surveyed the area. The girls stood barefoot on the glass-covered floor, disbelief etched in their eyes. The brutal torment and despair they had endured here had repeatedly crushed their spirits, and the reality of their rescue left their minds blank. "What are you waiting for? Get dressed. Let's go. You're free now," Li Mu commanded. As his words sank in, one girl broke into tears, followed by others who either crouched or stood, their tears streaming down their scarred, pale skin. At that moment, the door at the entrance burst open. 2 martial artists, dressed in the hotel's maintenance uniforms and possessing yellow rank 8 skills, stormed in. Clearly, these were the guards assigned by the enforcement department chief. Seeing the scene before them, they attacked in fury. This was Li Mu's first action after breaking through to the profound rank, and his power shook the entire space with anger. When the 2 guards realized Li Mu's level, it was too late to flee. Li Mu charged forward with lightning speed, delivering a kick to one guard's waist, sending him crashing into the wall, bones shattering. He seized the other by the head, slamming him against the wall with a sickening crunch, blood splattering like blossoming peach flowers. Discarding the filth from his left hand, Li Mu took out his phone with his right and called Lu Chunfeng. "Arrest everyone. Don't let a single hotel staff member escape. If they resist, kill them." It wasn't until Li Mu began to kill that the naked girls snapped back to reality and realized they were truly being rescued. "Get dressed. Follow me out," Li Mu commanded loudly once more. The girls finally came to their senses, hurriedly scattering to rummage through the surrounding cabinets for clothing. Remarkably, the girls were strikingly similar in height and build, as if they had been meticulously selected. The cabinets were neatly filled with women's clothing, clearly tailored for them based on the sizes. Besides various professional uniforms, there were also many suggestive garments that were not meant to be seen. The girls had no choice but to wear those under their more appropriate outerwear. Soon, they all gathered in front of Li Mu, with the girl he had previously landed on as a mosquito standing at the forefront. "Are there any others who are trapped besides you?" Li Mu asked. This question immediately caused chaos. Some nodded, others shook their heads, and the girls looked at each other in confusion. Li Mu pointed to the calmest girl among them. "You, tell me." The girl stared at Li Mu and slowly opened her mouth. Li Mu's pupils contracted. She had no tongue. More precisely, it had been cut out. He quickly pointed to another girl beside her, only to find the same situation. After checking several girls, Li Mu understood why he had only heard sobbing but no voices. Li Mu quickly opened the communication interface on his phone and handed it to the calmest girl. She typed swiftly. Many people were captured, but they were taken away. We were chosen to stay for his amusement. Head of the law enforcement department, Zhenyuan. Finishing the last few words, the girl clenched her teeth, angrily wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes, her gaze burning with intense hatred. A cold glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes. This was far more than just the 30 people in front of him. He nodded. Let's get out first. By this time, the restaurant had descended into chaos. Diners were screaming and rushing out, while plainclothes law enforcement officers were screening the crowd, detaining all staff members. Lu Chunfeng led a search from top to bottom and discovered that this small restaurant was hiding over a dozen martial artists of the 7th and 8th rank, all disguised as waitstaff, emerging from the underground warehouse. These martial artists were quite capable, qualified to be team leaders or senior members within the law enforcement department. Since Lu Chunfeng and his team weren't wearing law enforcement uniforms, the leader, an 8th rank martial artist, ordered, "Leave no one alive, kill them all." Although they weren't sure exactly what was happening, they felt invincible under the jurisdiction of the head of the law enforcement department. But they could never have imagined that someone would dare to raid the chief of the law enforcement department's stronghold. Lu Chunfeng's lips curled into a cold smile as he suddenly stomped the ground. With a thunderous boom, dark green energy surged from the ground, enveloping his entire body in an instant. The shockwave sent everyone present staggering backward. A martial artist's long sword sliced through the air, aiming straight for Lu Chunfeng's throat. Just as the blade was about to touch the green energy, a thunderous tiger's roar erupted. The soundwave formed a ferocious tiger head, crashing down on the enemy. The terrifying soundwave struck the 7th and 8th grade martial artists, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices and fly out like broken kites, shattering the walls and wooden cabinets behind them. Although Lu Chunfeng was only an 8th grade martial artist, 1 grade lower than Zhang Jiwei, his abnormal tiger roar iron cloth shirt, enhanced by a doubles top-tier defensive talent, turned defense into offense, and its power was unstoppable. The subordinates he brought were also elite fighters, carefully selected over many years, and they quickly subdued over a dozen staff members. The 8th grade martial artist who had previously threatened to kill Lu Chunfeng was slammed into the wall. When Lu Chunfeng personally pulled him out, the man had shifted from shock to fury. "Are you all insane? Do you know whose territory this is?" Before he could finish, Li Mu came up from the basement, followed by a group of girls. The doorman was dumbfounded, about to invoke his powerful backers, only to realize they were indeed targeting the chief of the law enforcement department. "Do we need to keep him for questioning?" Lu Chunfeng asked, gripping the doorman's throat. "No need, just keep a couple for questioning," Li Mu replied without looking back, leading the rescued girls out. The doorman was terrified out of his wits. No, I'm a coward. I'm a coward." Before he could finish, Lu Chunfeng's iron fist slammed heavily into his face. As soon as they exited the restaurant, Wang Yinhuan rushed over. The girl, who had remained calm throughout, suddenly broke down in tears, throwing herself into Wang Yinhuan's arms. It turned out she was Wang Yinhuan's dormitory neighbor. Though they didn't talk much usually, they embraced and cried like long-lost friends. Under Wang Yinhuan's careful questioning, the horrifying truth emerged: the girls had all had their tongues cut out. Seeing the bite marks on them, Wang Yinhuan couldn't help but burst into tears as well. "Do you have the courage to go with me and identify Zhonghongsheng in person?" Li Mu asked the girls. 30 mute women nodded in unison without hesitation, their eyes blazing with anger. They had suffered abuse at the hands of Zhonghongsheng and also lost their parents. Li Mu entrusted Lu Chunfeng with the aftermath and personally led the group of mute women straight to the headquarters of the law enforcement division. The headquarters was already surrounded. Commander Chan Chong of the Wanren military district led thousands of soldiers to seal off the area. Zhonghongsheng's subordinates were instructing uninformed law enforcement officers to confront the Zhenyuan Army. Several ringleaders were executed on the spot by Chen Chong, prompting the remaining law enforcement officers to surrender immediately. Inside the law enforcement division, chaos reigned. The fierce battle among several Shin-rank masters had leveled half of the headquarters. Amidst the ruins, Director Zhonghongsheng was facing off against Enxing, Chen Chong, and Long Jianying, head of the patrol department. The situation had escalated 20 minutes earlier. Enxing had visited Zhonghongsheng's office for a casual chat when Zhong's phone suddenly vibrated wildly. A quick glance caused his expression to change drastically as he angrily questioned Enxing's intentions. Enxing realized that Li Mu had made his move and immediately demanded Zhong's confession and surrender, while secretly calling Chen Chong for backup. Zhonghongsheng tried to leave to handle the aftermath, but Enxing blocked him. Zhong, a formidable Xin rank 7th grade, nearly overpowered in Xing, who was a 6th grade. Fortunately, Qin Sheng arrived in time, and although his rank was lower than in Xing's, he brought along Long Jianying, who was also a 7th grade. However, Zhong appeared to wield some dark sorcery, managing to hold his ground against the three even while injured. Standing amidst the rubble, Zhong Hongsheng gritted his teeth and glared at the three surrounding him. You don't even have solid evidence of my crimes, yet you're determined to fight me to the end? What exactly are you trying to do? He had anticipated various scenarios of exposure and prepared numerous contingency plans, but he hadn't expected the military's top brass to resort to force without sufficient evidence, acting so unpredictably against him. Faced with Li Mu's questioning, and Xing and the other two remained silent. Chen Sheng and Long Jianying were silent because they only had a vague understanding of the whole situation, knowing only that they were responding to Xing's call for help. Xing's silence, however, stemmed from his absolute trust in Li Mu. If Li Mu's judgment was wrong this time and they offended the powerful Zhong Hongsheng, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this tense moment, the onlookers suddenly parted to make a path. Li Mu led 30 mute girls through the crowd, steadily walking onto the ruins. This scene struck Zhong Hongsheng like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how anyone could find his secret base. The Yunxiang Hotel was close to both his headquarters and his residence, and the entire area was under his control. The hotel was guarded by dozens of trusted subordinates below the 9th rank of the yellow grade, while the imprisoned female college students were only around the 5th or 6th rank, unable to even break out of basic glass enclosures. In theory, he could have his men eliminate these witnesses within 3 minutes with just a text message if anything unusual happened. Li Mu pointed at Zhong Hongsheng, and the rescued girls immediately became emotional, their eyes turning red with anger as they nodded vigorously and made painful whimpering sounds. Their energy surged, and they seemed ready to rush at Zhong Hongsheng with all their might. As Li Mu walked forward, he drew the ghost mask stick from his ear and waved it lightly, causing the whole space to hum. Zhong Hongsheng, you've abused your power, committed heinous acts, and trafficked people. Do you admit your crimes? Zhong Hongsheng looked at Li Mu with a cold sneer. Li Hu Ho, is it? Too much brilliance leads to an early demise. You're so young and already so arrogant. Ever since you came to Linyuan City, I've fully cooperated with the Liu family, and yet you dare to meddle in my affairs. What? Li Mu scoffed. My Zhenyuan Army sheds blood and sacrifices in the abyss to keep the human race safe. And it's so people like you can indulge in debauchery and corruption? If I see injustice, I will intervene. Who says I can't deal with you? Suddenly, a hurried shout came from afar. Li Mu. Li Mu. A figure approached through the air. It was Hong Liangpong, the commander of the Wanren military district. Li Mu. Wait a moment. Hong Liangpong, upon landing, immediately gestured to stop. There's a document from above. It's from the upper-level super military district, Shunqi military district. You can see it on your tech watch. Hearing the words, Shunqi military district, Zhong Hongsheng visibly relaxed. Seeing Li Mu only staring coldly at him, with no intention of checking his watch, Hong Liangpeng had to explain. They say Zhong Hongsheng is involved in a serious military-related case. Our district is ordered to immediately send Zhong Hongsheng and everyone related to the case to Shueqi City, Shunqi military district. The faces of the 30 mute women instantly filled with anger. Being moved at this moment was clearly a ploy to rescue Zhong Hongsheng, and taking them along meant putting them back in danger. Li Mu sneered and looked down at his tech watch. The screen indeed displayed a document from the Shunqi military district. As one of the two super military districts of Bloodpool City, alongside the Blood Sea military district, it commands nearly 100,000 soldiers. The Wanren military district has often been under the protection of the Shunqi military district, so the weight of this document was self-evident. What infuriated Li Mu even more was that the document was signed by the commander-in-chief of the Shunqi military district, Zhong Hongyuan. The obvious surname connection between Zhong Hongxing and Zhong Hongyuan revealed everything. By signing directly, Zhong Hongyuan was blatantly exerting pressure. Hong Liangpeng, seeing this, leaned in and whispered to Li Mu, Li Hu Ho, the Shunqi military district has been a great benefactor to us. Besides, Commander Zhong is a formidable Earth-level master, a middle dragon general with Earth-level cultivation. He demands the handover for a military-related case. Defying him is extremely dangerous, both publicly and privately. At this moment, even Xing and the others fell silent. All eyes on Li Mu. And Xing even subtly shook his head, hinting at Li Mu not to be too rigid. Refusing to hand over people would not only mean disobeying military orders, but if Zhong Hongyuan confirmed the military case was related to Zhong Hongsheng, Li Mu would be accused of obstructing the investigation. Moreover, offending an Earth-level master was akin to courting death. The mute women, upon hearing this, turned pale. They were grateful to Li Mu but didn't know his true identity, only that even someone like Zhong Hongsheng, capable of handling the Quasi-first-year Liu family, called him Tiger Marquis. Yet now they were facing an Earth-level master. a military district commander, a middle dragon general, titles that left them in awe. Li Mu coldly stared at Hong Liangpeng. You wouldn't have been to Zhong Hongxing's underground base, would you? This question made Hong Liangpeng's face change dramatically, and he hurriedly denied. What nonsense are you talking about? What underground base? Li Mu pointed to the mute women, his voice icy. Then let me tell you. Zhong Hongxing murdered all their parents and imprisoned these girls for his pleasure. If your daughter were among them, would you still hand Zhong Hongxing over? Hong Liangpeng's face turned ashen at these words, clearly not expecting the situation to be so severe. Under everyone's gaze, he managed to squeeze out 4 words. Orders are orders. Ha ha ha. Li Mu laughed wildly. What a fine orders are orders. He was furious, pointing at Hong Liangpeng and shouting, Zhong Hongxing will die today. No one can save him. Hong Liangpeng, do you dare to stop me? Before the words were fully out, Li Mu rushed towards Zhong Hongxing like a gust of wind, an iron rod aimed directly at his throat. Zhong Hongxing finally lost his temper, his eyes turning bloodshot as he roared, Are you crazy? Insane. You're not afraid of the Zhonglong general, not afraid of the Earth-level experts, and you're willing to fight me to the death over a few worthless lives? Fine. Today I'll show you my true skills. With a thunderous shout, his inner energy erupted, and crystalline patterns spread rapidly from his torso to his face. The force of his aura was so overwhelming that it caused Xing and other experts of the same level to retreat repeatedly. Standing nearby, the Xin-level 8th grade expert, Hong Liangpeng, remained unmoved but looked at Li Mu with a hint of disdain. A junior at the Xin-level 1st grade, even if he could leverage the strength of a group to slay Earth-level monsters, daring to challenge the Xin-level 7th grade Zhong Hongxing was sheer arrogance. Xing and his companions had retreated beyond the battle zone. Although they wished to protect Li Mu's life, openly opposing Zhong Hongxing like Li Mu did was a risk they couldn't afford. Zhong Hongxing's body shimmered with demonic patterns as he raised his left arm to block Li Mu's ghost-face staff. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, colliding with an iron pillar that deformed instantly. His left arm shattered like crystal, and a large chunk of his neck cracked open, but instead of bleeding, the wound sparkled with a crystalline glow, healing rapidly before the eye. In an instant, Zhong Hongxing's demonic patterns turned a pale gold, his aura even more formidable than before. He activated a defensive martial art, transforming himself into an impregnable fortress. Do you see any comrades by your side? Zhong Hongxing sneered as he stood up, but before he could finish, his pupils contracted sharply. Li Mu's form blurred and split into 20 fierce avatars. Your crystalline form is indeed resilient, perfect for me to unleash my full power. Li Mu casually raised a finger. Freeze. For the first time, the Xin-level 7th grade Zhong Hongxing experienced such an overwhelming binding force. Before he could marvel at Li Mu's simple yet domineering control, the first avatar lunged forward. A powerful blow to his midsection sent him flying, his crystalline body shattering in large chunks. What terrified Zhong Hongxing the most wasn't just the immobilizing spell, but the ordinary attacks from Li Mu's numerous avatars. His crystallized defense was his proudest achievement, enhanced by its-level talent, and his greatest trump card. Even when Long Jianying and Xing joined forces with their strongest attacks, they could only leave slight marks on it. However, a casual strike from one of Li Mu's avatars shattered his crystallized defense into pieces. Zhong Hongxing roared in midair, trying to regain his balance, but then he heard a voice like a demonic spell whispered, Freeze. A staff from one of the avatars struck his back heavily, sending him flying toward another avatar. Each avatar could cast the immobilizing spell once, and with 20 avatars, they batted him around like a ping-pong ball. Freeze. Bang. The sounds echoed as Zhong Hongxing's body continuously shrank in the air, with each impact breaking off a piece. When only half of his torso remained, the avatars leaped into the air, their divine weapons crashing down simultaneously. Boom. Zhong Hongxing slammed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. The terrifying shockwave brought down all the surrounding walls. Before the dust settled, Li Mu coldly pointed and commanded, Heaven's might. An attack as powerful as a nuclear bomb instantly transformed the missile crater into a meteorite crater, reducing the Enforcement Division's headquarters to rubble. As the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Zhong Hongxing's remains at the bottom of the crater. And Xing thought to himself, Zhong Hongxing died too miserably, shattered more finely than beans in a blender, saving them even the trouble of a funeral. He didn't dare to breathe deeply, fearing he might inhale Zhong Hongxing's remnants. When the system notified him of gaining 29,000 victory points and an S-level creation spirit crystal, Li Mu confirmed Zhong Hongxing's death. He hadn't intended to end Zhong Hongxing's life so quickly, as he wanted to interrogate him for information on all the victims he had trafficked. But seeing Zhong Hongyuan so brazenly trying to take Zhong Hongxing away, he had no choice but to act preemptively. As for other clues, Lu Chunfeng and his team would conduct the search. When Li Mu turned to Hong Liangpeng, the latter was completely dazed. He couldn't comprehend why Li Mu dared to confront a powerful Earth-level practitioner, while the others were in utter shock, especially Long Jianying and his peers. A first-rank mystic-level practitioner able to so easily defeat a 7th-rank master completely overturned their understanding. Even more astonishing was that Li Mu seemed to have not used his full power, without employing any special techniques or drinking. The 30 mute girls were even more astounded. Li Mu not only displayed strength beyond their imagination, but also risked opposing an Earth-level master to protect them. To these girls, who had lost their families and suffered greatly, Li Mu was nothing short of a divine figure. Hong Liangpeng, looking weary and confused, asked, "I don't understand. Why go to such lengths? You killed him, but what difference does it make? There will still be a second, a third. The world is vast. With your tiny spark, can you really illuminate all the injustices in this world?" Li Mu let out a light snort, his tone laced with obvious coldness. No need for Commander Hong to worry about that. He deliberately emphasized the word commander, glaring directly at Hong Liangpeng. "Are you planning to charge me with disobeying military orders right here? Or are you going to obediently report back now?" Hong Liangpeng looked at the stubborn young man before him and sighed deeply. He had hoped to maintain a peaceful situation, but things had escalated beyond his expectations. It was impossible for him to actually punish Li Mu for disobeying orders, as the real issue wasn't with him personally. Yet now, Li Mu was the one applying pressure, leaving Hong feeling helpless. "Well, you take care of yourself. I'm out of it." With that, he turned and left the scene. Li Mu then turned to Enxing and the others. "Deputy Commander N, please withdraw quickly as well." This statement startled Enxing and his group. They thought Li Mu was blaming them for not stepping in earlier. The situation was indeed complicated. Handling the aftermath of the law enforcement director's execution required a substantial workforce, from tracing clues to apprehending related individuals. Relying solely on Lu Chunfeng to mobilize forces within the law enforcement department was far from sufficient. More importantly, the commotion occurring in the bustling city area needed to be swiftly contained, and the director's crimes had to be selectively disclosed to avoid unnecessary social unrest. And Xing understood the gravity of the situation and solemnly responded, "Mark Li Hu, rooting out evil is also the responsibility of Zhenyuan Army." Li Mu raised a hand to interrupt him. "It's fine. You don't need to get involved in this for now." He gave Enxing a reassuring look. "Besides, there are plenty of matters in the military district for you to attend to. I'll handle this myself." He then turned to Chen Chong and Long Jianying, offering a slight bow. "Thank you both for coming to support me. If I make it through this, I'll treat you to drinks in the future." The group finally understood Li Mu's intention. He had formed a deadly enmity with Zhong Hongyuan, a powerful opponent, and didn't want to drag them into this dangerous conflict. This was a life-and-death choice, quite different from the previous situation of taking sides. As everyone worried about the lack of personnel, Chun Chong quietly suggested, "I'll mobilize the Tiger Roar Army." Li Mu nodded confidently. Chen Chong and the others suddenly realized, of course, Li Mu was still the commander of the Tiger Roar Army. "Let's start by blocking the news. We'll also take care of the reconstruction here." Chen Chong ordered the action without waiting for Li Mu's objection. Li Mu could only bow in gratitude. Although blocking the news and reconstruction weren't overly complex tasks, coordinating with the media, municipal authorities, housing management, and other departments required meticulous handling. Chen Chong and his team took full charge of the situation, allowing Li Mu to focus on the impending crisis. As the Zhenyuan army began to withdraw, the distant crowds were also evacuated in an orderly manner. Li Mu's gaze fell on the mute girls, who were huddled together, writing something on the ground. "You, come here," Li Mu called out. The mute girls turned in unison, their eyes fixed on him. Gesturing for them to follow, Li Mu led them to a secluded corner shielded by a wall. "When someone dies, their debts are forgiven. I hope you won't let those painful memories continue to torment you. I will keep your secret and won't let the media know about this. You can each go back to your—" Li Mu paused mid-sentence, realizing with regret that these girls, who had lost their families, might not have a home to return to. Sure enough, the girls' expressions darkened. At that moment, the calmest girl suddenly knelt down silently. The other mute girls quickly followed suit, kneeling before Li Mu. Wang Yinhuan hurriedly stepped forward to help the calm girl up. "Get up, please don't do this." The calm girl, however, wrote on the ground, "We beg Li Hu to allow us to follow you. I don't even want to keep my name from the past. From now on, no home, no self. If Li Hu takes us in, we vow to repay you with our lives and serve loyally as warriors." After she finished writing, the other girls made an "ah" sound to catch Li Mu's attention, then nodded in unison, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Clearly, they had been discussing this very matter when gathered together. Li Mu helplessly turned to Wang Yinhuan. "Wife, I'll leave this problem to you." Wang Yinhuan smiled wryly and whispered, "You've saved them twice. and now you're about to face a formidable opponent. Where should they go? Back to school to pursue their dreams? Or live an ordinary life by getting married? As a woman, I completely understand their feelings. Seeing Wang Yinhuan's agreement, Li Mu nodded. All right, get up. The mute girls were overjoyed, shaking hands with one another, trembling with excitement. Li Mu spoke sternly. Listen, I don't need you to join the Zhenyuan Army, and I won't support idlers. If you've decided to follow me, you must strive to improve yourselves. I need a fighting force capable of facing tough battles, not a group of weeping women. You have 3 days to consider, to mourn your parents, and handle personal matters. After 3 days, if you wish to leave, I will fully understand. If you choose to stay, meet me at the military training division. This means you accept the fate that awaits you. Li Mu had already decided to shape these seemingly fragile yet resilient girls into his own secret force, accountable only to him. The mute girls, far from retreating, felt even more inspired, nodding vigorously. Go. Li Mu commanded, and the mute girls decisively departed. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Yinhuan anxiously held Li Mu's hand. How do you plan to deal with that formidable opponent? Li Mu smiled and replied, I'll first prepare a couple of paper-based strategies. If Zhong Hongyuan can outmaneuver the military merit office, then I've underestimated him. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.